Lu Mingzhou has been reborn. In the remote mountains of northeast China, numerous ferocious beasts roam, including wild boars, bears, and tigers, each formidable in their own right. In his previous life, his elder brother, Lu Mingyuan, ventured into the mountains for hunting and fell victim to a beast, marking the onset of a tragic saga. Lu Mingzhou resolves to exert every effort to salvage this family that ought to have basked in happiness. In this life, he is determined to avert the impending tragedy. Chapter 1. Rebirth in 1968. Child, what difficulty is there in hunting up in the mountains? Grandmother, it is not that I refuse to go. The forest is rife with bears, and 3 people have already lost their lives this year. Have you forgotten how long it has been since our Lu family has tasted meat? Are you wishing to starve this old woman? Hiss. Inside the dwelling, Lu Mingzhou endured a piercing pain in his head, gradually opening his eyes amidst the fervent clamor of their quarrel. His gaze fell upon the smoke-stained beams above, and despite the dimness, he could discern ears of corn and dried chilies hanging above. Is this not the earthen house I inhabited over 60 years ago? He felt the hard, cold edge of the Kong beneath him, a familiar sensation that blurred his vision with tears. Outside the main room, the altercation persisted. A voice that sent tremors through his heart reached him. Grandmother, it is not that I refuse to go. Zhang Haizi has hunting dogs, and it is perilous for me to go unarmed. TSK, a life of worthlessness, unable to even secure a meal, yet you fear danger? Your family only thinks of living off others. Our Lu family does not harbor idlers. Then why don't you send Mingfeng? Lu Mingzhou struggled to rise, fumbling to open the wooden door. The scene inside the main room unfolded before him. An elderly woman, her back hunched, was leaping about while vehemently berating others. Mingfeng is our family scholar. How can you allow him to engage in such dangerous hunting? As the eldest, cannot you contribute something to the family? A tall, slender young man furrowed his brow, his face flushed with frustration as he clenched his fists tightly, only to helplessly release them. Creak. The sound of the wooden door's hinges startled both individuals, their gazes abruptly fixed upon Lu Mingzhou. Cough, cough. A wave of weakness washed over him, and Lu Mingzhou coughed twice, his body growing limp as he hastily leaned against the doorframe. His eyes, however, remained steadfastly locked on the young man. Brother, he murmured, tears cascading onto the threshold, dispersing the fine dust. Lu Mingyuan hurried over, gently supporting his brother's arm, and inquired with concern, Brother, why are you up? It is chilly outside. Quickly return to your bed and rest. Lu Mingzhou extended his trembling hand, reaching for his brother's face. His brother's eyes were sunken, and remnants of the medicinal herbs he had prepared for him lingered on his face. Overwhelmed by years of separation, Lu Mingzhou could no longer contain his longing and embraced him tightly. If this were but a dream, he would wish to never awaken. He felt his elder brother's warmth, intact and reassuring, and it was simply marvelous. Lu Mingyuan, under the impression that his brother had endured some grievance, frowned slightly. What is it? Has someone bullied you? Tell me, and I shall confront them. Lu Mingzhou shook his head, tears streaming into his brother's collar. Brother, I thought I would never see you again. Lu Mingyuan chuckled amiably, pushing him away gently. Brother, if you wish to wipe your tears, do not do so on me. I have but one set of clothing. Moreover, the doctor said you merely caught a chill. With some rest and warmth, you shall be well in a few days. Lu Mingzhou refrained from explaining, turning to his grandmother, Zhou Englan, his voice not loud, yet resolute. Come, let us discuss today who has been living off others. Zhou Englan, as if stepped upon by a cat, bared her teeth in anger. I am speaking of your family, who has done little work, with one adult dragging along 3 dependents. Now, people are starving outside, and the fact that your family has not perished is a testament to my old woman's compassion. Is that truly so? Lu Mingzhou regarded her with the scrutiny reserved for a rare beast, his piercing gaze causing Zhou Englan to feel a surge of insecurity. Internally, she pondered how this child stare could be so formidable, akin to that of an enraged wild animal. Isn't it true that you shamelessly beseeched our family for assistance due to my father's 500 yuan funeral expenses and the scant provisions? Lu Mingzhou's tone was remarkably calm, yet it struck at her tender spot with precision. Zhou Englan was notorious for her fierce temperament. In the entire Kegong Tun, no one dared to challenge her authority. What had come over her grandson today to act in such a peculiar manner? Had he consumed the heart of a bear or the gall of a leopard? Her face first turned pale, then transformed into a deep shade of anger, her expression grotesquely fierce. She pointed an accusatory finger at Lu Mingzhou and erupted in vitriol. You wretched, sickly child, who has consumed my provisions and drunk from my cup. How dare you label me as shameless? Get out. The Lu family has no room for unfilial descendants like you. Lu Mingzhou gazed at her coldly, a nameless fury igniting within him. For reasons unbeknownst to him, his grandmother had always held disdain for his family. During his father's lifetime, things were tolerable. At least they had managed to live separately, avoiding excessive humiliation. Alas, a year prior, his father had passed away unexpectedly. Zhou Yinglan, accompanied by his second and third uncles, had cunningly taken away all the valuable belongings, food, money, and tickets from their home, leaving it perfectly described as a mere shell. How much time had elapsed? His family of four endured a constant cycle of feasting and famine. Had it not been for their severe hunger, would his resistance have been so feeble? A mere chill had nearly claimed his life. Lu Mingzhou straightened his back, confronting her with unwavering resolve. If you wish me to leave, then so be it. I have no desire to continue living with you. I demand a separation. The moment these words escaped his lips, it was as if thunder had struck. Ha ha! Zhou Yinglan laughed uproariously, as though she had heard the most amusing jest, unable to contain her mirth. After a moment, clutching her abdomen, she venomously declared, "Well, you little rascal, those were your words. Whoever refuses to separate is truly a fool." A separation? She could hardly contain her excitement, her mind racing with calculations. The eldest branch had two half-grown boys, who could accomplish little yet consumed an inordinate amount. If they could be separated, her household could conserve some rations. This boy had broached the topic himself. Forget about money and tickets. A slight portion of food would suffice, especially since they were so ungrateful. Lu Mingzhou, displaying a maturity beyond his years, wore a visage of deep concern. Separation was not a matter to be trifled with. In these times, lacking adult laborers made survival exceedingly challenging. Lu Mingyuan hastily grasped his brother's arm. "Do not act impulsively. We are all family. Let us speak amicably." Lu Mingzhou's brows furrowed, his voice rising. "We regard her as family, yet does she consider us as such?" Did Lu Mingyuan not yearn for separation as well? If there were any feasible means, who would willingly remain in this household? For the sake of survival, he could only humbly plead, "Grandmother, let us not pursue separation, shall we?" "Absolutely not." Two voices echoed in unison. Zhou Yinglan was taken aback by Lu Mingzhou's resolute stance, momentarily speechless. Unaware of the consequences, she could not suppress the upward curve of her lips, her heart brimming with glee. "Oh dear, Mingyuan, do you see? It is not my heartlessness. It is your second brother who insists on separation. As the grandmother, I cannot disregard his wishes, can I? Grandmother, it is my brother who lacks understanding. I apologize on his behalf." Lu Mingyuan steeled himself, deciding to go all in. "As long as we do not separate, I am willing to hunt." Chapter 2. The 56 type semi-automatic rifle. "No. You cannot go." Lu Mingzhou bellowed vehemently. In a previous life, his brother had been coerced by their grandmother into hunting, and that fateful excursion marked an eternal farewell. When he was carried back, breathless and lifeless, the haunting image remained etched in Lu Mingzhou's mind. His brother's eyes were tightly shut, his head drooped to one side, his body stained with blood, and the right side entirely missing, riddled with ghastly wounds. On that very day, their mother succumbed to the overwhelming grief, spiraling into madness. Half a year later, while he toiled in the fields, another devastating news reached him. Their mother had thrown his sister into the river. He was nearly blinded by tears, spending countless days by 3 graves, fainting from despair on numerous occasions. Fortunately, he later departed from the village to serve in the military. Through relentless training, he became a revered soldier, admired by all. However, overwhelmed by nostalgia, he succumbed to intoxication and fell unconscious. Upon awakening, he discovered he had been reborn on the very day his brother had set out to hunt. Lu Mingyuan was perplexed by his brother's agitation and gently reassured him. "There is no need to worry. I'll just take a chance. Perhaps I might catch a glimpse of a hare." "No." Lu Mingzhou's expression turned grave as he insisted. "You must not go. I will hunt." "What?" Lu Mingyuan stared at his brother in shock, convinced he had misheard. Grasping Lu Mingzhou's shoulders, he declared, "Absolutely not. You are still recovering. As the elder brother, how can I?" Lu Mingzhou slowly shook his head. "Brother, please trust me just this once. A classmate's father is a forest guardian and has a rifle. He is injured and can't use it anymore. I'll borrow the rifle and hunt small game. It's manageable." Seeing the conviction in his brother's eyes, Lu Mingyuan nodded uncertainly. "Then be cautious. Do not venture too deep into the woods. There are bears and wild boars. Encountering them could spell disaster." "Understood. Wait for me. Upon my return from hunting, we shall divide our household," Lu Mingzhou assured him, stepping out of the main room and heading toward the woodshed. Suddenly, he felt a tug at his pant leg. Looking down, he was greeted with delight by a small girl, her hair styled in 2 tiny braids, clad in a faded blue floral jacket, gazing up at him with wide eyes. "Yaya, when did you arrive?" He smiled gently, bending down to lift the little girl into his arms. Yaya blinked her large eyes and asked, "Second brother, are you really going hunting?" Lu Mingzhou playfully pinched her small nose. "Indeed, I shall bring you back some meat, all right?" Yaya swallowed nervously and shook her head earnestly. Second brother, Yaya doesn't eat meat. I heard the adults say hunting is very dangerous. Just as Lu Mingzhou was about to boast about his prowess, Yaya pulled a corn cake from her pocket and placed it in his hand. Second brother, this is for you. You haven't eaten for days, right? You must be hungry. With a gentle smile revealing her dimples, Lu Mingzhou felt warmth swell within him. He tousled her hair, soft and adorably charming. Holding her close, he rummaged through his supplies, pulling out a box of matches, a length of rope, and a pickaxe. Yaya tilted her little head and asked, Second brother, are you going to work in the fields? Lu Mingzhou chuckled. No, I'm going hunting. One swing of this pickaxe will fell a bear. Yaya pouted. Second brother, you're being silly. You're just boasting. They both burst into laughter. In high spirits, Lu Mingzhou hefted the pickaxe and strode through the courtyard, exclaiming, if I'm not silly, then Yaya can look forward to the meat. As the sun climbed higher, bathing Lu Mingzhou in warmth, he unbuttoned the 2 buttons of his cotton coat, feeling slightly cooler. During the cold autumn months in northeast China, mornings and evenings were brisk, especially in the mountains where cotton coat was essential. Kaoshan Village retained the familiar visage of his memories, nestled in the heart of the Xing'an mountain range. The mountains stretched for hundreds of miles, with complex terrain and pervasive miasma. For the hunters, the Xing'an mountains were an inexhaustible treasure. However, for ordinary folks, they posed immense peril. One could encounter wild boars, bears, tigers, leopards, and venomous snakes, each a potential threat to life. It is often said that one who relies on the mountains eats from the mountains. This statement holds truth, yet also a degree of fallacy. In Kaoshan Village, the villagers typically dared only to forage for mushrooms, fungi, and would ear near the forest as periphery to supplement their income. Few ventured into the depths of the mountains to hunt. At the western edge of the village lay the path leading to Forest Zone 42. Along this route, human presence was sparse, for few villagers dared to tread here, knowing that wild boars and wolves roamed in search of food. Thus, they generally avoided this area like the plague. Yet Lu Mingzhou felt at ease, strolling as if in a leisurely garden. With the pickaxe resting on his shoulder and a corn cake in his mouth, he hummed an old tune. As the sun sets behind the mountains, the red clouds take flight. The path into the mountains was narrow, strewn with uneven stones, while the surrounding dry grass shivered in the autumn breeze. He continued down the gravel path for about 15 minutes until a low stone structure came into view. It was a dilapidated mountain temple, neglected for years. The surrounding grasses and wild shrubs towered over the temple, casting an eerie shadow. Through the temple's doorway, one could see a mud statue at the center, adorned with spiderweb-like cracks. The doors and windows were surprisingly intact, yet thick layers of dust blanketed the interior, and the mats on the floor were in a state of decay. The elders often remarked, better to sleep in a lonely grave than to enter an abandoned temple. However, Lu Mingzhou, undeterred by superstition, entered with the pickaxe in hand. He bowed slightly to the mountain deity. Pardon my intrusion. Do not take offense. In the next moment, he summoned strength from his core, raising the pickaxe high, and struck the ground before the altar with force. Dirt flew and dust scattered. Soon, he unearthed a rectangular wooden box. Upon opening the box, he discovered a long object wrapped tightly in plastic. Unwrapping it revealed a brand new 56 type semi-automatic rifle, a triangular bayonet, 200 rounds of 7.62 millimeters ammunition, and a military knife, all laid before him. This was the very location a notorious bandit had confessed to during his capture, where he had buried his weapons. Lu Mingzhou grinned. Thank you, bandit brother. As he grasped the rifle, a familiar sensation enveloped him. How splendid. He was particularly adept with this weapon, powerful and precise, though its only drawback was a slower firing rate. Nevertheless, for Lu Mingzhou, that was more than sufficient. When facing a ferocious beast, one often had but a single opportunity to fire. For by the time a second shot was taken, the beast would have already lunged forward. In such moments, one must resort to the knife. With a click, the gleaming triangular bayonet was securely affixed to the rifle. Lu Mingzhou only took out 20 bullets, burying the remaining 180 in a different location, camouflaging them well. He strapped the knife to his thigh, loaded 10 rounds into the chamber, and shouldered the rifle, standing tall with an imposing aura. Chapter 3. Hunting a Wild Boar. Rustle. Rustle, rustle. Lu Mingzhou traversed the thick pine needles, rifle in hand, making his way toward Forest Zone 42. Within the forest, where sunlight rarely penetrated, it was even chillier than in the village, and the loss of body heat was rapid. His clothing was not particularly thick, and having recently recovered from an illness, he had only consumed a single corn cake that day, quickly feeling a twinge of weakness. Little did he expect that on his first hunting expedition, he would face issues of energy deficiency. In the deep, old forests of northeast China, danger lurked at every turn for the average person. Yet, in Lu Mingzhou's eyes, Every corner held treasures. With a swift motion, he drew his knife and plunged it into the bark of a birch tree. As the bark split apart, he peeled away a substantial section, revealing the tender fibers within. Tearing it into small pieces, he popped them into his mouth, savoring the crunch. A hint of sweetness filled his senses, and he closed his eyes in satisfaction. This was akin to nature's candy. It provided both sustenance and hydration. A moment later, before the tree stump upon which he sat, a pile of bark fibers had accumulated, and his strength had largely been restored. Youth, indeed, is a considerable asset. After an hour spent in the wilderness, aside from a few wild rabbits and several unknown small birds, he had encountered nothing else. Such scant protein was hardly worth the expenditure of a bullet. Some people mistakenly believe that in the Northeast, one merely needs to strike the deer and scoop the fish. This is unequivocally a myth. If prey were truly that easy to catch, everyone would be a hunter and starvation would not plague the land. Suddenly, he halted his steps, scrutinizing a mound of slightly raised, withered leaves beneath his feet. To the untrained eye, it was merely a pile of decaying foliage, but to him, it represented an imminent source of protein. Mingzhou crouched down, unsheathing his dagger, and carefully moved the branches aside to reveal the dark soil beneath. Beneath the dried leaves lay a hole the size of a fist. He focused intently on the entrance of the hole, and without warning, plunged his dagger into the black earth, beginning to excavate. Before long, the soil collapsed, revealing a tunnel within which coiled a golden yellow snake. Quite a find. Mingzhou nodded with satisfaction and seized it with ease. This snake was even larger than he had anticipated, measuring approximately 2 meters in length and weighing about 3 kilograms. With a swift motion, the glint of cold steel flashed, and the head fell to the ground, the snake's tail writhing momentarily before it lay still. With a deft flick of his blade, he extracted a gallbladder from within. This was a prized delicacy. He tossed the gallbladder into his mouth, swallowing it whole with a satisfying gulp. Soon, a small fire flickered to life in the chilly forest as a figure cautiously added pine needles to the flames. Regulating the heat, the yellow flames licked at the strips of snake meat, sizzling and releasing an enticing aroma. High-quality ingredients require only the simplest of cooking methods. Ah, how delightful! Mingzhou grasped a strip, taking a gentle bite, and a look of sheer satisfaction spread across his face. Before long, the ground was littered with remnants. He patted his stomach, feeling pleasantly full. The earlier slight dizziness had dissipated, and he felt invigorated with newfound strength in his movements. He carefully buried the leftovers and camouflaged the spot before gradually departing. Youth truly is a blessing. Rapid recovery, quick reflexes, combined with his innate combat instincts, ensured that while success in hunting was not guaranteed, survival was certainly within his grasp. Nonetheless, he remained vigilant. Should a lurking mountain deity appear, he might not have the luxury of time to draw his weapon. In the forest, moving slowly is acceptable, yet one must maintain acute awareness of their surroundings. This is the essence of survival. Suddenly, he perked up, straining to listen. In the distance, the faint sounds of flapping wings and the sharp cries of wild chickens reached his ears. A wave of excitement surged within him. The flight of wild chickens surely heralded the presence of prey. Known as mountain chickens, their meat is firm and succulent, favored by foxes, wolves, black bears, and mountain deities alike. Without delay, he lifted his 56-style rifle and proceeded toward the source of the noise. The forest was enveloped in a tranquil silence. The crunch of his liberation shoes upon the dried leaves resounded distinctly. Mingzhou made every effort to tread lightly, yet his movements still caught the attention of 2 alert blue-green snakes by the water's edge. A surge of delight coursed through him. He had not anticipated encountering wolves here. The 2 wolves, too, were elated. A hairless monkey had unwittingly wandered into their midst. With a stick in hand, was he truly a cause for concern? Mingzhou immediately discerned that the pair of wolves comprised a male and a female. The male appeared particularly formidable, its coat a blend of gray and greenish hues, marking it as an adult male wolf. The female clutched a mountain chicken in her jaws, her belly noticeably swollen, indicating she was likely pregnant. Mingzhou scanned the surroundings with caution, relieved to find no other wolves nearby. Wolves are pack animals. Provoking a pack could leave him with no choice but to fire in self-defense. With only 2 before him, he deemed it unnecessary to escalate the situation. The pelt of a wolf, punctured by bullets, held little value. However, he decided to spare the female wolf. With heavy snow imminent, he could not ascertain the survival chances of her unborn pups. He was somewhat taken aback, as wolf gestation typically occurs between February and April, making the likelihood of survival at this time exceedingly low. There are rules in hunting. One must not hunt pregnant females. Yet, should the male wolf threaten him, he would be justified in defending himself with lethal force. Just like on the battlefield, When the enemy draws their weapon, hesitation can be fatal. At that moment, the male wolf seized its opportunity, preparing to launch an attack. It revealed its inch-long canine teeth, its greenish eyes fixed intently on the unwelcome intruder. With a low growl, it crouched, poised to leap and sever the throat of its prey. To it, this hairless monkey was merely a harbinger of death. Meanwhile, the female wolf discreetly set down the mountain chicken and began to circle Mingzhou, aiming to flank him from behind. These two creatures exhibited tactical acumen, yet Mingzhou remained unflustered, keeping his gaze locked on the male wolf while gripping his rifle tightly. He understood that the male would initiate the attack, with the female poised to support, seizing the opportunity when he exposed any vulnerability. Suddenly, the male wolf's fur bristled, emitting a low growl, while the female raised her head. Howling twice, this was the signal to attack. As anticipated, the male lunged toward Mingzhou's throat. Its forepaws reached out like hooks, and its massive jaws gaped wide, revealing sharp teeth dripping with saliva. Mingzhou could even detect the metallic scent of its blood on its tongue. It moved with blinding speed, sending dried leaves swirling in its wake. Simultaneously, the female wolf lunged, baring her teeth and aiming for Mingzhou's rear. This was their strategy, to attack both the upper and lower flanks simultaneously, ensuring a high probability of success. Unfortunately for them, their opponent was Mingzhou, not the hairless monkey they had envisioned. With widened eyes, he sidestepped the male wolf's assault, simultaneously evading the female's strike. "Kill!" he shouted, executing a perfect thrust that pierced the male's abdomen. Utilizing the wolf's momentum, he performed a swift disembowelment, clean and decisive. The male wolf collapsed, intestines spilling forth, and fell 5 meters away, its paws clawing at the ground, blood seeping from its mouth, its life quickly ebbing away. The female wolf, startled, cast a lingering glance at her fallen mate before retreating with her tail tucked. Mingzhou, however, did not pursue. This male wolf weighed a hefty 70 pounds. Stripped of its head and pelt, it would still yield a substantial 35 pounds of meat, more than sufficient. He approached the fallen creature and plunged his knife into its throat. The pungent blood flowed forth. This step, known as bleeding out, would enhance the flavor of the wolf meat. With deft hands, he skillfully skinned the wolf, bundling the pelt with vines, along with the wolf meat and mountain chicken, and submerged them in the pond. In such weather, the wolf meat would remain unspoiled for 10 days. Having completed these tasks, he ventured to a clear area to assess the sky. The sun had begun its descent, indicating it was around 4 in the afternoon. He slung his rifle over his shoulder, grasped the wolf, and made his way down the mountain at a leisurely pace. Chapter 4. Certificate of Severance. The day was still young. Mingzhou knew he could not simply enter the village in such a conspicuous manner. Carrying both the rifle and the wolf would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention and lead to considerable trouble. He calmly gathered a large bundle of dry branches, including pine needles, birch twigs, and many other unidentifiable branches. The 56-style semi-automatic rifle, with its brown stock and black barrel, already boasted considerable concealment. Together with the wolf, he concealed everything within the branches, rendering it nearly indistinguishable from the outside. With dried vines, he tightly bound the branches, disguising the entire arrangement as firewood. As shadows deepened and the crows cawed, who could tell which woodcutter was at work? To be prudent, he waited until nightfall, before slipping back home under the cover of darkness. Upon entering the courtyard, he immediately heard his mother's voice. "Mother-in-law, why are there only 2 flatbreads and 2 bowls of thin porridge? I have worked as hard as 2 people. Not only do I toil in the fields, but I also prepared this meager meal." "Oh, so working for 2 people entitles one to the rations of 4? Is there such a good fortune in this world?" Inside the room, a worn-out square table bore a flickering kerosene lamp, casting a dim, yellowish glow. Beside the lamp, several chipped coarse porcelain bowls held a small portion of pickled vegetables, 2 bowls of porridge, and 2 black flatbreads. Lu Hongmei, Lu Mingyuan, and Lu Xiaoya sat at the table, their faces etched with worry. Zhou Yinglan stood near the doorway, her dark shadow looming on the wall like a malevolent specter. Lu Mingyuan could no longer restrain himself. "Mother, you 3 may eat this porridge and flatbreads. I am not hungry." Xiaoya chimed in, "Mother, you and second brother can eat. I am not hungry either. Second brother must be returning from hunting soon." She looked at Lu Mingyuan in confusion. "Eldest brother, why are you covering my mouth? Hunting?" Lu Hongmei's expression darkened, and she abruptly rose, questioning sharply, "Eldest, did you not say that second brother went to a classmate's house?" "Ha ha ha." Zhou Yinglan's laughter was grating. "What classmate? He went hunting this morning. The reason I stayed back was to see what he could bring home." Lu Hongmei panicked, rushing to the inner room to retrieve an old flashlight, trembling as she tested it. An orange glow emanated in the darkness. Her voice was choked with emotion. Eldest, why didn't you say so sooner? Forget the meal. We must hurry to the village head's house and ask for help in finding second brother. Zhou Yinglan, relishing the chaos, retorted, what's the point in searching? If he hasn't returned by now, he has likely fed to a bear. With a loud crash, Lu Mingzhou placed firewood on the steps, proclaiming, you're the one who will be fed to a bear. Zhou Yinglan's expression darkened. You little rascal. How dare you speak to your grandmother that way? Unable to write or hunt. Your existence is a waste of food in this world. Why can't you learn from Mingfeng, who is clever and capable? That is the true pride of our Lu family. Cut it out, old woman. You wish for your grandson's demise, don't you? Once again, I say, hurry up and divide the family, and stop leeching off us. Lu Mingzhou was unafraid and spoke plainly. Lu Hongmei quickly grasped his sleeve, pulling him back with urgency. Second, what nonsense are you spouting? Quickly apologize to your grandmother. It's too late. Zhou Yinglan, like a wounded wolf, glared at Lu Mingzhou, wishing nothing more than to rend him limb from limb. Her rage surged, her breathing becoming labored as she shouted, come, little rascal. Today, I shall see you all starve to death by dividing the family. With a thud, she kicked the door and strode toward her second son's house. Zhou Yinglan had 3 sons, Lu Dajiang, Lu Dahu, and Lu Dahai, a year and a half prior. Her eldest, Lu Dajiang, had tragically passed, leaving behind his wife Lu Hongmei and their 2 sons and a daughter. The second son, Lu Dahu, now 38, was married to Huang Huiqin and had a son, Lu Mingfeng, who was a month younger than Lu Mingzhou. The youngest son, Lu Dahai, aged 35, was an ne'er-do-well, engaging in petty thievery and still unable to find a partner. Zhou Yinglan, often referred to as the Empress Dowager, held absolute sway in the Lu family, and none dared challenge her authority. Yet, Lu Mingzhou was resolute and undaunted. Come what may, I fear nothing, he declared, following Zhou Yinglan without a hint of submission. Lu Hongmei grasped Lu Mingzhou's hand, tears flowing freely. Eldest, please try to persuade your younger brother. Our family lacks labor. How will we sustain you all? Mother, do not worry. Lu Mingyuan gently supported her. My brother and I are not children anymore. After a day's labor, we can earn 5 work points. If we divide the family, we will not starve. It is far better than being compelled to feed bears by grandmother. Seeing her eldest son so resolute, Lu Hongmei had no further protest. She merely took her daughter's hand, allowing her eldest son to lead them out. Along the way, her heart felt heavy and bittersweet, tears streaming uncontrollably, her body weak, as though her feet were treading upon cotton. How could she be unaware of her mother-in-law's favoritism? In the Lu family, her own family was treated like grass, while others were regarded as treasures, especially the cherished Lu Mingfeng, who was coddled as if he were fragile, a rare gem indeed. Yet, as a mere woman, what could she do? In this era of famine, merely being able to raise her children was her greatest aspiration. She would gladly toil like a beast of burden. At Lu Dahu's home, Zhou Yinglan stormed in, shouting at her second son. Second, go fetch 20 pounds of cornmeal. Your precious nephew is dividing the family. Lu Dahu was taken aback. Mother, how can you begrudge your grandson? Besides, 20 pounds of cornmeal is far too little. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his arm, nearly bringing him to tears. He glanced beside him to see his wife, Huang Huiqin, glaring at him with fury. Hurry. Do as mother says. What's with all this nonsense? Reluctantly, Lu Dahu complied, locating the wooden barrel where grain was stored, scooping out cornmeal until he reached 20 pounds. Feeling guilty, he secretly added 2 more scoops. Zhou Yinglan then instructed Huang Huiqin, daughter-in-law, go fetch 4 bowls. Make sure they are decent. All right. Huang Huiqin swayed her hips as she walked to the kitchen. Moments later, she returned with 4 chipped porcelain bowls. Zhou Yinglan, with an air of triumph, pointed at the cornmeal on the ground and the damaged bowls. This is how the family shall be divided. Take these and roll out of here. From now on, the Lu family has no ties with you. Lu Hongmei was taken aback. 20 pounds of cornmeal would barely last a few days, perhaps not even a week. Moreover, what was the meaning of her sister-in-law choosing the most broken bowls? Lu Mingfeng, who had remained silent, smiled as he produced 2 sheets of paper. Cousin, why must we make such a fuss? Grandmother is quite reluctant. Let me write this family separation agreement. Lu Mingzhou took the paper, narrowing his eyes upon reading it. Wow, this isn't a family separation agreement at all. It's a proof of severance of relations. This is to certify that I, Lu Hongmei, Lu Mingyuan, Lu Mingzhou, and Lu Xiaya voluntarily separate from the Lu family on October 8, 1968. From the date of signing this document, all matters of life and death, illness, marriage, and funerals shall have no connection with the remaining members of the Lu family. How ruthless! Such a clean break. Yet, he relished it. He signed without hesitation. Following closely, Lu Mingyuan added his signature. Lu Hongmei, knowing resistance was futile, trembled as she signed her name. Subsequently, everyone except the absent Lu Dahai signed. Even the illiterate Zhou Qinglan and Xiaoyao pressed their handprints. Done. Zhou Qinglan was satisfied. Lu Mingzhou was even more pleased. He folded one of the sheets and tucked it into his pocket. With one hand grasping the cornmeal and the other lifting the little girl, he declared, "Let us go. Little sister, second brother will take you for a feast." Chapter 5. Old woman, who do you think you are? At Lu Dahe's home, the four of them exchanged glances. Lu Mingfeng, his throat parched with longing, grasped Zhou Yinglan's hand, shaking it incessantly. "Grandmother, did cousin manage to catch something while hunting? Is that why we are separating?" Zhou Yinglan's eyes momentarily widened, her pupils constricting. "Surely not. This little brat can neither carry nor lift. What could he possibly catch? Who knows?" Huang Huiqin frowned, recalling Lu Mingzhou's earlier actions, growing increasingly suspicious. "I suspect he has indeed caught something and wants to keep it all to himself. Think about it. We are only given 20 pounds of cornmeal, and Mingzhou didn't bat an eyelash before agreeing. Is this little bit of food enough to last us even a few days?" Zhou Yinglan's anger surged, her nostrils flaring with indignation. "You little rascal. If you truly caught something and dared to be unfilial to your grandmother, I will not let this go unpunished." Mother Lu Dao, squatting on the threshold and smoking a pipe, finally spoke up. "Now that the family is divided, even if they have meat, it would be a favor if they share. If not, so be it. I think it's better to avoid more trouble." "Lu Dai, you spineless wretch." Huang Huiqin, hands firmly planted on her hips, unleashed a torrent of invective upon her husband. "What are you good for? All you do is turn your elbows outward. Do you not understand that honoring the elderly is a traditional virtue? Did you not attend school in your youth, or did all that learning go to waste?" Zhou Yinglan shot a glare at her second son, her expression tinged with discontent. "To have lived a full life, yet be less cultured than a woman. Daughter-in-law, come. Let's pay a visit to his home." Lu Mingfeng hurriedly interjected. "When the elders are in need, the younger generation ought to shoulder the burden. Such trivial matters. I shall handle them myself." Zhou Yinglan's ire only grew as she advanced and seized Lu Dai's ear. "Do you see? Mingfeng is the embodiment of filial piety. Learn from him henceforth." Inside the Lu residence, Lu Hongmei sat silently on a stool, a cloud of frustration enveloping her heart. She gazed forlornly at a meager portion of cornmeal, troubled by the thought of how to endure until the spring of the following year. Could it be that she truly had to take her three little ones out into the biting wind and snow to beg? Little Yi tilted her small head, innocently asking, "Big brother, what is Erge doing? Didn't he say there would be meat to eat?" Lu Mingyuan, listening to the rustling sounds from the main room, sighed. "Your second brother is merely vexing grandma. There isn't really any meat. We shall have cornmeal. Ergo is bad. Ergo is lying. I want to eat meat." Yiya's disappointment was palpable, her little mouth pouting in dismay. "Who says there is no meat?" In the darkness, Lu Mingzhou emerged, a pair of wolf entrails in hand. "Is there truly meat?" The three within the room were momentarily taken aback, their expressions a blend of astonishment and joy. "Meat?" Yi was the first to spring into action, bouncing over with outstretched arms. "Ergo, you are marvelous. You are the best second brother in the world." Lu Mingzhou feigned a stern expression. Who was it that just said Ergo was bad? Yi stuck out her tiny pink tongue, her small hands nervously twisting together. With her head cocked to one side and a sweet smile gracing her face, she sweetly said, "Ergo, I was just joking. Yi likes you the most." With that, she tiptoed and planted a kiss on Lu Mingzhou's cheek. "Ha ha!" Lu Mingzhou's spirits soared. How could he not adore such a cheerful little sprite? "Gulme, Ergo will cook you some meat." Lu Hongmei rubbed her eyes, incredulously saying, "Eldest, pinch me. I must be dreaming. Mother, it must be real." Lu Mingyuan chuckled wryly, scratching his head as he watched the two figures, one large and one small, head towards the kitchen, feeling a sense of unreality. Outside, Lu Mingfeng stealthily approached the courtyard wall under the cover of night. He dared not enter the courtyard, but huddled beneath the icy gusts, concealed at the base of the wall. Through the dim light, he discerned dark silhouettes on the window paper. Laughter and merriment emanated from within, faintly echoing Yiya's cheers. They seemed so joyful. Could it be true that there's meat? The thought of having gone nearly 3 months without meat made him restless, and he swallowed several times. Soon, the aroma of cooking wafted through the air. Are they preparing to cook steamed corn buns? Lu Mingfeng wrinkled his nose, inhaling deeply. Suddenly, he froze. This scent was utterly divine. It was indeed meat. There could be no mistake. Well, this family is truly sneaking some meat. No wonder they are so desperate to split the household. You cunning Lu Mingzhou, with your thick brows and bright eyes, how devious you are. Gulp. As the tantalizing aroma grew stronger, Lu Mingfeng swallowed again, his mouth watering. That was originally mine. Consumed by jealousy, he fixed his gaze on the chimney, spewing sparks. The savory scent wafting from that direction. No, I must tell Grandma. If I cannot eat meat, neither shall anyone else. He sprang to his feet, racing back toward home. A moment later, in the Lu kitchen, the fire blazed brightly in the stove, crackling with a lively sound, the red flames illuminating the entire room. In a large iron pot atop the earthen stove, bubbling sounds emerged. Inside, 5 pounds of wolf entrails simmered away, while the remaining portion soaked in the water tank, prepared for tomorrow's meal. At this moment, the meat had been stewing for half an hour, emanating an irresistible fragrance. Lu Hongmei tended to the fire. Lu Mingzhou manned the pot, and Lu Mingyuan cradled Yiya, who watched eagerly from the side. With her big eyes fixed on the meat, she leaned forward, anxiously swallowing her saliva. Ergo, when will it be ready? My tummy is hungry. Lu Mingzhou pinched her little cheek, almost just a little longer. His ears were particularly keen, faintly picking up sounds from the house. The fish had finally taken the bait. No, the grand performance was about to commence. Bang! The kitchen door was violently kicked open. You wretched scoundrel, hiding away to eat meat without regard for my wife. Zhou Yinglan stormed in, pointing an accusatory finger at Lu Mingzhou as she unleashed a torrent of curses. Old hag, who are you? Do I know you? Zhou Yinglan felt as if she had struck a fist against cotton, the impact dissipating into nothingness. For a moment, she was at a loss for words. Oh dear, such filial piety. You don't even recognize your own grandmother. Worse than that fool who err at the village entrance, who at least calls me grandma. Huang Huiqin, with her fingers arched like a delicate orchid, wore a scornful expression, her derision reaching its peak. You dark-skinned matron, who do you think you are? You dare call me dark-skinned matron? You ungrateful wretch. I'll take you on. Huang Huiqin, sensitive about her darker complexion, was particularly affected by such comments, often saving her money for makeup. They say one should not strike a person's face or expose their weaknesses. However, Lu Mingzhou, with his sharp tongue, could not resist rubbing salt in her wounds, leaving her no choice but to retaliate. Her eyes widened, hair disheveled, hands clawing like a tiger's paw, with long nails aimed directly at Lu Mingzhou's face. Chapter 6. Raising a White-Eyed Wolf. Pulling hair, scratching faces, biting arms. These are the 3 great tricks of rural ruffians in a brawl. Whether this is a nationwide standard remains to be seen. How could Lu Mingzhou allow Huang Huiqin to land a scratch? As she lunged at him, he gracefully sidestepped, losing her target. Huang Huiqin lost her balance and crashed heavily against the stove's edge. Oof! A sharp pain shot through her, and she emitted a muffled groan, her body curling like a boiled shrimp. As she felt herself slipping down, she instinctively reached out to grab something. By sheer coincidence, she grasped the scorching edge of the iron pot. Ouch! Ouch! Huang Huiqin's hands were seared, leaving 2 angry red lines. In her agony, she released her grip and tumbled to the ground, rolling about while her cries echoed sharply through the night sky. My God, I'm dying of pain. That little wretch is trying to kill me. Someone, come quickly. At this moment, a crowd of onlookers had gathered. After all, with hundreds of households in the nearby mountain village, after dinner, they all enjoyed a leisurely stroll. Today, they had stumbled upon quite the spectacle. The Lu family was feasting on meat, a nephew attacking his aunt. This was a double delight that no one could resist witnessing. Zhou Yinglan, distressed for her daughter-in-law, trembled with rage. You little wretch, how dare you strike your aunt? Lu Mingzhou rolled his eyes, hands raised in surrender. Which of your eyes saw me strike her? She crashed into the stove herself and burned her fingers. Can you blame me? If she hadn't dodged, would she have crashed into the stove? Zhou Yinglan squinted angrily, leaning forward, her neck stretching long. You little brat, I never imagined your heart to be so malicious. You wish your aunt dead, don't you? And if I do? Lu Mingzhou dismissed her. Get lost, you old hag. Go away and don't delay my cooking. Zhou Yinglan's face turned pale, her expression one of disbelief. Good heavens! A scream erupted, echoing through the heavens and shaking the eardrums of all present. No one expected that an old woman, half a foot in the grave, could produce such a powerful cry. Zhou Yinglan fell to the ground, her feet kicking wildly, and in just a few moments, her worn cloth shoes were sent flying. Her tears flowed freely, as if she had suffered a tremendous injustice, her hands incessantly striking the ground with a resounding slap. Come quickly and witness. The grandson of the Lu family, struck by heaven's wrath, assaults his own aunt and seeks to drive his grandmother to her grave. Is there no sense of justice left? You heartless wretch, after your hunt, you couldn't even offer your grandmother a taste? How can you be so devoid of filial piety? I raised you, providing for your every need, and this is how you repay me? You are destined for divine retribution. You are nothing but an ungrateful wolf, with malice ingrained in you from a young age. Why didn't you let a wild beast take you away, or let a bear crush you? I must have accumulated 8 generations of misfortune to have raised such an unfilial spawn. A stream of relentless curses poured forth from her lips amidst her heart-wrenching cries, leaving one to wonder how she possessed such a vast vocabulary of venomous words. The villagers could no longer bear to watch and began to interject with their counsel. Mingzhou, after all, she is your grandmother. For the sake of humanity and reason, at least let her have a taste. They urged, you are family. Sharing the meat is only natural. Don't take this too far. It is only right for the younger generation to show respect to their elders. There is nothing further to discuss. Seeing the tide of public sentiment turning against him, Zhou Yinglan felt a swell of satisfaction. She thought to herself, this meal was merely the beginning. In the future, any good fortune you encounter will be shared with me, or I shall create a scene daily. At nearly 70 years of age, what have I not witnessed? If you wish to contest with me, you are still quite inexperienced. I ask you if you still intend to remain in this village. Beware, for your own spit may drown you. Lu Mingzhou seemed oblivious, merely stirring the meat in the pot. Instantly, the aroma intensified, and the sound of villagers swallowing their saliva filled the air. What is happening? A deep voice broke through, and the crowd parted to reveal a middle-aged man in a blue zhongshan suit approaching. Village chief, Zhou Yinglan exclaimed. Leaping to her feet with such speed, it left onlookers astonished. You must stand up for this old woman. My husband passed away early. My son is useless. And just when I thought I could see my grandson grow up, who knew I would end up raising a heartless wretch who nearly drives me to my grave? Sun Dihao, somewhat disgusted, shook off her grasp. Speak plainly, let us keep it brief. If there is merit in your claims, I shall certainly advocate for you. This old woman was not one to be trifled with. Even the most baseless of grievances would be stirred into a tempest. Zhou Yinglan paused momentarily, then resumed her performance. Tears and snot flowing as she accused, Village chief, you have no idea. My grandson went hunting today, and not only did he refuse to share his catch with me, but when I confronted him, he even attacked his aunt. Tell me, is this still human? Even animals understand the need to repay their elders. Yet my grandson of the Liu family does not comprehend this fundamental principle. She rambled on and on. Sun Dihao, a seasoned village chief, quickly grasped the crux of the matter. What you mean to say is that he should share some of the meat with you, correct? Zhou Yinglan nodded fervently, yes. And he must be held accountable for his actions against his aunt. At the very least, he should apologize. His wrongdoing warrants that all the meat belongs to me. A collective gasp arose from the crowd. This old woman was indeed ruthless, daring to demand the entire pot. Sun Dihao turned his gaze to Lu Mingzhou, an expression of surprise flickering in his eyes. In his memory, this child was simple-hearted, honest, and polite. How could he have acted so outlandishly today? Sun Dihao's expression grew stern. After all, filial piety is paramount. Once an elder labels you as unfilial, you are bound to face scorn in the village, and no one will respect you. This child may find it difficult to marry in the future. Today's events will leave a lifelong stain upon his reputation. The work must continue, and he cleared his throat. Mingzhou, why have you acted in this manner? Because we have separated our household. Lu Mingzhou's response was succinct. Zhou Yinglan's face twisted with resentment as she shouted. Just because we have separated, does that mean you no longer owe your grandmother your respect? Just because we have separated, does that mean you are not a grandson of the Liu family? Your actions will bring down divine wrath upon you. The bewildered villagers chimed in. It's merely a separation, but you still bear the Liu surname. Indeed, even in separation, you still carry the blood of the Liu family. Filial piety remains. Regardless of separation, how can one cease to recognize their grandmother? Sun Dihao's expression grew serious. Mingzhou, your words are unfounded. Separation does not sever familial bonds. Lu Mingzhou picked up a piece of paper and read aloud. What if the separation certificate states that from now on, life and death, sickness and health, marriage and funerals, are no longer matters concerning the Liu family? A collective gasp echoed through the crowd, plunging them into a profound silence. What kind of separation certificate is this? Whose certificate is written in such a manner? Sun Dihao shook his head, finding the situation utterly absurd. Mingzhou, is this really what the separation certificate states? How could it be false? Lu Mingzhou extended the paper towards Sun Dihao. The more Sun Dihao read, the graver his expression became. The shock on his face slowly morphed into disbelief, which was then replaced by fury. He clutched the paper tightly, his eyes blazing as if aflame. Zhou Yinglan sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Seizing the moment as Sun Dihao was caught off guard, she attempted to snatch the paper away. With her legs slightly bent, she leaped with all her might, soaring high. However, just as her fingertips grazed the paper, Lu Mingzhou swiftly pulled it back, folded it neatly, and tucked it away. Zhou Yinglan was enraged, screaming hysterically, "You little brat! Don't you know that family shame should never be aired in public? Hand it over!" Sun Dihao stepped in to block her. Zhou Yinglan, you are clearly in the wrong here. Do not make a scene. And who wrote this paper? Zhou Yinglan defiantly retorted, "I wrote it." What? Do you intend to kill me for it? Sun Dihao refused to believe her. He turned to Lu Mingfeng amidst the crowd, his face darkening as he asked, Mingfeng, tell the truth, did you write this? Lu Mingfeng, who had been watching from the sidelines, never anticipated that the flames would engulf him as well. He had meticulously planned for his grandmother and Lu Mingzhou to clash. Regardless of the outcome, he would benefit. If his grandmother emerged victorious, he would enjoy the meat. If she lost, Lu Mingzhou would bear the disgrace of being unfilial, losing the respect of the entire village. At that point, marrying a wife would be a struggle for him too. What was there to lose? However, fate had other plans. And now the village chief's suspicion had turned toward him. He squeezed through the crowd, attempting to retreat. Stop! Sun Dihao barked, Lu Mingfeng. If you dare to leave now, your university recommendation will be the first thing I oppose. With the college entrance exams halted, the only path to university was through village recommendations, requiring approval from the commune and stamping from the county, passing through numerous hurdles to have any chance. Lu Mingfeng had long harbored the desire to attend university and had submitted applications twice, though he had been rejected each time. Yet, he remained undeterred and wished to apply again. Sun Dihao's words struck at his very lifeline. The skies seemed to collapse around him. It's not my fault, Lu Mingfeng exclaimed, his face pale as he protested loudly. Village chief, this was my grandmother's intention. I was merely following orders. To save himself, he unhesitatingly betrayed his grandmother. Zhou Yinglan, however, was unyielding. Mingfeng is right. It was my decision, and I will take full responsibility. Sun Dihao declared loudly. Today's events have made it abundantly clear. Zhou Yinglan has not only separated her household, but also written a certificate severing ties. The evidence is irrefutable and cannot be denied. Everyone disperse. Mingzhou's actions are justified. Zhou Yinglan was nearly apoplectic, never expecting that her own machinations would backfire. Oh heavens! She collapsed onto the ground, once again howling to the sky. You beasts, all of you come together to bully this old widow. I shall report you to the commune. Enough. Lu Mingzhou suddenly let out a thunderous roar, the resounding voice causing everyone's ears to ring. Zhou Yinglan was startled, her sobs faltering weakly. Lu Mingzhou stepped forward and clasped his hands in salute, addressing the crowd. Respected elders and fellow villagers, I, Lu Mingzhou, am not one to act without reason. Before our separation, I refrained from voicing my grievances. However, now that we have divided our households, I must enumerate the 3 grave transgressions of Zhou Yinglan. First, she incessantly boasts of her benevolence, claiming to provide sustenance for my family of 4. In truth, last year, she absconded with my father's 500 yuan burial fund and pilfered all the grain from our household, asserting that she would ensure our family was well-fed and well-clothed. Within 6 months, she only allocated rations for 2 people, leaving my family to suffer from hunger. Second, within the entire Lu family, aside from my second uncle, no one labors in the fields. My mother earns merely 8 work points a day, while my elder brother and I receive only 5 each. Who, then, is truly supporting whom? My mother also bears the burden of preparing meals for the family. And whenever she falters, Zhou Yinglan resorts to either beating or berating her. Who can endure such a life? Third, today, she coerced my brother into hunting in the mountains. Lacking both a dog and a gun, how could he possibly succeed? Everyone knows the mountains harbor wild boars, bears, and other perilous creatures. Which of them is easily dealt with? As I ventured into the mountains today, I encountered 2 wild boars. Had they not been injured, I might not have returned alive. After our division, she offered merely 20 jin of cornmeal and 4 bowls, barely suitable for feeding dogs, yet she audaciously compelled my family to sign the division agreement. I ask you, how dare she demand meat under such circumstances? His words shattered the crowd's perceptions, delivering a shocking revelation. This malevolent woman, who incessantly whispered of her kindness, revealed her true nature. How could one be so wicked as to force their own grandson into hunting? Such a person is unworthy of humanity, having even claimed her own son's burial fund. The true essence of benevolence lies in not taking what does not belong to you. Zhou Yinglan, humiliated and seething, rose to her feet and, upon noticing her daughter-in-law Huang Huqin still lying on the ground, kicked her in a fit of rage. Huang Huqin, perplexed, asked mother-in-law, "Why are you kicking me? Go home." Zhou Yinglan retorted, her pride wounded. "Aren't you cold on the ground? We will discuss it later." She tugged at Huang Huqin, her head bowed and back hunched, squeezing through the crowd like 2 forlorn strays. Laughter erupted from the crowd, amplifying their hurried exit from the courtyard. Sun Dihao gravely announced, Lu Mingzhou has done no wrong today. It is Zhou Yinglan who has overstepped her bounds. Now, everyone may disperse. He adjusted his collar, cleared his throat, and led the way out of the Lu household. As the crowd dissipated, tranquility returned to the Lu family. where the wolf meat had long since turned soft and mushy. Before a large bowl of meat, Lu Mingyuan and Yaya devoured their portions ravenously. Wow, wow, wow. Yaya, eating too quickly, burned her tongue and gasped, unwilling to relinquish the meat in her mouth. Slow down, there's plenty more. No one is competing with you. Lu Mingzhou said, a twinge of concern in his voice as he patted his sister's back to help her breathe easier. However, when his gaze shifted to his mother, he was taken aback. Mom, why are you crying? Eat the meat. Lu Hongmei clutched her chest, finding it difficult to swallow. Is this really wolf meat? Did you truly encounter 2 wild boars? Lu Mingzhou sought to alleviate her worries with a jest. Mom, do you really believe that? If I didn't embellish the story a bit, how could I explain that the meat was snatched away by Grandma? Lu Hongmei's heart felt heavy, suffocating her, but still wolf meat. How did you manage to hunt it? Lu Mingzhou reassured her, offering a generous piece of meat. Mom, rest assured. I borrowed a gun from a classmate's father and shot it. Unbeknownst to them, a figure silently lurked outside the window. Chapter 8. I'll personally vouch for him. Surely that will suffice? The following day, Lu Mingzhou awoke at dawn, preparing to retrieve some wolf meat from the mountains. Suddenly, he spotted his third uncle, Lu Dahai, approaching with 3 police officers. A chill ran down his spine. He sensed impending trouble. He had been careless. Just as he contemplated retreating, he heard Lu Dahai bellow, "Comrades. That's him. He is illegally possessing firearms. Seize him." A cold sweat broke out on Lu Mingzhou's forehead. He cursed himself for his negligence, recalling that his uncle had a knack for stealth, moving without a sound. Initially, he had intended to procure some wolf meat to establish a relationship and obtain a hunting license. With that license, he could legally own firearms, albeit not the Type 56 semi-automatic rifle, which would need to be disguised as a Type 38 bolt-action rifle. Unfortunately, one misstep had led to a total collapse of his plans. Before he could even implement his scheme, he had been reported, and he might end up incarcerated. In this era, gun possession was not strictly prohibited. Private ownership was generally met with confiscation and reprimand. However, this applied to ordinary firearms. Possessing a newly issued military weapon could lead to a 3-year prison sentence. 3 years. His family would likely starve in that time. Given his skills, escaping would be a trivial matter. Even if apprehended, he could break free at any moment. Yet, what would be the point? His escape would only result in his family suffering, leading to their demise. The more he contemplated, the more dire the situation appeared. Goodness, Lu Dahai, are you attempting to drive me to the brink? Lu Dahai approached with a smug grin. Nephew, did you not expect this? You are in possession of firearms. Your third uncle will act with righteous indignation. He struggled with his words, a speech impediment earning him the nickname Stuttering High. Internally, Lu Mingzhou cursed, maintaining an impassive facade. Possession of firearms? What firearms? Where did you even get that notion? Stop pretending. Lu Dahai rolled his eyes dramatically. I heard it last night. Oh, you must have misheard. The meat was something I found in someone else's trap. I was merely boasting. Is boasting illegal? In the realm of petty theft, Lu Mingzhou could not rival his uncle. However, in a battle of wits, even 3 Lu Dahais combined would not be his match. The lead police officer stepped forward and saluted. Comrade Lu Mingzhou, I am Zhao Guangxing, the deputy director of the 18 Li Commune Police Station. We received reports from the public regarding your illegal possession of firearms and are here to verify the situation. Please cooperate. Regrettably, within 10 minutes, 2 officers emerged with a Type 56 semi-automatic rifle. The older officer reported, Director Zhao, we found a gun. It was hidden under the bed in the inner room. Lu Mingzhou felt a chill run through him as he noticed the shiny silver handcuffs being placed on his wrists. Comrade Lu Mingzhou, you are suspected of illegal firearm possession. Please accompany us. Lu Dahai wore a triumphant expression. Let's see you talk your way out of this. Lu Hongmei burst from the house, her face pale and trembling as she pleaded. Comrades, there must be some misunderstanding. My son just found it and was about to report it. Zhao Guangxing frowned. We will verify the situation with our own investigation. Anyone's word cannot be taken at face value. Yet Lu Mingzhou remained composed. Mom, you should return home. I will be back shortly. Lu Hongmei was unwilling to accept this. She attempted to argue further, but was forcibly restrained by Lu Mingzhou. Mom, it has come to this. We can only rely on my luck now. Your actions will obstruct law enforcement and could land you in trouble as well. Yaya, rubbing her eyes, rushed out just in time to see her brother being taken away. She burst into tears, sprinting after him, but she could not catch up. The dark green tricycle rattled forward, emitting a loud engine roar and leaving a trail of black smoke behind. Zhou Yinglan watched Lu Mingzhou being taken away. Feeling elated, this scourge has finally been apprehended. It seems the third child has outsmarted him. Huang Huqin, her hands wrapped in bandages, bore her pain and gritted her teeth. That little wretch deserves to be executed. Lu Mingfeng's eyes gleamed with resentment. unable to suppress a smile. I've inquired. They can't execute him. He'll likely serve 3 years, but by the time he gets out, he should be a broken man. 20 minutes later, the motorcycle came to a halt in an open space beside a rickshaw, specifically a Jeep 212. Ahead stood a Haiqing house, established during the Guangxu era, characterized by a traditional Sihuan layout, featuring a main hall flanked by 2 wings and a rear wall. The exterior walls, constructed from dark green bricks, were coated with a layer of lime, and at the entrance, a pair of half-height stone lions stood sentinel. A round stone archway led into the premises, adorned with a metallic sign that read, "Surely Commune Police Station." "Get out," commanded the elder officer as he helped Lu Mingzhou down from the sidecar. Within the west wing, a small room served as the interrogation chamber. The lighting within was less than adequate, with the white walls bearing the stark inscription, "Confess for leniency, resist for severity." In this era, although the police station was equipped with electric lights, they only functioned from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. During the day, when cases were being processed, the only option was to open the door, for without it, one could scarcely see to take notes. Concepts of privacy and confidentiality regarding case details were utterly non-existent. Conversations within the interrogation room could be heard with crystal clarity from outside. The elder officer conducted the questioning while a younger officer took notes. "What is your name?" "Lu Mingzhou." "Age?" 16 years. "Date of birth?" "October 26, 1952. Meanwhile, in the office of the station chief, a girl with delicate features and an aloof demeanor stood up. Her raven black hair was styled into a single braid. Dressed in a green military uniform atop light blue trousers and sporting a pair of military running shoes, she addressed her relative. "Uncle, I shall take my leave now. I would appreciate your attention regarding the bear bile matter." Feng Yuanzheng hastily rose, responding, "Qingwei, you're being too formal. I will do my utmost regarding this matter. Also, please extend my regards to your father." "Certainly." With no further ado, Shun Qingwei stepped towards the door, her disheveled bangs dancing softly in the breeze, reminiscent of a delicate chrysanthemum swaying in the wind. "I'll see you out." Feng Yuanzheng followed her to the entrance. Suddenly, she paused, her expression turning contemplative. A faint smile graced her frosty visage, her eyes sparkling with an enchanting allure. Feng Yuanzheng was taken aback. Was this ethereal beauty not known for her icy demeanor? She always appeared so frigid around others. He turned to follow her gaze, noticing a handsome young man passionately arguing. "I've told you several times, that gun was found by me. I'm merely a student, and now that school is out, I went hunting in the mountains. Surely that's not forbidden? If necessary, I'll turn it in, no problem." She inquired softly, "Uncle, is this issue serious?" Feng Yuanzheng replied candidly, "To be honest, it's not particularly severe. The main concern is that the gun is quite powerful, and without proper guarantee, private ownership is not permitted." Shun Qingwei nodded thoughtfully. "Can I personally vouch for him?" "You?" Feng Yuanzheng furrowed his brow. "Is that advisable? If your father learns of this, he might give me an earful." "Please, uncle." Shun Qingwei adopted a pleading tone. With no alternative, Feng Yuanzheng relented. "All right, on your behalf. I will personally vouch for him. Does that suffice?" Chapter 9. Why haven't you written to me? At the Bali Commune Police Station, in the chief's office, Feng Yuanzheng sensed he had acted rightly. For the second time, he witnessed a smile illuminate Shun Qingwei's face. "It's been over a year. How have you been?" she asked softly, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. "Just the same, working in the commune." Lu Mingzhou felt somewhat awkward, not anticipating encountering the school bell here. "What brings you here?" "Please, do not misunderstand. I meant no offense, merely inquiring." She waved her hands repeatedly, her slender fingers reminiscent of freshly peeled bamboo shoots, leaving trails of ethereal presence. "I found a gun in the old forest." Lu Mingzhou frowned, visibly displeased. "I found a gun in the old forest. Yet they insist I stole it. I've never left the village. Where could I have stolen it?" Shun Qingwei's gaze turned slightly icy. "Uncle, is this truly the case?" Feng Yuanzheng, startled, noted how swiftly her demeanor had shifted. He hastily clarified, "It's a misunderstanding. Let us clear this up." Shun Qingwei's eyes twinkled as she turned to Lu Mingzhou, offering a gentle smile. "I haven't introduced you yet. This is my uncle, Feng Yuanzheng, the station chief here. He says it's a misunderstanding, so all is well. By the way, what do you need the gun for?" Seeing Lu Mingzhou's calm reaction, she became more at ease. "For hunting." Lu Mingzhou spread his arms wide. How can one hunt without a gun? He felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had heard tales of Shun Qingwei's impressive family background. It appeared to be quite formidable indeed. He refrained from further speculation, as she was the school belle, and they had only exchanged a handful of words over 2 years. "Is that so?" Shun Qingwei covered her cherry lips, her eyes sparkling with mirth. "With your petite frame. I hope you want to get beaten by a wild cat. What are you saying?" Lu Mingzhou flexed his muscular arms, demonstrating with a few stretches. This is muscle, see? Her laughter rang out like silver bells, shaking the very air around them. Buzz. Feng Yuanzheng felt as if his head might burst. Was this truly the ice-cold beauty he knew? It seemed she not only smiled, but could also joke. Who was this boy to evoke such a reaction? Definitely someone not to be trifled with. This gun must be returned by any means necessary. But did this boy truly know the trouble he was courting? Did he not realize this was a Type 56 semi-automatic rifle? Was this something an ordinary commune member should possess? Enough, enough, for Qingwei's sake. I'll grant you a stroke of fortune. He steeled himself. You two continue chatting. I'll be back shortly. Inside the office, the atmosphere suddenly turned quiet, leaving only the two young individuals exchanging glances. After a prolonged silence, Shun Qingwei lowered her head and softly asked, "Can you truly hunt?" "Yes." Lu Mingzhou, whose experience with girls was limited, felt his cheeks flush slightly. "Why haven't you written to me?" Her voice was barely above a whisper, like a mere flutter of wings. "What?" Lu Mingzhou's heart skipped a beat, thinking he had misheard. "Right? What would I write?" Shun Qingwei stared at him in disbelief. Clenching her hands tightly around her collar, tears of frustration welled in her eyes. "I clearly asked Lu Mingfeng to deliver a message to you. Yet, I have never received anything." Lu Mingzhou felt his head spin, suddenly understanding Lu Mingfeng's animosity towards him. Surely not. He and the school belle were entirely innocent. From different worlds. Shun Qingwei seemed lost in thought, her gaze downcast, her expression growing colder. Moments later, she lifted her head. "Remember, my family's address is." At that instant, Feng Yuanzheng burst into the room, breathless with excitement. "Good news, good news." He panted, sweat glistening on his forehead, disregarding any need to wipe it away. As he gulped down a large enamel cup of water, he set the cup down heavily, wiping his mouth with a grin. "I just returned from the forestry station. They informed me that winter hunting is about to commence. Soon, hunters will be organized to track down the bears, and we should have news within a month." "A month?" Shun Qingwei trembled slightly, desperately suppressing her rising fear. "The doctor said we cannot wait a month. It's best to find it within a week." "But you've been searching for the bear bile for nearly a month without a clue." The doctor's one-week timeline is not as simple as it sounds. Feng Yuanzheng frowned, a hint of bitter amusement crossing his face. Lu Mingzhou looked into Shun Qingwei's eyes and noticed an unsettling glimmer. In her almond-shaped eyes, a faint layer of grayish-white scar lingered. Having studied basic medical knowledge during his time in the army, he recognized this as a condition known as corneal opacity, commonly referred to in the Northeast as cloudy eyes. In an era devoid of corticosteroids and lacking surgical options, the only remedy involved a mixture of bear bile, musk, and borneal, which could be prepared as an eye drop for external application. While musk and borneal could be readily purchased at pharmacies, acquiring bear bile was far more challenging. How could one possibly think that a bear is easy to hunt? The bear bile is exceptionally rare. Otherwise, how could it fetch such an exorbitant price of nearly 500 yuan, with its availability hinging solely on fortune? "Fear not, I shall assist you in the hunt," Lu Mingzhou declared with unwavering resolve. Silence enveloped the office, as both individuals stared at him in disbelief, their expressions almost inscribed with the words, "I don't believe you." This was no jest. Feng Yuanzheng lightly drummed his thigh, a grave look shadowing his eyes. "A month prior, I enlisted several seasoned hunters to pursue one. Yet they returned without even a trace. I appreciate your kind intentions, and it brings me joy," Shun Qingwei said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She pressed her lips together tightly and clenched her fists before continuing, "But please do not take such risks. I will devise another plan." Covering her eyes, as if fearing Lu Mingzhou might see her distress, she hurriedly exited, her voice choked with emotion. "Cousin, I am feeling unwell. I must return home." Feng Yuanzheng quickly followed her. "Qingwei, take care. Allow me to escort you." Lu Mingzhou stood in stunned silence. Had he spoken amiss? It seemed not. Yet why did Shun Qingwei depart in tears? Upon returning, Feng Yuanzheng held an object in hand, none other than a 56-style semi-automatic rifle. He could scarcely comprehend why the proud Shun Qingwei would harbor affection for this foolish lad. Prior to entering the vehicle, she had explicitly instructed him to look after him. However, the disparity in their statuses rendered any hopes of a union nearly impossible. Ah well, with Qingwei advocating on his behalf. Perhaps this fool had indeed struck a fortunate chord. He solemnly passed the firearm to Lu Mingzhou, stating, "You may use this weapon, but never against a person. I have vouched for you. Should you dare engage in any nefarious deeds, I shall be the first to retrieve you. Enough, there is nothing more to be done here. You may leave." Lu Mingzhou was taken aback, astonished that he could depart unscathed with the rifle intact. As he stepped out of the police station, an unreal sensation washed over him. He walked slowly, aware of the glances directed his way. "Look, That person carries a hunting rifle. How impressive. Indeed, when did such a fine rifle come into existence? I wish to acquire one as well. Come now, I just returned from service. That is the new Model 56 semi-automatic rifle. Is that so? How did he come by such a modern weapon? Who knows? More than an hour later, at the Liu family residence, Liu Dahe emerged with a basin of water, just as Lu Mingzhou passed by the gate. Clang! He froze, his grip slackening, and the enamel basin fell to the ground, spilling its contents everywhere, soaking his shoes and pant legs. Oblivious to the mess, he stood there like a marionette, eyes wide in disbelief. You're back? How? How did you return? Lu Mingzhou, growing impatient, replied, Are you foolish? Naturally, I walked back. Chapter 10, 81 Sets. As Lu Mingzhou entered the courtyard, he heard his mother's quiet sobs from within. Eldest, take all this cornmeal to the village chief. Let him ponder a solution. Mother, the village chief has already stated he cannot assist. He has no authority over the police station's matters. Oh, my poor child. What are we to do? The sound of footsteps approached, startling Yaya, who had been weeping in the living room. Rubbing her eyes, she recognized the newcomer and leaped up, exclaiming with excitement, Mother, my second brother has returned. Your second brother has endured great trials inside. What? He has returned? Lu Hongmei struggled to rise from her seat and hurried outside. Wow! In the courtyard, Lu Hongmei beheld her second son standing before her, unharmed, and could no longer contain her emotions, enveloping him in a tight embrace as she wept. Second son, it is a relief you have returned. I feared I would never see you again. Lu Mingzhou's eyes glistened with moisture. He was not foolish. He understood that were it not for Shun Qingwei today, he might not have escaped. Ah, Lu Dahe, this matter cannot simply be brushed aside. Yet he consoled his mother. It is fine. I have returned, have I not? Lu Mingyuan approached with Yaya in his arms, discreetly wiping his eyes before playfully punching Lu Mingzhou's shoulder. Second brother, that rifle looks quite impressive. At lunchtime, they feasted on wolf meat accompanied by steamed corn buns, a satisfying meal. After placing his bowl down, Lu Mingzhou shouldered his rifle and announced, Mother, I am full. I shall venture into the woods. His mind was preoccupied, yearning for the chance to encounter a bear and take it down with a single shot. However, bears, also known as black bears, are not easily found, particularly in the depths of autumn. During summer, they often descend from the mountains to feast on corn and potatoes, causing havoc in the fields. In autumn, they retreat to their dens for hibernation, seldom emerging. Ultimately, he wandered the forest for a couple of hours, only to find not a single bear, nor even a rabbit. It dawned on him that his earlier encounter with the young bear had indeed been a stroke of beginner's luck. In a genuine confrontation with a bear, given his skills, he would not cower. Yet with only 7 days remaining, and having made such bold claims, could he truly locate a bear? To be honest, he felt uncertain. In the dense mountain woods, prey was plentiful. However, this hunting ground spanned 600 miles east to west and 1,000 miles north to south, and finding quarry depended solely on fate. Clearly, today, fortune was not on his side. By around 4 in the afternoon, realizing he would not succeed in the hunt that day, he returned to the waterhole, bringing back the wolf meat, wolf pelt, and mountain chicken. He felled a miscellaneous tree to fashion a carrying pole and used several willow branches to create a makeshift rope, stringing the wolf meat and head together. Testing the weight on his shoulder, it felt quite stable. The willow branches were resilient. Even a single one could easily bear 70 to 80 pounds without faltering. As he made his way down the mountain, he pondered whether he should consult the old mountain hunters on how to hunt bears. Merely possessing marksmanship without the ability to locate prey was not sufficient. Soon, he arrived near the mountain god temple, where a vast expanse of wild grass lay, commonly referred to as the offering grass. The dry leaves rustled in the breeze, and amidst them squatted a tall figure, engaged in some task. Lu Mingzhou squinted, recognizing Zhang Wuye's grandson, Zhang Haizi. An idea sprang to his mind, and he resolved to approach him. From a distance, he called out, Brother Haizi, what are you up to? This was a rhetorical question, for in the wilderness, what else could one be doing but setting traps? The so-called setting traps referred to creating snares. In these times, iron was a precious resource, not abundant enough for constructing wild boar traps. Mountain hunters in northeast China, besides using firearms, were all adept at setting traps, especially effective in autumn and winter. However, during the thaw, as spring approached, setting traps was prohibited. This was the custom. Zhang Haizi, a towering figure standing at nearly 6 feet 3, dark and robust, resembled a bear from afar. He replied in a deep voice, Little brother Mingzhou, you two have come to hunt. What a bountiful yield. You managed to catch a young bear. I came out for a stroll, setting a few traps. As they conversed, Lu Mingzhou had approached, glancing around before inquiring, why haven't tea you brought your dog today? Zhang Haizi sheepishly scratched his head, don't mention it. My grandfather mocked me for relying on my dog for hunting. Today I wanted to prove myself. So I'm setting a few traps to catch some mountain chickens to show him. How many traps? Lu Mingzhou observed the heap of sharpened sticks and a large bundle of thick fishing line at his feet, unable to restrain his curiosity. If you're going to set traps, you might as well set a few more. Not too many, just a couple dozen. What a talent. Lu Mingzhou decided to join in the excitement. He knew how to craft traps, but those were for confronting enemies. Trapping game was an entirely different skill in which he was not particularly adept. He approached Zhang Haizi, placing his burden upon the ground, and humbly inquired, "Brother Haizi, one typically sets traps in the cornfields. Why have you chosen this location?" Zhang Haizi chuckled knowingly, gesturing towards the pile of weeds before them. You see, my grandfather once taught me that beneath these piles of weeds lie grass seeds. At this time of year, the mountain chickens are particularly fond of burrowing within them, making it the perfect opportunity for trapping. I've heard from the elders that wolves have their paths, mice have theirs, and mountain chickens have their own as well. How does one discern the path of the mountain chickens? It's quite simple. One need only observe carefully. Zhang Haizi crouched down, pointing in a specific direction. Do you see that? The grass pressed down in this area indicates the mountain chicken's path. The female mountain chickens walk with their heads raised and bellies low, easily creating a trail. Setting traps along such paths greatly increases the likelihood of a catch. Lu Mingzhou followed his finger's direction and immediately grasped the concept. Among the tangled weeds lay a trail about 2 fingers wide, stretching a good 300 meters. The middle grass was flattened, while the grass on either side leaned slightly, making it nearly indistinguishable without close inspection. "Brother Haizi, nightfall approaches. Allow me to assist you," Lu Mingzhou volunteered, recognizing this as an excellent opportunity for practice. "Sure," Zhang Haizi replied without hesitation. "You may join me, Mingzhou." He deftly tied a live knot with a thick fishing line, securing it to a tree branch and inserting it into the ground, thus forming a trap. Is it truly this simple? Lu Mingzhou mirrored his movements and quickly learned the technique. However, a nagging feeling lingered. It seemed almost too easy. He had heard that there were many subtleties to setting traps, yet he dared not voice his doubts. With their combined efforts, the traps were quickly set, totaling 81 in number. Zhang Haizi grinned broadly, saying, just as the monk Tang Sung faced 81 trials on his journey for scriptures, "I will set 81 traps for the mountain chickens. I shall show my grandfather that I am capable of catching them." As evening descended, the sun sank low in the sky, casting a crimson hue across the horizon. At the entrance of Kaoshan Village, Lu Mingzhou released a mountain chicken, saying, "Brother Haizi, take this with you. Though it may not yield much meat, it will make for a delightful stew to accompany your drinks." Zhang Haizi waved his hands in refusal. No, I couldn't possibly accept this. Yet Lu Mingzhou pressed the chicken into his hands, insisting, "Just take it, and be sure to send my regards to Grandfather Wu. I intend to visit him in the coming days." Zhang Haizi wished to refuse once more, but Lu Mingzhou had already continued on his way, leaving him no choice but to relent. Under the old locust tree, 4 women gathered, exchanging tales of their families. "Did you hear? Last night, the second son of the Lu family assaulted his grandmother and aunt. It was quite a fright," one exclaimed. "Really? Surely the police must be after him for such behavior?" Another queried. "They came indeed. I heard from old lady Zhou that they took him away early this morning. He may face 3 years in prison," came the reply. "Well deserved. Any girl who marries him will be cursed for 8 generations. They were so engrossed in their conversation that they failed to notice Lu Mingzhou approaching until he was almost upon them. With a smile, he leaned in. "Aunt Wang, Aunt Zhang, Aunt Lu, Aunt Huang, what are you discussing?" Aunt Wang instinctively replied, "We're talking about the Lu family." Mingzhou, what brings you here?" Lu Mingzhou shrugged off their concern, continuing on his way home, his silhouette stretching long in the setting sun. The 4 women exchanged glances. Has Mingzhou gone and struck gold? One mused. "There's no doubt. Did you not see the rifle he carries?" Another added, "I meant, that wolf must be quite large. It will provide sustenance for quite a while. Indeed, any girl who gets involved with him will be truly fortunate." "But wait, just a moment ago, you said any girl who marries him will be cursed." "What? That is not true. You must have misheard. I've always thought this lad destined for greatness." At the Lu household, Zhou Yinglan was busy gathering laundry when she spotted Lu Mingzhou carrying 2 hefty pieces of wolf meat, her eyes widening in disbelief as she stood frozen in place. Her heart raced with excitement. So much meat. It's as if he brought home a small pig. How long will this last us? No, it's all ours. Just as he was about to pass their home, she hurriedly chased after him, calling, "Mingzhou, are you just going to leave like that?" Without turning back, Lu Mingzhou retorted, "What else should I do?" Zhou Yinglan, panting as she followed, pleaded as her grandmother. "Surely you can share at least half of this meat with me?" "No way," Lu Mingzhou barked, his voice startling her into silence. Moments later, she plopped down on the ground, lamenting, "Oh, heavens! Open your eyes and strike down this villain who has forsaken his own grandmother. At the Liu residence, dinner consisted of braised wolf ribs, and the family of 4 feasted heartily. Liu Hongmei cautiously asked, second son, this meat must weigh around 30 pounds. What are your plans for it? Chewing on a corn bun, Lu Mingzhou replied leisurely, I'll give 5 pounds to the village chief. The rest we'll consume at our leisure, and any leftovers will be made into cured meat. Oh dear, Liu Hongmei sighed. Second son, don't be too harsh. I weighed the cornmeal. There are 22 pounds. Your second uncle has been quite kind to you. Then I shall give him 2 pounds of wolf meat to repay this favor. Nothing more. Liu Hongmei nodded, her expression softening. I'll take it over later. No, I shall go myself. Lu Mingzhou feared that if Liu Hongmei spoke too kindly, Zhou Yinglan would sense an opportunity and continue to pester them endlessly. He sliced off 2 pounds of meat and headed towards his uncle's home. From across the courtyard of Liu Dehe's house, Lu Mingzhou keenly overheard Zhou Yinglan speaking. That little brat is infuriating. He has meat and one to even share with his grandmother. I wasted my affection on him when he was young. Lu Mingzhou was taken aback. Had his grandmother ever truly cared for him? Perhaps she had, but it was not apparent. At least, he had never felt it. Mom, what is the hurry? It wouldn't be that easy. Tonight, I shall sneak into his house and take all his meat, just to see how arrogant he can be. Yes, that is how it should be. That little brat caused my hands to blister. I must settle the score with him. Lu Mingzhou turned on his heel and walked away. Now is not the time to deliver the meat. Entering would surely alert his uncle. Ah, Lu Dahe, you nearly got me imprisoned, and I haven't settled the score with you yet you dare attempt to steal my meat? Very well, let me show you the prowess of the Liu family. At the Liu household, Liu Hongmei noticed that Lu Mingzhou had returned, the meat untouched, and questioned curiously, son, doesn't your grandmother want the meat? Of course she does. Lu Mingzhou snapped, they want all of it. My uncle plans to come tonight and steal it all. Liu Hongmei gasped, what should we do? Should we hide it? He is always sneaky. Wherever you put it, he'll find it. Lu Mingzhou handed the meat to her. Take it to the kitchen. I'll prepare some defenses against thieves. Liu Hongmei nodded and entered the house. No matter how soft-hearted she was, she understood the gravity of the situation. With only a small amount of cornmeal at home, if the meat were stolen, their family would starve. This little uncle is truly despicable. He needs to be taught a lesson. In the yard, Lu Mingzhou gathered a pickaxe and branches, busily digging and hammering away, engrossed in his task. At the eastern edge of the village, at Zhang Wu's house, the elderly man sat at the dining table, wrapped in a cotton coat. Yet he did not immediately pick up his chopsticks. At nearly 70 years of age, his hair was entirely white, but his eyes remained sharp as an eagle's. He scrutinized Zhang Haizi, a frown creasing his brow. You claim this mountain chicken was caught today? Zhang Haizi stuffed a piece of meat into his mouth, mumbling indistinctly, yes. What of it? Zhang Wu's expression darkened. Speak the truth. The color of this meat suggests it has been soaked in water for 2 days. Zhang Haizi felt a sudden jolt in his heart, realizing he could no longer keep the truth hidden. He quickly altered his statement. It was given to me by my younger brother Mingzhou. But fret not, for today I set 81 traps. I am certain to catch some pheasants, and I shall return two to him. Zhang Wu's expression softened slightly, and he nodded. Indeed, one must not take advantage of others. That is the right thing to do. You set traps, and 81 at that. Where exactly did you place them? Heh. Zhang Haizi scratched his head and grinned. Just by the pile of sacrificial grass near the mountain god's temple. I've scouted it well, and I'm certain there are pheasants there. Just that patch of land. Zhang Wu scrutinized his grandson, particularly eyeing his sizable feet, which were a good size 45. Zhang Haizi felt a shiver under his gaze. Yes, why do you look at me like that? I followed your advice and set traps along the wild pheasant trail. Did you do it alone? No, Mingzhou was with me. You can rest assured, tomorrow you shall be waiting to feast on pheasant. Zhang Wu sighed, picked up a piece of meat, and after chewing thoughtfully, remarked, when you catch a pheasant tomorrow, be sure to observe its gaze. Zhang Haizi froze, the meat he had picked up falling back into the pot. What? You can discern its gaze? Indeed, Zhang Wu replied languidly. You must ascertain whether its vision is impaired. Otherwise, how would it fall into your trap? Chapter 12. I never said I would let him go. In the stillness of the night, not a glimmer of light could be seen in Kaoshan Village. Only the cold wind whistled through the air. A thick layer of frost blanketed the ground, rendering the soil as hard as stone. In such weather, a person walking on the road would create a crunching sound. Yet, Lu Dahai traversed the path in absolute silence, akin to a shadowy cat in the dark. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of the Liu family courtyard. He did not rush into action, but rather circled the earthen wall of the courtyard with practiced ease. Confirming that there was no movement, he slightly crouched, leaped upward with force, grasping the edge of the wall, and deftly swung himself onto the top. Such movements were second nature to him. How could a mere earthen wall impede Lu Dahai? His notorious reputation as a night prowler in the surrounding villages was not unfounded. He stealthily approached the courtyard gate and unlatched it. This was his escape route. Should things go awry, he would flee at once. The principle of planning an exit before entering was a rule of thumb for someone in his line of work. Cloaked by the night, he moved to the left. However, after just a few steps, he misstepped and fell into a pit. Struggling to regain his balance, he leaned forward, hastily bracing himself against the icy ground. The palm of his right hand was scraped raw, and his knee was red and swollen, his trousers torn. Damn it! Which good Samaritan digs pits in their courtyard? Lu Dahai muttered under his breath. He had brought a flashlight, but dared not turn it on. The stakes were too high. He groped around until he found a stick, using it like a blind man to probe ahead. He reasoned that if he encountered another pit, it was likely that the cunning Lu Mingzhou had already prepared for his intrusion. He resolved to scout the area during the day and return at night. Yet, as he poked his way forward, he encountered no traps and successfully made his way to the steps. A wave of relief washed over him. His experience in navigating such situations had served him well. He felt along the wall, inching to the right, estimating that in another 5 or 6 meters, he would reach the kitchen door. As soon as he pried it open, the bounty of meat would be his. The mere thought of that pile of succulent meat made his mouth water. It was a true delicacy. If I leave a morsel for you, it would be tantamount to admitting defeat. As he continued to feel around, a sudden chill of apprehension struck him. Was there some sort of trap here? He discerned 2 small trees that he was certain had not been there before. But upon closer inspection, he realized it was a false alarm. They were merely felled trees intended for firewood. He could not fathom why they were placed here instead of the woodshed. Regaining his composure, he chuckled at his own cowardice, chastising himself for being startled by a mere pit dug in the yard. After taking 5 more steps, he encountered the 2 trees again, this time without a second thought. He advanced. Suddenly, he felt as if he had kicked something. Whoosh! He sensed a tight grip around his right leg, akin to being ensnared by a venomous serpent, sending shivers down his spine. A resonating twang echoed, reminiscent of a bowstring snapping, and he felt the world spin around him as blood rushed to his head. Bang! His forehead collided forcefully against the earthen wall, producing a tremendous sound. Blood was likely seeping from the wound, a searing pain radiating through him. Ah! He let out a piercing scream. Oh my God! Someone help me! Lu Dahai struggled desperately, but found himself ensnared, much like a fish caught in a net, unable to break free. He was suspended upside down by thick hemp ropes from the rafters, the bindings painfully constricting his feet. To make matters worse, his cotton jacket and pant legs hung down, leaving his midriff and calves exposed. The outdoor wind pierced him like a blade, cold and agonizing, and he could scarcely endure it. Help! Somebody! I'm dying. Let me go, I want to go home. His anguished cries reverberated through the night sky of Kaoshan Village, rousing the neighbors from their slumber. Inside the house, the warmth of the Kong was inviting. In the darkness, Lu Hongmei inquired, is your third uncle all right? What could possibly be wrong? Lu Mingzhou replied lazily, it's just a bit of flesh wound. He won't die. If we go out now, it will be hard to explain. And if the neighbors come to see, it might actually be a good thing. Before long, flames flickered outside. Despite the availability of flashlights in the northeast, people preferred the warmth of pine torches during this season. They not only illuminated the way, but also provided warmth. Amidst the crackling sounds of the fire, soon more than 30 people gathered outside. The torches lit the ordinary farmhouse courtyard as bright as day. The sight of Lu Dahai's plight left the crowd speechless. 1 foot dangled from the beam, his face bruised and swollen, a lump the size of a steamed bun protruding from his forehead, and his eyes bulged as he emitted cries akin to a slaughtered pig. Murder! Help! Please save me! In the courtyard, the crowd buzzed with chatter. This Lu Lao-san had always been a petty thief. It seemed he had finally met his match. TSK, this trap is no ordinary one. Even wild boars cannot escape it. Quite ruthless indeed. Lu Lao-san must weigh over 90 pounds, yet he has been hoisted up like this. Serve him right. He stole my old hen last time and didn't even own up to it. I lost $10 in a month, and someone saw him lurking near my home. Had it been anyone else, the crowd would have rushed to free him. But seeing it was Lu Lao-san, no one was eager to lend a hand. They harbored a collective animosity towards him, and witnessing his unfortunate state brought them a sense of satisfaction. Zhou Yingluan hurried over, and upon witnessing the scene, felt a mix of anxiety and anger, leading her to momentarily faint. Lu Dai quickly pinched her to revive her. After more than 10 seconds, Zhou Yingluan finally regained consciousness. She rushed to the window, pulled apart the paper, and shouted inside, "You little rascal, open the door. On such a cold day. Do you wish to harm your third uncle?" Unfortunately, the Kong was in the inner room, and her words had no effect on Lu Mingzhou. Nevertheless, he arose, donned a coat, and approached the window. "Old hag, what are you shouting about? What's this nonsense about a third uncle? Is it just because a wild boar was caught? Zhou Yinglan furiously waved her fists at the air, unleashing her frustration. Don't think I'm unaware. You set traps to ensnare your third uncle. You have a heart of stone. Someone like you deserves to rot in hell. Is that so? Lu Mingzhou raised an eyebrow. A wild boar invaded my home. What is wrong with me setting a trap? Why is your third uncle prowling around my house at such an hour? Zhou Yinglan's face turned pale with rage, and she could not find words to respond, only able to point angrily at him. You, Sun Dihao, braving the sub-zero temperatures, approached and upon assessing the situation, commanded, get a few people to bring Lu Dihai down. Zhou Yinglan stepped forward with heartfelt gratitude, exclaiming, Village Chief, you are truly a good man. Unlike that venomous wretch who wishes harm upon his own uncle. Cough, cough. Sun Dihao cleared his throat with a heavy cough, retorting, I never said I would spare him. Lately, things have been disappearing from the village, and the townsfolk have long harbored discontent towards Lu Laosan. Now that we have caught him in the act, let's see how he wriggles out of this. With a decisive wave of his hand, he commanded, bind him. We shall deliver him to the police station tomorrow to address his nefarious habits. Zhou Yinglan felt her strength wane and fainted once more. Chapter 13. The opening of the mountain gate Lu Dihai was taken away, and Zhou Yinglan was carried back by Lu Dai, with no spectacle to behold. The villagers gradually dispersed. Lu Dihai's attempt at thievery had backfired, as he sought to incriminate Lu Mingzhou but ended up ensnaring himself instead. However, such failed thefts typically resulted in a mere 3 to 5 days of confinement before release. Who knows what mischief might unfold by then? Even if it did, there was little to fear. It was simply a matter of confronting the adversary head-on. Lu Mingzhou, having been vindicated, stretched languidly, feeling refreshed as he settled onto the Kong and soon drifted into slumber. The following day, as dawn broke, a thin veil of mist enveloped Kaoshan Tun, rendering it ethereal. Zhang Haizi arrived, knocking on the door to summon Lu Mingzhou for a trap-checking expedition. Unable to refuse, Lu Mingzhou quickly washed up and slung his gun over his shoulder, joining him on the ascent. This time, Zhang Haizi had not brought a dog, evidently prepared to confront his grandfather. Along the way, Zhang Haizi was brimming with enthusiasm, saying, Mingzhou, with so many traps set, surely a few will yield results. Lu Mingzhou yawned and covered his mouth, replying, one can only hope. Regardless of whether we go early or late, the traps are already laid. Zhang Haizi insisted that one do. According to tradition, we must check the traps early. If we arrive late, the yellow and green foxes will take our catch. As they approached the stack of hay where they had set their traps the previous day, Zhang Haizi's excitement peaked. Mingzhou, how many mountain chickens do you think we'll catch? How many? 2 or 3 would be splendid, Lu Mingzhou replied. Impossible. At least 4. With such a long line of traps, how could we settle for just 2 or 3? He bent down to inspect the frosted haystack. The first trap yielded nothing. Unfazed, he continued rubbing his hands together. There are many more to check. The second trap had been disturbed. I told you there would be evidence of mountain chickens passing by. Just barely missed it. The third trap was empty. The fourth trap was also devoid of results. By the time they had checked over 40 traps, not a single catch had been made. Panic began to set in for Zhang Haizi. This can't be right. My grandfather always set them this way. How could there be nothing? They pressed on until they reached the final trap, which, lamentably, revealed not even a feather. Zhang Haizi's spirits sank. Let us not collect the traps today. The mountain chickens must not have come. We'll leave them overnight, and perhaps tomorrow they will enter. How's it going? A robust voice rang out. Zhang Haizi froze, his expression turning despondent. It's over. My grandfather is here to mock me. Lu Mingzhou followed suit, and soon spotted the silver-haired Zhang Huiya squatting down to inspect the traps. As he approached, he began to critique, TSK, TSK, TSK. Which blind mountain chicken would dare to venture into your traps? Look at this entrance trap. Set so low, how could it possibly catch anything? It's well known that mountain chickens walk with their heads held high. And what of this trap? The positioning is adequate, but couldn't you have set it lower? If all else fails, dig a little deeper into the ground, and you could ensnare them. Is there even a mountain chicken nest here? You need to set 2 traps. There are multiple nests, and they may come or may not. Who trampled the path leading to your 20th trap? You ruined it. The mountain chickens were traversing just fine, but now they're bewildered, wondering why there's a toll gate set up in their way. Such remarks, laced with sharpness, rendered Zhang Haizi unable to hold his head high. Yet, Lu Mingzhou's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The art of trap setting held numerous nuances, and he felt compelled to learn. Unable to contain himself, he asked, Huiya, do you take apprentices? I wish to learn from you. Zhang Huiya rose unsteadily, his body swaying slightly. It was said that a decade prior, a wild boar had gored his right leg, and after healing, it remained an inch shorter than the left. Though he moved with a slight limp, he was not slower than most. Yet, gradually he had abandoned the pursuit of hunting in favor of nurturing 2 hunting dogs to assist with catching game, supplementing his household income. That year, Zhang Haizi's father had suffered severe injuries and succumbed shortly after being brought home. His mother remarried, leaving only the grandfather and grandson to rely on each other. Lu Mingzhou felt as if Zhang Wuya's piercing gaze scrutinized him like that of a predatory beast, stripping him bare. Thankfully, Wuya merely nodded. You possess a sturdy physique. But whether you can become my disciple depends on the blessings of the ancestral spirits. Try opening the mountain gate and see if we are destined to meet. Open the mountain gate? Lu Mingzhou was perplexed, scratching his head. What does that entail, and how is it done? Zhang Wuya stroked his short beard, replying earnestly. Every craft has its own rules. Opening the mountain gate is essential for hunting. Choose a tree nearby. It will serve as the guardian spirit. Once the guardian is established, select a direction and walk 365 steps without stopping or speaking. You must not halt until you reach the count. All right, Lu Mingzhou resolved to give it a try. Shall we begin now? Certainly. First choose a tree. He pointed to a drought willow tree that stood beside the mountain god's temple, nearly twice a person's height. Good. Let us proceed. Zhang Wuya limped forward, guiding Lu Mingzhou and Zhang Haizi through the haystack towards the willow tree. Now, choose a direction. Any direction will do. Lu Mingzhou pointed towards the forest, declaring, Let us head that way. Zhang Wuya's expression turned solemn, and he clasped his hands together, speaking softly. Repeat after me. Lu Mingzhou did not hesitate, mimicking him. Mountain gods and land deities are most potent. Spirits and specters, heed my plea. As a disciple, I now enter the mountains. May the game abound before my eyes. Zhang Wuya's chant was elongated, resonating through the mountain winds, evoking a sense of desolation, imbued with a certain rhythm. Lu Mingzhou echoed the incantation. With a commanding voice, Zhang Wuya proclaimed, Now, let us open the mountain gate. Lu Mingzhou set forth in the direction he had pointed earlier. Before him lay an abandoned pond, and he walked along its edge, mentally counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Along the way, he passed through a small man-made grove filled with large trees. Inside, he discovered a plethora of wood ear mushrooms, but he had no time to gather them. 201, 202, 203. As he traversed deeper into the grove, he noticed signs of disturbance at the base of a tree, where a large circle of bark had been scraped away. Upon closer inspection, he spotted fresh droppings. Had he encountered a wild boar? Only wild boars would scrape the bark of pine trees, serving 2 purposes, to relieve itching and to coat their skin with pine resin, fortifying it. Known as the armored wild boar, it was impervious to bullets. Weighing in at over 300 pounds, even the mountain spirits dared not provoke it. For a single charge could cause significant harm. While the mountain gods may fear, Lu Mingzhou did not. Thrilled, he gripped his gun tightly and quickened his pace. Chapter 14. Such extraordinary talent, 271, 272, 273. As Lu Mingzhou walked, he held his gun firmly, pulling back the bolt to chamber a round. Soon, he spotted, 100 meters ahead, a cluster of 6 or 7 pigs beside a hollow willow. Among them, the largest boar weighed around 300 pounds, its expression one of acute vigilance as it observed him. This was due to Lu Mingzhou's position being downwind. Wild boars possess an exceptionally keen sense of smell. Should they sense a presence within 100 meters, they become wary, and any further approach would send them fleeing. This is precisely why hunting wild boars proves to be such a formidable challenge. If Lu Mingzhou had relied on a conventional smoothbore shotgun, he would have had little hope against this group of wild boars. However, he was armed with a semi-automatic rifle of the 56 model. There was no need for politeness. He did not aim at the largest boar for a 7.62mm bullet would likely prove insufficient against a creature exceeding 300 pounds. Even if he managed to hit it, it would likely escape. Instead, he aimed at a boar weighing approximately 160 to 70 pounds. At that moment, the wild boar appeared bewildered. What was this human doing, brandishing a stick? Should it approach? If it did, it could make a swift escape. What was the meaning of standing there? Zhang Wuya, who had hurried over, was equally perplexed. He had not anticipated encountering a group of wild boars here. With a puzzled expression, he inquired, Mingzhou, if you intend to hunt the wild boar, you must move forward. There's at least 100 meters here. Even if you could hit it, the bullet would lack the necessary force. Zhang Wuya, seasoned in the ways of the mountains, failed to recognize the rifle, mistakenly believing it was merely a standard shotgun. A shotgun's effective range is around 50 meters, and hitting a target at that distance would be the mark of a sharpshooter. Lu Mingzhou steadied his grip on the rifle, focusing intently on the sight, aligning it with the boar's head, and decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! The tranquil valley reverberated with the sharp crack of the gunshot. A flock of doves, startled from their hiding places, fluttered away, while the wild boars scattered in all directions, their hooves pounding the ground in haste. One boar struck squarely in the forehead, stumbled twice before collapsing, lifeless. Zhang Wuye was left utterly astonished. A single shot from such a distance, resulting in a fatal hit? This was a boar weighing 200 pounds. As an experienced hunter, he understood that hitting the head of a 200-pound boar was akin to hitting a target with a stone or a beer bottle cap from just 5 meters away. What kind of marksmanship was this? What kind of precision? Moreover, this rifle was evidently no ordinary firearm. From such a distance, the bullet had not veered off course, striking true at the head. It could be said that no one in the 18-mile commune could achieve such a feat. Although this young man had taken advantage of the rifle, the weapon itself was an integral part of a mountain hunter's prowess. Noticing Zhang Wuye's prolonged silence, Lu Mingzhou began to worry that he had committed a grave error. He had halted his expedition into the mountains, even discharged a firearm. Had he not violated the rules? With a wry smile, he said, "It's over, Wuye. I've lost count of how many steps I've taken. Should I reopen the mountain gate?" "No need." Zhang Wuye sighed dramatically. Lu Mingzhou felt an increasing sense of urgency. After finally finding a mentor, was he to lose this opportunity before even becoming an apprentice? He quickly pleaded, grasping Zhang Wuye's arm, "Wuye, grant me another chance. I genuinely wish to learn the art of hunting. I never said I wouldn't take you on." Zhang Wuye regarded him, his eyes sparkling like a treasure gem. "You encountered your first quarry on your very first foray into the mountains. Even if you hadn't hit it, it would still be considered a fortunate omen. Such occurrences are rare, perhaps a once-in-a-decade event. At least in recent years, I have heard of none. This indicates you possess a natural talent for hunting, as though the heavens have ordained you a provider. I will accept you as my disciple. For this boar, I shall take half as a token of apprenticeship. You have no objections, I trust?" Lu Mingzhou engaged the safety on the rifle and set it aside. He then bowed deeply 9 times, exclaiming, "Master, please accept my humble homage." "No need for such formality." Zhang Wuye chuckled, assisting him to rise. He solemnly removed a dark, unassuming whistle from around his neck and placed it into Lu Mingzhou's hands. Zhang Haizi enviously exclaimed, "Grandfather, that is the Wolf King's whistle, passed down through generations of our Zhang family. Why have you given it to Mingzhou?" Zhang Wuye shot him a glare. "You foolish boy. After 10 years of training, you still haven't grasped the basics. Can you blame anyone else? If this continues, our wolf hunting lineage will fade into obscurity." Upon hearing that it was a treasured heirloom, Lu Mingzhou felt unworthy of such a gift. Holding the Wolf King's whistle felt akin to grasping a hot potato, and he quickly attempted to return it to Zhang Wuye. "Master, I cannot accept this. Please give it to Haizi instead." "What nonsense!" Zhang Wuye thundered. "Why the fuss? If I give it to you, take it. Enough with the hesitation. With this, you will become the sole heir of our lineage. Once you have mastered your skills, you can assist your brother Haizi." Left with no choice, Lu Mingzhou reluctantly accepted the whistle. Zhang Wuye, satisfied, swayed over to the fallen boar. He observed a small round spot at the center of the boar's forehead, oozing blood, staining the grass below. This single shot had been clean and efficient, leaving the sizable boar with no opportunity to resist a swift demise. What excellent marksmanship! What a promising talent! Zhang Wuye was convinced he had stumbled upon a treasure. Hunting this boar typically required 2 people working in tandem, often involving the assistance of a hunting dog. The method involved positioning 2 hunters 50 meters apart, with the boar at the center. One would fire first. The boar, feeling the pain, would charge toward the shooter. The second hunter would need to be accurate, firing a shot at the boar's rear. As the boar pursued the second hunter, the first would reload and take a follow-up shot. This back-and-forth strategy might require 2 rounds of fire, followed by the involvement of dogs, to successfully bring down a single boar. If either hunter missed or experienced a malfunction, the only recourse would be to abandon the quarry and climb a tree. In the deep woods, outrunning a frenzied wild boar was nearly impossible. Yet here was Mingzhou, so young, who had felled a 200-pound boar with a single shot, a feat unheard of and unseen. To claim he had merely benefited from the rifle would be an understatement. The effective range of these firearms was still inferior to that of a shotgun at close distance. Had it not been for Mingzhou's remarkable accuracy, striking the boar squarely in the forehead, it would have been astonishing if the beast had not pursued the 3 of them. Although Blackie was present and possessed considerable strength, there was no doubt that capturing the boar would be a challenge. Zhang Wuye called out to Zhang Haizi, "What are you standing there for? Get this boar taken care of." By taking care of it, he meant bleeding it out and skinning it. Failing to do so would result in the blood congealing within the body, rendering the meat unpalatable and gamey. "I'll handle it," Lu Mingzhou declared. Swiftly taking a knife to the boar's throat, blood flowed forth with precision and decisiveness. He then proceeded to eviscerate it, his technique so adept that even the seasoned hunter Zhang Wuye was left speechless. Had he not watched Lu Mingzhou grow up, he would have thought the boy was a seasoned professional. A prodigy indeed. His talent was extraordinary. Chapter 15. Wolf hunting in the mountains. Zhang Haizi busily prepared the boar's offal, grinning from ear to ear. Brother Mingzhou, no, I should start calling you Master Brother. It's great to follow you. Yesterday, we caught a mountain chicken, and today a large wild boar. I think I'll stick with you from now on. Zhang Wuye, infuriated, retorted, you of all people should have some pride. Fortunately, I have not taken you as an apprentice. While Lu Mingzhou continued expertly skinning the wild boar, he nonchalantly remarked, Master, you're being too formal. In the future, Haizi can accompany me on hunts, and we can look out for one another. Alas, Zhang Wuye sighed deeply. Very well. He may be a bit clumsy at hunting, but he has the tenacity to assist you with heavy lifting. Zhang Haizi chuckled. Grandfather speaks wisely. Mingzhou, just leave the heavy task to me from now on. Within an hour, the wild boar was thoroughly processed, cleaned to perfection. As the clock struck 9 in the morning, the sun had just begun to disperse the fog enveloping the village, signaling the time for work. In a nearby mountain hamlet, everyone, eager to complete their tasks before snow fell, hurried to repair the soil ridges and clear away the dead grass roots in preparation for the coming year's planting. Look, what is that? Oh my heavens, what a colossal pig. How long will it take to consume this? Is that not Zhang Wuye? Did he not declare he would no longer venture into the mountains? What brings him back this time? Alas, in his prime, Zhang Wuye was renowned within a 100-mile radius. The villagers of the settlement paused their labors, enviously gazing at the trio approaching in the distance. Leading the way was Zhang Wuye, though he stumbled with each step. His pace was remarkably swift, his spirit radiant. Lu Mingzhou, carrying a rifle, followed closely behind, alongside Zhang Haizi, who bore a stretcher upon which a wild boar was securely fastened with willow branches and vines. The weight of the beast was evident, as the meat quivered with each step, and the stretcher creaked ominously under the burden. Suddenly, Zhang Wuye halted. Lu Mingzhou dared not inquire, merely coming to a stop alongside him. Zhang Haizi took a step forward, nearly losing his balance in the process. With a puzzled expression, he queried, We're almost home. Why have we stopped? At that moment, a raspy laugh echoed through the air. What have I just witnessed? Zhang Laoda has ventured out to hunt again. The sun must be rising in the west. The newcomer, aged yet still vigorous, donned a green military coat, his gaunt face marred by a sunken right side, lending him a somewhat menacing appearance. Behind him trailed a middle-aged man and a youth, both similarly attired, each bearing a long shotgun with an air of arrogance. Ye Lord, what brings you here? Zhang Wuye demanded, his gaze fixed upon him, displeasure evident in his demeanor. What brings me here? Why, to hunt, of course. Galaer smirked as he glanced at the wild boar, then back at Zhang Wuye, another blind pig brought down by a cripple. If you had any skill, I wouldn't be the one getting gored by pigs. Enough. Zhang Wuye's fist clenched tightly, his body trembling slightly as the veins on his neck bulged with rage. How dare you mention the past? In order to save you, Fu Hai charged the wild boar king, and what did you do? You took the opportunity to flee. Oh, are you getting agitated? Ye Lord, replete. Tilting his head with a sinister grin. I never asked him to come to my rescue. He acted like a hero of his own accord. Isn't your Zhang family known for their heroics? Why not act the hero now? The forestry station has requested mountain hunters. Aren't you one of them? Why not go? I'm leaving, it's pointless. Galaer yawned. Once a great Zhang Wuye. Now, just a frail old man. How pitiful. Zhang Wuye watched the retreating figures of the trio. His chest heaving, breath labored and heavy. As 2 tears streamed down his cheeks, he appeared to have been drained of all strength, his posture bending with age. His gait wobbled, reminiscent of a flickering candle. Lu Mingzhou, unfamiliar with Galaer, refrained from asking questions. The elder generation's affairs were not his place to meddle in, especially when Zhang Wuye chose to remain silent. As a disciple, he knew he must maintain decorum. There was evidently history between Galaer and Zhang Wuye, punctuated by past grievances. Galaer's hunting trip was clearly commissioned by the forestry station, seemingly to assist Xinqing Wei. Although Lu Mingzhou wished to join, he understood better than to intrude. After all, Galaer had sought the prey first, and would be ill-advised to take advantage of the situation. Moreover, mountain hunting required caution. A single life lost in the depths of the forest would render the body irretrievable, let alone solve the mystery of the death. Such endeavors demanded familiarity. Who would willingly traverse the wilds with strangers? At Zhang Wuye's home, he instructed the two to place the wild boar in the center of the main room, then ventured inside to rummage through his belongings. Shortly thereafter, he emerged with 2 yellowed portraits, one depicting an elder in a coarse robe, bow, and arrow in hand, and the other showcasing a particularly mystical wolf. Howling at a full moon, Zhang Wuye hung the portraits in the center of the room, lighting incense and bowing 3 times in reverence. With incense in hand, he knelt, murmuring, I humbly bow before the king of wolves, as the 14th generation disciple of the wolf exorcism sect, Zhang Fengliang. Today, I accept Lu Mingzhou as the 15th disciple. seeking the blessings of our ancestor. This child possesses commendable roots and a pure character. I hope he will abide by our sect's rules. Not misuse the art of wolf exorcism, and approach with reverence, taking only what is necessary without reckless slaughter of the forest creatures. He then beckoned Lu Mingzhou. Come, Mingzhou, offer incense to our ancestor and the king of wolves. Lu Mingzhou, holding 3 sticks of incense, bowed 3 times with respect before placing them in the incense burner. With that, his initiation ceremony was complete in its simplicity. Upon hearing the news, Lu Hongmei arrived with Lu Mingyuan and Yaya. Upon seeing the 2 tiger-striped dogs, she hesitated to approach. The male, named Sai Huzi, and the female, Sai Shishir, were both statuesque and muscular, their eyes gleaming with an eerie green light. Watchful of the 3, their black and yellow stripes were as smooth as satin, bred for hunting, adept at throat-locking and groin hunting. Zhang Wuye admonished, stand down. You will accompany him to his home from now on, and yet you don't wag your tails? A flicker of reluctance crossed Zhang Wuye's eyes, yet he felt powerless. These 2 tiger-striped dogs were the culmination of 3 generations of breeding. All other dogs had been sold, leaving only these 2, and he was loath to part with them. Nevertheless, now that Mingzhou had become his disciple, it seemed fitting to bestow them upon him. Lu Hongmei busied herself preparing the initiation banquet at home. Lu Mingyuan and Zhang Haizi assisted, while Yaya observed. Within the inner room, Zhang Wuye produced a yellowed, stitched volume titled Wolf Exorcism and Mountain Patrol. He entrusted it to Lu Mingzhou with a serious expression, stating, "This is the secret manual of our Wolf Exorcism sect, the first volume. It teaches you how to set traps, discern footprints, scents, droppings, and animal trails, as well as how to track and hunt. Study it thoroughly, and you will naturally grasp its essence. Should you have any questions, come to me." The second volume has little content. It pertains to Wolf Exorcism and Mountain Patrol. If within 3 years you can slay the mountain god or a mountain demon, I shall teach you the rest. Otherwise, I would rather take it with me to the grave. Chapter 16, Reviving the Glory of the Sect. At noon, at Zhang Wuye's residence, a brown 8 immortals table was set in the yard, flanked by long benches. The main dish was a large bowl of wild boar stewed with sauerkraut. The meat tender and inviting, its aroma mingling with that of the sauerkraut, filling the courtyard. Accompanying dishes included stir-fried pig liver, vinegar-pickled pig intestines, pig meat soup, and pig meat stewed with potatoes, among other appetizers. The vegetarian offerings comprised a plate of stir-fried potato strips, a plate of cabbage, and the staple corn cakes, constituting a simple yet hearty initiation feast. On the table sat Zhang Wuye's treasured sorghum liquor, intent on testing Lu Mingzhou's alcohol tolerance. He deliberately drank 3 large bowls with him, amounting to a significant 9 liang. This potent liquor proved challenging even for Zhang Wuye, causing his stomach to churn and the fiery sensation to rise in his throat. What Zhang Wuye did not anticipate was that his disciple, after consuming the liquor, displayed only a slight flush to his cheeks, remaining mostly silent as he busily served dishes for himself and his mother. Mountain hunters rarely abstained from drinking. However, those who became too talkative after a few drinks were often met with disdain. Many would boast about their exploits throughout the Northeast after downing several cups. Reflecting on his own past, Zhang Wuye mused that had he not indulged, he might have avoided calamity. As he observed Lu Mingzhou, his spirits lifted, and the earlier unpleasantness gradually faded from his mind. However, as the sky darkened and the wind began to rise in the courtyard, Zhang Wuye furrowed his brow and murmured, "Looking at this weather, it seems snow is on the horizon. Why is it so early this year?" He stood and entered the house, soon returning with a leather hat. "Mingzhou, wear this when you venture into the mountains. I had it made after hunting a badger a few years back. However, it was completed just before the incident, and I never got to use it." Zhang Haizi interjected, "Grandfather, I've inquired about that hat for years, yet you never bestowed it upon me. Why does my junior receive all the fine things upon becoming a disciple?" Zhang Wuye, flaring with indignation, raised his hand as if to strike him. "You little rascal. How can you speak like that? If only you had half the talent of Mingzhou, I would gladly give you all my possessions." Lu Mingzhou hastily interjected, No, master. Please do not be angry. I shall give this hat to Brother Haizi." Zhang Wuye's eyes widened. "What do you mean give? He already possesses a dogskin hat, which was also a gift from me. From now on, when you venture into the mountains during the cold, wear this. Do you fear he might perish from the chill?" Zhang Haizi chuckled. "Junior brother, do not take offense. I merely jest. This hat of yours is indeed a fine item. I have secretly worn it, and it is quite warm." Zhang Wuye savored a sip of liquor, his eyes brimming with pride. "When it comes to possessions, my greatest pride lies in these 2 dogs. It took me a considerable time, traversing numerous villages, before I selected these 2 purebred brindle hounds. Each year, I raise a litter, and those with minor flaws are either sold or gifted away. Only after 5 litters did I choose these two, one male and one female. These two are the kings of brindle hounds, unflinching in the face of wild boars. Come, come, allow me to show you how to feed them. You may take them home to raise. They are excellent guardians and remarkably adept when herding. He procured 2 dog bowls, filled them with crumbled corn flatbreads, drizzled with meat gravy, added a few chunks of meat, and included some leftover bones. He handed the bowls to Lu Mingzhou, saying, "Go on. These two will not eat what others offer. They will only eat what I provide." Lu Mingzhou bent down and placed the bowls before the brindle hounds. The dogs glanced at Lu Mingzhou but remained motionless, merely gazing up at Zhang Wuye. Tears glistened in Zhang Wuye's eyes as he crouched down to stroke Sai Huzi and then Sai Shishir. "Good, dear dogs, eat now." His voice trembled slightly, fingers quivering. "After you finish, follow Mingzhou home. He shall be your new master." Woof woof. The 2 dogs seemed to comprehend, lying down affectionately, nuzzling Zhang Wuye's hand, tails wagging incessantly. Upon closer inspection, one could see tears welling in their eyes. Lu Mingzhou was taken aback. These dogs possessed such extraordinary sensitivity? Wiping away a tear, Zhang Wuye stumbled back inside. "Mingzhou, once they finish eating, take them home quickly. If you delay, I fear I may grow too attached." Leaning weakly against the doorframe, he instructed, "Haizi, I have finished my meal. I shall rest in my room. You handle the chores here." He turned to Lu Hongmei. "Hongmei, you may return as well. Haizi can manage the menial tasks." Creak. The door to the inner room closed, and Zhang Wuye climbed onto the bed, tears streaming down his face. He regarded these 2 brindle hounds as he would his own grandchildren, holding them in the same esteem as Zhang Haizi. Now faced with separation, how could he bear it? At 68 years of age, he remained sharp of hearing and sight, listening to Lu Mingzhou and Zhang Haizi as they tidied up the dishes and cleaned the kitchen. He felt an overwhelming urge to rise and keep the dogs. Yet he could not, for a good hunting dog could only realize its potential when paired with a capable hunter. Brindle hounds have historically been the royal choice for hunting. They are not only fierce in the chase, but also fiercely loyal. Especially when he heard Mingzhou leading the dogs away, their soft whimpers echoed with reluctance. Zhang Wuye pressed his hands to his ears, his heart wrenching, tears cascading down as he hunched over, feeling as if he had aged a decade. Yet such is life. One legendary era must inevitably conclude, making way for the birth of another. Just as the sun sets in the west, it shall rise anew in the east. Never failing to do so, Lu Mingzhou walked along the path with the dogs in tow. The sky loomed ominously, dark and foreboding, with the north wind howling. As he donned his leather hat and gripped the reins, he realized that he had come into a significant fortune this time. The 2 dogs he held, either one of them, were surely worth far more than the wild boar he had encountered today. What he did not know was that had he managed to bring back even half of the meat today, Zhang Wuye would not have gifted him these 2 dogs. Such is the nature of humanity. You are genuine, and I shall be genuine. You are false, and I shall turn away. If Zhang Wuye had not perceived Lu Mingzhou as a sincere individual, would he have entrusted him with such splendid dogs, knowing that he would partake in the hunt? Throughout his life, he had never taken on disciples. Even his grandson was but a half-hearted apprentice. It was not that he lacked the desire, but the rules of the wolf-driving sect were stringent, and a single misstep could invite calamity. He felt a twinge of regret. His only son, Zhang Haifu, was clearly not destined to be a wolf king, yet he stubbornly insisted on teaching him the wolf-driving mountain patrol. Tragically, the outcome was disastrous. The elder bereaved the young, and he himself lost a leg. The opening line of Wolf-Driving Mountain Patrol reads, "My techniques may be lost, but they must not be recklessly shared. Those fated to inherit from the Wolf King shall be chosen. Otherwise, disaster shall ensue." This sect's techniques can be traced back to the Northeast chief, Sun Liang. During the Xunji era, the wolf-driving sect was established, gaining immense renown in its early years. In the Guangxu era, a hunter king emerged from the Northeast, Zhang Shunkai, renowned across the regions of the Xing'an Mountains and Changbai Mountains. This man was none other than Zhang Wuye's great-grandfather. His great-grandfather trained countless hunters throughout his life, yet none were deemed disciples. It was not until Zhang Wuye turned 8 that he was accepted as a direct disciple. When Zhang Wuye first acquired the Wolf King whistle, he believed it to be an ordinary item, only gradually coming to understand its extraordinary nature. However, after the founding of the nation, he was heavily influenced by atheism and dismissed these wonders as mere coincidences. He thought he could only teach Haizi to be a hunter, and that the wolf-driving techniques would be lost to time. Little did he expect to encounter Lu Mingzhou at this juncture. This lad might indeed have the opportunity to revive the glory of the sect. Chapter 17. Ascending the mountain to hunt the blind bear. Lu family. Upon returning home, Lu Mingzhou tethered the dogs in the yard and constructed a simple den using earth bricks and dry straw. By the time he completed this task, snow had begun to fall from the sky. This sudden snowfall took him by surprise. The sky was ominously overcast, with a north wind howling and snowflakes drifting down, occasionally mixed with raindrops. Mingzhou returned to the calm, picked up a bound book, and began to read intently. The more he read, the brighter his eyes became. He had not anticipated that hunting encompassed so many intricacies. The first article, recognizing paths in the mountains and forests, described how to discern direction through various flowers, trees, streams, and moss. These were concepts he was already well versed in from his previous life, and he skimmed through the more comprehensive wilderness survival methods. The second article, familiarity with beasts near the mountains, detailed the habits of various prey. For instance, roe deer are timid and alert, often found foraging on the forest's edge, and are particularly sensitive to the scent of salt. Foxes are cunning and deceitful, constructing their dens in secret locations, often accompanied by a foul odor near the entrance. It also mentioned the characteristics of pigs, bears, and tigers, along with appropriate strategies for dealing with them. The records of animals were extensive, encompassing over 100 species. The third article, tracking animal footprints, explained how to determine the species' size and direction of travel by observing the footprints of prey. Large, deep prints typically belong to large wild beasts, while small and shallow prints may belong to rabbits. A wide spacing between prints indicates that the prey is running, whereas narrow spacing suggests a slow pace. The condition of droppings can also provide clues. Fresh droppings are moist and dark, while old droppings are dry and light in color. Signs of scratching on tree bark and flattened grass can indicate the direction in which the prey is moving. The fourth article, setting traps, detailed a variety of trapping methods. There are deep pit traps for wild boars, several feet deep, with sharpened stakes at the bottom, camouflaged with branches and leaves at the opening. There are also snare traps for smaller animals, crafted from sturdy ropes, akin to what Zhang Haizi had set up. Some might scoff, saying, "What is so difficult about this? Just try a few times and you'll succeed." If it were truly so simple, Zhang Haizi's 81 methods would not yield nothing. Mingzhou did not forget his intention to hunt the blind bear, so he deliberately extracted relevant content and made detailed notes. Outside, the snow continued to fall heavily, quickly transforming the vicinity of Shan Tuan into a world draped in white. Following the first snowfall, it was indeed the perfect opportunity to set traps for catching jumping mice. It was not until late into the night that Mingzhou extinguished the oil lamp, contemplating his plans to venture into the mountains the next day to test his newly acquired skills. The following morning, delicate snowflakes drifted down from the sky, blanketing the ground in 3 inches of pristine white. The snow of the northeast seemed to possess no gentle moments. Once it began to fall, it continued unabated. Mingzhou donned his old military overcoat, topped off with a leather hat, and slipped into rubber-soled cotton shoes. As he pushed open the door to the main room, the glaring brightness of the snow pierced his eyes, momentarily disorienting him. He approached the doghouse, anxious for the well-being of his 2 brindle hounds, knowing that if they suffered from the cold, his master would surely reprimand him. To his relief, the dogs were still brimming with vitality, their eyes sparkling with excitement. For the brindle hounds, the snowfall signaled an opportune moment for winter hunting, just as Mingzhou was about to untie the dogs' leashes to let them stretch their legs. He was startled by a loud shout. "Emergency! Emergency! A bear has attacked someone. Quick, help us get the injured to the clinic." Outside, shadows rushed toward the road ahead. A bear? Rather than feeling fear, Mingzhou felt a surge of exhilaration. Was there truly a bear in the vicinity? How could he possibly let such an opportunity slip away? However, he realized he wasn't fully prepared, so he decided to venture out to witness the commotion. He sprinted towards the gathering crowd, about 200 meters ahead. Upon arrival, he found dozens of people already assembled. In the center stood Galar, the same figure from yesterday, accompanied by a young man who was dabbing his eyes with tears. On a stretcher lay a middle-aged man, his body a gruesome sight. Bloodied and mangled, one side of his face stripped of flesh, exposing stark white bone and teeth. Good heavens, was he still alive? Has anyone gone to the clinic yet? Why is it taking so long? Sun Dihao had also arrived. After a glance, he closed his eyes, seemingly unable to bear the sight. "Don't worry, I've already sent someone," he assured. "Let's carry him forward. It will shorten the distance." 3 hunters, armed with guns, crouched in the snow, quietly conversing. We had everything planned out. We'd come from the east forest, while the Gu family would come from the west forest, and we'd wait for everyone to gather before firing. But before our people even arrived, they started attacking. Indeed, it was pointless to fight. Even if we had run, we wouldn't have escaped. Alas, it's unfortunate for Gugilin. He shot from 30 meters away, but his gun misfired, and he couldn't hit anything. Don't mention it. That bear must weigh at least 800 pounds. When it slapped Gugilin, it took the flesh right off his face. I couldn't bear to watch. We're in trouble this time. Just a few of us, one tea suffice. We need to bring in more seasoned hunters and wait a few days before going back. Hey, Zhang Haizi, squatting beside them, interjected, I think we shouldn't wait. Let us head into the mountains together and deal with that bear. You think you can handle it? The lean hunter, resembling a monkey, scrutinized him. Your grandfather was capable when he was young, but you'd be lucky just to avoid getting mauled. Zhang Haizi clearly recognized him. Hosan, you shouldn't say that. We still have Mingzhou with us. Hosan paused. Who is Mingzhou? Zhang Haizi pointed towards Lu Mingzhou in the crowd. Look, isn't that him? Just the two of you? Hosan glanced at Lu Mingzhou and sneered. You might have some strength to help carry things, but this lad is all limbs. What can he do? A short, stout man beside him chimed in. Three brother is right. If we're going to take someone, we need capable hands. After all, if the Gu family couldn't withstand it, ordinary folks stand no chance. Lu Mingzhou, overhearing their conversation, stepped closer. With a smile, he said, Brother Haizi is right. If you're not going to confront it, we too will go. You three are veterans, so don't say we're taking advantage. The middle-aged man to Hosan's left frowned and stood up. Young comrade, this is no trifling matter. Although that bear was shot, it hasn't sustained any critical injuries. If you recklessly approach, it could cost lives. Hosan snorted, Gualausi. Good advice is wasted on the foolish. Enough said. Let them be. Zhang Haizi insisted. Who is the foolish one? Mingzhou is quite formidable. He downed a pig with one shot today. Is taking down a wild boar impressive? I, Zhu Laowu, have done that too, and it weighed over 80 pounds. Zhu Laowu scoffed, boasting of his prowess in bringing down wild boars. In truth, those familiar with him knew he had fired at least 3 shots. And the boar he killed was merely a 60-pound piglet. Unspoken truths are a norm. Just as Zhang Haizi was about to retort, Lu Mingzhou placed a firm hand over his mouth. Enough talk. We're heading into the mountains to hunt that bear. 20 minutes later, Lu Mingzhou emerged, leading his 2 dogs and carrying a gun. Behind him, Zhang Haizi bore a bundle of hemp rope and wielded a gleaming harpoon. By this time, personnel from the clinic had arrived and were attending to the barely breathing Gugilin, administering 4 fluids. Zhu Laowu stood up, astonished. Wow, you really dare to go? Do you think the bear will be low on food because of the snow? Guo Laowu blocked Lu Mingzhou's path. Young man, I've warned you. That bear is extremely dangerous. Why one TV caution? Lu Mingzhou smiled calmly. Rest assured, we know our limits. Hosan grasped Guo Laowu's arm. Stop trying to dissuade them. If they wish to hunt, let them try. 6 of us couldn't take it down. So let them too play the hero. The onlookers from Kaoshan Village also held little faith in this hunting duo. It was sheer folly. If 6 could not succeed and 1 was injured, how could these 2 young men dare to venture forth against a bear? Indeed, how could a bear be so easily subdued? Both Gu Er and Zhang Wu are seasoned hunters, and they couldn't manage it. In my opinion, they've become overconfident, having lucked out on a pig, thinking it's just as simple with a bear. I hope they aren't so foolish as to charge him blindly. If they encounter a bear, they'll surely become its next meal. As they journeyed, Zhang Haizi expressed his discontent. Leaning on his harpoon, he muttered, Who do they think they're looking down on? We're going to show them what we can do. Brother, why are you so quiet? Lu Mingzhou was lost in thought, contemplating how to track and hunt the bear, paying little attention to him. It wasn't until Zhang Haizi tugged at his sleeve that he snapped back to reality. What's wrong? Everyone is saying we won succeed. Why aren't you angry? Why should I be upset? In the mountains, who can guarantee a successful hunt? It's normal not to catch anything. Zhang Haizi stared in disbelief. You're really giving others credit while diminishing your own? Lu Mingzhou straightened up. We just need to put in the effort. The rest is up to fate. Zhang Haizi kicked a clump of snow, sending white flakes swirling through the air. He spat in frustration. Damn. It's infuriating to be mocked by so many. Lu Mingzhou appeared unfazed, yet he harbored a strong determination within. Not to mention he still owed Shun Qingwei a favor and needed to procure a bear gallbladder. Who likes to be looked down upon? If he wasn't competitive, he wouldn't have become a master soldier. It was earned through pain and sweat. Ahead, at the mountain god's temple, a 3-way fork appeared. To the left lay the West Forest, to the right the East Forest, and straight ahead led to the 42nd Forest Area Outpost. In front of the outpost, there was barbed wire and a forest protection team, preventing bears from crossing. Should they go left or right? Zhang Haizi inquired. Let us go left. They discovered the bear in the West Forest. We'll let Sai Huzi and Sai Shishir catch the scent to track it. All right. The snow in the forest was notably deeper than in the village. The world was a pristine white, visibility even better than on a clear day. Yet, the branches that usually appeared brown or green now stood starkly black against the snow's contrast. In such circumstances, it is indeed easier to detect prey. However, the snow has yet to cease, with a few delicate flakes still drifting from the sky, and the woodland creatures remain hidden, rendering the surroundings profoundly silent. Within the depths of the mountains, the only sounds to be heard are the crunching of snow beneath their feet and the occasional snap of a branch, while their breath forms a mist that wafts away. Thus, they pressed on for over 10 miles, taking nearly 2 hours to traverse the distance. Woof, woof, woof. Suddenly, Sai Huzi and Sai Shishir erupted into a simultaneous bark, darting forward. Lu Mingzhou sensed something amiss and hastily unfastened the dog leashes, jogging ahead in pursuit. The two dogs charged into the pine grove, nosing and pawing the ground, soon discovering a pool of deep purple blood in the snow. The crimson stain on the pine tree stood out starkly against the white backdrop. Zhang Haizi furrowed his brow. This must be where the bear was shot. I can't tell if it's human blood or bear blood. It's undoubtedly bear blood. How can you be so certain? Zhang Haizi inquired, taken aback. Because I observed Gillen's wounds. He wouldn't bleed this much. Moreover, this blood is darker than human blood. He refrained from elaborating further. Aside from a doctor, no one was more familiar with blood than he. He gestured toward the blood and commanded Sai Huzi and Sai Shishir, go sniff it out and locate the bear. He had read that a bear would not wander far in winter, as its paws would be warm while the snow would be cold. If the temperature were to drop further, say to minus 20 degrees instead of the current minus 3, that bear would struggle to travel 3 miles. With each step, its paws would ice over, causing it to slip. Theoretically, that would be the best time to hunt the bear. However, the snow atop the mountains would need to be 50 or 60 centimeters deep, making it impossible to walk without sinking to one's knees. The bear would be hibernating in its den, and no matter how skilled the dogs were, finding it would prove to be a formidable challenge. Sai Huzi and Sai Shishir sniffed around before suddenly heading in a particular direction. Lu Mingzhou observed that they were moving towards the base of the 42nd Forest District. Could it be? If they head that way, will there be anything left for us? Fortunately, after less than 2 miles, their course shifted again. Sai Huzi and Sai Shishir were now heading east. What cunning creatures they were, laying a false trail and adeptly changing direction. Without these two dogs, Lu Mingzhou, no matter how capable, would be at a loss, for he would have no target to pursue. With these two automatic trackers, it was akin to unlocking the entire map in a game, akin to cheating. This was the advantage of hunting dogs. A good dog is worth its weight in gold. Many might think it's just a dog. Is the praise really warranted? It is indeed. Those untrained dogs would tremble at the scent of a bear, too terrified to press forward. Some would even flee, leaving one to search the dense wilderness in vain. In such places, non-hunting dogs could not only be of no help, but could also create trouble. Sai Huzi and Sai Shishir pressed on, sniffing their way eastward for about 5 miles, when they suddenly began barking furiously at a dirt ditch. Woof, woof, woof. Lu Mingzhou rushed forward, squinting to see what lay at the end of the ditch. There, a small mound of earth jutted out like an eave, shielding against the wind and snow. The ground was covered with a heap of dry grass, atop which lay a dark figure. What else could it be but a bear? This creature, upon spotting the two dogs, rose to its feet. Entirely black and taller than Zhang Haizi, it bared its teeth, revealing slightly yellowed fangs, and emitted a low growl. Upon seeing Lu Mingzhou and Zhang Haizi, it instinctively sensed that these two men were formidable foes, and it dropped its forepaws before darting to the left. Chapter 19, Encountering the Bear. Bang! Lu Mingzhou raised his hand and fired a shot at the black bear. Blood splattered as the bullet struck its back, causing it to stumble, nearly falling. It is said that once a bear is shot, it will become aggressive and charge towards the shooter. Zhang Haizi raised his spear, ready to deliver a fierce blow as it approached. Yet, contrary to expectations, the bear accelerated its pace and fled. Lu Mingzhou was taken aback by the bear's cowardice. There was no time to take a follow-up shot. The bear dashed through the dense thicket, stumbling as it ran. Woof, woof, woof. Sai Huzi and Sai Shishir were not about to let it escape and promptly chased after it. The bear's speed was not particularly impressive, topping out at around 56 kilometers per hour, and coupled with its injuries from 2 gunshots, it could barely run 500 meters before the two dogs caught up. Woof, woof, woof. The two hunting dogs circled it, provoking it incessantly without advancing, for they understood that a single swipe from the bear could send them flying. The bear, too, was reluctant to flee. The dogs were poised to pounce on its vulnerable underbelly, and should they succeed, it would be a fatal blow. Frantically, the bear spun in circles, growling threateningly, attempting to swat away the two annoying pests. However, the tiger-striped dogs, natural hunters, were not easily deceived. They continued to circle the bear, barking in excitement, ever vigilant for an opportunity. Zhang Haizi was invigorated. He brandished his spear, eager to charge at the bear. Lu Mingzhou quickly restrained him. Don't be foolish. No matter how strong you are, you cannot overpower the bear. Let me take another shot. Once the dogs engage, you can find your moment. Zhang Haizi finally settled down. Lu Mingzhou understood that the bear's tough hide and thick flesh meant that unless he struck a vital point, the damage would be minimal. Thus, he resolved to employ his tried-and-true method, aiming for the bear's head from 100 meters away. He lifted his .56 rifle, aligning the sight with the bear's head. Suddenly, he squeezed the trigger with determination. Bang! The gun jolted, and he felt the recoil. He knew the shot would hit. A howl echoed as the bear's right eye was obliterated, leaving it bloodied and disoriented. Yet this only incited its ferocity. It no longer paid heed to the two dogs and charged directly at Mingzhou. It covered over 10 meters in a second. Facing the rapidly enlarging shadow, Mingzhou remained calm, raising his hand and firing once more at the bear's head. Bang! The bear's left eye was struck, causing it to lose its target and roar in pain, its furious, deep growl reverberating through the forest, shaking the snow from the pine needles. Seizing the opportunity, Sai Huzi and Sai Shisher lunged at the bear, targeting its vulnerable underbelly. With a swift motion, they tore into it. A cascade of warm entrails spilled forth. The black bear was now truly blind, its fury manifesting as it swiped aimlessly at the air. Zhang Haizi charged forward with his spear, taking a swift step, his muscles taut as he summoned all his strength to stab at the bear's abdomen. The softest part of the bear yielded immediately to 2 gaping wounds. Roaring in rage, the bear swiped at Zhang Haizi, sending the spear flying 3 meters away, where it landed firmly in the snow. Though it appeared fierce by this point, it was clearly on its last legs. Its massive body swayed unsteadily. With a thud, the heavy bear collapsed to the ground, crashing down like a heavy object, producing a resounding noise that sent up a plume of snow. Zhang Haizi, forgetting about retrieving his spear, dashed to Mingzhou's side, gripping his arm with uncontainable excitement. Had we truly taken down the bear? It seems so. Mingzhou replied, equally elated. He had not anticipated that with the assistance of dogs and firearms, the endeavor would prove so effortless. Zhang Haizi leaped with joy. Oh, we've caught a bear. We've caught a bear. His exuberance resembled that of a 200-pound child. Mingzhou maintained a certain composure, suppressing the excitement that surged within him. Quickly, go retrieve the gallbladder and deal with this bear. Zhang Haizi stepped forward, patting the still warm bear carcass, his eyes gleaming with astonishment. This bear is even more robust than the cattle in the village. It's hard to believe we brought it down. Mingzhou had no time to indulge him. He unsheathed his dagger and commenced the disembowelment. Blood splattered across his hands. Yet he paid it no heed, sifting through the vibrant array of entrails to extract the bear's gallbladder, which he placed into a cloth bag. Shortly thereafter, he sliced off 2 chunks of meat, one for Sai Huzai and the other for Sai Shisher. This was the custom of the hunt. After capturing prey, one must first reward the hunting dogs. They bravely charged ahead into danger, and without the promise of a reward, their future efforts would wane. While hunters might be parsimonious with themselves, they would never skimp on their dogs. Otherwise, even the finest hounds would become useless. Woof woof. Sai Huzai and Sai Shisher barked twice, wagging their tails as they eagerly devoured the meat. Though the conversation was brief, the reality was that they had traversed nearly 20 li in the mountains, spending a full 4 hours on their expedition. After the bear was felled, both men felt a pang of hunger. Zhang Haizi glanced at the dry corn cakes in his hand, then at the meat being consumed by the brindle dog. Feeling was hard to swallow. Damn it, they are eating better than I am. Brother, shall we roast some bear meat to enjoy? Absolutely. I was just thinking the same. Without delay, Mingzhou sliced a generous portion of tender meat from the bear's chest. He fashioned skewers from willow branches and returned to the pile of firewood where the bear had been found, igniting a fire to roast the meat. Zhang Haizi was not idle either. He rummaged through his tool bag and retrieved a small handsaw, heading toward a cluster of small trees. In no time, he returned, dragging several branches along, sawing and peeling them with gusto. Soon, he began to bore holes with a chisel. Admittedly, his hunting skills were proficient, yet his craftsmanship was commendable as well. As the aroma of the roasting meat wafted through the air, his makeshift sled was nearly complete. Though a bit rough around the edges, it was serviceable. In these deep, ancient woods, practicality reigned supreme. In the sweltering heat of summer, a sled might prove ineffective. But in the winter months of the northeastern forests, its utility was amplified, provided one possessed sufficient strength. This 800-pound bear, once placed on the sled, would be a daunting task for an average individual to haul back home. Yet with Zhang Haizi at his side, it was worth a try. Brother, the meat is ready. With Mingzhou's call, Zhang Haizi set down his work and seized the roasted meat, biting into it with vigor. How describe the flavor of bear meat? Lacking oil and salt, it carried a certain gamey taste, hardly exquisite. However, in this era, meat was a rare delicacy. The two feasted heartily, consuming nearly 5 pounds of meat, leaving only a morsel behind for the dogs. After satisfying their hunger, they lounged by the fire for a good 2 hours. Once Zhang Haizi completed the sled, He bound the bear with willow branches and vines, securing it as though it were a patient with broken bones. Before they commenced their descent down the mountain, Zhang Haizi led the way, pulling, while Lu Mingzhou pushed from behind. As they encountered inclines and obstacles, their grunts echoed in the air. Exhausted, undoubtedly, yet the prospect of capturing such a massive bear was lucrative, at 70 cents per pound. The meat alone could fetch at least 300 yuan. The bear's skin and paws could also command 6 to 700 yuan on the market. Excluding the gallbladder, they had just amassed a fortune of 1,000 yuan. Hunting truly was profitable. Chapter 20, A Whistleblower. The journey was arduous, to say the least. In the heavy snowfall, the two men were drenched in sweat, managing to return to the village before nightfall. Huff, huff. Zhang Haizi gasped, the coarse rope biting into his shoulders and neck. His face flushed. This was, of course, exacerbated by his drinking. Without a bit of liquor, he wouldn't have summoned such strength to return to the village in just 3 hours. Brother, we should really try to avoid hunting bears in the future. It's quite the labor to bring them back. The villagers trailed behind, nearly stumbling at his words. Listen, is that even sensible? You feasted on meat, and yet you complain about hunting a bear that is more robust than the largest ox in the village? Along the way, many sought to curry favor. Haizi Mingzhou, this bear is truly impressive. Once you've processed it, could you spare some scrap for me? Lu Laosan, your calculations are transparent. Are you only thinking of your own gain? I'll trade you some corn flour for it. My potatoes are quite good. Could we exchange for a bit of meat? I have some black rice at home. Shall we swap for some bear meat? Zhang Haizi bellowed, sure, that's fine. Fair trade is all I ask. This is meat earned with my brother Mingzhou's life. So if you want some, bring something to trade. Many villagers dispersed in a hurry to gather provisions, eager to barter for a taste of the bear meat. It had been years since anyone had seen such a plump bear, and the tale of how it was brought down was beyond belief. Lu Hongmei emerged from her courtyard, immediately surrounded by a throng of older women, showering her with praise. Sister Hongmei, you are truly fortunate to have such a good son like Mingzhou. He is undoubtedly one of the finest young men in our village, intelligent, sensible, and capable. That old woman Zhou really lacks discernment, neglecting a gem like Mingzhou in favor of that useless Lu Mingfeng. Their voices were loud enough for Zhou Yinglan and Lu Mingfeng to overhear, causing Zhou Yinglan's face to alternate between red and pale. She consoled her grandson, Mingfeng. Do not heed the gossip. You are a scholar, the pride of our family, destined for greater things than hunting, which is beneath you. Immediately, someone retorted, Zhou Yinglan, what kind of thinking is that? How can you look down on the hard-working farmers? What is wrong with hunting? It's a form of production, no less valuable than the endeavors of those so-called intellectuals. Zhou Yinglan hadn't anticipated that her casual remark would earn her such a heavy label. It was no laughing matter, admitting it could lead to public condemnation. She quickly urged her grandson toward home. No, that is not the case. You must have misunderstood. Lu Mingfeng retreated to his room, shutting the door behind him. Why? Why? Tears streamed down his face as he pounded his fists against the cold wall. Damn you. Lu Mingzhou, I may not excel in academics like you, but the teachers sing your praises, and even Shun Qingwei favors you. Now you've gone hunting too. Are you trying to drive me to despair? I refuse to accept this. I want tea. Thud, thud, thud. The wall echoed with the sound of his fists. Lu Mingfeng's eyes were bloodshot. As he cried and hit the wall, his hands became raw and bloody, yet he remained oblivious to his pain, resembling a wounded beast. In a mountain village, Elder Zhang Wu approached with a limp. He regarded the somewhat exhausted Lu Mingzhou with a mixture of affection and concern. This disciple, merely 16 years of age, was already shouldering the burden of providing for his family through hunting, an undeniably challenging feat he resolved to lend his support, ensuring that others wouldn't take advantage of him. Grasping Lu Mingzhou's arm, he said, Come to my place. I'll help you sort things out. For those wanting meat, I'll assist you in making fair trades. You won TB at a loss. Lu Mingzhou managed a faint smile, albeit weakly. Thank you, master. However, I must make a trip to the commune before nightfall. Zhang Wu paused, puzzled. What is the purpose of your visit to the commune? Lu Mingzhou replied with a grin. Do you think Gu Yiri will let this slide without seeking some advantage for himself after his son was injured? He won't just sit idly by. There was a real possibility of that. Zhang Wu pondered. That man is cunning and treacherous. We must remain vigilant. Do you have a plan? That is precisely why I'm heading to the commune. There are always countermeasures for wicked individuals. Zhang Wu produced 2 corn cakes. Here, take these to eat on your way. I'll keep your gun and dog safe. Make haste and return quickly. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Lu Mingzhou finally returned home, bringing with him over 200 pounds of bear meat, 2 bear paws, a bear hide, and more than 100 pounds of cornmeal, flour, and black rice exchanged in return. After securing the dog and putting away his gun, he washed his face with hot water and warmed his feet before burrowing under the quilt for a deep slumber. Today had indeed exhausted him, and before long, His snores filled the room. Inside, Lu Hongmei gazed at the unprecedented abundance of food, her eyes drifting to the peacefully sleeping Lu Mingzhou, feeling a sense of unreality. Eldest brother, do you not feel that second brother has transformed into a different person? Lu Mingyuan gently covered his brother with a blanket, tucking in his exposed hand. Mother, I know what you wish to say, but this is a good thing. I do not know what has transpired with second brother, but I'm certain he is still the same. He has not become possessed by those yellow-skinned spirits. Lu Hongmei nodded, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. I know this, for you are all flesh of my flesh. How could I not understand your natures? I am merely afraid he is pushing himself too hard. He dares to hunt bear blind just after a few days of hunting. Mother, let him be. Second brother never undertakes ventures without assurance. If he has chosen to do this, he must possess the confidence. Lu Hongmei embraced her drowsy daughter, whose eyelids felt heavy, and said, I understand, but it is getting late and the house is cold. We should retire to bed soon. At the home of Lu Dai, Lu Mingfeng tossed and turned, unable to find rest, feeling a weight pressing upon his chest. Suddenly, he propped himself up with both hands. Zhou Yinglan was startled awake, quickly asking, Mingfeng, why are you up? Do you need to use the bathroom? Lu Mingfeng shook his head and lit the kerosene lamp with a match that lay on the bed's headboard. With a serious expression, he stated, Grandmother, I have an unsettling feeling about today's events. How could Lu Mingzhou, at his age, have hunted a bear blind? Zhou Yinglan yawned. It is also possible that Zhang Hezi did it. After all, he is the grandson of Zhang Wuya. Impossible. Lu Mingfeng's gaze darkened ominously as he shook his head slowly. Zhang Hezi's greatest catch was a wild boar weighing over 100 pounds, and that was 2 years ago. He cannot have suddenly become so skilled. Zhou Yinglan's eyes brightened with realization. Are you suggesting that the little rascal merely claimed the bear blind that someone else had killed? Precisely. Lu Mingfeng smacked his thigh, gritting his teeth in frustration. He has deceived us all. I must go to the neighboring village and inform Elder Ge. Zhou Yinglan felt a twinge of concern, but still advised, it is far too cold now. You should wait until tomorrow. Lu Mingfeng had already donned his hat and coat, fastening the buttons. No, if I wait until tomorrow, I will need to provide proof. By then, the entire village will know that I was the one who informed on him. The next day, the snow had ceased, as November had not yet arrived. The snow was not deep. Just as dawn broke, a loud banging echoed from outside the Lu family's gate. Bang, bang, bang. Gulater was pounding on the door with all his might. Dressed in mountain hunting attire, complete with a dogskin hat, military coat, and deer leather boots. He carried a long shotgun on his back, looking quite the part. However, his shouts bore a resemblance to street cursing. Lu Mingzhou, you little rascal. How dare you claim the bear blind I shot? I will not let this go. Lu Mingzhou, still groggy from sleep, felt his body being shaken. He opened his eyes to find his mother, Lu Hongmei. Mother, what is it? It is still early. Just then, he heard the cursing from outside. What? Are you afraid to open the door after stealing my bear blind? Do you believe I will kick down your gate? The ruckus quickly attracted many villagers who gathered to witness the commotion. Gulater gestured to the crowd and, filled with indignation, proclaimed, Come, come, all you folks from Kaoshan Village, let's settle this matter. The night before last, we searched for hours in the biting wind and snow, shivering in the cold. We finally found it, and I shot it right there. My son even took a blow from the bear and remains in critical condition. To rescue him, we retreated to resolve matters before retrieving the bear. Who would have thought that Lu Mingzhou, this little rascal, secretly brought it back? This is my son's life's work. How could he claim it as his own? His tearful accusations resonated as if they were true. Yet some believed him. After all, Lu Mingzhou was only 16. Who would dare believe he could hunt an 800-pound bear blind? Just yesterday, the villagers had envied his bounty. Now, with the victim confronting him, and the esteemed Elder Ge present, who could doubt the claims? They joined in the uproar against him. I said it all along. How could a mere boy hunt a bear blind? The mystery is solved. It turns out he stole it, utterly shameless. Indeed, how could he commit such an act? This is bound to be exposed. Lu Mingfeng lurked within the crowd, yawning with dark circles under his eyes, yet feeling exhilarated. He clenched his fists tightly, secretly reveling in the situation. Lu Mingzhou, oh Lu Mingzhou, I shall see how you escape this predicament, having lost all shame by stealing someone else's catch. Inside the house, Lu Hongmei appeared anxious. Second brother, tell me the truth. Did you steal someone else's catch? How could that be possible? Lu Mingzhou sat up, nonchalantly responding. You taught us to stand against the wind until frozen, to not bend for food. I'm not like third uncle. How could I steal from others? Lu Hongmei, knowing her son would not lie, felt somewhat reassured. Alas, but they have come to confront you, and if this rumor spreads, it will tarnish your reputation. Lu Mingzhou, fully awake now, rubbed his eyes and rose. The guilty will reveal their guilt, while the innocent will reveal their integrity. Why should we concern ourselves with such matters? When he kneels and begs us for mercy, then we shall see. He remained unhurried, donned his cotton coat, and picked up a red iron kettle to pour boiling water into a basin, wringing out a towel to refreshingly wash his face. Outside the gate, the clamor reached a fever pitch. Lu Mingzhou, come out and explain yourself. Why did you steal Elder GE's bear blind? I initially thought you were capable, but it seems you rely on your shamelessness. With skills, do not hide inside. Come out and speak. Sun Dihao arrived to see such a crowd rallying for an outsider, which displeased him. Setting aside the fact that Lu Mingyuan had secretly taken 5 pounds of wolf meat, he had yet to repay that debt. Speaking of Galar, when had an outsider ever dared to bully someone from Kaoshan Village? Did he not regard the village head at all? He stepped forward, surveying the crowd, and shouted, "What is all this noise? Are you not ashamed? If anyone continues to make a fuss, I will deduct your labor points." With those words, the crowd fell silent. For while they feared neither heaven nor earth, the village head's threat of deducting labor points instilled trepidation in all. Labor points equated to money, and every family relied on those points to exchange for food. If they were unjustly penalized, how would their families eat? Galar felt somewhat uneasy and quickly bowed. "Village head son, you have arrived at just the right moment. I wish to ask you for justice." Sun Dihao shot him an icy glare. Though I may not be a mountain hunter, I understand some of the mountain hunting rules. In mountain hunting, there is a principle of entering with wealth. If the wealth has not entered, whoever finds it owns it. How can you make such a ruckus? Gula's face paled as he realized he was merely an outsider, with no hope of favor. He quickly resorted to playing the victim, tears streaming down his face, hands trembling, appearing genuinely sorrowful. "Village head son, I understand that. However, my son still lies in a hospital bed, requiring significant funds. If all my catch is taken away, how shall I afford his treatment? I beseech you to advocate for me." He pretended to kneel, ready to bow. Sun Dihao hastily extended his hand to support him, saying, "There's no need for that. Your reasoning is understandable." "Understandable, my foot." Mr. Zhang, trudging with difficulty, approached, exclaiming, "Village chief, don't listen to his nonsense." This bear was not felled by him at all. He stepped before Gulauer, fixing him with an intense gaze that made Gu uneasy. "Gulauer, you've been regressing these past years. 2 children strike down a bear, and you immediately wish to claim credit. Is there any logic in that?" Gulauer would not concede defeat. Moreover, the villagers, including Sun Dihao, firmly believed that he was the one responsible. "Who says it was them? Clearly, I shot it down myself," he boasted, laughing heartily. Suddenly, Mr. Zhang burst into laughter. "Of course, we are sworn brothers, and since you are older, you rank second. Who doesn't he know that you're not particularly skilled? You haven't he even managed to fell a pig. Yet now you dare claim to have taken down a bear with a single shot?" Gulauer flushed with embarrassment and anger. "I was just fortunate enough to strike a vital spot. Is that not valid?" "Nonsense." Zhang Haizi could no longer contain himself. "You shot the bear in the back, and it didn't even phase it, allowing it to run for over 7 miles. Mingzhou shot it in the back, then 2 more shots blinded its eyes. After that, the dogs tore it apart, and I delivered the final blow to bring it down." Gulauer emitted a dry, hoarse laugh. Who would believe such a tale? From such a distance, shooting out a bear's eye with a single shot? Even a sharpshooter wouldn't dare claim that. He pointed at Zhang Haizi, laughing so hard he could barely stand. "Young man, you don't even know how to lie. If you're going to lie, at least make it believable." Creak. The courtyard door swung open, and Lu Mingzhou emerged holding a gun. "Old man, do you think just because you're incapable, others are too?" Chapter 22. Shall we not sign this wager? Gulauer was taken aback by Lu Mingzhou's audacity. His pupils dilated in surprise. And when his gaze fell upon the gun in Mingzhou's hand, a glimmer of greed flickered in his eyes. "Hey, young lad, that is quite a fine gun you have there. How about this? You give me your gun, and I'll turn around and leave without pursuing you regarding my bear." Gulauer's throat constricted, momentarily lost for words. Previously, Lu Mingzhou had carried a gun, but he hadn't paid it any heed at the time. His thoughts consumed by his son. "All right." Lu Mingzhou confidently placed the gun before him. "This is a standard issue rifle. The user must be registered, and it's 1 gun per person. If you're capable, take it today. Ye laueres complicun fifte dramaticale." Enough chatter. So you have a fine gun? It won't change the fact that you still can't shoot straight, and you still need to claim my bear. Let me tell you, if you don't return the bear today, I won't let this go. Lu Mingzhou's gaze fell upon Gulauer's smoothbore gun, and an idea sparked within him. He grinned and shook his finger. "Whether one can shoot straight or not is not for you to decide. How about we have a competition? If you win, the gun is yours. If I win, your gun becomes mine." Furious, Gulauer's eyes bulged outward. He clutched his gun tightly, fearful that Lu Mingzhou might snatch it away. "Cunning little brat. You know full well I wouldn't dare take your gun. Yet you wish to use this method to swindle mine." Lu Mingzhou had already formulated a plan in his mind. "Today, I must acquire that gun from you. Since you've come for my bear, how could I not retain something in return? He deliberately ran his hands over the gun's body and barrel. What a pity. You lack appreciation. This is a Type 56 semi-automatic rifle with a durable barrel and no jams. It has a range of 400 meters and unparalleled accuracy. Ye lower. Initially dismissive of the gun's aesthetics, perked up upon hearing its range. A gun like that would undoubtedly outclass his smoothbore, which had an effective range of only 50 meters. No wonder he had managed to fell the bear. It was due to possessing such a fine weapon. He could deceive others, but he could not fool himself. He knew his own abilities. Had he possessed a good gun, his son would not have faced the bear's deadly wrath. Gulauer gulped, struggling to speak. Don't try to con me. This gun is registered, and I wouldn't be able to use it even if I took it. Registration can be altered, Lu Mingzhou replied, lowering his gaze and smiling at Gulauer, who was a head shorter than him. So what will it be? Are you scared? Gulauer, typically shrewd and calculating, should not have fallen for such a ruse. Yet when greed reared its head, a sense of luck often followed. His eyes darted conspiratorially. Boy, what are you saying? There is nothing I, Gulauer, would shy away from. I have a condition. Agree to it, and then we can wager. Suppressing a smile, Lu Mingzhou replied, Very well, state your terms. Gulauer patted his gun. Your gun is too accurate. It wouldn't be a fair comparison. We should use my gun instead. Let us shoot at a bull from 50 meters away. Each of us will have 5 shots, and whoever shatters the most wins. His words were fraught with ill intent. Anyone familiar with firearms or billiards knows that when one closes one eye, the other's line of sight shifts. Some people's aim shifts left, while others shifts right. Gulauer aimed with his right eye, which veered about 3 degrees to the right, so he had intentionally adjusted his sights 3 degrees to the left. This secret was known only to him. At close range, the difference was negligible, but once they reached 50 meters, the bullet would typically deviate by over 30 centimeters. As Lu Mingzhou was about to agree, he was stopped by Mr. Zhang, who wore a grave expression. Mingzhou, every mountain guide has their own preferred weapon. Using someone else's gun can easily lead to inaccuracies. I've been guiding for decades and have never used another's firearm. He turned to Gulauer, anger flashing in his eyes. Gulauer, do you truly consider yourself a mountain guide? Have you no sense of basic ethics? How can you expect someone to use another's gun for a competition? Gulauer raised his chin, chuckling. I told you this boy is a fraud. To shoot out a bear's 2 eyes with 2 shots? What a tall tale. Isn't he's supposed to be a sharpshooter? Why fear this? Zhang Haizi was equally furious, rushing forth. Who has deceived you? My junior brother is indeed a sharpshooter. He seized Lu Mingzhou's shoulder, gritting his teeth. Junior brother. This old scoundrel is cheating. We must not engage with him. Not engaging is not an option. Return my bear and kneel to apologize, admitting you are a thief. Gulauer retorted, casting a sidelong glance at him, his demeanor unyielding. How dare you? Lu Mingzhou scoffed. You, an elder, robbing from the younger generation is one thing. But you dare to call us thieves? We must have this match. If I lose, I'll hand over the bear and the gun to you and kneel to confess our thievery. But what if you lose? Gulauer had no faith that he would lose. He huffed defiantly. If I lose, I'll kneel and admit I'm a fraud, and you can have my gun. Will that suffice? He was utterly convinced of his victory. With his own gun in hand, how could he possibly lose to a mere child? Zhang Haizi spat on ground. Pa, shameless. The bear was originally ours, and you are the liar. Junior brother, do not fall for his tricks. This old scoundrel has never been a good person. Yet Lu Mingzhou stepped forward. It's settled then. Words alone are not enough. Let us put it in writing. Gulauer's heart sank at this, realizing the implications of such a challenge. He had been in the game long enough to know that unusual circumstances often hinted at deception. Having been a mountain guide for many years, he had a wealth of life experience, and his naturally suspicious nature kicked in. In an instant, he found himself flustered. He racked his brain, but could not discern where the trick lay. Using his own gun, his own ammunition, and even proposing the bull shooting challenge. What could be wrong with that? As he furrowed his brow in deep thought, Lu Mingfeng stepped forward. Master Gu, I have grown up alongside my cousin, yet I have never witnessed him engage in hunting. Why not demonstrate your prowess and impart some wisdom to the younger generation? I believe my cousin would not take offense. His words, though sweetly spoken, subtly urged Gulauer to consider that, as an experienced hunter, there is little to fear from a mere novice. Victory is assured. He, ever eager for chaos, prides himself on his scholarly pursuits, tirelessly scribbling away with pen and paper. Master Gu, I have prepared a written agreement for your perusal. What do you think? Gulauer Shamaglair, his limited literacy making him question whether this was an attempt to humiliate him in public. He replied sternly, just read it. Without hesitation, Lu Mingfeng read aloud. Party A, Gu Weijin. Party B, Lu Mingzhou. Due to a dispute regarding a bear, we hereby establish a wager. The method shall be to shatter a bull using Party A's firearm from a distance of 50 meters, with each party allotted 5 shots. The one who breaks the most bowls shall be declared the victor. This document shall serve as evidence, and we shall not retract our words." He feigned benevolence in persuading Lu Mingzhou, saying, "Cousin, I suggest you hand over the bear. Let us forego this wager." Chapter 23. Remember to kneel. Lu Mingzhou could hardly contain his affection for Lu Mingfeng at this moment. This younger cousin was indeed his good fortune. He had feared that Ge Lao heir would resist, and his own eagerness might have raised the suspicions of this crafty old fox. With Lu Mingfeng's intervention, however, Ge Lao heir was effectively cornered. Refusing would be untenable. He stifled his laughter, digging his hand into his pocket to pinch his thigh painfully, nearly bringing tears to his eyes, before managing to suppress the smile, threatening to break free. He snatched the paper and pen, swiftly signed his name, and presented it to Ge Lao heir. "Your turn." What sight? Was there truly someone in such a hurry to offer gifts? Ge Lao heir quickly retraced his thoughts, feeling the plan was flawless, and he relaxed. He hastily signed a contract and handed it to the intermediary, Sun Di Hao. Thus, this grand wager was officially underway. The sky was ominously overcast, though the snow had ceased. The clouds remained heavy, with only the cold wind howling mournfully. At the storage room in Kaoshan Village, a crowd had gathered on one side of the clearing. On the other, 50 meters away, 2 long benches held 5-course porcelain bowls, with several more nearby, clearly in excess. These were contributed by well-meaning villagers, as every household had 1 or 2 cracked bowls, which were easily sacrificed for such an event, especially for the chance to witness a spectacle far more entertaining than the films shown in the commune. The onlookers were abuzz with speculation. Who do you think will win this contest? Is there any doubt? Of course, it will be Gu Eryi. Mingzhou is still so young. How can he compare to an old master? Indeed, even old Zhang has said that each person's firearm is different. Switching to another would not guarantee accuracy. Mingzhou is still inexperienced. This time, both the bear and the gun will be lost to him. He deserves it for stealing Gu Eryi's prey. Ge Lao heir stood against the biting wind, his cheeks flushed from the cold, yet his spirit was exuberant. He envisioned bear gallbladder, bear paws, bear skin, bear meat, and that elegantly designed 56-style semi-automatic rifle. With such fortune presented before him, he would not decline. He suppressed his inner elation, striving to maintain an air of composure. He produced a handful of bullets, each the thickness of a thumb, their brass casings gleaming brightly. He distributed 5 to Lu Mingzhou, feigning generosity as he patted his gun. "Shall you go first, or shall I?" Lu Mingzhou smiled nonchalantly and replied, "Whichever you prefer." However, Ge Lao heir secretly feared Lu Mingzhou might take the first shot. His own weapon was a sand gun, not a standard firearm. After repeated shots, the chamber could easily become slightly deformed. Moreover, he was using recycled brass shells, which typically required around 20 uses per bullet. Each shot would cause some deformation, necessitating the removal of the brass casing, replacement of the primer, and reloading with gunpowder and lead pellets. This was the nature of sand gun ammunition, lacking precision and prone to jamming. While the initial shots might go smoothly after several rounds, jamming or misfires would be entirely expected, or rather, not misfiring would be the anomaly. Ge Lao heir chuckled, feeling confident of victory. "In that case, I shall go first." Lu Mingzhou shrugged indifferently. "Be my guest." Yet in the next moment, he leaned closer to Zhang Haizi and whispered something. Zhang Haizi promptly departed the scene at a brisk pace, his destination unknown. Seeing his scheme succeed, Ge Lao heir felt a surge of pride, invigorated by the biting wind. Even if Lu Mingzhou was as cunning as a fox, he would still be forced to drink from the cup of defeat. With his sights set firmly on the moral high ground, he intended to nail Lu Mingzhou to the pillar of shame. He turned to the gathered crowd, addressing them. "Ladies and gentlemen, I, Ge Lao heir, learned the art of hunting at the tender age of 13, and now at 71, I seldom engage in conflicts. It is unfortunate that I, a humble man, have been pushed to this point. Zhang Haizi and Lu Mingzhou have wronged me by stealing my bear and casting aspersions on my character. Who can endure such indignities? I am not so naive as to think that Kaoshan Village is devoid of strong men. I have been driven to the edge of a cliff. I must teach these two a lesson, to remind them that there are always greater forces at play." "Hori!" cheered Zhou Yinglan, the first to leap forward and applaud fervently. "Gu Eryi, you are indeed righteous. Lu Mingzhou shows no respect for his elders and dares to steal a bear. Such a menace must not be allowed to remain. Please, Gu Eryi, show that reckless grandson of mine a lesson." Bowing slightly, since it is a matter raised by the elders of the Lu family, I, Ge Lao heir, shall do my utmost to assist. With a series of sharp sounds, he strode heavily upon the snow, making his way towards the wooden bench. He gestured to indicate the height of the bench, roughly an inch below his knees, and measured the bowl's dimensions, nodding confidently. Moments later, he returned to his marked position, closed his eyes, and extended his hand. He knelt on one knee, raised his gun, aimed, and lowered it again, repeating this 3 times. Those knowledgeable in the craft noted that Gulao Air, being an experienced hunter, was gauging the wind speed and adjusting his shooting angle. Given this, did Mingzhou stand any chance? Victory was assured. Zhang Haizi returned, holding a small file. Lu Mingzhou glanced at it, frowning slightly. It's a bit too large, but it'll have to do. His gaze remained fixed on Gulao Air as he fiddled with the sand gun, while his hands absently filed the bullets. Finally, Gulao Air felt ready. He opened the chamber of the sand gun, cradled it in his left hand, and with his right hand, pulled the trigger, aiming at the porcelain bowl. Suddenly, he squeezed the trigger with force. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and from a distance came the sound of porcelain shattering as the first bowl fell to the ground. At 50 meters, the porcelain bowl appeared smaller than a bottle cap, making the challenge evident. The crowd erupted in excitement. What marksmanship! Truly, Go-Er Yi is a master. Hitting from such a distance is extraordinary. With such skill, how could Lu Mingzhou hope to compete? Lu Mingzhou merely observed, but his mind was racing. The projectile was a 148-gram lead bullet containing 10 pellets, with a fairly even trajectory and an approximate leftward tilt of 3 degrees. The current northwest wind was at level 5, thus he adjusted his angle to 2 degrees to the right. Gulao Air fired with swiftness, extracting the spent casing and loading his second round. Bang! Another hit. Bang! The third shot found its mark. Bang! The fourth shot also struck true. Gulao Air unhurried, replaced the bullet, turned to Lu Mingzhou, and with a smug grin declared, "If I hit again, you must remember to kneel." Lu Mingfeng stepped forward, proclaiming, "Rest assured, Gi Yi." A multitude of witnesses stands as testament, alongside the written wager at the village chief's residence. There is no escape for him. Sundi Hao, his face ashen and rigid, steps forward in an attempt to mediate. Mingzhou, apologize and hand over the bear's meat. "I shall take responsibility. Let us declare this wager void." Master Zhang lowers his voice in council. "Mingzhou, you are still young. There is no shame in backing down. Old Go seems to have improved his marksmanship today. No way." Go-Er, unwilling to relinquish the succulent prize, is resolute. In the past, he would hit 3 out of 5 shots, a remarkable feat. Yet this time, he has struck 4. How could he forfeit this fortuitous opportunity? Chapter 24. I assist the righteous, not the kin. The onlookers in the village, hearing Sun Dihao's suggestion to abandon the contest, refuse to acquiesce. They shout in unison, "Chief, we understand your intention to aid Mingzhou, but this is not the way. It is written in black and white. You cannot simply declare the contest void. Our village cannot afford such disgrace. Old Ji's marksmanship is exceptional and noble. He is well aware of their poaching, yet still willing to compete. This is an act of leniency." Zhang Haizi, pulling on Lu Mingzhou's hand, wears a mournful expression. Trembling slightly, "Mingzhou, it seems we are done for. I never anticipated this old fellow's marksmanship to be so formidable." Lu Mingzhou smiles reassuringly. "Do not worry. We have not lost yet. I wager this old fellow will miss his shot." Go-Er, with his gun pointed downwards and in the process of extracting the spent cartridge, cannot help but chuckle at the audacity. "Do you comprehend what you are saying, boy? I am currently 4 out of 5. I am merely 1 shot away from perfection. What do you intend to defeat me with? 1 shot short is still short. You must hit first." Lu Mingzhou responds nonchalantly, infuriating Go-Er to the point of fury. He angrily loads a bullet, closes the chamber, and pulls back the bolt. "Watch closely, boy, for your Grandpa Go is about to achieve perfection." He pulls the trigger. The firing pin clicks, and the gun does not discharge. Unfazed, he reloads and pulls the trigger again, only to hear another click, another misfire. Gia, furious, stomps his feet and curses, "To hell with this wretched gun." Lu Mingzhou steps forward and snatches the gun from his grasp. "Now it is my turn." Go-Er stares at him in disbelief. "Do you know how to clear a jam? Once it jams, you cannot shoot accurately again. You are bound to lose, just admit it. I will not make it difficult for you. Oh, can you handle it?" As he speaks, Lu Mingzhou opens the chamber, deftly prying out the dud cartridge and tossing it aside. In a flash, he produces a firing pin and a spring. Go-Er, taken aback, lunges at him. "Boy, you dare disassemble my gun?" Zhang Haizi swiftly intervenes. Go-Er, lacking the strength of Zhang Haizi, flails about. "Return my gun. It is mine." Yet, Zhang Haizi towers over him, resembling an adult playfully admonishing a child. Lu Mingzhou, casually holding a file, grinds the firing pin. "What do you mean, your gun?" "This is my gun." With a couple of sharp sounds, he reassembles the firing pin and spring. Shouldering the 56 style semi-automatic rifle and brandishing the shotgun, he proclaims, "Today, let me show everyone how it's done. 5 shots to hit 10 bowls." The crowd is left dumbfounded. "Boy, if you stack them or place them too close, it only counts as 1. There must be at least 30 centimeters between each bowl. Rest assured, I will space them as you do," Lu Mingzhou replies. hauling another bench to accommodate the 10 bowls. He approaches the marked line and makes a face at Goer. Is this wide enough for you? Allow me to demonstrate. 5 shots, 10 bowls, so you can be thoroughly convinced. Goer, nearly apoplectic with rage, retorts, ignorant boy, how juvenile. If you can indeed hit 10 bowls with 5 shots, I will swallow them whole. Lu Mingzhou chuckles merrily. A deal is a deal. It is my first time encountering someone who raises the stakes on their own wager. The spectators shake their heads in disbelief. Such arrogance. 5 shots to hit 5 bowls. Only a sharpshooter could achieve that distance. This boy from the Liu family must be out of his mind. Enough. This boy has always been a madman, spouting nonsense. He is bound to lose. There is nothing more to see. Disperse. As Lu Mingzhou loads the bullets, he lazily holds the weapon before him, pulling back the bolt. His demeanor is so nonchalant, as if he lacks any strength. He is hardly in a position to kneel and aim, let alone shoot accurately. Ha ha ha. Goer bursts into laughter. Lu Mingzhou, if you manage to hit anything like that, I will call you father and take your surname. Very well. You have said it. A flash of fire erupts, followed by a thunderous sound. Clang. The 2 bowls at the far left topple simultaneously. Huh? He actually hit them? And 2 bowls at once? This cannot be mere coincidence. The onlookers are left in shock. Even Goer is rendered speechless. How is this possible? Lu Mingzhou grins, his smile devilish. Dear son, call me father and go eat that bowl. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Goer stumbles backward in fear. You cheated. You must have cheated. Yes, yes, yes. Lu Mingzhou laughs heartily. Dear son, watch closely. Father will do it again. Bang. Another flash, smoke billows. Clang. The 2 bowls at the end shatter upon impact. Come, come, for bowls now we are tied. Lu Mingzhou grins devilishly. How about surrendering? If you do, you lose only half. Goer's complexion pales. It feels as though a massive weight has been placed upon his chest, murmuring, Impossible, this cannot be. It is surely an illusion. You are employing sorcery, possessed by a spirit. Bang! Lu Mingzhou fires again, and 6 bowls crash to the ground. He scoffs. If you cannot win, then admit defeat. You have only seen spirits deceive, but have you ever seen a spirit wield a gun? Sun Dihao realizes that Lu Mingzhou has triumphed, having struck 6 bowls with just 3 shots. His anxious heart finally settles. Goer, one can indulge in poor choices, but one must not speak recklessly. Throughout history, it is only the yellow weasel that fears guns. There has never been a case of a yellow weasel wielding one. With 3 consecutive shots, the villagers finally comprehend that Lu Mingzhou is a true master, a sharpshooter. The bullet struck 2 bowls at such a distance without affecting the others. If one could attribute luck to the first or second shot, how could one explain the third? At this moment, the crowd begins to rally in support of Lu Mingzhou. Goer, your marksmanship is commendable, but Mingzhou is the true marksman. You hit 1 bowl per shot, yet he struck 6 with merely 3. You have lost. Surrender. For resistance is futile. So many eyes are upon you. Goer, drenched in cold sweat, never anticipated that his attempt to steal would result in a loss. His mind races, searching for a counterargument. Just then, Lu Mingfeng leaps into the fray. Goer has not lost. He hit 4 out of 5 shots. Lu Mingzhou has only managed 3 by sheer luck. If he hits 1 more, they will be even. Master Zhang, incensed, retorts, Lu Mingfeng, what chaos are you inciting? It was agreed from the outset that the one who hits the most bowls wins. Which village do you belong to? Lu Mingfeng, intimidated by Zhang's fury, stammers, we cannot bully those from outside our village. I am merely upholding fairness. Chapter 25. This brother should not linger. Lu Mingfeng, like a mute eating bitter lotus, finds himself in a predicament. Now that Lu Mingzhou is in the spotlight, he wishes to avoid this misfortune. However, can he forsake Goer? Should Goer expose him for alerting others? How could he continue to exist in the village? He will be subject to whispers and pointed fingers. If Lu Mingzhou fails to hit with his last 2 shots, he would still have a glimmer of hope. Moreover, he harbored a fervent hope that Eldigo would, in consideration of the assistance he had provided, grant him clemency. In his heart, he fervently prayed, please, let it not be so, let it not be so. However, fortune clearly did not favor him. Lu Mingzhou once again loaded a bullet into the chamber. Without even taking aim, he pulled the trigger. As anticipated, 2 bowls shattered upon impact. Goer's face turned ashen. After a jammed shot, subsequent rounds typically fell silent as well. Why was it that this gun obeyed Lu Mingzhou so effortlessly? He shook his head vigorously. Impossible. How could it possibly jam? Lu Mingzhou, with practiced ease, ejected the spent shell and mocked, Goer, do you even understand firearms? The words incensed Goer to the brink of fury. In front of the gathered crowd, Lu Mingzhou let out a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha. I shall not take advantage of you. This shot, I shall make with my eyes closed. If I fail to hit both bowls, I shall concede your victory. A glimmer of hope ignited within Goer. prompting him to leap forth. Is that truly the case? Absolutely. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lu Mingzhou closed his eyes, slowly raised his gun, and, relying on muscle memory, gently squeezed the trigger. Bang! The moment the bullet left the chamber, he smiled, for he felt certain that the trajectory was correct. Clatter! As the last two bowls fell, shattering with a resounding crash, the crowd fell into stunned silence. Moments later, the onlookers finally comprehended the spectacle. A marksmanship prodigy indeed. How extraordinary it was that he could hit his target with eyes shut. Gulao Air had utterly lost. The gun malfunctioned in his hands. Yet it performed flawlessly for Mingzhou. Could this be the legendary unity of man and gun? Someone in the crowd took the lead in shouting, "Gun God! Gun God! Gun God!" Everyone joined in the chorus, their voices echoing into the heavens. Zhang Weia stroked his beard, profoundly shaken. In the realm of hunting, marksmanship reigned supreme. After years in the mountains, he considered his skills commendable, yet compared to Gulao Air, he was but a mere step above. Could Mingzhou's prowess be something he could teach? Sun Dihao was elated. The village now boasted a marksmanship deity, and, as village chief, his stature was elevated. He turned to Gulao Air, his expression tinged with disdain. "Elder Gu, what do you have to say now?" Gulao Air, realizing the futility of his situation, acknowledged his defeat. With a stiff demeanor, he declared, "I concede, my skills are inferior. Lu Mingzhou, if you return my gun, I shall not hold you accountable for your thievery of the bear." Even at this juncture, he attempted to weave a web of deceit. Sometimes, when a person tells lies often enough, they begin to believe them themselves. Just as Lu Mingzhou was about to retort, a resounding voice called out from a distance, "You audacious Gui Jin, you wander about swindling people. When have you ever hunted a bear?" Upon seeing the newcomer, Gulao Air immediately crumpled to the ground. The three men approaching were none other than Feng Yuanzheng, the chief of the 18 Commune police station, Officer Lu Kaoshan, and the mountain hunter Guolaosi. Feng Yuanzheng approached. "I have received reports from the public that Gu Weijin of Kaoshan Village has been swindling here, claiming he hunted a bear. Do not be deceived. Let us hear what Guo Changjiang has to say." Guo Changjiang cleared his throat, evidently nervous. He clasped his hands. "Fellow villagers of Kaoshan, both young and old. The day before yesterday, we received a notification from the forestry station, requesting us to come to Zilinzi for a bear hunt, with the reward for bear bile being as high as 1,000. As soon as he spoke, the onlookers were taken aback. 1,000? That was exorbitant. Wasn't the usual reward 500? It often wasn't enough at times, but 1,000 was guaranteed. No wonder Gulao Air and his crew had come. They stood to gain a significant profit. Guo Changjiang continued. "In our village, besides myself, there are Ho Laosan and Zhu Laowu. Elder Gu brought along his son Gu Qicai and grandson Gu Zhenglin. We split into two groups and entered Zilinzi. We searched through the night. Elder Gu found a bear den and lured it out. The bear was larger than we had anticipated, weighing about 800 pounds. Gu Qicai shot the bear, but it had little effect, and it retaliated with a swipe. Elder Gu attempted to fire again, but the gun jammed. Had I and Zhu Laowu not rushed in to pull Gu Qicai away, he would have faced dire consequences. After someone was injured, we retreated. The claim that Elder Gu hunted the bear is pure nonsense. I have documented this at the police station and am willing to vouch for its authenticity." Feng Yuanzheng turned to the quaking Gulao Air. "Gu Weijin, you have been reported for fraud. Let us accompany you to the station." Gulao Air was utterly terrified. Literally, he had soiled himself. He covered his head and cried out, "Do not arrest me! Do not arrest me!" It was Lu Mingfeng. That little rascal had me go after Lu Mingzhou's bear, causing me to lose the gun. The crowd's gazes pierced Lu Mingfeng like daggers. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, his lips quivering as he desperately sought an excuse. Even if that bear was not hunted by Elder Gu, it must have been by someone else. How could Lu Mingzhou, at merely 16, possibly hunt a bear that 6 others could not? It defies logic. Am I not allowed to question it? Enough. Feng Yuanzheng barked. Gu Weijin has been reported for fraud. Take him back to the station for questioning and to pursue charges. And you, Lu Mingfeng? Instigating discord. Sun Village Chief, make him write a letter of repentance and issue a public reprimand for the whole village. Lu Mingfeng fell to his knees, weeping profusely. Village Chief, I cannot write a letter of repentance. My family has been poor farmers for 3 generations, and my background is impeccable. I cannot bear a stain. Sun Dihao was frustrated. Enough, Lu Mingfeng. You colluded with outsiders to frame your cousin. Were it not for Chief Feng's intervention, the entire village would have fallen for your deception. Have you no sense of decency? Lu Mingfeng, kneeling, struck his own face with resounding slaps. It is my fault. I realize my mistake. Village Chief, please grant me another chance. Sun Dihao turned to Lu Mingzhou. Mingzhou, after all, he is your cousin. Perhaps you could plead for leniency with Chief Feng? Lu Mingzhou felt a deep-seated animosity towards Lu Mingfeng. Unexpectedly, it was this seemingly charming cousin who had plunged the knife into him. This cousin was no longer fit to remain. However, Sun Dihao's public statement made refusing to forgive seem overly petty. How could he decline while still appearing magnanimous? He furrowed his brow, deep in thought. At that moment, a clear voice rang out. Mingzhou, I've been looking for you. Here you are. Chapter 26, Shen Qingwei's Visit. Shen Qingwei? Lu Mingzhou's pupils dilated as he recognized the visitor. As Shen Qingwei approached, she was taken aback to see a large crowd gathered before the storage room. She muttered softly, "Oh no, why are there so many people?" In a hurried manner, she attempted to retreat, calling out, "Mingzhou, come here, I need to speak with you." Lu Mingfeng covered his face, mortified beyond belief. His ultimate crush had appeared just as he was kneeling in disgrace. He wished he could disappear into the ground. How could Shen Qingwei be here? In his current plight, she would surely look down upon him. Meanwhile, the murmurs of the crowd continued to seep into his ears. Wow, what a lovely young lady. She's truly stunning. I must say, she's even more captivating than movie stars. Look at her attire and shoes. She must be the daughter of a wealthy family. Lu Mingfeng seethed with jealousy. In his heart, he cried out, "No, Shen Qingwei is mine, she's mine." He struggled to rise and pursue her. Who told you to get up? Feng Yuanjing's voice thundered. Write your letter of repentance here. If you don't do it in Kaoshan, you'll write it at the police station. Lu Mingfeng finally grasped the gravity of his situation and collapsed back to the ground, defeated. This world did not cater to everyone's whims. Meanwhile, Lu Mingzhou hastened to catch up with Shen Qingwei. Shen Qingwei, what brings you here? Shen Qingwei rolled her eyes at him. What's the matter? Am I not welcome? And must you always call me by my full name? Lu Mingzhou scratched his head. If I don't call you Shen Qingwei, what should I call you? Miss Shen? That feels rather distant, doesn't it? Shen Qingwei pouted, her cheeks puffed up in indignation. Are you made of wood? Can't you just call me Qingwei? Seeing her act so adorably, Lu Mingzhou felt his heart skip a beat and murmured, Qingwei, Qingwei, I must admit, your name is quite pleasant. Is that so? Shen Qingwei lifted her small face, her lips curving into a smile, her eyes sparkling with mischief, rendering Lu Mingzhou utterly captivated. Watching Lu Mingzhou stare blankly, Shen Qingwei felt a mix of joy and annoyance. She stamped her foot playfully. What's wrong? Aren't you going to invite me to your home for a visit? At that moment, Sun Dihao, accompanied by several burly men, was escorting Lu Mingfeng past them. His eyes widened in disbelief. Was this the same icy beauty? How could she be so playful with that dullard? Lu Mingzhou, how dare you steal my woman? Lu Mingfeng, refused to accept this. Clenching his teeth, he dug his nails into his palm, piercing the skin, yet felt no pain. He trudged forward, the world around him fading into colorlessness, devoid of direction or future. With this blemish on his record, any hope of gaining university admission was utterly dashed. Even the woman he cherished most had been taken from him. Lu Mingzhou, I shall let you revel in your triumph. One day, you will pay dearly for this. Lu Mingzhou was not entirely oblivious. He recognized the necessity of taking the lead. He glanced back 3 times, watching as he gestured for her to proceed. Beautiful Miss Qingwei, I sincerely invite you to my humble abode. Please do not mind its simplicity. Her laughter rang out like a melody. Shen Qingwei had never laughed so wholeheartedly before. Ever since their last encounter, realizing he had not intentionally ignored her. Her smiles had multiplied. Suppressing her amusement, she teasingly asked, Where did you learn that? Have you used it to charm other girls? Such an accusation. Lu Mingzhou protested loudly. The only girl I've ever charmed is my sister. Shen Qingwei lowered her head, fidgeting with the hem of her clothes. If you want to charm someone, go ahead. I'm not interested. In front of the storeroom, Feng Yuanzheng was engaging in light conversation with Lu Hongmei. Sister Lu, you truly have a wonderful son. If it's not too much trouble, may I visit your home? Lu Hongmei was brimming with excitement. The station chief, in her eyes, was an esteemed figure. Such a person wanting to visit her home? If he did, who would dare to bully her family in the village again? She nodded vigorously, her face flushed with enthusiasm. Chief Feng, it would be an honor. I would welcome it wholeheartedly. Feng Yuanzheng instructed Lukashin, take Go Weijin back to the station first, make a record, and keep him for 3 days. I have some matters to attend to and will return in the afternoon. Lukashin led Go Leone away. The villagers looked on, enviously, as Lu Hongmei's family accompanied Chief Feng, their faces filled with admiration. The ancestors of the Lu family must be smiling down. Now even the station chief wishes to visit their home. They have truly found a powerful ally. Lu Mingfeng was indeed foolish, with Mingzhou having such a connection. How could he be easily dealt with? And now he was even taking Go Leone down with him. A fine young man like Mingzhou was destined to rise above the confines of the village. He would no longer be one of them. The journey back from the storeroom to the Liu household spanned over 300 meters. Lu Mingzhou and Shun Qingwei walked at a leisurely pace. How leisurely, you ask? Lu Hongmei and Feng Yuanzheng had only taken about 30 steps before overtaking the two. Yaya blinked her big eyes in Lu Mingyuan's arms and asked, "Big brother, is second brother unwell? Why are they walking so slowly?" Lu Mingyuan quickly covered her mouth. "Don't speak nonsense. Some questions are best left unasked." He hurriedly took Yaya home, leaving the two far behind. Shun Qingwei shot Lu Mingzhou an exasperated look, scrunching her nose. "This is all your fault. Walking so slowly has made us the subject of ridicule." Lu Mingzhou scratched his head. "Shall we walk a bit faster then?" "Oof." Shun Qingwei flicked her braid. "They've already gone ahead. If we chase after them now, it will just be embarrassing." Lu Mingzhou was perplexed. Neither fast nor slow, what was he to do? Fortunately, his heart brimmed with sweetness, wishing this path could stretch endlessly, never to end. At this moment, the snow had nearly melted, revealing the dark, muddy ground. Sunlight filtered through the clouds, casting a golden hue upon them. Stealing a glance at Shun Qingwei beside him, Lu Mingzhou noticed fine, downy hair on her fair complexion, shimmering like gold. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly in the cold wind, making her look exceptionally adorable, while the air was filled with the delightful fragrance of snow blossom cream. Shun Qingwei felt warmth enveloping her heart. Although Lu Mingzhou was somewhat foolish, she sensed that he harbored feelings for her as well. It seemed that his silence before was merely a false alarm. Thinking of how he had risked his life to confront the bear and delivered the gallbladder to the station overnight for her sake filled her with a sense of profound joy. Chapter 27. If I were to come teach in Kaoshan Village, would you welcome me? Qingwei, thank you. Lu Mingzhou spoke gently, his voice soft. Shun Qingwei paused momentarily. What are you thanking me for? Shouldn't I be the one thanking you? Lu Mingzhou gazed sincerely into her eyes. If it weren't for you, I would surely still be trapped in the station. Shun Qingwei felt a blush creeping to her cheeks as she lowered her gaze. It was just a small matter. Why remember such things? She was like a ray of light, illuminating Lu Mingzhou, who had been engulfed in despair. Her timely assistance had pulled him from the mire. While it seemed trivial to her, it was something Lu Mingzhou would cherish for a lifetime. Lu Mingzhou offered no explanation. Some kindness is best held in the heart rather than spoken aloud. He softly inquired, "Your eyes, are they all right?" Shun Qingwei nodded gently. "The doctor prescribed some medicine last night, and I applied it. It feels much better now. Then you must keep applying it. You must recover quickly. Shun Qingwei steadied herself, nervously tugging at the hem of her clothing. "Mingzhou, what are your plans for the future?" Lu Mingzhou scratched his head, grinning innocently. "Hunting, of course. Here in northeast China, there are plenty of game to feed a whole family. What about you?" Shun Qingwei furrowed her brow, shaking her head in confusion. "I don't know. School is currently suspended. My family wants me to find a job, but I still wish to continue my studies. I really don't know what to do. You should consider working." Lu Mingzhou looked ahead, his tone resolute. "Why?" Shun Qingwei lifted her chin, her eyes filled with questions. "Because next month, all educated youth from across the nation will be sent to the countryside. Especially those from cadre families must take the lead." Lu Mingzhou sighed deeply. "If you don't make plans early, who knows where you'll be assigned?" Shun Qingwei's eyes widened in shock. "No way. How do you know this?" "Just a guess." Lu Mingzhou smiled mysteriously. With the current employment pressure in urban areas, sending educated youth to the countryside is inevitable. After a moment of hesitation, Shun Qingwei bit her lip and asked softly, "Mingzhou, what do you think I could do if I started working now?" Lu Mingzhou rested his chin on his hand, pondering for a moment before responding. "You could teach in the village. After all, you're a high school graduate. Teaching elementary school would be no problem." Shun Qingwei frowned slightly, looking distressed, but elementary schools are also in a semi-suspended state. "What am I to do? Suspension is a good thing." Lu Mingzhou chuckled. "Doesn't that mean you have more time to study? You're so clever." Shun Qingwei exclaimed joyfully, "Mingzhou, if I come to teach in Kaoshan Village, would you welcome me?" How could one say anything but welcome? If she dares to say she is unwelcome, she will undoubtedly turn hostile. Welcome, welcome with both arms. Yet this golden phoenix, I fear, will not descend upon the humble confines of Kaoshan Village. Shun Qingwei refrained from responding. She diverted the conversation. "What about Ming Yuan? Is he out hunting with you?" At the mention of this topic, Lu Mingzhou appeared somewhat troubled. "I wish to help him find a position as a clerk in the supply and marketing cooperative, but I am uncertain whom to approach, which is rather vexing." Shun Qingwei's interest was piqued, her eyes sparkling. "He wants to join the cooperative? That's wonderful. I shall inquire on his behalf." Lu Mingzhou chuckled. "Let us discuss it later. After all, it is one of the 8 prestigious positions, not so easily attained. In this era, the 8 prestigious positions refer not to court officials but rather to ticket sellers, drivers, mail carriers, child caretakers, barbers, service staff, salespersons, and cooks. These jobs offer high salaries and stable incomes, making them the envy of many. In the rural areas of northeast China, when a family's child secures one of these positions, matchmakers will be knocking at their door. As they spoke, they had already entered the courtyard of the Liu family home. In the inner room, Liu Hongmei was filled with excitement, her hands trembling as she welcomed Feng Yuanzheng. The Liu family had not entertained such an esteemed guest in 3 generations. The usual pine needle tea they brewed was hardly suitable. Fortunately, Uncle Zhang had also arrived, bringing with him jasmine tea, a gourd of sorghum liquor, and a substantial piece of wild boar meat. Aware of the special occasion, he had come to lend a hand. It would be rather improper for a distinguished guest to arrive with no one to accompany him. As Lu Mingzhou's mentor, his presence was indeed fitting. The 2 men, each with a bowl of liquor, gathered around a red clay stove, engaging in delightful conversation. Shun Qingwei, her cheeks flushed, sat beside Lu Mingzhou by the stove, too shy to meet anyone's gaze. Thankfully, Uncle Zhang and Feng Yuanzheng were engrossed in their discussion, making her feel at ease. Feng Yuanzheng let out a belch. Uncle Zhang, it turns out Mingzhou is your protege. No wonder he possesses such skills. Uncle Zhang, quite proud, replied, Director Feng, it is not merely my prowess. Mingzhou has an innate talent for hunting. His marksmanship surpasses even mine. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. Feng Yuanzheng's face turned red, and Lu Mingzhou gave a thumbs up. Well done, Mingzhou. You've been an immense help this time. Lu Mingzhou feigned humility. You flatter me. It was merely good fortune. Feng Yuanzheng shook his head. Luck alone does not bring down a bear. I have an unspoken request. Would you consider selling me that bear pelt? Yesterday, Feng Yuanzheng had rushed to Huama County to deliver the bear gallbladder, excitedly losing sleep over it. With the gallbladder comes the pelt, and the county bureau's leaders had asked him to procure a bear skin, insisting it must be fresh. For nearly half a year, he had made no progress. When Lu Mingzhou had presented him with the gallbladder, warning him that someone might claim the bear, he had become furious. He had dispatched someone to locate the hunter, Ho Laosi, not expecting it would indeed prove useful. This bear pelt is not for sale, Lu Mingzhou declared firmly as he emerged holding the pelt. Feng Yuanzheng was taken aback. He had set his sights firmly on acquiring that pelt. After the new year, a promotion to deputy director was available at the county bureau. His qualifications and skills were not exceptionally outstanding, and even with his cousin's assistance, his chances were slim. However, with the bear pelt, his success would be assured. Gritting his teeth, he said, Mingzhou, do not rush to refuse. I will offer you 400 yuan. He was well acquainted with the market and recognized that the pelt had been impeccably prepared. The pelt was remarkably smooth, its black fur meticulously aligned, each strand distinct, resembling satin from a distance, clearly a rare treasure. To be frank, this price was reasonable. Lu Mingzhou shook his head. I still cannot sell it. Feng Yuanzheng grew somewhat angry. You are being rather ungrateful. Do you mean to tempt me with it? Yet, with Shun Qingwei present, he refrained from losing his temper, nearly storming out. To his surprise, Lu Mingzhou thrust the bear pelt into his hands. Director Feng, are we to treat money so formally? You are Qingwei's cousin by marriage. Consider this pelt a gift. Feng Yuanzheng's heart soared with joy. He had not anticipated such thoughtfulness from the young man. As a deputy division chief, his monthly salary was a mere 62 yuan, and even after half a year's earnings, he could not afford such a pelt. Still, he felt the need to be modest. No. How could I accept such a generous gift? Lu Mingzhou replied earnestly. How can you say it is a gift? Last time, you showed leniency, which enabled me to catch that bear. In the future, I shall rely on your assistance even more. Feng Yuanzheng chuckled. Mingzhou, then I owe you a favor. At this moment, he regarded Lu Mingzhou with newfound affection, feeling a closer bond. He called out to the kitchen, Sister-in-law Lu, bring another bowl. I intend to drink heartily with Mingzhou today. Chapter 28. Do not speak nonsense. I have no thoughts of him. Around noon, the Lu family's feast was particularly sumptuous. Braised wild boar, potatoes stewed with bear meat, radish with vermicelli, dried mushroom soup with wild boar, cold tossed cabbage, and pickled radish strips adorned the table. A veritable feast for the senses. Feng Yuanzheng and Uncle Zhang were exceptionally pleased, and with Lu Mingzhou frequently toasting them, the 3 reveled in merriment. Shun Qingwei, meanwhile, was diligently serving herself. Although she hailed from an illustrious background, she was not so affluent as to indulge in delicacies at every meal, especially not in the presence of such rare wild game. Lu Hongmei took special care of her, continually serving her dishes until her bowl was overflowing and inviting her to visit often. Laughter and joy filled the air, creating a harmonious atmosphere. In stark contrast, the Lu family was shrouded in gloom. Zhou Yinglan was fuming, banging a hard bun against the table, producing a loud clatter. Daughter-in-law, what on earth is this bun? It's harder than the usual ones. Huang Huqin shot her a glare, extending her scarred hands. You think you can complain? My hands are still injured. And you expect me to cook? Is that the issue? Zhou Yinglong glared, accusing her. Don't think I'm unaware. Your sister-in-law used to knead the dough without your help, and now you can't even manage that. Huang Huqin retorted angrily. Oh, you old hag. Now you're complaining about me? If you're so capable, why not call your sister-in-law to cook? If the family is divided, you can still enjoy meat. Isn't that splendid? Zhou Yinglong was domineering, not foolish. She rolled her eyes, biting into the bun with fierce determination. Mumbling incoherently. The police chief is dining at her house. Do you mean to send me to my doom? I'm not that foolish. Upon Lu Mingfeng's return, he remained silent. Reason told him not to visit Lu Mingzhou, as it would only bring humiliation. Yet another voice urged him to take a look. What if it were merely a misunderstanding? With Shen Qingwei proud nature, how could she possibly look down upon Lu Mingzhou? Moreover, he had read those letters. There was nothing inappropriate in them, just inquiries about why he had stopped attending school, expressing typical concern from classmates. Yes, I shall take a look. He swallowed the bun with effort, silently stepping out. On the way, he pondered whether Lu Mingzhou might speak ill of him. Would Shen Qingwei disregard him because of it? For a moment, he felt anxious and uncertain. However, upon arriving at the courtyard, his heart finally settled. Shen Qingwei and Lu Mingzhou stood in the yard, oblivious to their surroundings. The enchanting figure loosened the red scarf around her neck and tied it around the boy's neck. The gentle breeze carried her melodious voice. This is the scarf I knitted for you. I tried it on first, so you mustn't dislike it. Lu Mingfeng stood frozen in place. Was this not a form of intimate affection? This brazen couple, so audacious in broad daylight? His complexion drained of color, his body swayed, and tears blurred his vision. To make matters worse, that scoundrel Lu Mingzhou did not refuse, instead saying, "Let us go inside. I have a gift for you too." Lu Mingfeng was utterly devastated, feeling as though he had been struck by a severe illness, completely devoid of strength. He buried himself beneath the covers, curling into a ball, his pillows soaked with tears. In his heart, he muttered, I shall seek vengeance. I shall seek vengeance. I shall seek vengeance. Before long, Shen Qingwei and Feng Yuanzheng emerged from the courtyard of the Lu family. Feng Yuanzheng, cradling a bare skin, cast a meaningful glance at the red scarf draped around Lu Mingzhou's neck, smiling silently. As for Shen Qingwei, she averted her gaze, her head bowed in guilt, allowing Lu Mingzhou to escort her to the main road, where the familiar Jeep 212 awaited. She approached the vehicle, biting her lip, and uttered, "Wait for me." Lu Mingzhou, momentarily taken aback, queried, "What?" Yet Shen Qingwei, having taken the bare paw from his hands, rolled up the window and flashed him a sweet smile, saying, "I meant goodbye." "Oh, goodbye." Lu Mingzhou replied, feeling a surge of warmth at the touch of the red scarf around his neck, continuing to wave foolishly until the vehicle vanished from sight. Inside the Jeep, Shen Qingwei sat in the back seat, a smile gracing her face, lost in thought. Feng Yuanzheng turned to her, teasingly remarking, "Stop pondering. He is out of sight now." Only then did Shen Qingwei snap back to reality, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Cousin-in-law, don't say such things. I was thinking of him at all." Feng Yuanzheng silently mused, realizing that even the usually aloof girl could blush when confronted with someone she admired. He jested, "But I never specified who I was referring to." This caused Shen Qingwei's face to redden even more as she buried her head deep in her knees. If you continue like this, I won't talk to you anymore." Feng Yuanzheng understood that if he pressed further, it could lead to complications. He sighed, "Qingwei, could you do me a favor and inquire if Mingzhou requires assistance? I can't simply accept such a grand gift from him." The bear skin was too large to fit in the back seat, but the sensation was exquisite. It was no wonder everyone coveted it. Shen Qingwei was equally troubled. Uncertain whom to approach for help regarding Lu Mingyuan, she hesitated to ask her father, not due to doubts about his capabilities, but out of fear he might grow suspicious. If her father ordered an investigation, her affections for Lu Mingzhou could be exposed, jeopardizing her plans. When Feng Yuanjing volunteered, she eagerly accepted. As it happened, there was indeed something. Mingzhou's brother sought a position as a salesperson at the supply and marketing cooperative. Feng Yuanjing gasped, pinching his temples, feeling a headache coming on. "This will be quite difficult, but I'll do my best." The salesperson role was indeed desirable, sheltered from the elements, with high wages and excellent benefits. Moreover, they had access to tickets that common folk could not obtain, leading to substantial additional income. However, he decided to return and investigate further. At the Sure Bali commune, in the unit's building, Feng Yuanzheng bid farewell to Shen Qingwei, clutching the bear skin as he headed straight for the supply and marketing cooperative. In the director's office, he encountered Wu Yuxing. Wu Yuxing, in his 40s, donned a Zhongshan suit with a slick-back hairstyle, exuding an air of sophistication. "Old Feng, what brings you here today?" Feng Yuanzheng smiled. "I have no business that warrants a visit unless I seek information." Although the Shirbali commune was large, there were not many who relied on state provisions. And everyone was well acquainted. They often crossed paths during communal meetings. Wu Yuxing bent to pour him a cup of hot tea. Old Feng, if you truly have a matter at hand, a phone call would suffice. Are you in need of tickets? You can count on me. Feng Yuanzheng shook his head. This time it's not that. I want to know if your cooperative is in need of personnel. Wu Yuxing's smile faltered. Old Feng, you ought to know the situation here. Our cooperative has only 15 positions. Each one is filled. When have we ever had a vacancy? However, Feng Yuanzheng's visit was not in vain. After some persuasion, he learned that the cooperative's salesperson, Zhu Maolin, had not been to work recently due to his son being mauled by a leopard. Zhu had been awaiting retirement, planning for his son to take over, but now, unexpectedly, his son faced such a calamity. Fortunately, he had been discovered in time. His left leg was amputated. Had it been any later, his life would have been at stake. To join the cooperative, one must be physically fit. With Zhu's son now unable to take over, Zhu Maolin had no other children or relatives. Furthermore, the leopard had already injured 3 individuals. He declared that whoever could rid the community of this menace would be granted the salesperson position. It was rumored that several hunting parties had ventured out recently, but none had returned with news. Upon receiving this information, Feng Yuanzheng took his leave and promptly penned a note to send to Lu Mingzhou. The following day, Lu Mingzhou received the news. Without hesitation, he packed corn cakes and steamed buns, procured a certificate from the village committee, and set off for Hai Village. He refrained from informing Zhang Haizi or bringing a dog, merely telling his mother that he would be away for a few days to hunt a leopard, urging her to take good care of the tabby dog. The northeast leopard was known for its incredible speed and keen sense of smell, making it nearly impossible for dogs to catch up. Consequently, very few succeeded in hunting leopards. Hai Village was a newly established settlement, unlike Kaoshan Village, which had been around for longer. The 44th forest area had been logged, leading to the creation of this settlement. It was not surprising for ferocious beasts to appear in such a new area. Could one truly blame the leopard for attacking humans? This land was originally its domain. Humans had encroached upon its territory. Leopards possess defined territories and would not easily stray unless absolutely necessary. Their attacks stemmed from hunger, a desperate act of survival. Yet, these were not concerns for Lu Mingzhou. His sole focus was to hunt the northeast leopard and secure the salesperson position. In Hai Village, situated nearly 30 miles from Kaoshan Village, Lu Mingzhou arrived at Zhu Maolin's home to find the injured Zhu Jianmin lying in bed, his left leg bandaged. A crutch at his bedside, his expression vacant. After explaining his purpose, Lu Mingzhou found Zhu Maolin unresponsive, merely sitting on the threshold, drinking in silence. Fortunately, Lu Mingzhou had not come empty-handed. He presented a hefty 10-pound chunk of bear meat, which softened Zhu Maolin's demeanor somewhat. After downing a mouthful of sorghum liquor, Zhu furrowed his brow and said, "Young man, this leopard is no easy prey. 5 hunting parties have come and gone without a single lead." Lu Mingzhou said little, bidding farewell and departing. In the artificial forest of Hai Village, Lu Mingzhou discovered the leopard's paw prints, easily recognizable and shaped like a flower. About 12 centimeters long and 9 centimeters wide. The front paws had 5 toes, while the back had 4. The distances between the prints were considerable, sometimes nearly 10 meters apart, indicating a full-speed run. In the artificial forest, he found several traps, yet there were no signs of disturbance. It seemed the recent snowfall had driven the leopard back to its den. Following the leopard's tracks, he journeyed toward the 44th forest area. This trek spanned over 30 miles, and as dusk approached, he decided to build a shelter. Fortunately, he stumbled upon a cave spacious enough to accommodate him. He gathered dry pine branches, stripped the needles, and spread them thickly on the ground to create a makeshift bed. Lighting the pine branches would help dispel any noxious fumes and deter wild animals. Nearby, he noticed paw prints of a wildcat and fresh droppings. Although frozen solid, he could discern that the droppings were no older than 2 days. He resolved to set a trap, cutting 2 pine branches and sharpening one end before driving it into the ground. Continuing, he secured a section of pine branch to a fork in the tree, thus forming a makeshift frame. He then cut a smaller stick, binding it with hemp rope and wedging it into the frame. At the upper end, he bent a more pliable branch, resembling a bough. At the front end of the stick, he fashioned a noose, filling it with birch bark, hay, and moss, delicacies that the local jumping mice adore during winter. Once they stepped into the snare, the branch below would sink, causing the stick to dislodge from the frame and spring upwards, suspending the creature in midair. To camouflage his trap, he meticulously scattered pine needles around its perimeter, leaving no trace, save for the bait outside the noose. He crafted such traps with remarkable speed, completing 5 in no time. Before dusk, he fetched a bit of water from a nearby stream and returned to his shelter. He ignited the pine branches and utilized his aluminum pot to boil water. amidst the warm glow of the fire. He watched as the fresh pine needles simmered in the pot, gradually turning golden. This was the authentic Northeast pine needle tea. The unique fragrance of the pine needles wafted up. Sipping it brought him immense satisfaction. By the light of the fire, he took out his prized possession, wolf-repelling mountain patrol, engrossed in its pages. Wholly oblivious to the wilderness surrounding him, he had long since acclimated to this lifestyle. In contrast to his lurking training, this existence, where he could kindle a fire and enjoy pine needle tea, was akin to the comfort of camping. As night deepened, the fire's glow began to fade, and Lu Mingzhou drifted into slumber, fully clothed. Upon awakening the next day, his first task was to inspect his traps. Fortune smiled upon him. He had caught 3 rabbits, 2 gray and 1 white, 2 of which were still alive, occasionally thrashing in their bindings. These were the Northeast Asian subspecies of grass rabbits, characterized by their long ears and deep brown eyes. Lu Mingzhou housed the live rabbits in a cave, securing their hind legs and fastening them to a wooden stake, providing them with pine needles, hay, and birch bark. As for the deceased rabbit, he eviscerated it, roasting half for breakfast while keeping the other half for later consumption. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he grasped his gun, resuming his search for the leopard. Having walked less than 5 miles, he noticed an increasing density of paw prints, even spotting droppings, indicative of the creature marking its territory. It appeared this leopard resided within this forest vicinity. His spirits lifted, hope blossomed within him. He tightened his grip on the gun and proceeded with caution, aware of the leopard's swiftness and the necessity of seizing the moment. Bang! A gunshot shattered the tranquility of the mountains. A flock of mountain chickens took flight in alarm, scattering in all directions. Could it be that the leopard was sighted? Had someone beaten him to it? Lu Mingzhou felt a jolt of anxiety and immediately grasped his weapon, advancing toward the source of the shot. 500 meters ahead lay a small knoll. From a distance, he spotted 2 mountain hunters returning with their sand guns. The elder hunter, upon noticing him, waved enthusiastically and called out with robust vigor, "Young man, are you here to hunt leopards too? No need to bother. We've been here for 3 days and haven't seen a trace." In the forest, not long after, the 3 men gathered around a campfire, feasting on roasted grass rabbit meat. Coincidentally, the elder hunter was one of the 6 esteemed mountain guides from the 18th commune. Following Zhang Wuye, he was known as Jin Lu, the 6th in rank. Upon learning that Lu Mingzhou was Zhang Wuye's apprentice, Jin Lu expressed great delight, embracing him warmly and scrutinizing him for a considerable time. A lifelong mountain guide with no children of his own, he was accompanied by his middle-aged apprentice, Lin Jiangwo. Jin Lu offered his wine pouch to Lu Mingzhou, saying, "Mingzhou, come, have a few more sips. Let me add, this leopard seems to have relocated. It's nowhere to be found." Lu Mingzhou, seated on the dry grass, inquired with surprise, "Master, wasn't that shot you fired just now at a leopard?" Jin Lu sighed, "Alas, it was merely a group of wild piglets. I missed my shot. I'm getting old, unable to keep up with this line of work." Lin Jiangwo interjected, "Under normal circumstances, where there are leopards, they would be hunting wild pigs. It seems this leopard has indeed vacated. Of course, it is also possible that this group of wild pigs has just crossed the boundary." Lu Mingzhou found it curious. "But wild pigs are also worth hunting. They could be sold too." Jin Lu chuckled. "Where are wild pigs not found? Our Hongxingtuan is a good 40 miles from here. How will we transport them back?" Lu Mingzhou subtly probed about events from his master's past. Yet Jin Lu remained tight-lipped. Finally, feeling pressed, he stood, gazing at the sky and sighed. "The wind is picking up. It's about to snow again. Mingzhou, I must return. Do come visit me in Hongxingtuan when you have the chance." After bidding farewell to the 2 men, Lu Mingzhou resolved to pursue the wild pigs. Since they had ventured into the leopard's territory, if a leopard were indeed present, it would surely attempt to drive them away. He was determined to ascertain whether the leopard had truly relocated. As he progressed, he soon encountered a plethora of chaotic wild pig tracks and fresh droppings. Following the tracks for less than 2 miles, he stumbled upon a thicket in the pine forest, where 7 wild pigs foraged, a boar, a sow, and 5 piglets, snuffling about, oblivious to their surroundings. Had it been earlier, he would have already fired his weapon. However, at this moment, his focus lay elsewhere. He concealed himself behind a large rock, keeping a vigilant eye on the pig herd. Suddenly, he felt an eerie chill run down his spine, a profound sensation of life and death. It was inexplicable, a feeling beyond words. Concurrently, he heard a long, resonant wolf howl. Could it be wolves? There was no time for contemplation. He rolled aside just in time to evade a large, furry paw. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept past him. He broke into a cold sweat, spotting a yellow and black-spotted leopard, its eyes gleaming with a ghostly green light. Missing its target, it swiftly retreated into the distance. This was an adult male northeast leopard, nearly 2 meters long, not including its tail, which exceeded a meter. Its physique was well-proportioned and as swift as the wind. After several powerful leaps, it caught up with the pig herd, sending the wild pigs into a frenzy as they scattered in all directions. The leopard displayed no intention of a direct confrontation. While its speed was remarkable, hunting wild pigs, especially in a group, was evidently a daunting task. Lu Mingzhou raised his gun, but the leopard leaped away, disappearing into the forest. This creature was indeed a formidable adversary. Lu Mingzhou gritted his teeth in frustration, feeling utterly powerless. There was no denying it. The leopard was a master of ambush, navigating through the underbrush with utter silence. It could climb trees and evade detection, making it nearly impossible to counter its attacks. With remarkable patience, it could track its prey for days, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. This particular leopard was undoubtedly intelligent. The previous 5 groups of mountain guides had failed to spot it. Once it deemed its prey difficult to tackle, it would vanish from sight, only to emerge when an opportunity presented itself. Had it not sensed that Lu Mingzhou was alone, coinciding with the arrival of the wild pig herd into its territory, it would never have revealed itself. Bang! His gun fired again, and a small wild pig, weighing around 60 pounds, collapsed into a pool of blood. Now that he had confirmed the presence of a leopard, he knew he would need to replenish his supplies before embarking on a prolonged hunt. The remaining wild pigs, startled, dashed away, their snorts fading into the distance. Lu Mingzhou approached, efficiently draining the blood and dragging the small wild pig toward a nearby stream. Along the way, he felt the piercing gaze of eyes upon him. He understood that the leopard was tracking him. Being targeted was one thing. He welcomed the challenge. In no time, he had processed the wild pig, skins separated from meat. To deprive the leopard of any food, he carried away the entrails. He cut a branch from a wild tree, using willow twigs to fashion a makeshift yoke, securing the halved wild pig as he made his way to the cave. He proceeded slowly, acutely aware that, despite the silence, the leopard was indeed following him. Its objective is not necessarily for itself, but rather most likely for the little wild boar in its possession. Given this, it must be meticulously arranged. He fashioned a colossal snare from hemp rope. This snare bears resemblance to a cat trap, yet is significantly sturdier. Within this immense loop of rope, he placed 2 substantial pieces of wild boar meat, and feeling it insufficiently secure, he added 2 rabbits as well. The snare is robust. A cat would not trigger it, as it weighs merely 7 or 8 pounds. In contrast, this northeast leopard weighs at least 130 to 140 pounds, akin to an adult's mass. After accomplishing this, the sky indeed began to sprinkle with snowflakes once more. Soon, the snowfall intensified, and the sky grew increasingly overcast. Lu Mingzhou kindled a fire, roasting the wild boar meat in the cave, which sizzled enticingly. In his mind, he pondered, how could it be a leopard when he distinctly heard the howl of a wolf? Could it be a mere figment of his imagination? He scratched his head in confusion, unable to unravel the mystery, and ultimately gave up. In the deep of night, the snow had accumulated to a thickness of 3 or 4 centimeters. He wondered if the cat had perished from the cold. Inside the cave, however, it was warm and inviting. Lu Mingzhou sat waiting for half the night, yet no stirrings were heard. Unable to endure any longer, he began to doze off, his head drooping. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a dry twig snapping. His heart leapt with joy. Indeed, it had come. He grasped his gun and stealthily approached the cave entrance. By the light of the snow, he spotted the leopard making its appearance. This creature was exceptionally clever, avoiding the rope snare entirely, instead carrying a frozen cat in its jaws. Startled at their eye contact, it dropped the rabbit and fled. Yet Lu Mingzhou was already prepared, promptly pulling the trigger. Bang! A resounding blast echoed. Blood splattered as the leopard was struck in the back. With a furious roar, it faltered but still leaped 5 or 6 meters away. Lu Mingzhou fired again, hitting its hindquarters. By the time he aimed for a 3rd shot, the leopard had vanished from sight. He chose not to pursue. To chase the leopard at night, even if it were injured, would not be an easy task. As long as he had hit it, even with a single shot, it could not escape. Lu Mingzhou stretched languidly and tossed a handful of dry twigs onto the dying fire. The flames roared back to life, warming the cave, and he settled down on the twigs, drifting into a deep slumber. The following morning, Lu Mingzhou began his search of the mountain, following the trail of blood. The blood was particularly conspicuous after the leopard had been shot. Observing the ever-closer paw prints, he knew the leopard could not evade him. In a tranquil forest, the only sound was the crunch of his footsteps on the snow. The north wind, laden with snowflakes, rushed toward him, yet Lu Mingzhou felt invigorated, striding forward. Around his neck hung a red scarf, redder than blood itself. Chapter 31. Surrender honestly, and I may spare you. Lu Mingzhou assessed that the leopard was likely in a state of near demise. This was easy to ascertain. Leopards typically have a light tread, even when traversing snow. Yet this one did not. It continued to bleed, leaving heavier paw prints. In the short distance of 2 miles, there were 3 instances of it collapsing. Anger bubbled within him. Had he not reacted swiftly, he might have fallen prey to this beast's claws. Did it think itself clever, sparing the wild boar as if he were an easy target? He ambled deliberately through the pine needle forest. Soon arriving near the large rock where he had encountered the attack the previous day, he noted that the blood trail led uphill. The northeast leopard must have sustained severe injuries. Not only was there a large pool of blood on the slope, but also signs of struggle, indicating it had fought here. Grasping a nearby willow branch, he ascended to the upper pine grove. After advancing a few steps, the paw prints disappeared. However, there was a large pool of fresh blood on the ground. Drip! Another drop fell, light yet distinct in the stillness of the forest. Mingzhou looked up to see a large tree, its trunk thicker than a man's waist, tall and straight. At a height of nearly 6 meters, there was a nest fashioned from dead branches among the pine boughs. Lying within the decayed branches was none other than the northeast leopard. Its yellow and black spotted coat camouflaged perfectly among the dead twigs, making it nearly invisible to the untrained eye. No wonder so many hunters failed to locate its lair. Generally speaking, northeast leopards prefer residing in caves, where they bring in some dry grass to make their nests, which are easier to track. Yet this leopard chose to dwell atop a pine tree, explaining why it had remained undiscovered. Having been shot twice, one can only wonder how it had managed to climb so high. It must be said, the leopard's tree-climbing prowess is truly remarkable. Mingzhou dared not ascend the tree recklessly, even though he knew the creature was nearly devoid of strength. Climbing would require both hands and feet, leaving no spare means to confront the leopard. Should it retaliate in its dying throes, he would likely sustain injuries. Mingzhou raised his gun and fired at the branch. Bang! The branch trembled violently. Although he did not strike the leopard, it nonetheless tumbled down. The ground emitted a dull thud. Snowflakes and pine needles scattering as the leopard's eyes closed forever. This tactic was known as startling a bird from its perch. The leopard, having been shot twice, was in excruciating pain. It had mustered the last of its strength to return to its nest. Just as it thought it was safe, that dreadful sound echoed once more. In a panic, it lost its balance and fell from the branch. This exemplifies the wisdom of hunters. One need not always engage in a direct confrontation. Sometimes, it is wise to use one's intellect. Had Mingzhou pursued relentlessly that night, the leopard might have fled far, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion in a place he could not find. Had he directly climbed the tree, the leopard might have bitten him in a desperate effort, causing Mingzhou to fall, possibly sustaining injuries or worse. Intelligence is a precious asset, and Mingzhou was fortunate to possess it. He waited several minutes, ensuring the leopard had ceased breathing before approaching to slice open its throat. Due to the significant loss of blood, not much more flowed out. He skillfully gutted it, carefully stripping away the leopard's hide. The leopard's fur, with its exquisite patterns and rarity surpassing that of the northeast tiger, was of immense value. In this era, a single hide could fetch 2,000 yuan, with many vying for it. 5 leopard hides could directly elevate one to the status of a 10,000 yuan household. In 1968, what significance did being a 10,000 yuan household hold? However, this was merely a fleeting thought. Generally, people refrain from provoking leopards unless they threaten lives. Yet once they inflict harm, they must be eliminated. No matter how rare, no life is more valuable than that of a human. Had Mingzhou not intervened, Hai Tun would have summoned other hunters, and the leopard would ultimately face the same fate. Half an hour later, Mingzhou had skinned the leopard. He divided the meat into 2 sections, hanging them securely from a branch, binding the skin with hemp rope, and began his descent down the mountain. At this time, the sky was still dusted with light snow. His raccoon fur hat, eyebrows, and clothing were all speckled with snowflakes, yet he paid them no mind, for even if he wiped them away, they would quickly return. Gradually, the snow would cease to melt. The old snow mixed with the new would accumulate deeper and deeper until it reached knee height. Throughout his journey, Mingzhou did not pause. As he neared Hai Tun, passing through an artificial pine forest, he spotted 2 young men approaching from a distance. 7th senior brother, do you think we can catch that leopard? 13th junior brother, regardless of whether we succeed, at least the junior sister will see our sincerity. She is the most cherished granddaughter of the master. That junior sister, too, has a position in the forestry bureau. She refuses to leave, insisting on becoming a sales clerk at the supply and marketing cooperative. Are you foolish? How could the forestry bureau compare to the supply and marketing cooperative? The cooperative offers beautiful fabrics and snowflake cream. Who wouldn't he want that? Amidst the wind and snow, the distance between the 3 narrowed to less than 100 meters. They could clearly see that both carried sand guns and donned fur hats. Only the 13th junior brother donned a gray cotton coat, while the 7th senior brother wore a common green old military overcoat. Upon spotting Lu Mingzhou approaching, the 13th junior brother could not contain his laughter. Ha ha ha. 7th brother, you've lost. There truly is someone brave enough to ascend the mountain alone. The 7th senior brother, pulling out a pack of Cat brand cigarettes from his pocket, impatiently remarked, "Give me a break." Who knew there would actually be such a reckless youth? He fixed his gaze on Lu Mingzhou and loudly inquired, "Hey kid, did you see a leopard on the mountain?" Having won the bet, the 13th junior brother was in high spirits and chuckled. Brother, if he had truly seen a leopard, would he have returned alive? The 7th senior brother scrutinized Lu Mingzhou from head to toe, and suddenly his eyes fell upon the leopard skin in Lu Mingzhou's hands. He was momentarily taken aback. Then his eyes sparkled with excitement as he licked his lips, feigning calmness as he asked, "My friend, where did you acquire that skin?" Without even glancing up, Lu Mingzhou replied nonchalantly, "I hunted it myself." The 13th junior brother caught on to the gravity of the situation. "Ah, brother, this is," the 7th senior brother interrupted, grabbing him firmly. "Don't say anything. Let me handle this." The 13th junior brother covered his mouth, his eyes fixed greedily on the leopard skin, unable to look away. Cough, cough. The 7th senior brother cleared his throat. "Friend, here's the thing. Last night we set a trap and caught a leopard. We're now preparing to retrieve it. Would you care to join us?" "Not interested," Lu Mingzhou replied lazily, stepping forward. "Stop right there," the 7th senior brother barked. "Let me be straight with you. The skin you're holding is from the leopard we caught. Hand it over honestly, and I might let you off the hook." Lu Mingzhou scoffed. "I've been on the mountain for the past couple of days. I haven't even seen a hare, let alone set a trap." Chapter 32. Are you sure you don't want to reconsider? The 7th senior brother glared at him, grinning maliciously. "You say there's nothing, but I, along with the 13th junior brother, set the trap and witnessed the leopard get ensnared." 13th junior brother, isn't that right? Still mesmerized by the leopard skin. The 13th junior brother snapped back to reality when prompted, quickly affirming, Yes, I set the trap with 7th brother." Lu Mingzhou advanced. "Excuse me, let me through. You all go back to searching for your traps. I have no time for idle chatter." The 7th senior brother blocked his path, menacingly stating, "Kid, do you have any idea who I am?" Lu Mingzhou shook his head. "No, and I have no desire to know." The 13th junior brother eagerly interjected, boasting, "My 7th brother is the renowned marksman Zhuge Chonglin, and I am the 13th junior brother, the tiger tamer Chen Ziyuan. Our master's name would terrify you. He is the illustrious hunter king, Zhou Buer, known throughout northeast China. Are you scared now?" Lu Mingzhou was indeed aware of Zhou Buer. He was the leader of the 6 heroes of the mountain, reputed for never needing a second shot. In earlier years, when the tigers of Chongbai Mountain posed a threat, he was the one called upon to deal with them. Now, his disciples were widespread, and he was a nationally recognized hero against tigers. A highly esteemed forestry advisor across the 3 northeastern provinces. A slight smile graced Lu Mingzhou's lips. The esteemed Elder Zhou's reputation is indeed far-reaching. "I am honored to make your acquaintance." The 7th senior brother grinned. "Knowing this, you should hand over the leopard skin obediently. If I'm in a good mood, I might even give you 30 or 50 bucks. Lu Mingzhou remained unfazed. "Oh, is that how the Elder Zhou instructs you? Resorting to robbery after failing to swindle? Sorry, but I'm not in the mood to play with you." He dismissed the conversation and continued walking forward. However, after taking a few steps, he heard the unmistakable sound of a bullet being chambered. Zhuge Chonglin shouted sharply, "Kid, stop right there. I may not dare to kill you, but I'm certainly capable of incapacitating you. With my master around, nothing major will happen." At that moment, Lu Mingzhou felt a jolt of adrenaline as the sound of wolf howling echoed in his ears. How coincidental was it when he sensed the killing intent that the howling commenced? This time, he recognized that the howling came from the Wolf King whistle hanging around his neck. This object possessed a warning function? How could that be? However, now was not the time for investigation. He set down the leopard skin, slowly turned around, and frowned. "Don't you know that the first rule for mountain dwellers is never to point a gun at a person?" Zhuge Chonglin erupted in laughter. "This is a new China, who still abides by the rules of bygone days. Try taking another step, and you'll taste my marksmanship, capable of piercing a target at 100 paces. Lu Mingzhou appeared unfazed by his predicament, seemingly unconcerned about the theft of his leopard skin, and instead frowned, asking, "Is hitting a target at 100 paces truly impressive?" Zhuge Chonglin sneered, "I've spent 3 years honing my aim. I can hit a target 100 times out of 100. From 10 meters away, I can extinguish an incense stick without breaking it. What do you think of that?" Bang! The gunshot rang out, not from Zhuge Chonglin, but from Lu Mingzhou, who had bent down with his 56-style semi-automatic rifle naturally aimed forward. With his left hand pulling back the bolt and his right hand firing in one fluid motion, Zhuge Chonglin's face drained of color. As he had not anticipated Lu Mingzhou could execute so many actions in an instant, thinking he was doomed. To his shock, the weight of his shotgun suddenly felt heavier, nearly slipping from his grasp as he looked down to see the iron barrel shattered, with the bullet lodged 3 centimeters deep in the barrel. The immense impact sent a jolt of pain through his chest, causing him to emit a muffled groan. What sort of marksmanship was this? He was astounded. At just 10 paces, Lu Mingzhou had struck the barrel directly, and to achieve such accuracy under duress. Was he even human? Cold sweat broke out on his brow. Who claimed to be a master marksman must surely pale in comparison to Lu Mingzhou. Chun Ziyuan instinctively reached for his gun. But Lu Mingzhou fired a shot that grazed the tip of his shoe, missing by a hair's breadth. Lu Mingzhou, with a calm demeanor, said, "Go ahead. Try to draw your weapon. Let us see if I can hit your palm with the next shot." Chun Ziyuan stood frozen in fear, his legs trembling, too terrified to move. Lu Mingzhou clapped his hands, engaged the safety, and spoke in a low voice. "Is everything settled now? I shall take my leave. If you wish to play with guns, I'm always available." Suppressing the fury boiling within, Lu Mingzhou momentarily entertained the thought of eliminating the two of them right there. Yet, he realized that doing so would force him to flee for his life, endangering his family. A gentleman's revenge is best served cold, he reminded himself. It was only after Lu Mingzhou had vanished from sight that Zhuge Chonglin exhaled deeply, collapsing onto the snow. He stared at the smoking barrel of his gun, panting, 13th junior brother, we just walked through the gates of hell. Chun Ziyuan, feeling warmth spreading beneath him, stammered, seventh brother, let us go back. I need to inform the master." At 10 o'clock in the morning, Lu Mingzhou arrived at Zhu Maolin's home, carrying the leopard skin. Zhu Maolin, still drinking, was taken aback by his unexpected return. After all, he had held little hope for the young man. Several seasoned mountain hunters had returned empty-handed without even a word. After all, failing to catch a leopard was somewhat embarrassing. He inquired, "Young man, why haven't you returned? I told you, leopards aren't easy to hunt. What is this?" Before him, Lu Mingzhou unfurled the leopard skin. "Uncle Zhu, this leopard skin is for you. I can't take your sales position for nothing." Zhu Maolin was left speechless. He had not anticipated Lu Mingzhou to be so benevolent, gifting him the leopard skin valued at 2,000 yuan. Just this skin alone was enough to secure him a job. It's worth noting that a sales position only paid 21 yuan a month for the first 3 years. This leopard skin was worth at least 8 years' salary for a sales clerk. Initially, he had only intended to hunt the leopard to avenge his son, thinking he would endure hardship afterward, as that was his life. But with this leopard skin, he could build a house, marry a wife, and ensure the continuation of the Zhu family line. He trembled as he grasped Lu Mingzhou's hands, saying, good child, wait a moment for your uncle. I shall write a note for you to take to Director Wu at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. I'm applying for retirement and succession right now. Soon." A tear-stained piece of paper was placed into Lu Mingzhou's hands. Rather than departing, Lu Mingzhou replied, "Uncle Zhu, please bring a few more people with you to the forest. There is still leopard meat and wild boar meat to be found, which can fetch a good price." Zhu Maolin, overwhelmed with excitement, shouted towards the courtyard, Duo, hurry over here. I have a big brother to introduce to you." Outside the courtyard, a girl clad in a floral cotton jacket rushed in, exclaiming, "Dad, I'm coming." Zhu Maolin took Lu Mingzhou's hand and said, "Child, I cannot offer you much help. My daughter is 14. Are you married? Perhaps I could arrange a marriage for you?" The girl blushed deeply. Truth be told, she was quite charming, delicate, and lovely, like a precious gem. Yet Lu Mingzhou felt a twinge of guilt. No, Duo is still young, and I'm not of age yet. Uncle Zhu, shall we proceed to collect our quarry? Shortly thereafter, a group of individuals followed Lu Mingzhou up the mountain, joyfully carrying leopard meat and the remaining wild boar meat. He also brought back a hefty 8-pound jumping cat, which Lu Mingzhou held as they made their way home. Zhu Maolin placed a substantial amount of provisions into his backpack, saying, "Mingzhou, have you reconsidered Duo's marriage?" Chapter 33. The educated youth must descend to the countryside. Battling against the wind and snow, Lu Mingzhou munched on dry rations as he trudged forward. By 4 in the afternoon, he finally reached the police station of the 18-mile commune. In such weather, the police typically do not respond unless it is a matter of great importance. Lu Mingzhou was fortunate enough to meet Feng Yuanzheng. Observing Lu Mingzhou, who appeared weary and travel-worn, Feng inquired with concern, "Are you all right? It does not matter if you did not catch the leopard. They are not easy to hunt. I will think of another way." "No." Lu Mingzhou shook his head. "I have indeed captured it, and I have submitted my retirement and succession application. Though some issues have arisen." Feng Yuanzheng's expression shifted, his hand tremoring slightly as he reached for a cigarette. Instantly, he returned to his usual demeanor. "Do tell." After all, he was Lu Mingzhou's guarantor. If he were to misuse a firearm, the responsibility would fall upon him. Lu Mingzhou recounted his encounter with Zhuge Chonglin and Chun Ziyuan. Feng Yuanzheng rose, brows furrowed in contemplation. and after a long pause, stated, "Mingzhou, you have handled this well. Old Master Zhou is not someone you can provoke." He took a deep breath of smoke and exhaled slowly. "Rest assured, Old Master Zhou values his reputation. He will not openly cause you trouble this time. However, what he may do in the shadows is uncertain. He is fiercely protective. Take care." Lu Mingzhou did not overly concern himself with his own capabilities. He welcomed any challenges they might present. The most pressing matter was to ensure his brother was settled, thus securing a path forward for the family. He nodded. "I will be cautious. There is one more thing. I would like to ask for your assistance in visiting Director Wu again." Feng Yuanzheng readily agreed. "In this frigid weather, there is little else to do. I will accompany you to chat with Director Wu." At the office of the Director of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative in the 18-mile commune, with Feng Yuanzheng present, Wu Yuxing was quite amenable. "Very well. Since Old Zhu has submitted the application and you, Old Feng, are vouching for him, we shall proceed with Lu Mingyuan's matter. He can commence work at any time." Lu Mingzhou produced the jumping cat. "Director Wu, I am exceedingly grateful. The journey today has been long, and I have little to offer, but I shall surely bring you something next time." Rising, he added, "Uncle Feng, Director Wu, it is getting late. I must hurry back to Kaoshan Village. I entrust my brother's affairs to both of you." After saying this, he stood and walked towards the door, with Feng Yuanzheng and Wu Yuxing seeing him out. Wu Yuxing sighed. This young man is quite remarkable. His handling of matters is far beyond that of most youth. Feng Yuanzheng chuckled. "What do you expect? I would consider him my nephew. This lad will surprise you in the future. Just take good care of his brother. It requires little effort." Wu Yuxing laughed heartily. "Of course, out of respect for you, Old Feng, I shall watch over him. It is snowing today. How about coming over to my house after work for drinks and some jumping cat meat?" Feng Yuanzheng threw his arm around Wu Yuxing's shoulder. "Is that even a question? I never intended to go back." In the evening, Lu Mingzhou finally returned home. The moment he set down his burdens and firearm, he relaxed, only then realizing how weary and drowsy he truly was. He forced himself to unload the bullets, carefully stowing the gun away, and without even touching a meal, he clambered onto the bed to rest. Exhaustion overtook him, and he soon fell into a deep slumber, the sound of his soft snores filling the air. Meanwhile, in the Xingyanling region, in the Jiajdaki district, within the district committee's family compound, Shun Nanping returned home, casually placing his briefcase down and sinking into the sofa, his brow furrowed in worry. Sun Yanhua, tying on an apron, emerged from the kitchen and prepared a cup of tea for him. "Old Shun, have you encountered troubles at work?" Shun Nanping shook his head. "Not exactly. The provincial work team is coming down tomorrow for an inspection, and I am fretting over how to host them." Sun Yanhua wiped her hands and replied dismissively, "How else can you host them? It's either at the district committee cafeteria or at the guest house. Isn't it always like this?" Shun Nanping sighed. "This year is different. My old comrade, He Jingwang, is coming. He mentioned early on that he wanted to come to our home for dinner. So let him come. Are we afraid of adding a couple of extra chopsticks?" Sun Yanhua counted on her fingers. "We have pork, mushrooms, vermicelli, and we could buy a fresh chicken and a fish early tomorrow. It'll be perfect. That one tea do." Shun Nanping pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling a headache coming on. "Last year, I promised him I would prepare some mountain delicacies when he came over. I sent my secretary to buy them yesterday, but he couldn't find anything." Sun Yanhua shot him a glare. "Look at you, over 40 years old and still boasting. They sell roe deer meat in the market. I'll go buy some tomorrow." "Roe deer meat is fine, but it's not enough." Shun Nanping chuckled bitterly. "Let us not forget that Old He is our son's superior. Considering his position as the deputy director of the provincial office, he has seen it all. Just serving roe deer meat. He won't say it, but he will definitely think we are being stingy. This one do, that one do. What do you suggest we do?" Sun Yanhua, feeling somewhat disheartened, glanced towards the balcony and noticed two dark objects. She slapped her thigh. "Old Shun, I have an idea. A few days ago, your daughter brought back 2 bear paws. I thought I wouldn't be able to cook them, so I just hung them on the balcony. You can take them back, have the unit's chef prepare them, and return them in the evening. Wouldn't that work?" Shun Nanping was overjoyed. He hurried to the balcony and indeed spotted a pair of bear paws hanging from the clothes rack, grinning from ear to ear. "These are excellent. Such plump bear paws. Even Old He won't find fault with them. Our daughter has truly come to our aid this time." He held the frozen, hard bear paws, growing more satisfied by the moment, and asked, "Where's our great contributor daughter?" Sun Yanhua gestured towards a room. "She's in there. For the past few days, she's been hiding in her room, giggling to herself, only coming out to eat." "You think she's gotten close to someone?" Shun Nanping sighed. "Who knows? Our daughter holds herself in high regard. In the district committee compound, the boys who like her are lined up, yet she hasn't given any of them a glance." Sun Yanhua shot a glance at the room door and lowered her voice. "There's something odd too. Ever since she brought back the bear paws, she declared her intention to go to the countryside to become a teacher. I fear she might elope with some country boy. so I didn't dare to agree. Surprisingly, Shen Nanping did not oppose this. He even gave a thumbs up. Our daughter seems to have quite the awareness. The country encourages the children of officials to go down to the countryside to serve. Even Secretary Xiong sent his second son to the northwest to do so. Sun Yanhua rubbed her tired eyes, almost shedding tears. You know how poor our northeastern countryside is, right? In the dead of winter, there's just a simple earth and calm. Are you really going to let our daughter make her own fire on the calm? Why not? Shen Nanping replied earnestly. The chairman taught us that educated youth must go down to the countryside. Since our daughter is willing to go, let her give it a try. Unable to adapt, I shall find a way to revert. Chapter 34. The prey eludes capture, yet one has learned to use a gun against others. The following day, in the county town of Huma, there stood a traditional courtyard inscribed with the name Zhou residence. In this era, one could not refer to it as a mansion, lest they be accused of promoting feudalism. Even ordinary families dared not use the term residence. However, Zhou Boer, bolstered by his renown as a tiger-hunting hero and connections with provincial leaders, faced no such scrutiny. Zhou Boer, the 12th of his lineage, originally named Zhou Shire, opted to change his name to Zhou Boer, adhering to the adage of not firing second shot. His title as the Northeast Hunter King had long been uncontested. Each year, he hosted 2 grand birthday celebrations, the first in May for his own birthday, attended by disciples from across the nation, and the second in October for his granddaughter's birthday, where 13 of his apprentices would gather to pay their respects. Today marked the 16th birthday of his granddaughter, Zhou Yaqing. The Zhou residence was adorned with festive decorations, buzzing with excitement. With a resounding announcement, the ceremonial offerings began. Miss Zhou Yaqing of the Zhou family celebrates her 16th birthday. Zhou Boer sat at the center of the hall, flanked by his 2 sons, Zhou Jiwen and Zhou Zhiwu. Zhou Jiwen, the county's forestry bureau director, was also Zhou Yaqing's father. Zhou Zhiwu followed in the footsteps of the elder Zhou, having taken in 13 disciples known as the 13 Protectors. Behind them stood a graceful girl with her hair styled in a bun. It was Zhou Yaqing. The eldest disciple, Wang Junshun, presented a pair of deer-hide boots, wishing his junior sister eternal youth. The second disciple, Su Jiansheng, offered a pair of raccoon fur gloves, wishing her endless laughter. The third disciple, Hyongjun, gifted a pound of deer antler, wishing her robust health. The fourth disciple, Zheng Weimin, presented a cotton shirt, wishing her beauty like a blooming flower. The fifth disciple, Lu Zhihui, gifted a radio, wishing her intelligence and wisdom. The sixth disciple, Chun Yongtai, offered a pair of crystal hairpins, wishing her dreams come true. Zhou Yaqing beamed with delight, her smile radiant, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. Thank you, thank you. Each year, her grandfather hosted a grand birthday banquet for her, declaring her the first girl in 5 generations of the Zhou family deserving of special attention. The family doted on her, fulfilling her every whim. No one dared to contradict her wishes. Yet, deep down, she understood that this favoritism was likely linked to her maternal grandfather's status as a retired forestry official. However, her joy was short-lived. Her round, sparkling eyes scanned the crowd, and upon realizing her targets were absent, she pouted in displeasure. Where are my 7th and 13th brothers? They promised to hunt a leopard for me, yet they have vanished. Zhou Boer chuckled indulgently, stroking his white goat beard. Perhaps they're delayed on the road. There's no need to fret. Zhou Yaqing stamped her petite foot, gritting her teeth. Grandfather, they shouldn't be so incompetent. Can I not even catch a single leopard? Rest assured, your 7th brother is the finest marksman, while the 13th disciple excels in tracking. A mere leopard cannot escape them. With a huff, Zhou Yaqing turned away. Grandfather, if they cannot handle such a trivial task, you must discipline them properly. Ha ha ha. Zhou Boer laughed heartily. Very well, whatever you say. Just then, 2 figures rushed in, kneeling before him. Master, you must intercede on our behalf. They cried. We caught a leopard, but a boy named Lu Mingzhou stole it from us. Zhou Boer's expression darkened. Rise and speak. It is Yaqing's birthday. What is this lamentation? 7th brother, you tell the story, pleaded Zhuge Chonglin, wiping away tears as he recounted. Master, the 13th disciple and I went to Hayaton to hunt a leopard for our junior sister. We finally caught one, skinned it, but on our way down, we encountered Lu Mingzhou. He threatened us with a gun and stole the leopard skin. Zhou Boer's face turned an ominous shade. Is this true? Explain the events in detail. Zhuge Chonglin inhaled deeply, feigning distress. Master, we left early yesterday morning for Hayaton. Fortune smiled upon us. We spotted a leopard and shot it. After pursuing and subduing it, we were accosted by Lu Mingzhou, who stole the skin at gunpoint. Zhou Zhiwu, incensed, exclaimed, Who is this Lu Mingzhou, daring to rob the possessions of Zhou family disciples? He must be taught a lesson. Zhou Jiwen furrowed his brow. Lu Mingzhou threatened you with a gun. This constitutes armed robbery. Shall I inform the police to apprehend him for questioning? Foolishness. Zhou Buer barked. You believe everything they say? 13th. Explain how you found the leopard and what it was doing at the time. Chun Zuan, startled, stammered. I and seventh brother saw the leopard from afar and shot it. It was that simple. Zhou Buer's gaze sharpened, piercing through him. Is that truly the case? Chun Zuan, trembling in fear, glanced at Zhuge Chonglin, who stood with his head bowed, offering no sign of support. He steeled himself and replied, Why yes. With a sudden movement, Zhou Buer sprang up and slammed his hand on the nearby 8 Immortals table. Summon the enforcers. These two must face the consequences. The proclamation silenced the room. The Zhou family's punishment typically involved corporal discipline, with 30 lashes that could leave one severely marked. Zhuge Chonglin and Chun Ziwan quickly fell to their knees, pleading, Master, please show mercy. Zhou Jiwu stepped forward to intercede. Father, have you lost your senses? They were robbed of the leopard's skin, and instead of aiding them, you would punish your own? I see you're the foolish ones. Zhou Buer retorted sternly. I am, after all, the Hunter King. In all my years, I have never seen a leopard out during the day. If you claim you stumbled upon its den, I might believe you somewhat. His frustration mounted as he approached the two. Your master may be aging, but he is not senile. In a snowstorm, does a leopard wander the woods because it is foolish, or do you presume your master is a fool? As his ire grew, he kicked each of them, sending them sprawling. You were given a chance to speak again. What truly transpired? Zhuge Chonglin and Chun Ziwan, their faces ashen, understood they could not hide the truth any longer, and thus recounted the entire event, omitting nothing. Zhou Buer nodded in understanding. He turned to Zhou Jiwu. Do you comprehend now? This is why you cannot become the Hunter King. Your impulsiveness blinds your analytical abilities. Zhou Jiwu, furious, stepped forward and slapped each of them. Incompetent fools, unable to catch prey, yet you have learned to aim your guns at each other? Chapter 35. The expenses for hospitality will be charged to the public account. Zhou Buer restrained his second son. No great error has occurred. It need not come to this. Relishing the moment, he declared, Your punishments may be spared, but the lesser transgressions cannot go unaddressed. You are to serve 3 months in the Volunteer Forest Protection Team. Do you accept? The Forest Protection Team's duties were arduous and perilous. The Forestry Bureau employed these teams annually, with a monthly salary of 20 yuan, including food and lodging. However, few were eager to join, and these unfortunate apprentices had been caught in the act. Zhuge Chonglin cursed under his breath, recognizing the cunning of the old fox. In the Huma County Forestry Bureau, over a third of the full-time employees were disciples of the Zhou family. It could be said that the entire bureau was under the Zhou name. By joining the Volunteer Forest Protection Team, the funds would ultimately end up in Zhou Jiwen's pocket. Do you think I wish to be a disciple of the Zhou family? I merely seek a path to become a formal employee of the Forestry Bureau. The circumstances dictated his submission, and he bowed his head. Thank you, Master, for your mercy. I am willing. Chun Zuan, always following seventh brother's lead, quickly echoed, I am willing too. Zhou Buer turned to Zhuge Chonglin. Did you bring your gun? Let your master take a look. Just then, Zhuge Chonglin, having intended to bring his gun to the county for repairs, stepped outside to fetch it. Zhou Buer gazed at the bullet lodged within the barrel of the gun, gently caressing it. Though he uttered no words, a tempest of emotions surged within him. What kind of gunplay was this? According to Shaoqi, Lu Mingzhou had bent low, and in the fleeting moment when he swung the gun's muzzle forward, he pulled the bolt to fire, striking the bullet precisely within the barrel. What kind of extraordinary skill was this? With Zhou's own marksmanship, he could hit the muzzle, yet in that instant, it seemed utterly impossible, especially since a living person stood behind the barrel. If he missed, the bullet would inevitably strike the vital points of the person behind, branding him a murderer. This implied that when he fired, he possessed absolute certainty of hitting his target. Did such marksmanship truly exist? The onlookers, all seasoned experts, were left utterly astounded by the sight of the gun barrel. Zhou Jiwu seized the opportunity to flatter. This marksmanship is nothing extraordinary. I personally witnessed your master shoot a steel ball through the square hole of a copper coin from 10 meters away. This is less than 10 meters, and the gun hole is larger than the coin. The disciples, pulled from their reverie, began to extol their master. When it comes to marksmanship, surely their master was second to none. He never fired a second shot. No one could surpass his skill. Who was this Lu, of whom they had never heard? Merely a coincidence. The master's accomplishments were such that even 3 lifetimes would not suffice for the likes of Lu to match. Zhou Buer listened to these sycophantic praises. In his youth, he might have found them unbearable. Yet as he aged, his ears grew softer, and he felt an unexpected sense of contentment, refraining from rebuttal. Once the discussions began to wind down, he waved his hand grandly. Everyone's here. Let us prepare for the feast. At that moment, Galao Air arrived. Stumbling as he rushed in, kneeling before Zhou Buer, and clutching his pant leg, weeping loudly. "Oh, boss, you must help me seek justice. I was imprisoned for 5 days and just released today." Zhou Buer furrowed his brow. "I've heard about your predicament. You went to rob someone else's bear, which is indeed unscrupulous. I cannot assist you with this matter." Ge Lao Er wept bitterly. "Boss, I was doing this for you. Do you know whose bear I tried to rob? It was Lu Mingzhou's, the apprentice of Zhang Laowu." "What?" Zhou Buer's expression darkened instantly. His countenance grim. "You mean to say that Lu Mingzhou is Zhang Laowu's apprentice?" Ge Lao Er gritted his teeth. "Absolutely. Zhang Laowu is already crippled, and yet he produced such a calamity. Boss, you must not let him off the hook." Fury ignited in Zhou's eyes as he clenched his fists tightly, then gradually relaxed. He forced a smile. "All right, I've understood. Let us, brothers, go have a few drinks." At the Lu household, a family of 4 was dining, when suddenly, a cacophony of drums and gongs echoed from afar. Lu Hongmei looked up astonished. "What is that sound?" Lu Mingyuan expressed his curiosity. "I haven't heard of anyone in our village marrying." Lu Mingzhou chuckled. "Could it be that they are here for you?" "Nonsense," Lu Mingyuan retorted. "Why would they come looking for me? I'm not a son-in-law." Just then, a voice boomed from the courtyard. "Lu Mingyuan, are you there? Come out. There's great news." Could it truly be for me? Lu Mingyuan set down his chopsticks and stepped outside, momentarily taken aback. What was this spectacle? The village head, Sun Dihao, held a large red flower and a certificate. What was this throng of people about? "Ha ha ha." Sun Dihao laughed heartily. "Mingyuan, why are you still dawdling? Is this how you welcome the joyous villagers?" "Joyous? What joy?" Lu Mingyuan was utterly perplexed, unsure of the source of the celebration. Sun Dihao looked at him in surprise. "You mean to say you don't know about this major event? You have been appointed as a sales representative by the Supply and Marketing Cooperative." "Huh?" Lu Mingyuan's mouth dropped open in astonishment, large enough to fit a duck egg. Lu Hongmei, holding Yi, hurriedly asked, "Village head, you're not joking, are you? Is this for real?" Sun Dihao replied earnestly, "How could this be a joke? The Supply and Marketing Cooperative sent someone to take Mingyuan's records, and the appointment letter is with me. From now on, Mingyuan will be eating state grain." "Really? Truly?" Lu Mingyuan and Lu Hongmei exchanged glances, eyes wide with incredulity and delight. A sales representative coming to him? This was more miraculous than a golden child falling from the sky. Lu Mingyuan hurried forward, accepting the appointment letter. It stated, "Specially appointed comrade Lu Mingyuan, to serve as a sales representative for our cooperative, signed by the 18ly Commune Supply and Marketing Cooperative, adorned with a bright red official seal." Though the paper was light, Lu Mingyuan's hands trembled with emotion. He may not have known how his brother achieved this, but he was certain it was his doing. A smile spread across his face, while tears streamed down his cheeks unbidden. He rushed over to Lu Mingzhou, who stood smiling, seemingly unfazed, and embraced him, weeping. "Oh, heir, how can I ever repay you for this? Get off, you're getting your snot all over me." Lu Mingzhou grimaced, finding it peculiar that his typically stalwart brother was behaving so sentimentally. "If you don't roll off, I'll just keep rubbing," Lu Mingyuan declared, utterly overwhelmed with gratitude. Such a position was priceless. His brother, who could easily secure it, insisted on giving it to him. Such kindness could never be repaid adequately. However, Lu Mingzhou harbored a different perspective. Isn't it just a sales representative? Just one of the 8 positions? What is there to be so moved about? Such narrow-mindedness. In this day and age, what could be more lucrative than hunting? Lu Hongmei beamed with joy. Come. It's cold outside. Everyone come in and sit. Though I may not have much to offer, today there is plenty of wine and cigarettes." No need. Sun Dihao laughed. "I've already had the cooperative send over wine and cigarettes. Mingyuan is the first sales representative from our village. Henceforth, our village's purchasing will rely on him. The expenses for this gathering can be accounted to the public fund." Chapter 36. Hunting Ban in Area 42. Kaoshan Village is a large community with its own cooperative. This cooperative is essentially an auxiliary of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, selling grains, oils, cloth, flour, fertilizers, daily necessities, and more, most of which require tickets. There are 2 sales representatives within it, but they lack formal positions. Lu Mingyuan, however, was different. He had secured a genuine iron rice bowl, transitioning to an urban household registration and receiving state grain. The cooperative provided 5 boxes of premium cigarettes, over 10 pounds of bulk sorghum liquor, and a fair amount of peanuts, sunflower seeds, and fried snacks. In the courtyard of the Lu family home, villagers brought their own stools, sitting together and chatting merrily. Young and old alike savored the sorghum liquor, while the women busied themselves brewing tea. The children, with eager eyes, like it was New Year's, stared longingly at the snacks, occasionally sneaking a handful into their pockets like little thieves, clutching tightly. A throng of aunts and uncles surrounded Lu Mingyuan, showering him with praise. This Mingyuan boy is truly becoming more handsome by the day. A rare fine youth in the vicinity. Indeed, Lu family's daughter-in-law is fortunate. We thought Mingzhou was already quite accomplished, but it turns out Mingyuan is even more so. Lu Mingyuan felt slightly discontented. And Huang, this sales position was secured by my brother. He is 1,000 times, 10,000 times more capable than I. Alas. His protests went unheard. Look at Mingyuan. Such humility is indeed commendable. It was as though old lady Zhou had lost her senses, ignoring her two accomplished grandsons to dote on that useless Lu Mingfeng. Don't mention it. If only my grandson had half the talent of Mingyuan or Mingzhou, I would wake up laughing from my dreams. Zhou Yinglan stood outside the courtyard, her face flushing alternately, hesitant to step inside. Huang Huqin observed the village women enjoying the delicious fried snacks, her mouth watering, and couldn't he help but speak. Mother-in-law, let us go in and have a bite. Zhou Yinglan shot her a fierce glare. Eat, eat, eat. All you know is eating. You can't even steam buns or make bread. And you expect me to serve you while you covet someone else's food? Huang Huqin pointed at the corner of her mouth and exclaimed, Grandmother, what is the matter with the drool at the corner of your lips? Zhou Yinglan hastily wiped her mouth clean, stammering, Is there any drool? No, there isn't. Let us go, it's time to head back. A mere salesperson, what future could one expect? Our Mingfeng, surely, will achieve greater success in the future. Lu Mingfeng stood there, dazed and disoriented. In these times, to be a salesperson was far more promising than attending university. Not to mention, having submitted a guarantee letter. His path to higher education had been irrevocably severed. After painstakingly uncovering the background of Shun Qingwei's family, which was a substantial advantage, it had been snatched away by Lu Mingzhou. How unjust fate was! Grasping his hair in despair, Lu Mingfeng crouched on the ground, his facial muscles contorting in agony, struggling to breathe. The sounds of laughter and joy emanating from the courtyard pierced his heart like daggers, causing him to writhe in pain. It was unclear how much time had passed before he finally rose, dragging his numbed legs as he walked home in a daze. In his heart, he screamed fervently, Everything that belongs to me shall be reclaimed. One day, I will take it all back and force you all to return to your true selves. The next day, Lu Mingyuan was surrounded by several burly men from the village as he made his way to the public distribution center for work. He waved frequently to Lu Hongmei, Lu Mingyuan, and Yaya as he walked far away. Lu Hongmei felt a mix of pride and sorrow. She was proud that her eldest son had found a promising path, alleviating her worries about his marriage. Yet, she felt a pang of sadness at the thought of her son, whom she had nurtured for 17 years, leaving home so suddenly. After sending Lu Mingyuan off, Zhang Haizi approached. Junior brother, it's been a few days since we last went hunting. Since the weather is clear today, shall we take a walk in the woods? Having just completed an important task, Lu Mingyuan was eager to find something to occupy himself and readily agreed without a second thought. The two proceeded toward the vicinity of a mountain god temple, where they noticed 3 individuals busily working. Upon closer inspection, they realized they were erecting a sign that read, Hunting in Forest Area 42 is prohibited. Hunting within a 10-mile radius is strictly forbidden. Violators will have their firearms confiscated and face legal repercussions. As the two approached, the leading middle-aged man, with a serious expression, stated, The County Forestry Bureau has issued a notice today. Hunting in Forest Area 42 and the surrounding 10 miles is no longer permitted. You should return. This is outrageous. Zhang Haizi shouted, his face flushed with anger and his head buzzing. What about the wild boars destroying crops? What about the minks digging holes? Are we to be left with no means to survive? The middle-aged man, looking down his nose, retorted, That is a matter for your village. It has nothing to do with me. I am merely conveying the message. If you have the guts, go ahead and hunt. We shall see if you are penalized. Zhang Haizi was about to retort, but was restrained by Lu Mingzhou. Let us go. We can discuss this later. Along the way, Zhang Haizi seethed with indignation for years. I've never heard of a hunting ban in Forest Area 42. The surrounding areas, 41 and 43, are not banned. Why are we singled out? Lu Mingzhou slowly shook his head. I don't know, but it is clear we are being targeted. Zhang Haizi, astonished, pointed to himself and asked us, You mean the two of us? Consider this. Forest Area 42 is the closest to our village. The ban on hunting affects whom? Zhang Haizi suddenly understood currently. The only two in the entire village relying on hunting for survival are us. Exactly. Lu Mingzhou furrowed his brow, his gaze piercing. They are after us. But their scheme is likely to fail. Zhang Haizi quickly inquired, Do you have a plan? Lu Mingzhou quickened his pace. Let us not discuss that now. Let's head to your home and find our master. At the Zhang household, Elder Zhang listened intently as Lu Mingzhou and Zhang Haizi recounted their tale. He tapped his smoking pipe, chuckling coldly. That old man Zhou is becoming increasingly shameless, resorting to such underhanded tactics. Turning to Lu Mingzhou, he continued, Mingzhou, This is not necessarily a bad thing. In the past, mountain hunters roamed freely, going wherever game was found. You need not contend with them. Just head to Forest Area 43 instead. After hunting there, you can sell your catch in town, which is much closer. Zhang Haizi beamed with delight. With a broad smile, he exclaimed, "Grandfather, you've always forbidden me from using a gun. Now that Mingzhou has brought back a shotgun that you've been tinkering with, can I finally use it?" Elder Zhang sighed, rising very well. "Your impulsive nature was the reason I didn't want you using a gun before. I feared you would miss and cause harm. Now that Mingzhou is here, I feel more at ease. Remember, you must wait for Mingzhou to fire before you take your shot. Understood?" Zhang Haizi nodded eagerly. Yes, yes. I understand. Elder Zhang handed him the shotgun, stating, "This gun belonged to Galauer. He never lets himself be taken advantage of and surely won't let this go lightly. Nevertheless, we cannot live in fear of the wolves behind and the tigers ahead. Just be cautious." Zhang Haizi accepted the gun, his smile stretching from ear to ear. Oblivious to the advice, he quickly packed a bundle and urged Lu Mingzhou, "Let us go. Let us head to Forest Area 43. Chapter 37. Encountering a Pack of Wolves. To reach Forest Area 43, one must traverse an additional 12 miles of mountain path. A round trip totals 24 miles. Most hunters would likely abandon the idea. Yet for Lu Mingzhou, it was entirely within his comfort zone. Given his current physical condition, he viewed it as a 10-kilometer training exercise just right for him. Zhang Haizi, tall and robust as an ox, took it all in stride, embodying the youthful vigor that defied discomfort. Moreover, a significant advantage of heading to Forest Area 43 was its proximity to the supply center, a mere 3 miles away. Having wild game would allow them to sell it with the center's assistance. Lu Mingzhou resolved to make a trip to the supply center, intending to greet Director Wu and check on his brother. He and Zhang Haizi each carried a gun while leading their hunting dogs, Sai Huzi and Sai Shishir. Out the door. Hunting dogs cannot be confined for too long. If they are caged for too long, their wild instincts will dissipate, as Elder Zhang often remarked, emphasizing the importance of letting them stretch their legs occasionally. At the commune's supply center, Lu Mingzhou peered through the entrance and noticed his brother, neatly dressed, assisting with weighing flour and bustling about with great enthusiasm. He refrained from interrupting, allowing Zhang Haizi to wait with the dogs nearby. Carrying 10 pounds of bear meat, he slipped through the side entrance to the second floor, arriving at the director's office. Knock, knock, knock. Lu Mingzhou rapped on the door. Wu Yuxing, engrossed in paperwork, looked up and, upon seeing Lu Mingzhou, rose with a smile. "Mingzhou, what brings you here today?" Lu Mingzhou placed the frozen bear meat aside and rubbed his hands together, saying, "Oh, nothing much, just bringing you some mountain goods." Wu Yuxing feigned politeness. "There is no need to bring something every time. Hunting is not easy work." Lu Mingzhou seized the opportunity to respond. "Hunting is not difficult. Selling it, however, is quite the challenge." "Ha ha ha." Wu Yuxing laughed heartily. "You ought to remember what your Uncle Wu does. These days, meat is in high demand. No tickets are required for these mountain goods. Many are eager to buy. Just focus on hunting, and Uncle Wu will handle the sales for you." Lu Mingzhou leaped to his feet, gripping Wu Yuxing's hand tightly. "Uncle Wu, I can't thank you enough. I'll share 10% of the proceeds with you." Wu Yuxing's heart swelled with joy. This arrangement required no effort on his part. He merely needed to delegate, placing the meat on display, and buyers would naturally appear. The long queues of customers eager to purchase meat would easily sell out within an hour, with occasional supplies of mountain goods. Both the members and himself would be pleased. What is not to like? He feigned reluctance, saying, "No, no, it's all for the service of the people." Yet, Lu Mingzhou insisted. "Serving the people will increase your workload as well. This token of gratitude must be accepted." Wu Yuxing patted his shoulder, unable to suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth. "Well, since you are so sincere, I shall graciously accept. If there is anything you need help with, don't hesitate to ask." Indeed, there was something. Lu Mingzhou scratched his head and, with a hint of embarrassment, inquired, "Could you possibly sell me 10 shotgun shells? However, I currently lack the funds and would like to defer payment." No problem at all," Wu Yuxing readily agreed. "To excel in one's craft, one must first hone their tools. Please, have a seat. I shall be right back." 5 minutes later, Wu Yuxing ascended the stairs carrying a paper bag. "Here for the 10 shells, a gift from me to you. I hope you bring back plenty of game to enhance the lives of our commune members." "Haha, absolutely, absolutely." Lu Mingzhou, pleased to have achieved his goal, rose to take his leave. On the way, Zhang Haizi excitedly cradled the bullets in his arms, treating them like treasures. He had long coveted a shotgun and its ammunition, but his grandfather had always forbade him from touching them. Now, having finally fulfilled his wish, he found himself admiring Lu Mingzhou even more. Exiting the supply and marketing cooperative, they turned left onto the main road, proceeding northward. After 3 miles, they would reach Forest District number 43. This area resembled Kaoshan Village, characterized by mountainous and hilly terrain. However, the slopes here were steeper, littered with more stones, and exhibited greater elevation changes. Like the pine and birch forests elsewhere, this region was interspersed with various types of deciduous trees. After 2 snowfalls, the snow had yet to melt completely, though it was not particularly thick, revealing patches of withered grass in many places. Sai Huzi and Sai Shishir, invigorated, entered the forest, their spirits visibly lifted. Observing their excitement, Lu Mingzhou decided to untie their leashes, allowing them the freedom to roam. Suddenly, the 2 hunting dogs halted, barking furiously ahead. Lu Mingzhou looked up, and without hesitation, chambered a bullet, gripping his gun tightly. To his astonishment, a large pack of wild boars appeared before them, numbering well over 20. Zhang Haizi, startled, exclaimed, Mingzhou, what should we do? If they charge at us together, we 1T stand a chance. Lu Mingzhou fixed his gaze ahead and reassured him, stay calm, follow my command. And if things go awry, climb a tree quickly. How can that be? Zhang Haizi shook his head vigorously. Sai Huzi and Sai Shishir can't climb trees. Lu Mingzhou sighed. This is a pack of wolves. Preserving our lives is our priority. I will explain it to my master upon our return. Zhang Haizi, disheartened, lamented. What terrible luck to encounter such a large pack of wolves. Wait a minute. Why is that wolf wagging its tail at us? Lu Mingzhou noticed as well. The reason he had not fired was that he sensed no hostility from the wolves. The wolf leader regarded him with a semblance of respect, its eyes reflecting a hint of amicability akin to that of a large husky. Before he could ponder further, the wolf leader suddenly lifted its head and let out a long howl. The pack promptly turned in unison, carrying their prey, and slowly departed the forest. Thanks to the snow, Lu Mingzhou could clearly see the animals they carried in their mouths, 3 roe deer. With the crisis averted, Lu Mingzhou breathed a sigh of relief and proposed, let us go take a look. The 2 hurried to the site where the wolves had been. It was a grassy patch covered with a thin layer of snow. Bloodstains and paw prints were scattered across the snow, with tracks on the roe deer and an abundance of wolf prints. Zhang Haizi pointed at the ground, astonished. What is that? What else could it be? Lu Mingzhou replied with a wry smile, roe deer, left for us by the wild boars. I had only heard of being indebted to humans. I never imagined I would owe a debt to wolves today. What an eye-opener. Zhang Haizi marveled. I've heard my grandfather say that to drive away wolves, one must not harm them, but rather befriend them. I thought he was joking, yet here we are. Lu Mingzhou approached, exerting effort to lift the roe deer, stating, the larger one weighs about 40 pounds, the smaller around 30. They've just recently perished and are still warm. Zhang Haizi asked, should we process them? Of course. How else would we sell them? Lu Mingzhou had already drawn his dagger to bleed the deer. Be swift. Once we're done, we'll head down a mountain to sell the meat. This was the way of the hunt. As long as there was game, one should not hunt to extinction nor fish the waters dry. On their descent, Zhang Haizi carried 2 roe deer, grumbling, what a wasted trip today. I didn't even get to fire my gun. Lu Mingzhou chided him playfully, get lost. You should be grateful. Some people go into the mountains for 3 to 5 days and don't even catch a single rabbit. Zhang Haizi grinned widely. That is true for others, but not for you. You're the heir of the wolf-driving sect. So what? Lu Mingzhou retorted. If you return empty-handed, you'll surely be mocked. Chapter 38. It must be that they fancy the one who hunts. On the 2nd floor of the supply and marketing cooperative, Wu Yuxing could hardly fathom that Lu Mingzhou would return in less than an hour. Especially upon seeing the 2 roe deer, he was left speechless with astonishment. He grasped Lu Mingzhou's hand, inspecting him from head to toe. Did you just go up the mountain and pick these 2 up? Lu Mingzhou sheepishly admitted, I did indeed. Wu Yuxing, however, mistook his honesty for jest. Mingzhou, you need not sell these deer. I have a friend who wishes to buy. I'll purchase them from you at the price of pork, 6 mao 8 fun per pound. Lu Mingzhou, displaying his understanding, replied, I want to sell the hides or entrails. Weigh them, and I'll give you an additional 10%. Wu Yuxing promptly interjected, no need, no need. If we exclude the hide and entrails, I'll give you 1 yuan per pound. Roe deer meat is worth double the price of pork. So offering 1 yuan was indeed a significant bargain. Lu Mingzhou, however, recognized that he appeared to lose out, while in reality, he was profiting handsomely. In 1968, transporting meat to the black market for clandestine sales was perilous. Moreover, by ensuring Wu Yuxing benefited, he would receive even more care for his brother in the future. The 2 roe deer weighed a total of 44 pounds and 5 ounces. Wu Yuxing immediately pulled out 4 large bills, a 5 yuan note included. Lu Mingzhou refused to accept it, insisting on taking only 40 yuan, claiming the 5 yuan was for the shotgun shells. Wu Yuxing, elated, personally escorted the 2 downstairs. Lu Mingzhou approached the counter, found his brother, and without further ado, handed him 10 yuan. Brother, this is for you. Don't be frugal with your spending here. Lu Mingyuan, puzzled, asked, "Where did you get so much money?" Lu Mingzhou patted the gun strapped to his back. "With this, how could I worry about making money?" Lu Mingyuan paused for a moment, then resolutely stated, "Second brother, I will repay you when I receive my salary." "No need." Lu Mingzhou turned elegantly, waving his hand dismissively. "Save your money. Strive to bring home a sister-in-law." His voice was raised, causing Lu Mingyuan to blush deeply amidst the many patrons in the cooperative. On the way, Lu Mingzhou distributed 2 large bills to Zhang Haizi. Zhang Haizi adamantly refused. No, this is far too much. Indeed, 20 yuan represented a month's wage for a laborer. Yet, Lu Mingzhou was indifferent, despite currently lacking funds. He had once offered a leopard skin worth 2,000 yuan as a gift, so he hardly valued this 20 yuan. Take it and use it wisely. Settle down and marry a proper wife, instead of hanging around with widow Zhang from the village. Zhang Haizi, feeling a bit shy, chuckled sheepishly. "You even know about that?" "Of course." Lu Mingzhou shot him a glare. "Return the money to our master. Otherwise, I won't take you with me next time." No. Zhang Haizi panicked. "I'll return it, I promise." He had worked hard to secure a connection with Lu Mingzhou, and if he were to lose that, he might as well go back to the days before liberation. Previously, with Sai Huzi and Sai Shishir, the best he could manage was a small roe deer. Even larger prey was a challenge. But now, following Lu Mingzhou, they had hunted wild boars and bears, and even stumbled upon 2 roe deer. What an exhilarating experience. He was determined to cling tightly to this opportunity. At the Zhang household, old Master Zhang listened to Lu Mingzhou's account without a hint of surprise. Taking a puff from his pipe, he remarked, "The wolves refrained from attacking you, and even left roe deer behind. This suggests that the wolf leader has acknowledged its allegiance to you. However, next time an opportunity arises, you must repay the favor." Lu Mingzhou finally confirmed that the wolf leader indeed possessed great value. Lu Mingzhou picked up the roe deer skin draped over his shoulder and chuckled. "Master, could you craft me a pair of boots from this fine leather? I've heard your skills are unparalleled." Zhang Wuye shot him a glare. "Who exactly is the master here? Now you're ordering me around?" Nevertheless, he took the skin and headed towards the inner room. "Come back in a week to collect them." Zhang Haizi hurried after him. "Grandpa, I want boots too." "Go away. Stop causing trouble. Your own shoes are still wearable." Zhang Wuye waved impatiently. "Grandpa," Zhang Haizi protested, looking forlorn. "I am your own grandson, and I just gave you 20 yuan. That was expected. Let us talk about your boots after Mingzhou are done. Also, stew the robe a bit longer, and remember to add some pepper." Bang! The door to the inner room slammed shut. Outside, Zhang Haizi looked dejected. "Junior brother, do you think I'm really Grandpa's true grandson?" Lu Mingzhou gleefully replied, "I don't think so. With your physique, you look more like a bear spawn." Zhang Haizi. At 7 in the evening in the Xingyanling area, within the district committee's family compound, Shin Nanping warmly greeted an old comrade. "Come in." "Old he, there's not much to offer, just a simple meal." He Jingwang's eyes lit up at the sight. Steamed bear paws, braised roe deer, squirrel fish, pork vermicelli. These are exquisite dishes. You call this a simple meal? After tasting a piece of the steamed bear paw, he found it delectably chewy and melting in his mouth. Exclaiming in delight, "Old Shun, such fine bear paws can only be found in Xingyanling and Changbai Mountain. Where did you procure this?" Shin Nanping replied with pride. "My daughter's classmate caught it. Originally, they were just supposed to get bear bile for her eye treatment, but they unexpectedly sent the paw as well." He Jingwang praised. "That is quite an achievement. To hunt a bear at such a young age is no small feat. I hope he not after Qingwei, your niece." Sun Yanhua's heart skipped a beat. "Huh? Could it be that my daughter really fancies a country boy?" Shun Qingwei blushed, lowering her head. "Uncle he, please don't say such things." He Jingwang laughed heartily. "Look, she's even shy now." He raised his glass and took a long sip, letting out a deep sigh. "Qingwei, since your classmate possesses hunting skills, why not help your uncle out? Have him hunt a moose, and I'll take it back to the provincial city." Shin Nanping quickly intervened. "Old he, a moose is not so easily hunted. I've heard they can outrun even leopards." He Jingwang looked helpless. "The leader asked me to inquire, and I must do my best. If I can't find one, then so be it." Shin Nanping fell silent. Sometimes, personal matters weigh more heavily than work. Doing well in work doesn't guarantee the leader's favor, but managing personal affairs well will surely earn you a higher regard. Shun Qingwei's heart stirred. She was troubled about finding an excuse to see Lu Mingzhou. Her mother seemed to know something, and Wu Ti let her go out these days. Such an opportunity was not to be missed. She quickly spoke up. "Uncle he, I can help you reach out to my classmate, but I can't guarantee he'll catch one." He Jingwang beamed. Of course. Hunting is like fishing. It's not always guaranteed." Sun Yanhua felt a twinge of worry, finding the table full of food and drink rather unappetizing. Judging by the girl's demeanor, it was likely she had taken a liking to that hunter. What was to be done? Although her daughter grew up in the countryside, She had never lacked for anything. Could it be that she truly has to endure a life of poverty with a country lad? Chapter 39. Do you still wish to silence us? The next day, when Lu Mingzhou opened his eyes, daylight had already broken. After yawning and freshening up, he searched around but found no sign of the little girl. He hastily asked, Mom, where's Yaya? Lu Hongmei, busy preparing breakfast, replied with a hint of confusion. She was just here. Where could she have gone? She must have run off to play. I'll go find her. Not far from home, he suddenly heard Yaya's cries. Whoa, don't hit me, Grandma. I didn't steal any food. You little wretch. Do you dare talk back? Do you think your aunt would falsely accuse you? Yaya? Lu Mingzhou's heart raced as he dashed towards Lu Dehe's house. In the courtyard, Yaya was being held by Zhou Yinglan, struggling like a little chick. Woo, Auntie, you're mistaken. I didn't eat the bread, I swear. Zhou Yinglan slapped Yaya's face mercilessly, the sound echoing sharply. Yaya desperately tried to shield herself with her tiny hand, but alas, her frail form was no match for Zhou Yinglan's strength. Tears streamed down her face, her voice hoarse from fear, her eyes filled with helplessness and terror. In the courtyard, many onlookers chimed in. Old lady, Yaya is also a Lu. Is it necessary to be so harsh? It's just 2 pieces of bread. Isn't Mingzhou able to compensate? Indeed, a child taking a little bread isn't a grave matter. Zhou Yinglan screeched, absolutely not. If a child steals a needle, they'll grow up to steal gold. Mind your own business. Hui Qin, tell them what happened. Huang Hui Qin stood with hands on her hips, loudly scolding. You dare say you didn't tea? I just steamed the bread and left it on the table to cool. And this little wretch took 2 and stuffed them in her mouth. Isn't food as valuable as money? Her brother hunts. Yet he never brings any meat to my family. Why should she eat my bread? Bang! The courtyard door was kicked open with force. Lu Mingzhou stormed in with a dark expression. Second brother, save me. Yaya kicked and struggled to escape. Zhou Yinglan glared, you little wretch. Not even your brother can save you today. Not even if the king of heaven himself came. Before she could finish, Lu Mingzhou dashed forward, snatching Yaya and gently placing her on the ground. Little thief. Zhou Yinglan shouted angrily. How dare you show your face? Your sister came to my house to steal, and you still have a gall to rescue her? You unruly brat. I'll teach you a lesson. Zhou Yinglan raised her arm to strike Lu Mingzhou. Unable to endure any longer, he blocked her with his arm, causing her to stumble back and fall into the snow. Zhou Yinglan took advantage of the fall to lie in the snow, wailing dramatically, help, murder. A little beast is attacking Grandma. The heavens will strike you down. Is there no justice? I can't go on living. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, Lu De picked up a laundry stick and aimed it at Lu Mingzhou. Upon seeing Lu De, Lu Mingzhou instantly understood this was a trap. After a few days in custody, Lu De was not one to let things slide. Accusing Yaya was nothing but revenge. As the laundry stick came crashing down, Lu Mingzhou sidestepped and kicked out. Bang! Lu De felt a sharp pain in his chest and coughed up blood. In just one move, he felt his body grow numb and wobbly. He stared in disbelief, wondering how this kid was so strong. Thud! Lu De knelt on one knee, unable to move. Lu Mingzhou smirked. Third uncle, we are all family. There's no need for such grand gestures. Enraged, Lu De struggled to rise. You little brat, today, I'll fight you to the end. Bring it on. Lu Mingzhou's expression darkened. Whoever backs down is a dog. He drew a dagger, lunging forward to slash at Lu De's forehead. A gust of wind swept by as the glinting dagger narrowly grazed his nose. Terrified, Lu De froze. In the next moment, he saw the dagger plunging towards his heart. He screamed in fright, spare me, spare me. As the dagger tip neared his padded jacket, he felt a warmth below and emitted a foul odor. Stop! Zhou Yinglan recovered, scrambling to her feet, fiercely attempting to grab Lu Mingzhou's arm. You little thief, if you dare to come at me. I want to believe you'll actually kill me. Suddenly, she sensed a glimmer of cold light, and a few strands of hair floated in the air. She was momentarily taken aback, but then erupted with fury. Come on, kill me, you old hag. If you take my life, you shall suffer the same fate. She was gambling on Lu Mingzhou's hesitation to harm her. Lu Mingzhou fixed his gaze on her, saying, You old crone, do you think I wouldn't dare? Or do you think I would only kill you? He brandished his knife, pointing it at Zhou Yinglan, Lu Dehai, Huang Huqin, and Lu Mingfeng. He chuckled chillingly. Killing one is the same as killing a whole family. Do you really believe that if I slay you, your son, daughter-in-law, and precious grandson will escape unscathed? He took a step forward, his voice colder than an ice cellar. Go on, say it again. Zhou Yinglan, undeterred, was about to speak, but Lu Mingfeng, nearly paralyzed with fear, pleaded, Grandma, please, don't say anything more. He's a madman. He really will kill us all. At that moment, a girl clad in a red floral cotton coat and deer-hide boots scoffed. What a coward. He hasn't even made a move. A tall, slender youth chuckled Riley, junior sister. Haven't you noticed how adept Lu Mingzhou is? Of course I have. I'm not saying he's a coward. I'm referring to another spineless fool. Weren't you just saying you wanted to teach Lu Mingzhou a lesson? Just wait and see. I found him rather interesting. Just then, the village chief, Sun Dihao, hurriedly arrived. He shouted, "Stop it, Mingzhou! Put the knife away!" Lu Mingzhou grinned, rolled up his pant leg, sheathed the knife, and acted as if nothing had happened. "What's going on?" Sun Dihao furrowed his brow and asked. Zhou Yinglan rushed forward, grasping his hand. "Village chief, this little wretch wants to kill my entire family. You must stand up for me." Sun Dihao withdrew his hand, looking at Lu Mingzhou. "Mingzhou, why are you being so impulsive?" Lu Mingzhou replied coolly. "They accused Yaya of stealing bread and beat her mercilessly. How could I not be impulsive?" "Wow!" Zhou Yinglan cried out. "You heartless wretch. We saw your sister stealing. You don't have to deny it. Yet you want to kill us all. It's utterly unjust." Lu Mingzhou demanded. "Who among you witnessed Yaya eating the bread?" Huang Huqin timidly stepped forward. "I and your third uncle both saw it. In front of everyone. Do you intend to silence us?" Chapter 40. Are there black buns in this? Lu Mingzhou scoffed coldly. "Humph, that's unnecessary. I have my own ways of proving it." Huang Huqin did not believe him at all. She put her hands on her hips and retorted, "Fine, if you have the skill. Cut open your sister and let her retrieve what she's eaten." Sun Dihao glared at her, admonishing, "Huang Huqin, is that how you speak?" Huang Huqin hesitated, finally muttering, "Well, it is true." Sun Dihao approached Lu Mingzhou. "Mingzhou, since the food has already been consumed, it's hard to prove. Consider it a loss this time, and ensure Yaya doesn't come near here again." Zhou Yinglan was displeased. "What? You're telling that little thief not to approach us? We wouldn't want her near us anyway." Another bucket of dirty water was thrown at Lu Mingzhou, infuriating him. He knew his sister all too well, despite her young age. She possessed a strong sense of pride and would never commit such an act. He crouched in front of Yaya, tenderly stroking her small face. "Yaya, do you want to prove you didn't steal the bread?" Yaya, with teary eyes, nodded. "All right, hold on a moment. Your second brother will help you prove it." Lu Mingzhou's gaze sharpened. "Old hag, how many buns do you usually steam at home?" Zhou Yinglan pursed her thin lips. "What? In my house. We steam 22 buns every morning. I've personally counted them. There's no mistake." Lu Mingzhou entered the kitchen and counted. "No mistake. There are currently 20 black buns, proving someone has stolen." Huang Huqin beamed with pride. "See, old lady? I told you that little thief stole it. She's not even that old. Yet she has such a thieving heart. Not so fast." Lu Mingzhou shot her a fierce glare. "This only proves that buns are missing. But it doesn't prove Yaya ate them." He found a feather in the kitchen, rinsed it in water, and stepped outside. "Now, it hasn't even been half an hour since this incident occurred. If she truly ate the buns, they should still be undigested in her stomach. Let us have Yaya vomit and see if she yes wronged." In front of everyone, Lu Mingzhou crouched down and softly said, "Come on, Yaya, open your mouth." Though Yaya was puzzled, she complied and opened her mouth wide. Lu Mingzhou fashioned the feather into a makeshift tool and gently inserted it into Yaya's throat, pressing down. Cough! Cough! Yaya choked, tears streaming down her face, her throat itching and painful, her stomach churning. 3 seconds later, she bent over and began to vomit violently. Lu Mingzhou gently patted her frail back. All right, rinse your mouth." He pointed to the pile of mushy vomit on the ground, sternly commanding, "Huang Huqin, open your eyes wide and see if there are any black buns in this." Huang Huqin was taken aback that Lu Mingzhou would directly call her name. Seeing the contents on the ground, her face paled, realizing Lu Mingzhou actually induced vomiting. Yet she knew she couldn't admit it. Who can say for sure? Children digest quickly. Perhaps the buns have already been digested. The villagers watching did not believe her at all. How could that be? Children have poorer digestive abilities than adults. Exactly. There isn't a single bun fragment here. This is not easy to digest. You can't wrongfully accuse someone like this. This is too much. Huang Huqin, sensing the tide turning against her, quickly shouted, "I must have seen wrong. That little thief must have hidden the buns after stealing them." Lu Mingzhou's expression hardened. His face clouded with frost. "Oh really? Now, let's become hiding? In my view, it's you who has been stealing." How could that be?" Huang Huqin, like a cat with its tail stepped on, exploded. "Why would I steal? This was originally for my family." "Because you have a greedy heart." Lu Mingzhou showed her no mercy. "If not, would you like to try inducing vomiting yourself?" Huang Huqin retreated repeatedly. "No, I refuse to induce vomiting. I have a bad stomach and can't vomit." "A bad stomach, is it? I'll target that." Lu Mingzhou lunged forward, landing a swift punch to Huang Huqin's abdomen. "Wow! Murder!" Huang Huqin clutched her stomach in pain, rolling on the ground. Zhou Yinglan stomped her feet, pointing angrily at Lu Mingzhou. "You little brat, that's your aunt. How would you lay a hand on her?" "Village chief, want you do something?" Sun Dihao, caught in a dilemma, reluctantly said, "Mingzhou, you're in the wrong here. Whatever you have to say it calmly. Oh, what is this?" Beside them, Huang Huqin was retching violently, and among the vomit were large chunks of black buns. Clearly not fully chewed. It was evident. Ha ha, what a case of the thief calling out the thief. I've gained some insight. Huang Huqin herself stole the buns and blamed it on Yaya. Their words are no longer trustworthy. What a disgrace. It serves them right. Yaya wiped her tears and innocently said, Auntie is bad. I saw her eating the buns. She told me to go in the yard and let Grandma hit me. Lu Mingzhou, with righteous indignation, declared, Now the truth is out. The village chief is here. I ask you to uphold justice and punish the true instigator. Sun Dihao cleared his throat. Mingzhou, rest assured, since I am here, I will certainly restore your justice. Now tell me, how do you wish to handle this? Lu Mingzhou's eyes widened, proclaiming loudly, Zhou Yinglan, Huang Huqin, in retaliation, falsely accused a 5-year-old child of stealing and beat her mercilessly. This behavior is utterly reprehensible. Come, everyone, look at Yaya's condition. He carried Yaya around, revealing her bruised face and bloodied scratches on her hands, a heart-wrenching sight. The villagers were incensed, chanting slogans, severe punishment for Zhou Yinglan, severe punishment for Huang Huqin. The village chief bellowed, We cannot let them go. The thunderous shout sent shivers down the spines of Zhou Yinglan and Huang Huqin. Zhou Yinglan burst into tears, exclaiming, I truly had no idea. I was inside sewing quilts. It was all the second daughter-in-law's doing. Yet, Lu Mingzhou was unwilling to relent. You, without discernment, are always the one to strike, aren't you? Zhou Yinglan found herself at a loss for words, retreating repeatedly. Sun Dihao declared loudly, Zhou Yinglan and Huang Huqin have falsely accused and assaulted children. The circumstances are severe. They shall be sent to the brigade to write a self-criticism and paraded through the streets. Thud! Zhou Yinglan, terrified, fell to her knees. Village chief, at my age, I cannot endure such public humiliation. Is this not akin to forcing me to my death? Huang Huqin also knelt, crying out hoarsely, Village chief, I was wrong. I promise I won't dare again. Please grant me another chance. Sun Dihao turned to Lu Mingzhou. Mingzhou, what do you propose? However, Lu Mingzhou did not wish for them to be paraded. Rather, he sought to return the slap they had dealt to Yaya. Glancing at the two women with disdain, he said, Let us spare them the public humiliation. Instead, they shall slap themselves 100 times, and the sound must be heard. If they refuse, they can go directly to the police station for 10 days or a fortnight. That was ruthless. Sun Dihao shouted, Why are you still hesitating? Do you want to wait for a trip to the police station? Chapter 41. Are you not going to pursue your friend? Does it hurt? Lu Mingzhou gently brushed Yaya's face. It doesn't hurt anymore. Yaya attempted to smile, but the movement caused her facial injuries to ache, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Lu Mingzhou sighed inwardly, lifting Yaya as he headed towards the door. Come, let us return home for a meal. He strode purposefully, weaving through the crowd, indifferent to the resounding slaps and the counting behind him. 32, 32, 33. Wow, you're Lu Mingzhou, how intriguing. A girl blocked his path, sporting a mischievous grin. Who are you? Lu Mingzhou frowned, inquiring. I am Zhou Yaqing. You've poached my salesperson, and I initially intended to confront you, but since you were so amusing, I have decided not to trouble you. Zhou Yaqing tilted her head, appearing cunning yet somewhat perplexed. Lu Mingzhou, uninterested, replied, Oh, thank you. I must return to have breakfast. Please step aside. Zhou Yaqing pouted. Having come all this way, you cannot even invite me to your home for a visit? There is not enough room at my place. We cannot accommodate you. Lu Mingzhou maneuvered past her. Sixth brother, block him. Zhou Yaqing, irritated, stamped her foot and shouted. A tall, lean youth stepped forward helplessly. Lu, you possess decent skills. I know a bit about martial arts too. Shall we have a friendly spar? I have no time. However, the lean youth had already assumed a stance, squatting low with his left hand forward and right palm back, grinning, Fear not, I won't harm you. Lu Mingzhou's eyes narrowed. This was not over yet. Nevertheless, he discerned that the youth was skilled, evident from his solid stance. He gently placed Yaya on the ground. You go back first. I'll join you in a few minutes. Yaya, concerned, tugged at his sleeve. Second brother, please don't fight. Lu Mingzhou smiled reassuringly. It's all right. These ruffians cannot harm your second brother. Now be a good girl and head home. The lean youth was unfazed, chuckling, Haha. It's rare to find someone who dares to regard me, Chen Yongtai, as a mere ruffian. Come on, Lu. Lu Mingzhou adopted à combattance. His left fist forward and right fist back, casually stating, Feel free. Chen Yongtai wasted no time, advancing 3 steps and launching a punch aimed at Lu Mingzhou's head. Lu Mingzhou slightly tilted his head, narrowly evading it. However, Chen Yongtai, proficient in martial arts, followed up with a whip punch, targeting Lu Mingzhou's head once more. Lu Mingzhou lowered his head, causing the punch to miss. Quite impressive. Chen Yongtai unleashed a clawing motion towards Lu Mingzhou's chest, swift as the wind. With no choice, Lu Mingzhou had a block with his fist. Inwardly, he assessed Qin Yongtai as commendable, possessing genuine skill. He grinned. 3 strikes have passed. It is now my turn. Qin Yongtai laughed heartily. What a thrill. Allow me to showcase my leg techniques. He lunged forward with a front kick, which Lu Mingzhou easily dodged. Yet he was prepared, stepping forward to deliver a side kick. This time, Lu Mingzhou did not evade but chose to intercept with his foot. Little did he know, he had overestimated his body's resilience. Untrained in absorbing blows, the pain nearly incapacitated him. Qin Yongtai, however, remained unfazed, laughing. Is that all? A decent stance. Yet your physical condition is lacking. Lu Mingzhou felt the fire of anger ignite within him. I cannot match strength with you. Qin Yongtai, now underestimating him, executed a daring left front kick aimed directly at Lu Mingzhou's chest. This move was indeed quite risky. They say a good punch does not exceed the eyebrows, and a good kick does not exceed the waist, as it leaves one vulnerable. Confident in his superior physicality, he dared to execute such a move. Lu Mingzhou deftly sidestepped, delivering a side kick to Qin Yongtai's chest. Boom! The sound echoed. An ordinary person would certainly collapse and struggle to rise again. Yet, Qin Yongtai was no ordinary man. Seemingly frail, he retreated only 2 steps before stabilizing himself. Lu Mingzhou advanced with a step, executing a whip kick. Qin Yongtai was undeterred, pressing his hands down a block. However, he met only air, as Lu Mingzhou delivered a beautifully executed change-line kick, striking him directly on the jaw. While the force may not have been tremendous, it targeted one of the human body's most vulnerable areas, causing him to crumble to the ground. Lu Mingzhou did not pursue the attack, but instead smiled, asking, "How about it? Shall we continue?" Qin Yongtai recognized that Lu Mingzhou had held back at the last moment. Otherwise, losing a tooth would have been a distinct possibility. Struggling to rise, he waved his hands repeatedly. No more fighting. Your leg techniques far surpass mine. He limped over to Zhou Yaqing, looking apologetic. Junior sister, I am sorry. I cannot defeat him. Zhou Yaqing wrinkled her nose in discontent. Humph. And you call yourself a disciple of the Qin family? Forget it. Luckily, I no longer wish to seek vengeance. Let's go. Just then, Shun Qingwei hurriedly approached, panting. Mingzhou, are you all right? Did you get hurt? No. Lu Mingzhou smiled slightly. I won. What brings you here? I came to discuss something with you. Shun Qingwei said with concern. Let us talk at your house, and also, please refrain from fighting in the future. All right. Lu Mingzhou agreed as he moved forward. Zhou Yaqing, feeling slighted, huffed angrily. How is it that you, Lu Mingzhou, dismissed me earlier, yet now that she is here, you welcome her? Only then did Shun Qingwei notice Zhou Yaqing. Her expression darkened, her demeanor colder than ice. Who are you? Zhou Yaqing, unyielding, retorted. And who might you be? This left Shun Qingwei at a loss for words, and she could only vaguely reply. I am Lu Mingzhou's friend. Zhou Yaqing, hands on her hips, declared, I announce that I, too, am now Lu Mingzhou's friend. Shun Qingwei, incensed, retorted, shameless. Mingzhou would never wish to be friends with you, nor would he invite you to his home. Zhou Yaqing's face turned pale, tears welling in her eyes. And after a moment, she burst into tears, covering her face as she turned to flee. You bully me. I will tell my grandfather. Shun Mingtai hurriedly pursued her. Junior sister, wait. Be careful, it's slippery. Shun Qingwei said nothing, striding ahead. Lu Mingzhou stole a glance at her, noticing her wide-eyed stare, biting her lip tightly. Fists clenched. Is she angry? Today has been utterly bewildering. Encountering a lunatic claiming I stole her salesperson and even engaging in a fight. How am I to explain this to Qingwei? Shun Qingwei finally spoke up. Why are you following me? Shouldn't you be pursuing your friend? Chapter 42. The green skin is taking us hunting. What friend? Lu Mingzhou replied with a bitter smile. I don't know her at all. Really? Shun Qingwei's expression softened a little. Now you do, and she's quite attractive. Would you like to befriend her? How could that be? Lu Mingzhou shook his head repeatedly. That girl obviously comes from a spoiled background. The moment she opens her mouth, someone is bound to hit me. I can't afford to provoke her. Suddenly, Shun Qingwei asked, what happened to the scarf I gave you? Why haven't I seen you wearing it? Lu Mingzhou hurriedly unbuttoned his coat to reveal the scarf. It's cold. So I kept it inside. How could I dare not wear it? It's more precious than anything. Shun Qingwei burst into a brilliant smile. Silly, if it gets worn out, just tell me, and I'll weave you another one. Lu Mingzhou sighed in relief, finally having appeased her. At the Lu residence, Yi held a corn cake, looking around. Upon spotting her second brother and Shun Qingwei, she immediately turned and shouted toward the house, Mom, my brother is back, and that beautiful sister is here too. As she spoke, she dashed towards Lu Mingzhou. He intended to pick up Yi, but Shun Qingwei was quicker, scooping her up first. She glanced at the bruises on Yi's face, tenderly caressing them, her brows furrowing in anger. Mingzhou, what happened? Lu Mingzhou recounted the earlier events, clarifying the misunderstanding with Zhou Yaqing. Once he finished, Shun Qingwei playfully chided, Oh dear, why did you have to mention that? Lu Mingzhou was speechless. She had been more attentive than anyone else just moments ago. Shen Xingwei pulled a few milk candies from her pocket, and the little girl immediately switched allegiances, calling her sister with a mouth as sweet as honey. Lu Hongmei approached them, warmly inviting, "Come in and sit down. It's cold outside." Inside, Shen Xingwei sat on a stool, braiding Yi's hair, her cheeks flushed, unable to meet Lu Hongmei's gaze. She softly said, "Mingzhou, I've come this time to ask you to hunt a stag. Of course, if we can't find one, that's all right. I hear they are quite elusive." "A stag?" Lu Mingzhou frowned slightly. "Those are hard to catch. They are known to run along the river. Stags are only found around the Huma River. Is it really that difficult?" Shen Xingwei seemed a bit disheartened. "Then let's forget it. Huma River is at least 20 miles away from here. Of course we must go." Lu Mingzhou chuckled. "I am determined to learn how to hunt in the mountains. 20 miles is nothing. Wait for my good news." Shen Xingwei stood up. "But don't overexert yourself if you can't find one. Your health is paramount. I'll take my leave now." After sending Shen Xingwei off, Lu Mingzhou immediately sought out Zhang Haizi. The two of them set out with hunting rifles, sleeping bags, bread, and a pot. The sleeping bag, left by old Master Zhang, was sewn from bear skin and provided ample warmth, easily accommodating two people. This time, for their 20-mile journey, Lu Mingzhou specifically borrowed a donkey cart from Sun Dihao. It wasn't out of laziness, but because if they did catch a stag, it would be impossible to carry it back from such a distance. Zhang Haizi, adept at handling donkeys, drove the cart while Lu Mingzhou sat atop with two hunting dogs, setting off with a gentle sway. Flurries of light snow fell from the sky as the donkey cart ambled along. Unfamiliar with the terrain, they had to ask passers-by about sightings of stags. After several inquiries, they finally learned that in the woods near Bayin Village, stags had indeed been spotted. Bayin Village was a part of the Hunan People's Commune, situated on the left bank of the Huma River. The village was neither too large nor too small, home to about 100 families, with more people engaged in farming and fishing than hunting. As they traveled, Lu Mingzhou observed numerous individuals casting nets, seemingly with considerable success. In half a month, when the river froze, fishing would become quite challenging. During these times, the locals were notably warm-hearted towards outsiders. Soon, the villagers of Bayin directed them towards the nearby Willow Grove. The Willow Grove was merely a place name, comprising not only willows but also many oak and poplar trees, with snow blanketing the ground while traces of hoofprints could still be seen. It appeared that stags had indeed been there, and the size of the hoofprints indicated they were quite large. Upon closer inspection, there were also prints from jumping cats and greenskins. The reason being the gentle slope here made it a prime watering spot for animals. The woods were dense and remote, a place generally avoided by non-hunters. Ordinary villagers would find it challenging to contend with a single greenskin, and encountering several could be perilous. Zhang Haizi selected 3 sturdy oil trees, about 1.5 meters off the ground, and fashioned a rope bed using hemp rope, placing the sleeping bag atop it. This was their makeshift bed. Standing on the rope bed, they tied several ropes and laid down a plastic sheet, creating a rudimentary shelter. This setup allowed them to be suspended between heaven and earth, cozy and secure with the sleeping bag resting on the rope bed. During this time, Lu Mingzhou set about constructing several traps nearby, not expecting to catch a stag, but hoping to ensnare smaller animals instead. Typical traps for stags were ineffective, with male stags weighing around 400 to 500 pounds and females 300 to 400 pounds. They could only serve to delay the animals. Once everything was in place, Lu Mingzhou decided to take Sai Huzi and Sai Shishir to search for prey in the woods. However, luck was not on their side this time, as he found nothing until nightfall. The 2 mountain chickens were caught by Sai Huzi and Sai Shishir, and he rewarded them with a catch. That night, Lu Mingzhou and Zhang Haizi lay in their sleeping bags, drifting into a doze. The black donkey, Sai Huzi, and Sai Shishir napped on the hay below the rope bed. Though the snow was light, it persisted, occasionally interrupted by the sound of branches snapping in the woods. Suddenly, Sai Huzi and Sai Shishir began barking furiously, their fur bristling, alert to a disturbance. Something was amiss. Lu Mingzhou crawled out of his sleeping bag, grabbed his gun, and descended from the makeshift wooden ladder. Upon focusing his gaze, he was astonished to see 7 greenskins. Leading them was a female wolf, wagging her tail towards him. These 7 greenskins appeared to be old, weak, sick, or injured, and one male wolf was even limping, posing no real threat. Lu Mingzhou called out, "Sai Huzi, Sai Shishir, quiet down." He felt a strange intuition and extended his hand. The female wolf approached, affectionately rubbing her furry face against his hand. "Do you wish to take me hunting?" The female wolf, of course, could not comprehend his words, but continued to wag her tail excitedly. "All right then, let's see where this leads." Zhang Haizi, shouldering his gun, came down yawning. "Junior brother, what's happening?" Lu Mingzhou shook his head. I don't know. It seems the green skins want to take us hunting. What? Zhang Haizi was taken aback. Is that even possible? Lu Mingzhou pointed ahead. Just look for yourself. Following his gesture, Zhang Haizi, illuminated by the snow's glow, spotted the female wolf leading her pack, maintaining formation while glancing back at them intermittently. Zhang Haizi was elated. It really is. Let's hurry and follow them. Chapter 43. The first collaboration between humans and wolves. Lu Mingzhou and Zhang Haizi, accompanied by Sai Huzi and Sai Shishir, slowly advanced forward. The night was undeniably cold. The terrain was flat here, unlike the hills surrounding the Kaoshan Village area. Along the way, it was either woods or grassy marshes. Precisely the kind of environment favored by stags. Lu Mingzhou finally understood that this group of greenskins truly intended to collaborate with him in hunting stags. Due to the snow cover, the night was not overly dark, allowing them to see the path clearly, although visibility was limited to about 50 meters. The leading female wolf halted before a small mound, prompting Lu Mingzhou to stop as well. He realized this was an ideal ambush point. With slopes on either side and a single narrow path, he instantly comprehended the female wolf's intent. She wanted him to lie in wait here. Setting traps now would be too late. He quickly called out to Zhang Haizi, "Load the bullets. Prepare for action." Zhang Haizi wore an astonished expression. "What? How did you discern that?" Lu Mingzhou, uninterested in engaging, replied, "Let us get to work. It was King Peasy who informed me." The mother wolf divided her pack into two groups, one consisting of 3 and the other of 4, advancing stealthily towards their target. They crawled silently through the underbrush, drawing ever closer. Zhang Haizi suggested, "Shall we take a look ourselves?" "What for?" Lu Mingzhou retorted angrily, lowering his voice. "Did you not notice the hoofprints on the ground? This is undoubtedly the territory of the red deer. There are surely many. This pack of wolves cannot handle the deer alone, hence they sought our assistance." Suddenly, Zhang Haizi recalled, "Right, my grandfather mentioned that wolves collaborate with the wolf-driving faction. Could it be due to the Wolf King's call?" "Indeed," Lu Mingzhou replied curtly. "King Peasy is not under my command. They must sense the aura of the Wolf King's call. We must remain alert. If others arrive and we fail to make a catch, it will be disgraceful. Fear not. I shall bring one down for you to witness today," Zhang Haizi declared, grasping his shotgun and assuming a vigilant stance. As they spoke, a wolf's howl echoed through the valley. Lu Mingzhou's heart raced. Attention, they are coming. Indeed, a cacophony ensued, a blend of hoofbeats, wolf howls, and the startled cries of the deer. A group of shadowy red deer rushed toward them, pursued relentlessly by several King Peasy. Observing the deer, which were as large as calves, Zhang Haizi exclaimed in delight, "Junior brother, there are so many. Let us shoot." Lu Mingzhou, equally excited, aimed at the leading stag and fired a shot. Why could they distinguish between males and females at night? The reason was that male stags possessed antlers resembling branches, making them easily identifiable. The stag staggered, only to be subsequently rammed by another deer from behind, collapsing to the ground. "One down, let us go for another." Lu Mingzhou aimed at another stag and pulled the trigger again. A thunderous crack resounded, striking the stag's skull, and another fell. The deer, panicked, hastened toward the path, and Zhang Haizi seized the opportunity to fire. A flash erupted, but he only struck a female deer on the back. Sai Huzi and Sai Shishir lunged forward, firmly gripping its back, causing the female deer to succumb and kneel. As Zhang Haizi reloaded, he cursed, "Damn it, it was clearly a male." Lu Mingzhou refrained from shooting as 7 King Peasy were also attacking another female deer, which was on the verge of expiring. Surveying their spoils, they noted 2 males and 2 females, each male weighing approximately 400 pounds, while the females were around 300 pounds. The 7 King Peasy remained at a distance of 50 meters, quietly observing the 2 men as they stood by with the deer. "What are they doing?" Zhang Haizi inquired. "Of course, they're dividing the spoils," Lu Mingzhou replied. "They're quite clever, realizing that a lone pack of wolves may struggle to capture even a single deer. Collaborating with us, they managed to take down 4. Alas, these creatures have become quite astute." Zhang Haizi shook his head, asking, "How shall we divide the loot?" Lu Mingzhou pointed to 1 male and 1 female deer. "We shall take these 2, and the other will be left for King Peasy as their guiding fee." Fairness is paramount, even among wolves. Since it was nighttime, butchering the deer in the dark proved challenging. Thus, Zhang Haizi directly dragged the male deer, while Lu Mingzhou took hold of the female, laboring down the mountain together. Looking back, Zhang Haizi noticed that the King Peasy had already begun feasting on the spoils, with the older ones devouring their share first, swiftly disemboweling the carcasses. He sighed. "They say humans are clever, yet at times we are merely embroiled in schemes, far less astute than these wolves." Lu Mingzhou, panting heavily, replied, Enough lamenting. This is truly heavy. If it weren't for the frozen ground, we wouldn't manage to drag them at all. They trudged for 5 miles, laboring for 2 hours, utterly exhausted and drenched in sweat. Upon returning to their shelter, the donkey remained, peacefully asleep in the woods. Struggling, Lu Mingzhou severed a leg from the female deer, skinned it, and tossed it to Sai Huzi and Sai Shishir. Earlier, with the King Pizi present, they needed to maintain a respectful distance from the wolves and refrain from feeding them. Yet, he remembered the adage, as long as the hunting dogs contribute, they must be fed first, otherwise they would not exert themselves in future hunts. Once Lu Mingzhou completed his tasks, Zhang Haizi was already snoring in a sleeping bag, the sound echoing throughout the woods. Exhausted himself, Lu Mingzhou pushed Zhang Haizi aside and succumbed to sleep. The following morning, both awoke, neglecting breakfast as they loaded the deer onto the donkey cart, pulling it forward. Why not ride? The combined weight of the 2 deer reached 700 pounds, rendering the ascent of even a slight incline impossible without their joint effort. Fortunately, they munched on bread while walking, quenching their thirst by grabbing handfuls of snow along the way. Junior brother, how shall we arrange these 2 deer? Zhang Haizi asked eagerly. The larger one for Qingwei, and the smaller one to sell at the supply and marketing cooperative. Are you referring to the beautiful girl named Qingwei? Is she to be your future wife? Zhang Haizi leaned in, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Enough nonsense. Lu Mingzhou blushed. We haven't even established anything yet. Zhang Haizi paid no heed, continuing, TSK. That girl has some spirit. I see potential. Lu Mingzhou shot him a glare, warning, what would a 25-year-old bachelor like you know? Zhang Haizi looked at him as if he were foolish, retorting, what do I know? At least I've been with Widow Zhang. What about you, still virgin? If you keep talking, I won't take you next time, Lu Mingzhou threatened, his voice rising in indignation. Wait. Zhang Haizi panicked. Junior brother, no, Master Lu. I was just joking. By noon, they finally arrived at the 18th commune. In front of the police station, they spotted a familiar figure and exchanged glances. Chapter 44. What were you 2 so engrossed in discussing? From a distance, Feng Yuanzheng noticed the 2 and approached them. Upon seeing the deer behind them, he was taken aback. Mingzhou, you returned so soon? It's rare to even find one, let alone 2. He shook his head with a wry smile. You're young yet, and your skills are impressive. Lu Mingzhou chuckled. It's nothing, merely good fortune. Feng Yuanjing knew he was being modest and sighed. You, my boy, are far too lucky. His gaze deepened, hinting at something unspoken. Uncle Feng, why has my 3rd uncle been arrested again? Lu Mingzhou couldn't help but ask. You truly do not know? Feng Yuanzheng scrutinized him, a smile playing on his lips. Lu Mingzhou was baffled. I've been out hunting these past few days. How would I know what my 3rd uncle has done? Feng Yuanzheng slowly shook his head. This is not a recent matter. 3 months ago, he was involved in gambling. Yesterday, the casino was raided. And your 3rd uncle will likely face at least a year of re-education. What? Lu Mingzhou exclaimed in astonishment. 3 months ago, and they're only now investigating? Feng Yuanzheng chuckled. It's a matter of whether it can be pursued or not. Enough of that. Since you're here, why not come inside for a bit? Lu Mingzhou considered it. Uncle Feng, then I shall intrude. Please have these deer delivered to Qingwei. Feng Yuanzheng readily agreed without a second thought. Sure, which one? I'll have my people carry it to the yard, he offered. Lu Mingzhou quickly shook his head. No need. My brother Haizi and I can handle it. Nonetheless, Feng Yuanzheng summoned 2 men, and they collectively carried the male deer into the yard. Almost all the police officers emerged to watch. Wow. So this big fellow is called a red deer. It's my first time seeing one. Who hasn't seen one? Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't see this at all. Is it true that red deer have antlers? Can we cut it off? A middle-aged woman asked. Xiao Lu, didn't you return empty-handed a couple of days ago, saying hunting was difficult? How did this young comrade manage to catch 2? Lu Keshuan's face flushed with embarrassment as he said, Aunt Zhao, let's not dwell on that. Mingzhou is a sharpshooter. The middle-aged woman's eyes sparkled with interest. Comrade Mingzhou, do you have a partner? I have a niece. Feng Yuanzheng turned pale at the thought. If Qingwei found out, she would likely cause quite a ruckus at the police station. He hastily interjected, Comrade Zhao Limin, Mingzhou already has someone, so you need not concern yourself with that. Zhao Limin expressed her disappointment. Oh, what a pity. Lu Mingzhou was equally perplexed. At just 16, he couldn't comprehend why he was so popular. In truth, he had underestimated the influence of the mountain hunters. With the recent famine just past, ordinary families had seen no meat for 365 days a year. A skilled hunter like him, capable of taking down elk, was indeed an object of envy. In the nearby Kaoshan Village, many had their eyes on the 2 brothers. One was a mountain hunter, the other a salesman, and countless young women had secretly harbored affections for them. However, Lu Hongmei had firmly rejected all advances. citing that the children were still young and should be allowed to pursue love freely. At this moment, Lu Mingzhou's attention was focused on Lu Dahai. In the interrogation room he had once occupied, Lu Dahai bore bruises and could barely open his eyes, clearly having received some harsh treatment. Lu Dahai, who were you gambling with last time? Here go, Zhao Weiyong. Lu Xiangyang, a loud slap echoed through the room, accompanied by an angry reprimand. Speak louder. I can't hear you. Lu Mingzhou couldn't help but admire the audacity. He could hear the slap from quite a distance, indicating that it was indeed somewhat unjust. Nonetheless, the fact that Lu Dahai was suffering brought him a sense of relief. After sipping a cup of tea, he contentedly took his leave. At the supply and marketing cooperative, Wu Yuxing gazed at the female elk in amazement. He exclaimed, I remember the last time I saw someone hunt an elk was 5 years ago. Our 18-mile commune has produced quite a talent. Lu Mingzhou chuckled, not quite. We just have fewer in our area. You'd have to go to the banks of the Huma River to find a real elk nest. Wu Yuxing nodded. But that's no easy feat. I've heard they run fast, disappearing at the slightest sound. Lu Mingzhou got straight to the point. Uncle Wu, would you help sell this elk? The whole thing? Wu Yuxing's eyes lit up. Of course, why not? After a moment's contemplation, he added, Mingzhou, I want to hide it from you. Elk are rare, but a female doesn't fetch as high a price as a male. Moreover, this one is missing a leg, so its quality is not that great. How about 80 cents a pound? Lu Mingzhou confidently replied, that's fine. 80 cents a pound is already a fair price. The elk, unprocessed, weighed in at 280 pounds, totaling 224 yuan. Lu Mingzhou rounded down to 220 yuan. Wu Yuxing, rubbing his forehead in amusement, remarked, Mingzhou, your Uncle Wu has worked his whole life, turned 45 yuan a month. You make that in a single day? Lu Mingzhou chuckled, don't. If you were also hunting mountains, who would sell the meat for me? Wu Yuxing, not hiding his intentions, said, if you bring back more mountain goods, Uncle Wu could benefit a bit too. Rest assured, my connections are quite extensive. He spoke with a hint of pride. However, he was not exaggerating. In those times, the director of the supply and marketing cooperative held significant power over the distribution of goods and resources in a commune. Otherwise, Lu Mingzhou wouldn't have chosen to collaborate with him. If he had to sell like an ordinary mountain hunter squatting by the roadside, it would take ages to sell a single elk, not to mention the effort and risk of being caught by the various inspection teams and militia. There were tales of selling on the black market in the 60s. Indeed, one could evade capture a couple of times, but for someone like Lu Mingzhou, who had hunted a variety of game, selling would be a significant challenge. Lu Mingzhou pocketed 110 yuan from the sale and requested sugar tickets and snowflake cream tickets from Wu Yuxing before heading to the first floor counter. Behind the counter, Lu Mingyuan was not busy. He was chatting amicably with a short-haired girl, their conversation filled with laughter. Only when Lu Mingzhou approached did he notice. The girl, whom he recognized from middle school, was named Feng Lily. She had a charming appearance and had been close to his brother during their school days. Surprised to see her working at the supply and marketing cooperative, Lu Mingzhou approached with a mischievous smile. Brother, Sister Lily, what are you two discussing so intently? Chapter 45. Lu Hongmei's worries. Feng Lily's round face flushed crimson. Mingyuan, your brother is here. You should greet him. I'll go check on something else. She hurriedly walked towards the warehouse, her steps betraying her flustered state. Quite impressive, a dual success in career and love. Lu Mingzhou called after her, causing her to falter momentarily, almost stumbling, before she steadied herself against the doorframe, making no further appearance. Lu Mingyuan, embarrassed by the unexpected attention, quickly resumed his composure. Brother, what are you talking about? Lily and I are classmates, and now colleagues. It's only natural for us to chat. Colleagues with no secrets between you? Lu Mingzhou teased, leaning closer with a grin. Lu Mingyuan, unable to withstand the banter, finally said, just don't create a ruckus if you're not buying anything. We have members coming in. Lu Mingzhou, with a flourish, placed his tickets on the counter, 10 pounds of sugar and 3 boxes of snowflake cream. Lu Mingyuan shot him a glare, spending extravagantly. Have you struck it rich? He knew that Lu Mingzhou's connections made it easier to acquire tickets. But sugar cost 80 cents a pound, and snowflake cream was 40 cents per box. This totaled 9 yuan and 20 cents, an ordinary person's half-month salary. Lu Mingzhou chuckled, indeed. Our family has struck it rich. Let us hurry up and get married. We're not lacking in dowry. Lu Mingyuan ignored him, focusing on measuring the sugar. Meanwhile, Feng Lily sat at the warehouse door, carefully eavesdropping, her face flushed with embarrassment, her heart racing, momentarily lost in thought. At the counter, Lu Mingyuan inquired. The 10 pounds of sugar won't fit in one bag. Should I divide it into 2 or 3? 3 bags, please. 1 for the village head, 1 for the master, and 1 for our family. All right. Lu Mingyuan skillfully unfolded the brown paper, poured the measured sugar onto it, and folded it neatly. He then tied it with twine and thoughtfully provided Lu Mingzhou with a net bag. as he handed over the 3 boxes of snowflake cream. He joked while writing the receipt, "Is the snowflake cream for your mother, one for Yaya, and one for Xinqingwei?" At last, he found a reason to counter Lu Mingzhou's teasing. However, Lu Mingzhou shook his head. "Yaya is still young. She'll share one with Mom. The rest are for Qingwei and my sister-in-law." "What?" Lu Mingyuan exclaimed in shock, attempting to cover his mouth across the counter. "Don't say that. It wouldn't be good if she heard." Lu Mingzhou disregarded his concerns and casually took 2 boxes. "Then do you want one?" "Go away, I don't need it." Lu Mingyuan put the snowflake cream away in his pocket, feigning annoyance while a smile crept onto his face. On the way back to Kaoshan Village, Zhang Haizi, driving his donkey, wore a glum expression. "Junior brother, why do we have to split the money? If we pooled our funds, we could buy a donkey and not have to carry it ourselves next time." Lu Mingzhou glanced at the overcast sky, contemplating the impending snowfall. Soon, the snow would intensify. Would a donkey prove useful in winter? It could hardly move, and it would need to be fed. This hardly seemed worthwhile. Zhang Haizi suddenly enlightened, raising his thumb in admiration. "Junior apprentice, you are indeed clever. In this era of collective farming, it was generally prohibited for individuals to own donkeys. However, there were 2 exceptions who could apply for permission to keep one. The first category included the designated transporters within the village. Whenever there was a need to haul fertilizer, seeds, or grain, or to transport individuals, they were the ones to take charge. The second category consisted of the hunters, who often ventured far afield. Sometimes, their catch was too burdensome to carry back, and they could also apply for a donkey. But the caveat was that an application had to be submitted. Otherwise, it would be treated as a remnant of capitalism and promptly confiscated. "Get moving." Zhang Haizi gently shook the reins, feeling a wave of nostalgia. "Junior apprentice, I only now realize how lucrative hunting can be, but why was I unable to earn before?" Lu Mingzhou remained speechless. Did he not understand why he struggled to make money? Lacking a firearm, he was unskilled in trapping, relying solely on brute strength, accompanied by 2 dogs. What could he possibly hunt? No matter how fierce the wind blew, it could not lift a pig like him. Nonetheless, Zhang Haizi had his merits. He was willing to labor and harbored no ill intentions. Accompanying him could indeed be beneficial. Yet, it was imperative to keep a watchful eye on one's own interests and avoid being deceived. At this thought, Lu Mingzhou could not help but spit in disdain. With Sai Huzi and Sai Shisha around, he had managed to earn something, but likely most of it went to the widow Zhang. Zhang Haizi sheepishly scratched his head. "Hee, that is indeed the case." Lu Mingzhou admonished seriously. "You should save your money and properly court a wife. If I find out you are still fooling around, I shall never take you along again." All right, I will heed your advice." Zhang Haizi quickly acquiesced. He sometimes found it curious that his junior apprentice, 9 years his junior, possessed such maturity. At Kaoshan Village, the 2 returned the donkey cart to Sun Dihao, and Lu Mingzhou casually produced a packet of white sugar. Naturally, Sun Dihao beamed with delight. White sugar was a scarce commodity, rarer than meat. He had opportunistically borrowed a donkey, and now he was exchanging it for over 3 pounds of white sugar, a deal that was simply too advantageous. Zhang Wuye took the white sugar from Lu Mingzhou and snatched the money from Zhang Haizi's hands, grinning broadly. "Mingzhou, have you eaten yet? Shall I send your brother Haizi to prepare a meal?" Zhang Haizi protested. "Grandfather, I've been driving the cart all this way, even more exhausting than the junior apprentice. Why must I be the one to cook?" Zhang Wuye shot him a glare. "You foolish lad, without Mingzhou, you would not earn a dime, even if you work yourself to the bone. What are you standing there for? Hurry up." Zhang Haizi could find no counterargument, resembling a disgruntled wife as he trudged toward the kitchen. Lu Mingzhou swiftly interjected. "Master, I shall forego the meal. I have yet to return home to report my safety. My mother will worry." He set off towards home with Sai Huzi and Sai Shishir. As they passed by Lu Dai's home, they noticed the gate tightly shut, faintly hearing the sound of Zhou Yinglan's weeping. It seemed that Lu Dahe had been apprehended once more, which must have been a heavy blow to her. Yet, Lu Mingzhou felt no pangs of sympathy. This family would relish any opportunity to see him meet his demise, and he had to remain vigilant. Without Lu Dahe, Kaoshan Village would find much more tranquility. At the Lu household, before Lu Mingzhou even entered the courtyard, he heard Aunt Wang, the matchmaker, calling out, "Hongmei, if our village is not suitable, you might consider Lehizi Village. My niece from my family is quite a beauty." "Dear aunt, it's not that we look down upon your family. My 2 sons are educated and wish for love to blossom freely. Can we truly say such things? Isn't marriage founded upon the words of a matchmaker and the commands of parents? If you speak up, it will suffice. This won't do. I shall not keep you any longer. Farewell." Lu Hongmei was utterly exasperated. The matchmaker visited daily, and the others were no better. Her ears nearly calloused from the incessant chatter. Previously, She had worried that her son might not find a wife. Now, however, she feared he would become too picky. Being a mother was indeed a challenging endeavor. Chapter 46. Sugar Painting. At the Liu household, inside the inner room, Lu Mingzhou presented 10 large bills, placing them in his mother's hands. Lu Hongmei gasped in surprise. Second son, how come you have so much money? Of course it is earned. Lu Mingzhou's lips curled into a slight smile. You keep this money and spend it as you wish. Lu Hongmei rolled her eyes at him. You child, how can you squander money like this? You and your brother will need funds for your weddings. He lowered his voice. Mother, it seems my brother has fallen in love. Lu Hongmei's eyes brightened as she raised her head, her face aglow with delight. Really? Whose child is it? I do not know. Lu Mingzhou shook his head. It is quite a coincidence. They were classmates in middle school, and now both work at the supply and marketing cooperative. Lu Hongmei was even happier, grinning from ear to ear. That's wonderful. They will both be working, and they won't have to toil in our mountain valley. Lu Mingzhou cautiously inquired, Mother, are you not worried that my brother will have less time at home? Lu Hongmei rubbed her eyes, reproaching him lightly. Worried about what? What parent does not wish for their children to succeed? As long as they do not have to farm like us, that is enough. Lu Mingzhou gazed at his mother's calloused hands, his heart aching. The desire for one's child to achieve greatness is a universal yearning among parents. Even if it means enduring separation and loneliness, they still hope for their offspring to flourish. He took out a jar of snowflower cream, placing it in his mother's hands. Mother, this is for you. With the cold weather, your skin is prone to cracking. Remember to apply it regularly. Lu Hongmei trembled slightly as she held the jar of cream. The last time she had used snowflower cream was before Yaya was born, if she recalled correctly. With only 2 children, they managed well enough. The couple could still earn some work points together. However, after Yaya arrived, she had to care for the little one, and their lives became significantly more difficult. Her spouse had even taken on the role of forest guard during the harsh winter to earn a little extra money, which had led to trouble. Her heart was filled with both joy and sorrow, tears welling in her eyes. In that moment, she felt that everything was worth it. Her child had finally grown up. She choked out, Silly child, you must spend the money wisely. Don't use it on frivolities. Lu Mingzhou retorted with mild dissatisfaction. How can you say it is useless? Yaya's face cracks every season, so you must remember to use it for her and for yourself as well. Lu Hongmei opened the snowflower cream and evenly applied it to her daughter's face. Yaya was overjoyed, inhaling deeply, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. Mama, it smells so good. My face feels so nice and smooth. Lu Hongmei wiped away her tears with her sleeve. She had feared that after their separation, she might struggle to survive. Yet now they could afford snowflower cream. Her eldest had secured a job at the supply and marketing cooperative, and they no longer had to worry about food. Rice, flour, and meat were all plentiful. And they even had some money saved. She felt as if all of this were a dream, terrified that upon waking, she might lose it all. Lu Mingzhou lifted Yaya. Do you want some candy? Yaya nodded excitedly, her big eyes shimmering with delight. Lu Mingzhou fetched a clean wooden board and set it aside to dry. He went to the inner room and retrieved an empty tin box that had once contained snowflower cream, binding it with wire. During the bright day, he lit a kerosene lamp. He placed white sugar into the tin box. Only then did Yaya realize that the paper package was filled with candy. And she jumped up joyfully. We have candy. We have candy. Lu Hongmei smiled warmly as she watched her second son's antics. In the past, she would have lamented the cost of kerosene and sugar, but now, with 100 yuan in her pocket, she was no longer concerned about such trifles. Lu Mingzhou positioned the tin box over the kerosene lamp to heat it, and soon, the box became charred and the white sugar began to melt, bubbling into syrup. The room filled with a delightful aroma. How wonderful! It must taste delicious. Yaya gulped hungrily. Even Lu Hongmei found it hard to resist. Lu Mingzhou picked up the wooden board. Yaya, how about I draw you a butterfly? Yaya clapped her hands. Yes. Yes. Lu Mingzhou began to paint with utmost seriousness. This is the body of the butterfly. These are its wings. And this is its eye. Before long, a delicate sugar painting was completed. The little girl was eager to grab it, but Lu Mingzhou stopped her, saying, Wait a moment, it's still very hot. After a brief while, once the sugar art had completely cooled, Lu Mingzhou carefully pried it up and placed it into Yaya's hands. At that moment, Yaya gazed at the exquisite sugar, painting, and hesitated to take a bite. She gently licked it, and her eyes instantly sparkled like crescent moons. So sweet, so delicious. Lu Mingzhou playfully pinched her cheek. Go on, there's more. Understanding the gesture, Yaya offered the sugar painting to her mother. Mommy, you eat first. Lu Hongmei, unable to refuse, took a small taste, and the flavor melted her heart with sweetness. Just then outside, the dogs, Sai Huzi and Sai Shisher, began to bark. Woof, woof, woof. Lu Mingzhou set down what he was holding and stepped outside. In the yard stood a lovely figure, her her face pale with fright. "What are you doing here?" Lu Mingzhou frowned. "What can I come?" Zhou Yaqing pouted. Lu Hongmei came out and chided. "Mingzhou, guests should be welcomed, so why not invite her in?" With no choice, Lu Mingzhou allowed Zhou Yaqing to enter. As soon as she stepped into the inner room, Zhou Yaqing became animated. "Are you making sugar paintings?" "I've only seen this at the market." Yaya proudly presented the sugar painting. "Sister, this is made by my brother." Zhou Yaqing, clearly not overly tempted, found it amusing, her eyes shining with excitement. This was far more entertaining than the candy in stores. She eagerly asked, "Mingzhou, can I try?" Lu Mingzhou frowned. "No." Zhou Yaqing scrunched her nose in response. "Humph, so stingy." Lu Hongmei brought out tea, poking her son's forehead. "A girl comes to play. What harm is there in letting her try?" Lu Mingzhou, unable to defy his mother's wishes, relented. To his surprise, Zhou Yaqing's skills surpassed his own. She swiftly drew little fish, dragonflies, and horses, making Yaya laugh heartily, calling out, "Sister, sister." Lu Hongmei discreetly called her son aside. "Is your little sister here because she has a crush on you?" "Impossible. Last time she brought someone to beat me," Lu Mingzhou replied. Lu Hongmei retorted, "How can that be impossible? Don't girls get shy? What else would you be doing here?" Lu Mingzhou said, "You should tell me. Do you like Shin Qingwei or this girl?" "Shin Qingwei." Lu Mingzhou answered without hesitation. Lu Hongmei sighed. "Both these girls come from affluent families. We can't afford to provoke them. I think you should not take it too seriously, lest you end up hurt." Lu Mingzhou nodded. "Mom, don't worry. I know my limits." His curiosity about Shin Qingwei stemmed from fear that their disparities were too vast to bridge. A single word could prompt Feng Yuanzheng to abandon him. Similarly, it was not common for a director to send Bear Bile to the county overnight. Was this the life of an ordinary family? He harbored no ambition for social climbing, relying solely on his own intentions. What did it matter if he gained or lost? Zhou Yaqing played for a full 2 hours before saying her goodbyes. As she departed, she gifted Yaya a butterfly hairpin and cheekily waved at Lu Mingzhou. "Mingzhou, I will be working in the 42nd Forest District from now on, so I'll come to play when I can." Chapter 47. The Wolf and Her Cubs. After leaving Lu Mingzhou's home, Zhou Yaqing arrived at the western exit of the mountain village. Zhuge Changlin and Chun Ziyuan were waiting nearby, both armed with hunting rifles. Standing guard. Their misfortune was evident. Having offended Lu Mingzhou, they were relegated to this desolate place as volunteer forest wardens. Even more puzzling was the presence of their junior sister, who had come as a timber inspector, officially employed. Her arrival immediately intensified the pressure on the forest district supervisor. Unable to assign her any tasks without risking her displeasure, they resorted to accompanying her for leisurely walks. Upon learning that their junior sister had feelings for Lu Mingzhou, Zhuge Changlin and Qin Ziyuan felt vexed yet powerless. Their junior sister had discerning taste. None of their unmarried peers caught her eye. Of course, even if she were interested, the Zhou family might not approve of the match, illustrating the barriers imposed by social status. Seeing Zhou Yaqing emerge in high spirits, the two men dared not inquire further and quickly followed her. By 4 in the afternoon, snow began to fall again. After passing the mountain god temple, they continued straight to the 42nd Forest District, which was roughly 7 miles away. The weather had grown increasingly frigid, with temperatures dipping to -5 degrees. And the snow had not melted. Each snowfall merely added a new layer to the old, creating a thick blanket of white. As they passed through the artificial forest, less than 3 miles ahead lay the current station of the 42nd Forest District. Do not underestimate this forest district. It housed around 70 or 80 people. Suddenly, Qin Ziyuan halted. Zhuge Changlin asked, "What's wrong?" Qin Ziyuan's expression sharpened. "There are wild boars nearby." Zhou Yaqing became excited. "Where?" "Let us go after them." "No need to chase. There are many wild boars here. They must be hunting," Qin Ziyuan replied. While Qin Ziyuan lacked physical strength and marksmanship, his sense of smell surpassed that of ordinary men, earning him the nickname Dog Nose. No sooner had he spoken than a large herd of wild boars charged towards them, moving swiftly with loud grunts. Zhuge Changlin exclaimed, "Junior sister, get out of the way." He shoved Zhou Yaqing aside and leapt to the side as more than 20 wild boars rushed past them. They could even smell the mud and musk on their bodies. The lead boar weighed at least 600 pounds, a creature even tigers would avoid. The saying goes, 1 boar, 2 bears, 3 tigers, and this was no joke. It was not that boars were inherently more formidable than bears or mountain gods, but rather that their reckless charges posed a grave danger to those traversing the mountains. A single thrust could break bones. Such encounters were common. A moment's inattention could lead to disaster. Some might ask, doesn't Zhuge Changlin have a gun? Can't he just shoot one down? Such naivety. Taking down a single boar from a herd of 20 was no simple feat, and if the boars charged at them, their chances of survival would be slim. Zhuge Changlin, an experienced mountain dweller, knew these basics well. Yet Zhou Yaqing found the situation thrilling. scrambling to her feet in the snow. "Seventh brother, 13th brother, there are so many pigs. Let us chase after them." Chen Ziyuan shook his head no. "A whole herd of wild boars is watching us. If we had shown up, they might have caught a few." Sure enough, on a small hillside in the distance was a pack of wild wolves. There were not many, but enough with 9 visible. Leading them was a mother wolf, followed closely by the others, all watching the 3 with keen vigilance. Zhou Yaqing remarked in surprise, "Only 9? How dare they provoke such a large group of boars?" Zhuge Changlin explained, "While boars are strong and tough, they tend to scatter. Wolves, on the other hand, work together to target the stragglers, hence they can still catch some." Chen Ziyuan raised his gun, aiming at the mother wolf. However, at over 100 meters away, it was merely a warning shot. Hitting it was out of the question. Zhuge Changlin also raised his gun. "Let us go." Unexpectedly, the wolves, seemingly angered by their interference in the hunt, followed closely behind, maintaining a distance of about 100 meters. Were it not for Zhou Yaqing's presence, the 2 men would not have felt intimidated. However, with an additional person to protect, the situation became more complicated. Zhuge Changlin and Chen Ziyuan, left with no choice, began to back away, contemplating how to fend off the wolves if they charged. As they neared the forest district's base, the sight of barbed wire came into view, just about a mile from the back door. Only then did the mother wolf abandon the chase, letting out a long howl, a woo. At that moment, the nearby wolves joined in the chorus. In the distant valley, the haunting echoes of howls reverberated incessantly, a symphony of wolf cries rising and falling in unison. This phenomenon was exceedingly rare. Who could have anticipated that a single she-wolf's call would summon such a multitude of others? Surely, the wolves within a 10-mile radius were all responding. The 3 individuals were rendered pale with fear. Had they unwittingly disturbed a wolf den? No, it was implausible that disturbing a den could rouse hundreds of wolves. Zhuge Changlin articulated his apprehension. "This is dire. We have provoked a wolf mother and her offspring." "Wolf mother and offspring?" Chen Ziyuan inquired, perplexed. "You entered the fold later, and many things were left unspoken by the mentor," Zhuge Changlin explained as he advanced. "A wolf mother refers to a she-wolf that, over the course of 3 consecutive litters, gives birth to a wolf king. Only then is she deemed a wolf mother." Chen Ziyuan scratched his head. "But a she-wolf typically has only a few pups in a single litter. It's quite challenging for even one to ascend as a wolf king, let alone 3 in succession. Indeed, it is exceptionally difficult. Thus, a wolf mother is a rarity, appearing perhaps once in a decade," Zhuge Changlin lamented. "However, once a wolf mother emerges, all wolves within a 10-mile radius will heed her call. The crux of the matter is that we have drawn their ire, and retribution is inevitable." Zhou Yaqing gasped in horror. "What can we do? We have done nothing wrong. They have spent at least 2 or 3 days driving a massive herd of pigs, and it is only natural for them to vent their frustrations upon us," Zhuge Changlin concluded. As they spoke, they arrived at the back door, where Mr. Wu, the gatekeeper, appeared ashen. "You must not venture outside for the next few days. The howls of the wolves echo everywhere, and our camp may no longer be safe." If even Mr. Wu understood the gravity of the situation, how could Zhuge Changqing remain oblivious? His face turned ashen as he headed towards the Forest Protection Team's office. In the 42nd Forest District, the captain of the protection team, Wang Jin, a disciple of Zhou Boer, was a renowned mountain herder, having secured his public position through Zhou's recommendation. Upon Zhuge Changqing's entry, he was engaged in the ritual of smoking his pipe. "Uncle, sure, this is grave," Zhuge Changqing urged. Wang Jin raised a hand to silence him. "I am merely old. My hearing is not impaired. I shall inform the director to recall all personnel. You will oversee the night watch and double the manpower." Observing Wang's demeanor, which suggested an impending calamity, Zhuge Changqing felt compelled to act swiftly and hurriedly set about making arrangements. What a stroke of misfortune! In the northeastern mountains, the 3 most formidable creatures to be reckoned with were the giant macaque, the golden eagle, and the wolf mother and her offspring, beings of legend that he never expected to encounter. The giant macaque, also known as the mountain baboon, possessed immense strength and remarkable speed, with few having laid eyes upon it and none offering negative accounts. The golden eagle was absent from the Xing'an Ridge. However, it was said that those who ventured to the Changbai Mountains to gather ginseng had witnessed it shatter a companion skull with a single talon, as if wielding a mere toy gun. The last of the trio was the wolf mother and her offspring. The terrifying image of a pack of wolves surrounding a village haunted his thoughts, were it not for the mentor's intervention. He feared that their group would not withstand such an onslaught. The only course of action was to summon all loggers and forest rangers back to ensure their safety. Fortunately, heavy trucks were available in the forest district for transporting timber. Otherwise, they would have had no opportunity to send word. In the 42nd Forest District, a shrill whistle pierced the air, signaling an emergency assembly. Numerous loggers returned, grumbling. They were not formal employees, Their earnings were contingent upon their daily labor. Yet, the urgency of the situation left them no choice. In the camp's front courtyard, a dense throng of people gathered. The forest district director, Lu Daong, called out, "Count off. 1, 2, 3, 78. Lu Daong was taken aback. The 42nd Forest District, along with himself, comprised a total of 81 individuals. Clearly, 2 were missing. He queried loudly, "Have all department heads accounted for their personnel? Why are there still 2 who have not returned?" Among the loggers, someone raised a hand. Old Lu has an upset stomach and took his apprentice he'd been with him for support. They may have wandered far and not heard the call. Listening to the persistent howls of wolves that continued to echo, Lu Daong's cold sweat broke out in earnest. He urgently pointed to the logger who had raised his hand. "You lead the way. 10 from the forest protection team will accompany me to search. The rest of you must remain in the camp on standby." Moments later, the group, each armed with a hunting rifle, made their way cautiously toward the logging area. Chapter 48. The fear of both ends with the grass pole. The forest camp was no more than 5 miles from the logging site. The area was littered with stumps and the terrain was relatively open. Typically, traversing this distance would take about 10 minutes, but this time they required over half an hour. Throughout their journey, the howls of wolves never ceased, and the gathering of wolves felt increasingly ominous. Despite being a dozen armed men, their hands trembled slightly, palms slick with sweat. "Damn it," Lu Daong muttered under his breath, attempting to quicken his pace, yet his legs felt as heavy as lead. He could see, not far ahead, the shadowy figures of a large pack of wolves fixated upon them. They did not attack, but instead formed a surrounding circle, seemingly biding their time. He was reluctant to be there, yet he had no choice. Otherwise, his tenure as director would come to an abrupt end. Should something go awry in the forest district, he would bear the brunt of the responsibility. If he did not lead by example, he would be the first to be held accountable. The 42nd Forest District had been harvesting timber since 1958, and he had been present throughout. In a decade, he had never encountered such a situation, nor had he even heard of one. The last incident of being surrounded by animals he recalled was from 1957, in a village in Hunan province, where 100 tigers besieged a small settlement, attacking livestock and abducting a young girl. He never imagined that this time, it would be thousands of wolves surrounding the forest district, and it would be happening to him. Wolves were far more cunning than tigers. Who could predict the cost of such an encounter? An uneasy premonition stirred within him. The group dared not distance themselves from one another, remaining vigilant on all sides. Suddenly, someone pointed ahead and exclaimed, "This is bad. Old Lu and little he must be gone." Following his pointing finger, the others beheld a hill-climbing tractor adorned with tattered scraps of fabric, while several wolves stood atop it. This was a track tractor designed for transporting logs to the storage yard for loading. The tractor itself was not frightening, nor were the wolves. What was alarming was that one wolf was clenching a severed arm in its jaws. Upon noticing the group, it did not panic. Instead, it leapt down and retreated into the surrounding woods. Some among them trembled, contemplating the use of their firearms. Wang Jin, the captain of the forest protection team, seized one individual's hand. "Have you lost your mind? If the gunfire startles these wolves and incites their aggression, we will all meet our end here." At this warning, the forest rangers fell into a state of panic. What then should they do? They could not fire their weapons. Yet what if the wolves charged? Indeed, were they to resign themselves as mere prey for the wolves? Such a fate was unacceptable. There were too many beasts, and even his small frame would not suffice to satiate them. "I'm not doing this anymore. I want to return to the camp." Several voices quavered with despair. For the sake of $19.50, it hardly seemed worth the risk. Wang Jin scolded softly. "What are you crying about like a bunch of women? If we don't dare to shoot, the wolves won't dare to approach. They are cunning. This is a case of mutual fear. If we are unafraid, then they will be too. Furthermore, if you wish to turn back, be my guest. Those wolves are just waiting for you to stray from the group. The consequences will be no better than for old Lu and little he." His words quelled the thoughts of many who had considered retreating. Fortunately, Wang Jin, being an experienced mountain herder, gritted his teeth and asserted, "Follow me. I have killed many wolves, and I carry a certain presence that they fear." With that, he led the way forward. Whether such a presence truly existed remained uncertain. Nevertheless, it seemed plausible, for both wolves and dogs could discern it, possessing a certain sensibility. Even the fiercest dogs would not dare to bark at a butcher passing through the village. Wang Jin stood at the forefront of the formation, and the pack of wolves, 100 meters away, immediately retreated further until they vanished from sight. Yet everyone understood that they were lurking somewhere, watching the group intently. The forest stretched ahead, less than 2 miles away. Suddenly, a metallic scent of blood wafted through the air. Upon inspection, many were immediately overcome with nausea. Before their eyes lay old Lu's head, eyes tightly closed, with only a ghastly white skeleton remaining below. blood pooled around, and the remains of internal organs and limbs were horrifically absent. The scene was so devastating that several individuals lost their stomachs on the spot. Fortunately, they had brought stretchers and blankets, which they hastily draped over the remains, before two brave souls lifted it and continued their search. Advancing another 300 meters, they discovered Xiao He's head in a hollow willow pond. However, his torso and limbs were nowhere to be found, presumably dragged away by the wild beasts. Lu Daong clutched his gun, his teeth grinding together. Shall we continue searching? At that moment, he no longer held the authority of a director. Wang Jin had become the backbone of the group. Furrowing his brow, Wang Jin asserted, "We cannot search any further. Advancing poses a grave danger. Let us retreat." Thus, the group commenced their return, with Wang Jin taking up the rear. However, the wild beasts remained undeterred, trailing them from a distance. Was Wang Jin afraid? Yes. Who wouldn't he be terrified of so many wolves? Yet, a singular thought occupied his mind. Anyone who approaches will meet their end. Fortunately, they encountered no further peril, and after approximately an hour and a half, they safely returned to the camp. Upon learning of the grim news, a somber atmosphere enveloped the entire camp, as if it were the end of the world. The remains of old Lu and Xiao He were laid to rest in an empty dormitory. Lu Daong organized a small meeting with the leadership team. Taking a deep drag from a cigarette, he clenched his teeth and said, "Comrades, the situation is dire. Our forest area has never faced such a predicament. Wolves are encircling us from all directions, and there are likely no fewer than 1,000. We cannot combat them. We can only await reinforcements." Technical advisor Zhang Ming, pale with fear, exclaimed, "Director Lu, what are we to do? Are we in danger?" Lu Daong covered his face, his voice choking with emotion. "I have decided to relinquish command. This wolf defense mission will be entirely under Captain Wang's authority." Old Lu was from the same village as him and a distant relative. Witnessing his tragic fate filled Lu Daong with grief and, more profoundly, fear. In his revolutionary days, even during guerrilla warfare, he had never felt such terror, for he was then confronting humans, not these savage beasts that could reduce one to mere bones in an instant. Proud of his revolutionary accomplishments, he had always looked down upon Wang Jin, a mere peasant, questioning how he could wield such authority and partake in government provisions. Now, he realized that in the depths of these ancient mountains, the mountain men sometimes held far greater significance than his position as director. Wang Jin, entrusted with command in this critical moment, exhibited no fear whatsoever. He turned to the transport team leader, Mingzhou, and said, "Captain Min, we can hold our ground here for 3 days without issue. The crucial factor lies with you. Drive the heavy truck out and seek my master, Old Zhou, for assistance. The lives of everyone in our camp depend on you." He understood that as long as a message could be dispatched, Old Zhou would undoubtedly come. For his precious granddaughter was also in the camp. Mingzhou hesitated. "I can deliver the message, but I have no idea where Old Zhou resides." "No worries. I've already considered that." Wang Jin stepped outside, calling down the corridor. "Zhuge Chonglin, are you there? Come to the second-floor office." Chapter 49. The wolves surround the forest area. At this moment, night had fully descended. Within the camp, a generator hummed, casting a dim yellow light. Mingzhou and 2 drivers struggled to affix anti-slip chains to the Scania truck. The cold weather necessitated warming the diesel engine, and after a bout of smoke and flames from a torch, they finally succeeded in starting the vehicle. The engine roared mightily, belching clouds of blue smoke. Mingzhou took the wheel, with Zhuge Chonglin seated beside him as they drove toward the forest area. The path was riddled with ditches and hollows, causing the vehicle to sway perilously. Zhuge Chonglin gripped his gun, his expression tense. Mingzhou, an experienced driver and former military truck operator, casually smoked while steering. He chuckled reassuringly. "No need to be anxious. This truck stands 4 meters high. The wolves cannot reach us." Zhuge Chonglin remained cautious. "Captain Min, we've seen hundreds of wolves following us along the way. It's manageable while driving, but if we break down, we could be in serious trouble." Mingzhou frowned. "Surely not. This truck is less than 3 years old and of excellent quality. It has never had issues." Zhuge Chonglin cautioned, "Better safe than sorry. We should exercise caution." Indeed, mechanical failures can be unpredictable. Mingzhou nodded, gripping the steering wheel more firmly as his focus sharpened. Yet, barely 500 meters down the road, a deafening bang erupted, and the truck lurched to the left, shaking violently. "Oh no, we've got a flat tire!" Mingzhou exclaimed in alarm, hastily stabilizing the steering wheel and gently applying the brakes to bring the vehicle to a halt. Why slow down while braking? They were traversing a route meant for logging. And over the years, the tire tracks ranged from 20 to 40 centimeters deep. With the ground frozen, a sudden stop could easily lead to a rollover. The wolves trailing behind the truck were startled, initially believing they had heard gunfire, and turned to flee. However, soon after, upon seeing the truck stationary, they rushed forward, surrounding it completely. Zhuge Changlin panicked. Captain Min, what should we do? What would they do? Was it even possible to exit the vehicle and change the tire? They could only endure the night within the truck. Mingzhou had encountered similar situations numerous times and remained unfazed. However, being surrounded by wolves raised concerns about their safety. Just as they spoke, a wolf leapt onto the hood of the truck, its bloody tongue lolling out as it fixed its gaze on the two men. A howl echoed through the night, and the entire pack joined in a fierce chorus. Zhuge Changlin's face blanched in horror. This is bad. They're going to ram the windshield. Before he could finish, a loud crash reverberated as a wolf collided with the windshield, yelping in pain as it limped away from the front of the truck. Thank goodness it held. Zhuge Changlin exhaled in relief. If the glass had been more fragile, we might not have escaped unscathed. Mingzhou chuckled wryly. You're overly optimistic. It seems we are truly in dire straits. Another resounding bang echoed, and a fine crack appeared in the glass. The wolves were taking turns ramming the windshield. Cold sweat dripped from Zhuge Changlin's brow. Captain Min, what should we do? This glass 1T withstand many more hits. If we shoot, we 1T be able to take down all the wolves. We're doomed. Don't I need to tell you that? Mingzhou steeled himself, exclaiming, buckle up. It's better to flip the truck and perish than to feed the wolves alive. He had not turned off the engine. Instead, he shifted gears, slowly pressing the accelerator to move forward. The vehicle shook violently, as if it were about to disassemble, the tires slipping and leaning dangerously to the left. Mingzhou's eyes widened as he fought to maintain control of the tilting steering wheel, cautiously driving ahead. The pack followed behind, howling incessantly, yet they dared not approach. The billowing smoke from the monstrous vehicle and its thunderous roar intimidated them from getting too close. Beads of sweat the size of pearls gathered on Mingzhou's forehead, but he dared not wipe them away. The truck with a flat tire traversing the snow-laden path could easily lead to disaster with a single misstep. Zhuge Changlin clung tightly to his seat, his eyes wide with fear, his body leaning to one side, his heart lodged in his throat. He longed to scream, yet he refrained, knowing that disturbing Mingzhou could spell their doom. Fortunately, the remaining distance was not excessively long. Just over 3 miles remained before they would exit the forest, with Hongbian village of the Hongbian commune just ahead. As they neared the village, the wolves ceased their pursuit and turned away. Mingzhou, utterly exhausted, slumped in the driver's seat, gasping for breath. With his left hand pressed against his chest and his right hand grasping the steering wheel, he weakly exclaimed, "Damn it, I finally made it." At that moment, the militia responsible for patrolling arrived. Upon noticing the car stranded there, they quickly inquired, "Comrade, do you require assistance?" Soon after, Mingzhou was assigned to rest at a villager's home, while Zhuge Changlin climbed onto a donkey cart, continuing his journey to the county town. In the No. 42 forest area, no one dared to rest. Everyone was organized into groups for defense. Fortunately, the camp was protected by 2 layers of barbed wire, each standing 3 meters high. The outer perimeter served to deter wild animals as well as to prevent villagers from accidentally wandering in within the living quarters of the camp. Another layer was erected to guard against ferocious beasts. Wild boars were known to root through the area, occasionally brushing against the barbed wire, causing it to collapse. Additionally, mountain deities and leopards could easily leap over if they found the right spot. How could one possibly defend against the cunning blue foxes? They could form bridges. They would stack themselves atop one another, creating a living pyramid, allowing the wolves behind them to leap effortlessly over the 3-meter-high barrier. At that moment, the wolf pack had breached the first layer of barbed wire, with hundreds circling the living quarters, searching for weaknesses. In truth, they had already identified several, with some able to squeeze through the wire. Before long, this was discovered and quickly blocked off with wood and furniture. The camp was lacking in many supplies, but timber was abundant. Now, everyone, regardless of age or gender, was assigned a duty, each armed with a torch made from pine. Should they run out, they would simply light more. Wang Jin constructed a rudimentary observation platform in the center of the living area. Many of the lumberjacks had carpentry backgrounds, and even the least skilled could manage some woodworking. Before long, a towering 9-meter platform was erected, ablaze with torches and adorned with the corpses of 5 blue foxes that had dared to intrude. The blue foxes had an aversion to fire, and the sight of their fallen comrades served as a deterrent. This tactic proved effective, as the wolf pack hesitated to act. However, Wang Jin was acutely aware that this was merely a temporary reprieve. The blue foxes could take turns scouting and resting, while he dared not blink. As the latter half of the night approached, many began to succumb to fatigue, their earlier tension and excitement dissipating. Reluctantly, Wang Jin organized the group into shifts for rest and duty. Chapter 50. Even if all perish, I shall not seek reprieve. At 4 in the morning, the hour when weariness weighs heaviest upon the soul, the biting cold wind, sharp as a blade, did little to deter Wang Jin's heavy eyelids. If a seasoned mountain dweller like Wang Jin struggled, what hope did ordinary folk have? Some, clutching their rifles, dozed in the corners. Fortunately, the temperature hovered around -8 degrees. A brief slumber would not lead to frostbite or death. On my leg. Suddenly, a piercing cry shattered the silence. Instantly, everyone opened their eyes, terror-stricken. A blue fox had sunk its teeth into the thigh of a forest guard. The sound of tearing fabric echoed as a large chunk of flesh was bitten away. Someone charged forward, firing a shot that wounded the beast. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire rang out, and the injured wolf collapsed into a pool of blood. Yet more wolves scattered in every direction. Chaos ensued within the camp. Loud gongs reverberated as someone shouted, "Forest guards, those with firearms, come forth." Others, "Secure the doors and windows. Do not let the wolves enter." In that brief moment, the wolves that had formed a bridge managed to leap into the camp, more than 10 of them. Gritting his teeth, Wang Jin cursed, "You filthy wolves. I'll put an end to you." Positioned centrally, illuminated by the firelight, he spied a massive gathering of blue foxes about 200 meters away, forming what he recognized as a wolf bridge. He understood that shooting the upper layers was futile. He needed to target the bottom few. Grabbing his rifle, he pulled the bolt back, aimed at the lowest wolf, and squeezed the trigger. Bang! The bullet flew, causing a commotion among the pack as several tumbled down. Wang Jin spat in frustration. "Not enough. Let's do this again." Bang! Another shot, and more fell. The wolf bridge began to waver, fewer wolves leaping across. As he emptied the 5 rounds from his magazine, the bridge began to form again. This tactic, once numerous, had proven reckless. Wang Jin, in a panic, aimed at the pack and shouted, "A few of you, head to the boiler room and stop the wolf from forming a bridge." Responding to his call, some forest guards rushed forward, firing their shotguns in rapid succession. The closer the shotgun, the greater its power. With the blue foxes densely packed, it was easy to hit them. The casualties among the blue foxes were severe, prompting them to abandon their bridge, leaving behind a few corpses as they scattered. Yet, the situation remained dire. At least 30 blue foxes had infiltrated the living quarters. Wang Jin, devoid of sleep, stood atop the observation platform, directing the defense. The water tower. "Quick, there are 2 up there. The bathhouse. Blue foxes have entered. 3 have made it to the 2nd floor of the office. Hurry." More were drawn by the scent of humans, rushing toward the dormitory area. Fortunately, the dormitory was a primary defense zone, and several blue foxes had already been killed, leaving a gruesome scene of carcasses that prevented greater devastation. As dawn broke, apart from a few that had managed to escape, the remainder lay slain. Upon counting, along with those from earlier, there were 32 blue fox corpses in the yard. Yet, no one celebrated their victory, for this triumph came at a heavy cost. Of the 20 forest guards, 6 had sustained injuries, one of whom was in critical condition. Although a doctor was present in the forest area and had managed to staunch the bleeding, a swift hospital transfer was necessary. However, such an escort would further deplete their numbers. If the blue foxes were to launch another attack, their ability to withstand it was uncertain. By midday, Elder Zhou hurriedly arrived with his men, bringing along 15 mountain folk, all armed with hunting rifles, including Zhuge Chonglin. Though prepared, he was still taken aback by the scene before him. So brutal? Wang Jin, relieved, was assisted inside to rest. Zhou Buer's face was ashen. With no time to tend to his beloved granddaughter, he called Zhuge Chonglin and Chen Ziyuan aside, saying, "Xiao Qi, Shi-san, tell me honestly, have you encountered any blue foxes recently?" Zhuge Chonglin, surprised, replied, "Master, it's quite normal for us mountain folk to hunt blue foxes. Just days ago, we arrived here and took down a female blue fox. Was there anything peculiar about that female blue fox? I did not notice anything unusual. It seemed like she had just given birth and still had milk." Elder Zhou's face lit up with realization. No wonder the wolf mother and her offspring were drawn to you. How did you handle the blue fox pelts? Zhuge Chonglin, unable to conceal the truth, admitted. "We couldn't bear to throw them away. Each of us fashioned a knife sheathed from the skin, which we carry at our waists." He then produced the dagger. Elder Zhou examined the sheath and said, "Burn them. You two have unwittingly created a deadly feud with the wolf mother and her offspring. This blue fox is likely a descendant of that wolf family." Zhuge Chonglin asked in confusion, "Master, that shouldn't be the case. We've hunted many wolves. Why is it this time we've angered the wolf mother and her young?" "Because she was still nursing her pups. If you killed her, the pups destined to become wolves would not survive." Elder Zhou sighed. "However, this cannot be laid at your feet. Who would have thought that a blue fox would give birth in the dead of winter? If Lu Mingzhou were here, he would surely break into a cold sweat. Thankfully, he spared the mother wolf at that time. Otherwise, she would have been targeting him. As for why it had to be this one, the reason is quite simple. Among 100 wolves, not a single one would be pregnant during winter. The expanse of Forest Area 42 is limited, and the wolf pack would not venture far unless absolutely necessary, particularly not a pregnant female wolf. It appears that this she-wolf and her offspring were not merely passing through in pursuit of pigs, but rather leading the pack to seek revenge. Coincidentally, when Zhuge Chonglin and Chen Ziyuan passed by, she immediately identified her foes and unhesitatingly signaled. Thus, the encirclement of 1,000 wolves around the forest area ensued. Zhuge Chonglin, in a state of desperation, cried out, "What shall we do, master?" He never anticipated that casually hunting a young animal in the forest would lead to such monumental trouble. Zhou Buer sighed. The she-wolf and her offspring have yet to vent their fury. They will surely not rest until they exact vengeance. This forest area is no longer safe. My recommendation is for everyone to evacuate. Absolutely not. Lu Daong exclaimed in panic. Old Zhou, this is one of the nation's key timber forests. Currently, the industrial base in northeast China is under construction, necessitating vast quantities of timber. If this area is closed, not just the county, but likely the region and province will intervene. Zhou Buer was well aware of this reality. After he and his team had entered, the young animals had retreated. As the former king of hunters, the lethal aura surrounding him was palpable. But how long could he remain here? A day, 2 days, or perhaps 10 days to half a month. He could leave, and he could take his apprentices, Zhuge Chonglin and Chen Ziyuan, with him. However, if he departed, the she-wolf and her offspring would unleash their wrath upon the workers in the forest. Although it was improbable for 1,000 wolves to maintain a constant siege due to food scarcity, 100 could easily keep watch. Zhou Buer recalled a certain individual. If he were to intervene, it might be a piece of cake. Yet, he immediately dismissed this thought. Even if the entire pack were to perish, he would not wish for it to fall upon him. He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes ablaze with fury. Chapter 51. Not only should hunting be prohibited, but a nationwide campaign against wolves should also be advocated. In Forest Area 42, with Old Zhou stationed, the rear was indeed stabilized. The injured were promptly evacuated. The family support work conducted by Old Lu, and he'd been proceeded in an orderly manner. Zhou Buer organized personnel to reinforce the barbed wire and conducted patrols. For 3 consecutive days, no casualties were reported. However, the flames of trouble could not be concealed beneath the paper. The deaths of 2 individuals and injuries to 5, compounded by the encirclement of 1,000 wolves, were matters of considerable magnitude that had to be reported to various levels of authority. In the office of the Deputy Secretary of the Xing-Anling Regional Committee, He Jingguang furrowed his brow and inquired, "Old Shun, what do you propose we do about this situation?" He had been preparing to return to the provincial capital with his delegation when he received the sudden task of addressing the incident at Forest Area 42. In northeast China, incidents of wild animals attacking humans were common. However, he had never heard of such a large-scale attack. Xin Nanping was equally at a loss. "I've sent people to inquire. Even Old Zhou is at a standstill, suggesting a complete evacuation to minimize casualties." He Jingguang tapped his fingers on the desk, his gaze resolute. "Absolutely not. Our nation is already deficient in timber. Even the Northeast's local supply is insufficient. The province has just issued a notification demanding an acceleration in logging efficiency. Forest Area 42 is a key region. How can we halt operations?" Shen Nanping sighed. "Is it possible to request military assistance to eliminate these wolves?" He Jingguang became agitated. "Old Shun, are you out of your mind? Setting aside the fact that wolves are not human and would be difficult to locate, would the military be able to focus with our northern neighbors stirring restlessly?" Shen Nanping rubbed his temples, feeling hopeless. The situation was more severe than anticipated. The concentration of such a large pack of wolves warranted provincial attention. He even suspected that perhaps the entire wolf population of Xing-Anling had converged here, which was indeed a headache. Currently, the police had dispatched a significant number of personnel to provide support. However, these wolves were inherently tactical. They mastered the principles of retreat when the enemy advances, disturb when the enemy is stationed, strike when the enemy is weary, and pursue when the enemy retreats. A large group entering the mountains found nothing but shadows. Yet, once they retreated, the wolves would emerge immediately. Traps set by hunters yielded no results. These creatures seemed almost supernatural. He Jingguang, observing the strain on his old friend, approached and patted his shoulder. "Old Shun, they say experts reside among the common folk. Perhaps you could find someone to try? See if there are any extraordinary individuals who can deal with these wolves?" Shin Nanping forced a smile and shook his head. "I've already sent people to gather information. But as of now, there has been no news." He Jingguang, at a loss for how to offer comfort, stated, "Take your time in searching. If all else fails, we will mobilize personnel to form a wolf hunting team and conduct a sweeping search to drive the wolves out. By that time, who knows how long it will take." Shin Nanping rubbed his temples, his bloodshot eyes filled with fatigue. "Old He, spare me the platitudes. You know the common people are struggling and the finances are tight. Forming a wolf hunting team is simply unrealistic. The two exchanged glances, the atmosphere in the office growing heavy. Just then, the secretary knocked and entered, placing a stack of documents on the table. Deputy Secretary Shan, here are the hunter profiles you requested, compiled from various communes. There are a total of 27 documents. Please review them. Shin Nanping, expressionless, replied, just leave them. Once the secretary exited, he absent-mindedly flipped through the pages. If old Zhou couldn't handle the situation, ordinary mountain hunters would stand no chance. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon one particular document. Personal information of Comrade Zhang Fengliang. Name, Zhang Fengliang. Age, 68 years. Nickname, Zhang Wuye. Honors, awarded Outstanding Mountain Guardian for 5 consecutive years in 1953 and 1957, and finalist in the Hunter King competition in 1958. Skills, excellent marksmanship. Reputed to have wolves assist in hunting. His excitement surged. Oldie, look at this profile. He Jingwang quickly took it, soon furrowing his brow in suspicion. This doesn't seem right. With the wolves being so ferocious, we can hardly manage to strike back. How could they possibly assist in hunting? Shin Nanping pointed to the address. Do you see? He resides in Kaoshan Village. Qingwei's bear bile and the elk he requested were all hunted by a fellow named Lu Mingzhou from there. For this reason alone, we should pay a visit. He Jingwang nodded repeatedly. I was initially considering sending 200 yuan to Qingwei, but it seems that's unnecessary. We should just go meet Zhang Fengliang and see what kind of extraordinary person Lu Mingzhou is. Shin Nanping abruptly stood up. Then what are we waiting for? Let us set off now. 3.5 hours later, in Kaoshan Village, Lu Mingzhou finished his lunch and prepared to accompany Zhang Haizi for a trap check. Although hunting was prohibited in the forest, game birds were still active in the fields, making it possible to catch something. The news of the wolf pack attacking in Forest Area 42 had already spread through the village. The reason was simple. Recently, police and mountain hunters have been entering the forest, organizing villagers to search the mountains for the purpose of hunting young animals. Many villagers had participated, and the tales had grown increasingly fantastical, rife with rumors. Some claimed the young animals had become supernatural beings, and skilled practitioners were preparing to capture them. Others asserted that the young animals had killed hundreds, and a large army was about to be dispatched to eliminate them. Lu Mingzhou, however, did not believe a word. It was none of his business, and he remained unconcerned. At that moment, he had not even brought a gun, only a bundle of coarse fishing line. As he walked toward the eastern end of the village, just halfway through his journey, Sun Dihao hurriedly approached him. Mingzhou, a big shot has arrived. They're at your master's house, wanting to see you. Lu Mingzhou was taken aback. What big shot? Yet Sun Dihao was unwilling to answer, pulling him along as he urged, hurry, you'll find out when you get there. With Sun Dihao's insistence, the two quickened their pace and soon arrived at Zhang Wuye's doorstep. A short distance away, 5 vehicles were parked, with police maintaining order and preventing curious villagers from getting too close. By the looks of it, they truly had a significant visitor. Lu Mingzhou, maintaining his composure, followed Sun Dihao into the house. Inside the main room sat 2 middle-aged men. Zhang Wuye's expression was one of displeasure. Leader, I have reiterated this several times. I'm but a useless person now. If Zhou Buer cannot contend with the young wolves, how could I possibly do so? Shin Nanping patiently advised, Zhang Wuye, we have inquired into your past. In your youth, you possessed a remarkable skill known as driving wolves and patrolling the mountains, and the wolves within a 10-mile radius heeded your command. Zhang Wuye remained unmoved. That is mere superstition. Do not place your faith in such nonsense, leader. Furthermore, isn't hunting prohibited in Forest Area 42? Very well then, let it remain prohibited. He Jingwang's countenance turned awkward. I have investigated, and this ban was issued by the Forestry Bureau of Huma County. It is not in accordance with regulations. I have already ordered its cancellation. The current situation is that not only is hunting not banned, but we are also advocating for a collective effort to cull the wolves. Chapter 52, The Ancient Wolf Language. Lu Mingzhou entered the room, greeting them with composure. Greetings, master. Good day to you both, leaders. He immediately discerned that these two were indeed significant figures. It was not merely their attire of Zhongshan suits or their meticulously styled hair, but the innate aura of authority that could not be feigned. One of them seemed vaguely familiar, as if he had encountered him before, yet he could not recall the specifics at that moment. However, he quickly dismissed this absurd notion, for since his rebirth, he had not truly met any prominent individuals. The instant Shun Nanping laid eyes on Lu Mingzhou, he instantly comprehended Shun Qingwei's intentions. His own prize cabbage was undoubtedly being eyed by this boar. Or rather, he was entirely focused on enticing this boar. Due to his father's favoritism, his gaze began to darken. Yet He Jingwang wore a broad smile. You must be Comrade Lu. Please, take a seat beside me. Lu Mingzhou, feeling no need for formality, sat on the stool beside He Jingwang. He Jingwang grasped his hand. Comrade Lu. Though you are still young, your skills are quite impressive, even able to hunt a sick deer. Here, I have 200 yuan for you. It is not much, but it is a token of my appreciation. However, Lu Mingzhou refused to accept. So, it was Qingwei who wished to hunt the sick deer for you. This deer was a gift from me to her. If gratitude is to be expressed, it should be directed at her. I cannot accept this money. He Jingguang turned to Shen Nanping and remarked, Old Shun, it seems I have unwittingly benefited from Qingwei's niece. Shen Nanping's expression softened. The fact that this young man declined the money indicated his feelings for Qingwei. To gift such a valuable sick deer so readily demonstrated a certain audacity that was not commonplace among ordinary rural youths. It was only then that Lu Mingzhou regained his composure and stood up. So you're Qingwei's father, Uncle Shen? My apologies, please forgive me. Shen Nanping fixed his gaze upon him and said coolly, Sit down. Speaking of which, I must also extend my gratitude for your gift of bear bile to Qingwei. Lu Mingzhou felt as if he had been laid bare, an unsettling sensation creeping over him like a swarm of ants. While the scrutiny of others was inconsequential, the weight of this man's gaze was different. Offending him was not an option. He straightened his posture. Uncle Shun, there is no need for thanks. Qingwei has also aided me. Helping her is only right. Shen Nanping, with a hint of a smile, replied, Oh, Qingwei has helped you? I was unaware. Do share the details. Lu Mingzhou, not daring to be remiss, recounted his experiences at the police station. Shen Nanping nodded slightly. Then Qingwei's assistance to you was indeed well placed. This time, I need you to tackle the wolves. Will you accept? Lu Mingzhou's forehead broke into a sweat. On one side was Qingwei's father, and on the other, his master. He found himself caught in a dilemma regarding where his loyalties should lie. Gritting his teeth, he mustered the courage to say, Uncle Shun, I must apologize. My skills are insufficient. I cannot confront the wolf pack alone. This matter requires my master's consent and guidance. Zhang Wuye, who had previously appeared sullen, felt a wave of relief upon hearing this. He could not help but admire the young man's cleverness. He was aware of the situation concerning Shun Qingwei. Had the lad been ungrateful, not only would he have been expelled, but any ambition to learn driving wolves and patrolling the mountains would have been entirely out of reach. Shen Nanping felt a profound headache. The crux of the matter was that he was uncertain whether Lu Mingzhou's claims were true or false. He tentatively inquired, You are capable of hunting bears and sick deer, yet you cannot handle wolves? Lu Mingzhou replied earnestly, Uncle Shun, a single bear is manageable. But now, there's a whole pack of young wolves. How could I, a mere novice, contend with them? Shen Nanping began to believe him more. Hope ignited within him. Zhang Wuye did not seem to be a simple character. If his disciple was so exceptional, how formidable must the master be? He clasped his hands together. Zhang Wuye, dealing with a wolf pack is no trifling matter. It concerns human lives. I, Shen Nanping, am not acting for personal gain, but for the sake of Forest Area 42 and the surrounding populace. I implore you to intervene and resolve the wolf situation. Otherwise, they will eventually become a menace. Zhang Wuye's expression shifted slightly. He understood that Shen Nanping spoke the truth. The ambition of wolves was indeed no exaggeration. The time was still short, and their gathering posed no issue. However, if left unchecked, the wolf pack would disperse, and nearby villages would suffer. The residents of Kaoshan would be the first to bear the brunt. After a moment of contemplation, he hesitantly stated, I can address the issue of the young wolves, but I have 3 conditions. Shen Nanping was elated. Indeed, Zhang Wuye possessed the capability to resolve the wolf problem. At this moment, he would agree to not just 3 conditions, but even 30. He nodded vigorously. Very well, please proceed. Zhang Wuye took a deep breath and slowly articulated. First, Zhou Boer must return whence he came. There shall be no further entanglement with the young wolves, for I disdain being associated with him. Shen Nanping was taken aback by Zhang Wuye's fervent words. However, such matters naturally fell to those capable. If Zhou could not manage the situation, he must yield his position. He nodded. No problem. I will send someone to discuss this with Zhou. Secondly, prepare 5,000 jin of pork, cut into fine strips. The young wolves have traveled from afar. We cannot allow them to return with empty stomachs. When they are well fed, negotiations will be much easier. Shen Nanping calculated that 5,000 jin of pork amounted to about 30 pigs. With the state-run pig farm and slaughterhouse pooling their resources, it was certainly feasible, and he readily agreed. Thirdly, Lu Mingzhou and my family as Heisei must both become mountain guardians, with formal positions established. If you agree to all 3 conditions, I will handle the young wolves. Zhang Wuye confidently assured. While he might not be able to tackle other fierce beasts, young wolves were well within his grasp. Initially, he had been determined to witness Zhou Boer's embarrassment, but the potential danger was too great. He set aside any personal grudges. There was no need to jeopardize the surrounding neighbors for past grievances. In truth, The third condition could easily be resolved without Shun Nanping's involvement. The 18Li commune could manage that. Shun Nanping, seeing no difficulties, readily acquiesced, and he and He Jingguang rose to take their leave. Zhang Wuye and Lu Mingzhou watched as several vehicles departed. Just as Lu Mingzhou was about to leave, Zhang Wuye grasped him firmly. "You clever boy. Were you almost tempted to sell out your master for Shen Qingwei?" Lu Mingzhou felt a twinge of guilt. "How could that be?" Zhang Wuye shot him a knowing glance. "At least you possess a sliver of conscience. Come with me. I will teach you a few incantations for driving wolves." Inside the room, Zhang Wuye gathered his energy and shouted, "Kakakajili." Lu Mingzhou, perplexed, asked, "Master, what does this mean?" With a swift slap to the back of his head, Zhang Wuye retorted, "Why so much chatter? Just recite it." Lu Mingzhou complied and repeated the phrase. He felt quite uncomfortable. What was this? It sounded like gibberish, akin to the expletives of villains in films. Sensing his bewilderment, Zhang Wuye impatiently explained, "This is the ancient wolf language. It means come here." Lu Mingzhou, astonished, rubbed the back of his head. "Master, isn't that incorrect? The young wolves are inherently proud. Would they come merely because we beckon?" Zhang Wuye beamed with pride. "Of course. When you are the Wolf King whistle, in their eyes, you are the Wolf King. Coupled with the ancient wolf language, they would not dare to ignore your call." Lu Mingzhou's mind was consumed with a single thought. Wow, this is impressive. Chapter 53. The Master Takes Action. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Forest Area 42. Wang Jin arrived at Zhou Bu Er's dormitory. Inside, the room was littered with ash and shattered glass fragments. Wang Jin called out, "Master." Zhou Bu Er ignored him, merely puffing at his pipe, the tip crackling with sparks. Wang Jin was accustomed to this. His master often appeared thus when deep in thought. He picked up a broom and dustpan from the corridor, sweeping the debris into a pile and collecting it in the dustpan. Just as he was about to step outside to dispose of it, Zhou Bu Er suddenly called out to him, "Lao Si, do not rush to clean up. Stay and converse with your master." Wang Jin complied and took a seat. Zhou Bu Er exhaled a smoke ring and slowly began, "Lao Si, how have I treated you over the years?" As heavy as a mountain, Wang Jin replied, sitting up straight, "I owe my current standing entirely to your guidance and nurturing." Zhou Bu Er nodded slightly, tapping the ash from his pipe. "One must not forget the well digger when drinking water. That is indeed correct. Tomorrow, there is a matter I wish to entrust to you." Wang Jin's gaze was resolute. "It is an honor to serve you, master. What are your instructions?" Zhou Bu Er beckoned him closer. Lowering his voice, he said, "Tomorrow, Zhang Lao Wu will be coming. We cannot allow him to succeed in this matter. Find a position." His voice dwindled to a whisper, gradually becoming inaudible. Wang Jin's expression grew increasingly grave. "Master, this could lead to trouble. It may not be wise." Zhou Bu Er's face darkened, more so than a pot's bottom, and he replied tersely, "What? Are you unwilling?" "Not all." Wang Jin urged, "Master, I only fear that this may involve innocence. The consequences could be dire." Bang! Zhou Bu Er slammed the table, his eyes wide. "I have done wrong. Zhang Lao Wu is far worse. He possesses the ability to drive away wolves, yet refuses to make it public. He once overshadowed me, and now dares to humiliate me in my old age. Does your master lack shame?" Wang Jin, startled, sprang to his feet. "Master, I was wrong." Zhou Bu Er's expression softened slightly. "Lao Si, sit. I understand you bear a psychological burden. It is of no consequence. It merely involves receiving a reprimand, and I shall help you navigate through it. You have been here for many years. It is time for a promotion. I will speak to Ji Wen and arrange for you to take on the role of district director." "Yes, master. I take my leave." Under normal circumstances, such promises of promotion would have delighted Wang Jin. Yet at this moment he felt no joy. But did he have a choice? None. His own son and daughter worked in the forestry bureau, all arranged by his master. Even if he were reluctant, he could not gamble with his family's fate. The following day, at 10 in the morning, a group arrived at Kaoshan Village. Leading them was Ji Hongbing, the director of Shirley Commune. He approached Zhang Wuye, greeting him warmly with a handshake. "Wuye, the county has notified us that the meet is ready, and the paperwork for Lu Mingzhou and Zhang Haizi's mountain guard will also be completed today. Are you prepared?" Zhang Wuye shook his head. "I am not prepared. My disciple Mingzhou is ready. Let him accompany you." Only then did Ji Hongbing notice Lu Mingzhou standing behind him, his expression troubled. "Wuye, your disciple seems rather young. If something goes awry, I cannot take responsibility. Moreover, next time it will be difficult to gather 5,000 jin of meat." Zhang Wuye remained resolute. "Mingzhou is more than capable. I am now an invalid and cannot handle it. Go ahead, it is fine." With that, he turned and retreated into the inner room, closing the door behind him. Ji Hongbing sighed. "Comrade Lu, since Wuye has faith in you, then please proceed." His tone bore a hint of reluctance. Lu Mingzhou paid no mind and followed the others forward. Half an hour later, in the 42nd Forest District, as soon as Lu Mingzhou appeared, Zhou Yaqing bounded toward him. She tilted her head, a smile lighting her face. Mingzhou, I heard that a hunting expert is coming to drive away the wolves. So, you're that expert? Initially, Lu Mingzhou wished to ignore her, but one does not strike a smiling face. Besides, it would be ungracious to speak harshly to a girl with an expressionless face. He replied, I cannot claim to be an expert. I'll do my best. Zhou Yaqing's eyes dimmed slightly, but she quickly masked it. Can I stay by your side? I want to see how you drive away the wolves. As you wish. Lu Mingzhou was not concerned about her learning, as this skill required the Wolf King whistle, which was impossible to replicate without it. A basket full of pork was piled high like a small mountain. The weather was frigid, the meat frozen solid. Today, light snow began to fall, and the temperature dropped to -10 degrees. Braving the biting cold wind, Lu Mingzhou waved his hand. Come, help carry out the meat. He had not even brought a gun, stepping out of the camp empty-handed. Zhou Yaqing hurriedly followed, her steps light. Atop the water tower, Zhou Buer's nose nearly crinkled with fury. When did that girl, Yaqing, start associating with that young man, Lu Mingzhou? His breath formed white clouds, frost clinging to his eyebrows and beard as he waved his fists at the air. Beside him, Wang Jin advised softly, Master, perhaps it will be best to let it go. If we alert the young wolves, Yaqing could be in danger. Zhou Buer shouted angrily, let it go? How can we let it go? That boy is treacherous, using Yaqing as a shield. He cannot be spared. As soon as Yaqing distances herself from him, you must shoot. Yes, Wang Jin replied quietly, his tone laced with resignation. Under Lu Mingzhou's guidance, everyone discarded the pork, scattering it across the ground. Ji Hongbing glanced around, quietly inquiring, Comrade Lu, are you trying to set a trap? I have heard that wolves are quite cunning. Will they fall for it? Lu Mingzhou could hardly be bothered to respond. Director Ji, you may lead your people back. I will handle things here. I will communicate with them. Ji Hongbing was taken aback. Just you alone? Without a gun? Yes. Lu Mingzhou was not one to elaborate. You should retreat to the camp to avoid being inadvertently harmed by the young wolves. No. Ji Hongbing shook his head. Comrade Lu, I will have people stationed at the entrance to support you. If things go awry, you must retreat, and I will have them provide cover fire. Lu Mingzhou ceased to insist, understanding his good intentions. Furthermore, his master had only taught him 3 phrases in the ancient wolf tongue. He was uncertain of their effectiveness. To be honest, having been influenced by materialistic ideology, he felt that this endeavor was somewhat dubious. Nevertheless, he was not afraid, no matter how many young wolves there were. To him, it was merely a matter of wielding a knife. If all else failed, he could always run back to the camp. Did that seem shameful? Perhaps a little. He was still young, after all, and it was understandable. At the camp's entrance, a crowd watched him, pointing and whispering. Who is that young man? He isn't even bringing a gun. Does he intend to offer himself as bait for the wolves? Not necessarily. After all, 5,000 jin of meat has been prepared. The wolves might not even be interested in him. While that was said, provoking a pack of wolves seemed unwise, regardless of the circumstances. Time ticked by. More than 20 minutes passed, and Lu Mingzhou had yet to catch sight of any wolves. He could sense that they were observing him, but dared not approach. Could it be because of the Wolf King whistle? Never mind. He would speak directly in the ancient wolf tongue. He gathered his breath and shouted, Kaka Yiguli. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a wolf howl echoed through the air. Chapter 54. The gunshot from the water tower. In shadowy woods, a sudden gust of wind arose. A gray figure darted forth. It was a mother wolf. She was neither large nor fierce, yet she inspired fear in everyone. What was astonishing was that she looked at Lu Mingzhou with a hint of trepidation and a touch of deference. This mother wolf exhibited none of the previous ferocity. She crouched low, wagging her tail vigorously, resembling a fawning lapdog. Lu Mingzhou beckoned to her, and the mother wolf scampered over, nuzzling her furry head against his hand. Lu Mingzhou understood. This was the mother wolf. His master had mentioned that the hierarchy within wolf packs was remarkably strict. After uttering the ancient wolf tongue, either there would be no wolves, or only the leader would appear. How curious. The wolf mother and her cub are surprisingly gentle, aside from their slightly elongated teeth and sharper claws. They bear little distinction from a Siberian husky. Unbeknownst to them, chaos erupted within the camp at that very moment. This particular wolf mother, with a notable portion of her left ear missing, was easily identifiable upon closer inspection. Despite the distance, they could still discern her presence. She had roamed the vicinity of the camp numerous times, and each time she howled, hundreds of wolves surged forth. Am I seeing this correctly? Is that young man petting the wolf mother? And look, the wolf mother is wagging her tail. This is truly surreal. My heavens, is she rolling on her back as well? Am I imagining this? 200 meters away, atop the water tower, Zhou Buer's expression was as grim as the depths of winter. His voice frigid. Zhang Laowu taught this lad some tricks. Back in the day, I wanted him to teach Wu, but he refused adamantly. Wang Jin, like a silent enigma, remained utterly mute. His heart was a tumult of conflict. His master had been stationed here for some time, poised to deliver a lethal blow to the wolf mother. But was this truly the right course of action? Without the wolf mother, the pack would surely unleash a bloodbath, endangering not only the forest but also the surrounding villages. He longed to abandon this mission, yet he could not. The fate of his entire family rested precariously in his master's hands. The power his master wielded was far more formidable than it appeared. Mingzhou was oblivious to all this. Squatting on the ground, he affectionately stroked the wolf mother as if rolling a yarn ball. To his surprise, the texture was quite pleasant. His master had mentioned that if a wolf mother allowed him to touch her, it signified her trust. He could command her to have the wolves fetch meat and depart from his place. So easy. What was that ancient wolf tongue phrase for food again? Oh dear, I recalled it just moments ago, yet now my mind has gone blank. Mingzhou smacked his forehead, feeling a twinge of frustration. How could someone as clever as he be stumped by such triviality? He pointed at the meat on the ground, then gestured to the wolf mother and her cub, mimicking a chewing motion. Quite abstract, yet astonishingly, the wolf mother understood. A long howl escaped her lips. Soon, the surrounding brush rustled, and a throng of juvenile wolves emerged. The sight of wolves blanketing the hills, their eyes aglow with a spectral light, would surely terrify anyone else. Yet Mingzhou was filled with unbridled joy. Feast, feast. Once you're done, return to your homes. The wolf mother bared her teeth and let out a couple of gruff barks. The pack immediately spread out, scrambling to snatch the pork from the ground, creating utter chaos. How delightful! Zhou Yaqing exclaimed, dashing forward. Zhai Hongbing in a panic shouted, "Don't go! It's dangerous!" He reached out to stop her, but alas, he was a moment too late. Zhou Yaqing had already dashed 3 meters ahead. He wanted to pursue her, but the sight of the encircling wolves left him paralyzed with fear. From the water tower, due to a blind spot in their line of sight, Zhou Buer and Wang Jin could not see Zhou Yaqing below. Wang Jin frowned as he observed the ruckus of the wolf pack. "Master, there are too many wolves. From this distance, we can't locate the wolf mother." Zhou Buer replied with a fierce glare, "Just shoot one. Give it a thrashing. As long as the juvenile wolves feel deceived, we shall have succeeded." One must admit, his plan was quite insidious. Juvenile wolves were notoriously mistrustful of humans, and once a shot was fired, the situation would inevitably spiral out of control. Even if Mingzhou were not harmed, he would certainly be in for a harrowing experience. Resolute, Wang Jin steadied his rifle, taking aim at the pack. Bang! A thunderous shot rang out as a wolf was struck in the hind leg, letting out a wretched howl. The pack, startled, dropped their meaty prizes and scattered in all directions. The wolf mother cast a bewildered glance at Mingzhou, then leaped back, her demeanor suddenly hostile. "Ha ha ha!" Zhou Buer laughed heartily, stroking his beard. "It worked. Let us descend." "Master! Master!" Wang Jin pointed ahead, his complexion paling in terror. "No! This is bad. Yaqing is surrounded." Zhou Buer squinted, horrified by the scene unfolding in the distance. He shouted desperately, "Yaqing, run back! Run back!" Zhou Yaqing screamed. Covering her eyes, 5 juvenile wolves charged towards her, baring their teeth in a menacing display. They were furious, as if longing to tear apart the 2-legged creature before them. With their front limbs slightly crouched and bodies leaning back, they were poised to charge and attack. Just as Zhou Yaqing seemed on the brink of meeting a grisly fate, Mingzhou rushed forward, bellowing, "Paha!" The 5 wolves froze momentarily, casting a fearful glance at Mingzhou before retreating into the nearby underbrush. "Wow!" Zhou Yaqing dashed over, throwing her arms around Mingzhou, tears streaming down her cheeks, overwhelmed by a sense of having escaped death. Though Mingzhou harbored little affection for Zhou Yaqing, at merely 16 years of age, he found himself awkwardly embraced by a beautiful girl, paralyzed by embarrassment. Who could withstand such a predicament? His face flushed crimson as he sought to push her away, unsure of where to do so without offending her. "Let go. There are so many people watching." Yet Zhou Yaqing, undeterred, clung tighter, her sobs growing louder. Zhou Buer descended from the water tower in a flurry, rushing towards the exit, tears streaming down his face. "Yaqing, Yaqing, please be safe." Wang Jin, gun in hand, followed closely behind, his face etched with anxiety. They had barely taken a few steps when a line of officers blocked their path, led by the director of the Homa County Public Security Bureau, Yu Tianyang. With a thunder shout, he commanded, "Halt!" Zhou Buer, clearly recognizing Yu Tianyang, felt a pang of alarm, yet feigned nonchalance. "Director Yu, what brings you to stop us?" "What brings me?" Yu Tianyang hissed through clenched teeth. "No wonder we couldn't find you two. You've been hiding quite well. Now tell me, who fired the shot?" Wang Jin stepped forward. "Director, it was I who fired the shot." Immediately, officers approached, confiscating his firearm and slapping shiny handcuffs on him. Wang Jin protested loudly, "Director, I did this to protect Mingzhou." There were so many wolves surrounding him. I was only trying to keep him safe, but his pleas fell on deaf ears. 2 officers, grim-faced, flanked him and escorted him away. Wang Jin turned back, shouting, "Master, please say something on my behalf. Quickly, say something." Yet Zhou Buer appeared deaf to his cries, his demeanor calm and his lips sealed as if locked shut. Chapter 55. Are you certain you won't go? Lu Mingzhou departed without a backward glance, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, yet he recognized the inevitability of the situation. There were indeed malefactors among the crowd. He recounted the events to Zhang Wuye, who did not chastise him but instead reassured him, "No matter, you've done your best. Go home and rest." That night, a calamity struck in the 42nd Forest District. Wang Jin was captured, and Zhou Buer was expelled. Though everyone had anticipated trouble, the camp was still overrun. In this incident, 5 individuals were killed, and 10 more sustained injuries. Among the injured, Zhuge Chonglin and Qin Ziyuan were the most grievously affected. Zhuge lost several chunks of flesh from his legs and waist, while Qin suffered an even grimmer fate, with reports suggesting he had lost his testicles. Fortunately, Zhou Yaqing was safely returned home. Eyewitnesses recounted that despite the forestry team and police being armed, they were utterly overwhelmed. They ultimately retreated to their dormitory, barricading the doors with beds and tables, fighting desperately to hold their ground until the next day when the wolf pack finally withdrew. In these times, Heilongjiang, also known as the Northern Wilderness, was rife with wolves. In some cultivated areas, there were even more wolves than people. Were there incidents of wolves attacking humans? Indeed, in a true story, a unit of 12 soldiers returned from a border patrol armed with the Type 56 semi-automatic rifles. Were there fully automatic weapons? I have heard of them, but I have never seen one. Each of them carried 30 rounds of ammunition, which, by any measure, was not an insignificant amount. On their way back, they encountered a pack of wolves. Seasoned warriors, well-versed in the art of survival, would undoubtedly refrain from provoking a wolf pack, for such creatures are not to be trifled with. Generally, wolves would also steer clear of soldiers. After all, the warriors wielded firearms, which the wolves might regard as mere sticks, yet they would still keep their distance. However, a young recruit, unable to resist the temptation, fired a shot, killing one wolf. This act stirred a hornet's nest. The Wolf King glared at them menacingly and let out a howl, summoning hundreds of wolves. The soldiers remained unperturbed, sitting back to back and dispatching many wolves. Unfortunately, the number of wolves kept increasing, seemingly endless. A tragedy unfolded as their ammunition was exhausted, and the entire squad met a glorious demise. The following day, the army dispatched personnel to search for them, only to find the ground littered with bloodstains, a harrowing sight. The commander was furious and ordered a wolf hunt. Thus, the soldiers boarded large trucks, armed with machine guns, to seek out the wolves and achieve commendable results. This was a true event, reported in newspapers of the time, which the elderly might still recall. This incident was essentially a repetition of the last. The next day, the People's Liberation Army did indeed mobilize, sending 3 large trucks equipped with machine guns. However, this time was different. This was the Xingling mountain range, where the terrain was either uphill or downhill, necessitating a search on foot. The cunning wolves, with their keen sense of smell, evaded capture from afar. They had no intention of revealing themselves, rendering even heavy artillery useless. After 3 days of fruitless searching, the PLA soldiers had no choice but to depart. Such a commotion completely alarmed the provincial committee. A thorough investigation ensued, and Wang Jin was unceremoniously thrown into a detention center, with no one daring to intercede on his behalf. To speak frankly, he was quite aggrieved. Wang Jin had distinguished himself on the first night by defending against the wolves, proving himself a brave man. Regrettably, he was both aided and betrayed by his mentor, ultimately falling victim to this predicament. Wang Jin remained obstinate, insisting during interrogations that it was solely his decision, while Zhou Buer narrowly escaped the consequences. A week passed, and November had arrived, with snow falling increasingly thickly and accumulating ever deeper. The fields were deserted, with few passers-by, creating a desolate atmosphere. Lu Mingzhou had not gone hunting, realizing that it was no longer feasible. The uproar in the number 42 forest region prompted leaders to issue a directive prohibiting all villagers from ascending the mountains without permission. He spent his days leisurely, occasionally setting a few traps to catch a mountain chicken, living a carefree and happy existence. One day, as he prepared to check his traps for any catch, he was intercepted by Sun Dihao. "Come with me quickly. The leaders have arrived." At Zhang Wuye's home, Shen Nanping and He Jingguang sat in the main room, lacking their previous composure. Both appeared disheveled, with bloodshot eyes, clearly having endured sleepless nights. Shen Nanping pleaded softly, "Wuye, you must help us. If this continues, the number 42 forest will become unusable, causing trouble for the surrounding villages as well." Without hesitation, Zhang Wuye walked to the inner room and retrieved a round mirror with a red border. Shen Nanping and He Jingguang exchanged puzzled glances, seeing confusion reflected in each other's eyes. Zhang Wuye raised the mirror above his head and let it fall. Crash! The mirror shattered into countless sparkling triangular fragments, scattering everywhere. Shen Nanping and He Jingguang were taken aback, bewildered by Zhang Wuye's actions. He solemnly asked, "What do you see?" Shen Nanping tentatively replied, "Shattered glass." Zhang Wuye shook his head. "Reunited broken mirrors?" He Jingguang guessed with a frown. Zhang Wuye still shook his head. "This is trust. The wolves originally trusted Mingzhou, but that trust was shattered by a single bullet. It cannot be restored, just like this mirror." Shen Nanping clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth in anger. That old scoundrel Zhou Boer swore he wouldn't cause trouble, yet he's embroiled us in a colossal mess. He Jingguang, with a wry smile, advised, "Old Shen, it's too late to say anything now. We should have listened to Wuye and insisted he take his people away." Shen Nanping sighed inwardly. Ultimately, it was not that they valued him for his mountain experience. An extra set of hands merely provided more strength. The truth was, they still lacked complete trust in Zhang Wuye. Zhou Boer, after all, had more experience and various titles than Zhang Wuye. This was an unspoken understanding, yet none dared to pierce that veil. Shen Nanping continued to work on their mindset. "Wuye, this situation is indeed a result of our inadequate efforts. Please, help us think of a solution." Zhang Wuye remained silent for a long time before slowly speaking. "It's not that I am unwilling to help. It's that I simply cannot. The only feasible plan is difficult and perilous." Shen Nanping leaned slightly forward, sincerely saying, "Well, having a plan is better than none. Please do share your insights." Sighing, Zhang Wuye furrowed his brow, the deep lines on his forehead becoming pronounced. "The plan is to send someone into the mountains to live alongside the wolf pack, sharing their food and shelter. When the time is right, they can persuade them to leave." "What? Who could possibly do that?" Shen Nanping exclaimed. "These wolves have already consumed human flesh. In theory, they regard humans as food. This is far too dangerous. That person can only be Mingzhou." Zhang Wuye packed a bowl of tobacco, lit it, and took a puff. "Leaders, please ask Mingzhou if he is willing to undertake this journey." No, I cannot do this." Lu Mingzhou resolutely declined. "Hunting provides profit and meat for his family. Enduring hardship for this? Worth it. But now, with no benefit in sight, why should he take the risk? Was he to suffer for no reason? Moreover, the Wolf King's loyalty was not assured. With thousands of wolves, it was entirely possible that one might take a bite out of him. Who would he complain to then?" Shen Nanping looked at Lu Mingzhou with a slightly mocking smile. "Are you certain you won't go?" No, absolutely not," Lu Mingzhou insisted, shaking his head vigorously. Shen Nanping casually remarked, "Qingwei applied to teach at Kaoshan Elementary School. I felt it was too remote and have consistently opposed it." Lu Mingzhou, with a pained expression, said, "Then I shall give it a try, but I cannot guarantee success." Chapter 56. Alive, one must see people. Dead, one must see corpses. The next day, heavy snow fell. Lu Mingzhou donned the newly crafted roe deer leather shoes made by Zhang Wuye, lining them with grass, and removed his gloves to rub his hands together. Finally feeling a bit warmer, his current appearance was somewhat amusing, carrying a hemp rope strung with 8 live bait animals. These live bait had been urgently transported from a breeding farm, already prepared, and placed in the camp of the number 42 forest. In the number 42 forest, all the workers had evacuated, leaving behind only police, militia, and summoned mountain guardians. The firepower was ample, even including grenades. After repelling several wolf pack assaults, the wolves dared not act recklessly, yet they remained unwilling to depart. The situation had reached a stalemate. The wolves were patient and could afford to wait, but the no. 42 Forest could not. The provincial government was highly concerned, demanding a swift resolution to the wolf problem in the Xing'anling region and Huma County. Thus, Lu Mingzhou became the sole hope. Following Zhang Wuye's instructions, he shouted every 2 miles in the forest, cock-a-jiggly, while tossing a live bait animal to the ground. After finishing, he would return to the camp and continue the process. Was there any effect? Perhaps. In any case, when he passed by a second time, he discovered that the live bait was gone, and there were many wolf paw prints in the vicinity. However, not a single wolf revealed itself. Thus, he made 7 or 8 rounds in a day, exhausting himself to the point of collapse. By nightfall, he was too weary to return to Kaoshan Village, opting to eat at the camp and then sleep. The following day was the same. The third day was similarly uneventful. Strangely enough, since Lu Mingzhou's arrival at the camp, the wolf pack had ceased organizing night attacks. A turning point occurred on the 4th day. Lu Mingzhou, as usual, carried the live bait to feed the wolves, calling out, "Cock-a-jiggly." On his second venture into the forest, he passed by a hollow willow pond, where numerous piles of withered grass lay scattered, and the snow was marked with numerous wolf paw prints. Each time he traversed this area, he would set down a bait, a leaping cat. His hopes had waned, and his throat felt parched and raspy. He placed the bait again and called out, cock-a-jiggly. At that moment, fatigue washed over him, and he felt weary. For 4 consecutive days, he had been lugging the leaping cat, covering more than 30 miles each day. Under normal circumstances, this would be manageable, but now, with the snow accumulating to a foot in depth, he found himself utterly exhausted. Fortunately, the hollow willow pond was sheltered from the wind, and the snow did not reach him. Thus, he decided to rest for a while. He settled upon a mound of dried grass, leaning against the earth as he gasped for breath. However, as soon as he relaxed, his eyelids grew heavy, and he began to doze off. It must be said that sleeping in such frigid temperatures, around -12 or 13 degrees Celsius, is quite perilous. Those from the south might not comprehend how a mere nap in the wilderness could lead to frostbite on fingers, toes, and ears. Yet in the northern wilderness, such occurrences are all too common. Suddenly, something warm brushed against him. He jolted awake to find a young wolf, its greenish hide pressed close to his feet. Who else could it be but the wolf mother and her cubs? Just as he reached out, startled, the wolf mother darted away, glancing back at him as she fled. Mingzhou chuckled. His efforts were not in vain. The wolf mother, fearing for his safety in the wild, had come to warm his feet. Such is the nature of wolves, where kindness and enmity are clearly delineated. It is often said that wolves do not look back. If they do, it is either to repay a debt of gratitude or to seek vengeance. This time, the wolf mother clearly returned to express her gratitude. A stroke of good fortune. Mingzhou rose, stretched, and felt invigorated, brimming with energy. He walked another 2 miles, set down the leaping cat, and called out once more, cock-a-jiggly. This time, several greenish wolves sprang forth. Their eyes twinkled as they stood about 10 meters away, wagging their tails, seemingly awaiting a meal. The results were promising. Soon, the effects became increasingly evident, yet he knew it was still insufficient. Zhang Weya had but one requirement, that he could sleep among the wolves at night without them shying away from him, which would signify success. On the 5th day, progress was unmistakable. When he set the bait, the wolves dared to approach him, rubbing against his legs. As he reached out to touch them, though they bared their teeth, they did not resist. On the 6th day, he resolved to carry his sleeping bag and sleep on the mountain. After feeding them 8 times, night fell. He did not descend, but instead sought a dry place to rest. The wolf mother appeared, wagging her tail and leading the way. Mingzhou understood that this time, she truly regarded him as one of their own. The wolf mother guided him to a cave. It was not spacious, merely 3 or 4 square meters, and littered with wolf droppings, foul and pungent, far from pleasant. Mingzhou knew he had to endure it. Inside the cave, 2 little wolf cubs were yapping at him. These 2 fluffy balls, barely a few weeks old, had just begun to grow their tiny milk teeth and were quite fierce. He reached out to stroke their heads, and to his surprise, they began to suck on his fingers, evidently hungry. After contemplating, Mingzhou decided to sacrifice his last sleeping cat, which had been intended as his supper, to these little creatures. He used his dagger to slice off a small piece of meat, chewing it thoroughly until it became a paste, which he then placed on his fingertips and offered to the cubs. This was precisely how the mother wolf would nourish her young. The 2 little wolves were thrilled, bobbing their heads and wagging their tiny tails in anticipation of their new caregiver's feeding. Mingzhou patiently fed them, 1 bite at a time. After an hour, the cubs were finally satiated. They eagerly burrowed into his arms, resembling 2 small infants. The wolf mother remained nearby, quietly observing from the cave entrance like a statue. As night deepened, Mingzhou crawled into his sleeping bag, drifting into a profound slumber, while the 2 cubs lay upon his chest, creating an oddly harmonious scene. The night passed without incident. The following day, Mingzhou awoke to bright daylight. Emerging from his sleeping bag, he discovered the little wolves still present. Yet the wolf mother was nowhere to be seen. He bent down to exit the cave, still finding no sign of her, only to encounter a wild boar that had succumbed at the entrance. It was not large, weighing around 60 pounds. Where could the wolf mother have gone? He called out, cock-a-jiggly. The surroundings were eerily silent, devoid of any response. Inside the cave, the 2 little wolves had been awakened by the commotion and scampered over to him. Whining softly, it seemed they had become quite attached to him. Mingzhou gathered the 2 cubs, placing them into a cloth pouch, leaving a small opening. He secured the pouch against his chest, dragging the wild boar behind him as he called out, cock-a-jiggly. The forest remained eerily quiet, not a sound to be heard. The entire wolf pack had vanished without a trace, save for the 2 small ones at his front. Mingzhou was bewildered. I had yet to inform you to disperse. How could you all have left? He finally concluded that these wolves were exceptionally cunning, having understood his intentions from the very beginning. People often speak of human cunning, yet they fail to realize that wolves are equally shrewd. They comprehend everything. They simply lack the capacity for speech. Upon returning to the camp, even before entering, he overheard Yu Tianyang issuing a loud directive. Our objective this time is to locate Lu Mingzhou. We must find him alive, or at the very least, recover his remains. Lu Mingzhou, Chapter 57. They must not leave empty-handed. Are you a human or a ghost? The camp guard recoiled, as if he had seen a specter. His hair, standing on end, trembling uncontrollably. To be precise, he truly believed he had encountered ghosts. Who could survive a night amidst 1,000 wolves and return unscathed? Yet, Lu Mingzhou felt compelled to tease him. Guess, he said with a slight smile, revealing his pearly whites. Logically, he appeared unthreatening, yet to the guard, he resembled a creature with sharp fangs. Ah! The guard let out a shrill scream, collapsing into his chair, losing control of his bladder in a most unseemly manner. He disregarded everything else, frantically pressing the alarm button on the table. The camp alarm blared, igniting a wave of tension among the personnel. Yu Tianyang shouted, "Search and rescue mission suspended. Everyone, return to your posts and prepare to confront the wolves." The alarm signaled an impending wolf attack. This alarm had been installed after the camp faced a crisis. Since Lu Mingzhou's arrival, it had never sounded again, yet today it blared ominously. It seemed Lu Mingzhou was in grave danger. No, it was a matter of life and death. As he recalled the higher-ups' instructions, his face turned pale. Lu Mingzhou was vital. Leaders from both the province and city regarded him highly. Whether or not they could fend off the wolves was irrelevant. He must return alive. The more Yu Tianyang pondered, the more fearful he became, and the angrier he grew. Grabbing his gun, he rushed outside, yelling, "Follow me. Let us eliminate these beasts." "Wait, Director Yu, why are you cursing at me?" At the entrance, Yu Tianyang paused, quickly clarifying, "No, I wasn't cursing at you." In the next moment, he snapped back to reality. "Mingzhou, you're back? Thank goodness. But wait, where are the wolves?" Lu Mingzhou was bewildered by the nonsensical question. "Wolves? What wolves?" Yu Tianyang's expression turned serious as he looked at the guard. "Did you see any wolves?" The guard's face went pale, struggling to articulate. "No wolves, just ghosts. Ghosts." "Fool, I think you're the real ghost." Yu Tianyang shouted. "Open the door. Let Mingzhou in." The guard trembled as he slowly opened the door, and Lu Mingzhou entered at a leisurely pace. Yu Tianyang grasped his hand as if he were seeing a long-lost father, his expression filled with relief. "Mingzhou, you're not hurt, are you?" Lu Mingzhou shook his head. "I'm fine. The wolves have all left." Yu Tianyang's mouth stretched to the back of his ears as he exclaimed, "Mingzhou, as long as everyone is safe, we can find another way to deal with the wolves." "What did you say?" Lu Mingzhou repeated. "The wolves have all left. They departed last night." "Impossible." Yu Tianyang could hardly believe his ears and asked suspiciously, "Over 1,000 wolves just vanished?" Lu Mingzhou nodded. "Indeed. I conducted a thorough inspection this morning and found not a single one. We must remain vigilant." Yu Tianyang fixed his gaze on Lu Mingzhou, asserting, "It's not that I doubt you, but this matter is of great significance. I must send someone to verify." Conveniently, with Lu Mingzhou's return, the search and rescue mission was cancelled and redirected to locating the wolves. A search team of 60 was dispatched, divided into 3 groups of 20, exploring different directions. 2 hours later, the teams returned one after another. Report, no wolves to the north. Report, no wolves to the west. Report, no wolves to the east. Yu Tianyang refused to relax and inquired, "Did you hear any wolf howls during your search?" "None to the north, none to the west, none to the east." Yu Tianyang was taken aback, a smile slowly spreading across his face. It was inconceivable for over 1,000 wolves to leave without a trace of sound. There would at least be howls. Finally, he felt a wave of relief wash over him and announced loudly, "Comrades, the wolf pack has departed. We have triumphed. Oh, victory! How wonderful!" Cheers and applause erupted like a tidal wave. As he gazed at the approaching crowd, their fervent eyes reminiscent of wolves, Lu Mingzhou panicked. "What do you intend to do?" Yu Tianyang, unable to suppress his laughter, replied, "Nothing. Just celebrate with everyone." "Oh, no, I have wolf cubs in my arms." At that moment, the cloth bag he held was swiftly snatched away and placed aside. Surprisingly, the little wolf cubs remained blissfully asleep amidst the cacophony. "Victory! How wonderful! Gome, catch him." Lu Mingzhou attempted to flee, but was restrained. Startled, he struggled desperately. "Don't throw me. I might fall." Unfortunately, the crowd was caught up in the merriment, reveling in the joyous atmosphere. Lu Mingzhou looked on in terror as he was tossed into the air repeatedly, nearly grazing the ceiling. The camp's inhabitants, in a frenzy, hoisted him aloft. Up and down he went, time after time. He yearned to escape, but there was no way out. As the ancients say, excessive joy brings sorrow. With a fateful slip, Lu Mingzhou landed awkwardly on the ground, letting out a muffled groan. Seeing the mishap, the crowd dispersed in a hurry. Struggling to regain his footing, Lu Mingzhou patted his sore back, exclaiming, Is this how you treat a hero? Laughter erupted from the onlookers, who only found his plight more amusing. Director Liu Daong of the 42nd Forest District approached him, shaking his hand firmly. Comrade Liu, we truly cannot thank you enough. Our district has decided to appoint you as an advisor to the forestry team. An advisor to the forestry team? Lu Mingzhou scratched his head. Is there even such a position? I've never heard of it. It existed in the past, but was abolished. However, Liu Daong explained, we have consulted with the higher-ups. And in light of such a significant event, reinstating the advisory position is essential. We have secured a monthly stipend of 10 yuan for you. What do I need to do? Do I have to come to work every day? Lu Mingzhou felt somewhat displeased. 10 yuan seemed quite meager. Liu Daong quickly shook his head. No, you won't need to. Just step in when we have beast-related issues that we cannot handle. All right then. Lu Mingzhou nodded lightly. No daily commitment meant this money was essentially a gift. Why not accept it? At that moment, the commune director, Zhai Hongbing, hurried over and enveloped him in a bear hug. Mingzhou, I never expected you to truly resolve the wolf problem. Our commune has nothing much to reward you with. You and Zhang Haizi have been appointed as the militia camp leaders at Kaoshan Village. Do a good job. Thank you, Director Zhai, for your support. I will certainly do my best. Lu Mingzhou could hardly bear the enthusiasm and wriggled free. What's going on here? A hug from you is acceptable, but you, a grown man reeking of smoke, hugging me. On another note, becoming a mountain guardian was rather appealing, with a monthly stipend of 10 yuan. As for the militia camp, it was even more significant. Not only did it offer work points, but it also served as a deterrent against unlawful elements. He recalled that the 56-style semi-automatic rifle in his possession was once hidden by wrongdoers. If they ever came knocking, as the militia camp leader, he would ensure they regretted it. Chapter 58, Commendation Ceremony for Outstanding Achievements. The next day, at the village hall in Kaoshan Village, the place was adorned with colorful decorations, and the sound of drums filled the air. A massive red banner proclaimed, Commendation Ceremony for Comrade Lu Mingzhou's Outstanding Achievements. County Mayor Zhao Changhe had arrived. Unlike previous visits from Shun Nanping and He Jingguang, this time, they had received advance notice from the commune for proper arrangements. Though the preparations were a bit rushed, they appeared quite impressive. Villagers waved silk flowers and clapped in unison. Welcome, welcome. A warm welcome. The hall was filled to capacity. Zhao Changhe delivered an impassioned speech. Comrades and villagers of Kaoshan Village, our great leader, Chairman Mao, has taught us to embody a spirit that fears neither hardship nor death. We in Kaoshan Village are not lacking in such spirit, especially as embodied by Comrade Lu Mingzhou. For the safety of the people's lives and property, he ventured alone into the mountains, driving away and dispersing over 1,000 wolves. This not only aided the resumption of work in the 42nd Forest District, but also benefited countless households in the vicinity. His fearless revolutionary spirit is a model for our time and an object of our admiration. Amidst thunderous applause, Lu Mingzhou, adorned with a bright red flower, received the banner of the wolf-hunting hero and a substantial cash prize of 2,000 yuan, a sight that left many envious. His speech was exceedingly brief. Thank you, Mayor Zhao, and thank you to all the leaders. This is what I ought to do. Thank you. He dared not elaborate further, as his venture into the mountains was motivated by Shun Qingwei. Others might not know, but Uncle Shun certainly did. If he were to boast excessively, he would surely be ridiculed. Zhai Hongxin's face turned pale. Just yesterday, he had advised Lu Mingzhou to prepare adequately. How could he only utter these few words? If Mayor Zhao were to express dissatisfaction, it would be Lu Mingzhou who remained unscathed, while he would bear the brunt. Fortunately, Zhao Changhe showed no signs of reproach. He remarked, Comrade Lu Mingzhou may be concise in speech, yet his ideological awareness is exceptionally high. The district committee has decided to invite him to report on his outstanding deeds, ensuring that the entire region learns of Comrade Lu Mingzhou's contributions. Upon hearing this, the audience erupted into a frenzy. Wow, we in Kaoshan Village finally have a prominent figure. Indeed, our entire village shares in this glory. The commendation meeting concluded swiftly, but its reverberations lingered. The way the villagers gazed at Lu Mingzhou was imbued with respect. This ceremony made it clear to all that they were not of the same realm. After the ceremony, Lu Mingzhou was ushered into the village committee office. Click, click. A male journalist took over a dozen photographs before finally stopping. A young female journalist softly spoke, Comrade Lu Mingzhou, I am Chen Xiaoying from the Xingling Daily. Having learned about your deeds, I wish to hear the detailed account. Lu Mingzhou recounted the events. Chen Xiaoying's eyes widened in disbelief. Ah, it was that simple? You didn't even fight the wolves? Lu Mingzhou shook his head, no. Chen Xiaoying chewed on her pen cap, contemplating for a while. She hesitantly said, Comrade Lu Mingzhou, you have accomplished something significant, but if I write the report this way, the promotional effect may not meet expectations. I would like to modify it and make some enhancements. Would you agree? Lu Mingzhou, eager to extricate himself, replied, "Sure, go ahead and modify it." Moments later, he found himself at Zhang Wuye's home. Without uttering a word, he pressed 1,000 yuan into Zhang Wuye's hand. Zhang Wuye, though deeply moved, refused to accept it. "Mingzhou, this is too much," he protested. Lu Mingzhou dismissed his concerns with a wave. "Master, let this money be used to find a wife for Brother Haizi, so that you may finally have a robust grandson to dote upon. Isn't that what you've been yearning for?" As he watched Lu Mingzhou's carefree silhouette fade into the distance, Zhang Wuye felt tears streaming down his aged cheeks. A day later, Sun Dihao approached, clutching a thick stack of newspapers, excitement palpable in his voice. Mingzhou, your story has been published, and it's absolutely riveting." Lu Mingzhou took a glance, his complexion paling with each passing moment. What the hell? Is this a fantasy tale? On the first day, he was depicted as wielding a knife and ascending a mountain to engage in a fierce battle with the Wolf King and 100 wolves, fighting valiantly for 300 rounds before slaying the Wolf King. Covered in blood, he was portrayed as an invincible war deity. Lu Mingzhou fought bravely, driving the wolf pack into retreat, and by the 7th day, they dared not return to the area. This is ludicrous. Isn't it? How far has this report spread? Surely, the entire Xinjiang region must be aware of it. He sighed in despair, realizing he should have insisted that the female journalist refrain from any alterations. But now, it was too late for regrets. Little did he know, this was merely the inception of a nightmare. A report based on this article had already been drafted, and he was dragged around the Xinjiang region to deliver presentations. One in the morning, another in the afternoon, and sometimes even one at night. This continued for half a month. Lu Mingzhou's name resonated throughout the entire Xinjiang region, catapulting him into the spotlight. At this juncture, the nation was undergoing a massive military drill. It was said that there were 200 million militia members across the country. What are they being taught? How to shoot down aircraft, how to dig trenches, how to lay landmines. As for target practice, crawling, and charging, these were all daily training routines, decidedly rigorous. In Huma County, there was a militia division, with the division commander concurrently serving as the head of the county's armed forces. In Ashur Bali commune, a militia regiment existed, led by the head of the commune's armed forces. For each village, such as Kaoshan Village, a militia camp was established. Smaller villages formed militia companies, and even the tiniest ones had militia squads. The rationale? Due to threats from a malevolent northern neighbor, which posed the possibility of employing nuclear tactics against our nation. Presently, tensions were palpable, with swords drawn and arrows knocked. In the Xinjiang region, so close to this hostile neighbor, how formidable were the militia's armaments? One could say they were nearly on par with regular military forces. In Kaoshan Village, the militia camp boasted 32 Type 56 semi-automatic rifles, 2 heavy machine guns, for rocket launchers, and over 100 hand grenades. This configuration would have even made Li Yunlong from the blade beam with delight. Decades later, people would find it hard to grasp the sheer despair of that time. Little did they know how resolute the leadership was. The leaders warned the northern neighbor that should they employ nuclear weapons, we would execute a land exchange program. In other words, we would relinquish our territory, rallying our entire populace to charge onto theirs, trading lives for lives. If they had the audacity, they could blow up their own land too. It was this audacious yet sagacious approach that compelled the northern neighbor to relent. A nationwide military drill, a comprehensive training initiative, and a grand competition. Never before in history had our country exhibited such martial vigor. It was amidst this backdrop that Lu Mingzhou assumed the role of the commander of the Kaoshan Village militia camp. Many joined the militia training, totaling over 100 participants. However, his appointment stirred discontent among others. The retired veteran Su Jufeng had long aspired to become the militia camp commander, having served as the company commander for 3 years. He was on the brink of promotion, only to be usurped by a 16-year-old newcomer. How would he accept this? He publicly declared, "Lu Mingzhou has never even been a soldier. He doesn't even know how to form ranks. If he becomes the commander, I will be the first to oppose." Chapter 59. Militia camp training. In mid-November, Lu Mingzhou officially reported to the militia camp. The past 20 days had left him utterly exhausted, caught up in a whirlwind of various presentations and reports, nearly memorizing them all. Yet the material was somewhat nauseating. Was the superhuman described truly himself? Fortunately, there was money. Each presentation earned him a 10 yuan stipend, accumulating to 500 yuan during this period. With no need to be frugal, he purchased a nursing mother goat to provide milk for the wolf cubs. After a while, the 2 cubs grew quite robust, though they were a bit mischievous, often provoking Sai Huzi and Sai Shishir, and frequently getting soundly thrashed. Once the presentations concluded, he finally arrived at the militia training ground. Knowing the commander was coming, The militia members of Kaoshan Village stood in neat formation. Mingzhou approached and inquired, "What are today's training activities?" The members exchanged bewildered glances. Mingzhou frowned slightly. "Does no one know?" Reporting to the commander, the scorekeeper of the militia camp, Dan, stepped forward. "Commander Su didn't come today. He usually conducts the drills, and we are unaware of the training agenda." The militia members, busy with production during peak times, trained during their leisure, earning work points. Training sessions typically lasted half a day, granting 5 work points. Additionally, they patrolled the village at night, ensuring security, also earning work points. Otherwise, what motivation would there be? Mingzhou sensed that something was amiss. Su Jufeng was foregoing work points to assert his authority. However, he remained unperturbed. "Without you, Su Butcher, can I still feast on a pig with fur?" He dared not claim expertise in other matters, but military training was his forte. The title of old squad leader was not earned lightly. Thus, he resolved to take charge himself. "Since Commander Su is absent, we cannot delay our training," Mingzhou proclaimed loudly. "I will oversee today's training, which consists of 3 components: a 5-kilometer cross-country run, military bodyboxing, and shooting practice." Reporting. A team member raised his hand. Mingzhou glanced at him, stepped forward. "Commander, what is military bodyboxing?" "Ah, that is a good question." Mingzhou hesitated, recalling that military bodyboxing was popularized only after the 1970s. Should he admit it was self-created? Though that was not impossible, it seemed somewhat shameless. After a brief contemplation, he explained, "It is a newly popularized form of boxing in the military. Everyone should practice along with me." "Huh." Su Jufeng, who had been lurking at a distance, spat disdainfully. He mumbled, "What military bodyboxing? I never heard of it during my service." This kid is truly talking nonsense. Having just retired 3 years ago, he was well aware of military affairs. "I'm eager to see what tricks you're up to." On the training ground, Mingzhou bellowed, "Everyone listen to my command. Align to the right. Face forward. Stand easy. Attention." The first training session, the 5-kilometer cross-country run, commenced. "Ready, go." He shouldered the Type 56 semi-automatic rifle of the militia camp and sprinted ahead. The participating militia members hastily followed suit. Mingzhou shouted, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. The team members echoed, 1, 2, 3, 4, their voices synchronized, resonating with vigor. Su Jufeng's expression darkened. "This kid has a bit of cleverness. He must have spied on my formation drills and is mimicking them convincingly. But relying solely on this, shall I not expose you as an amateur? Even if you can form ranks, your military bodyboxing will surely be a farce. When the time comes, I'll point out and see where you hide your face." Mingzhou, either intentionally or inadvertently, cast a glance in his direction. Sensing he was being watched, a sixth sense, he suspected it was Su Jufeng. "Want to watch? Then watch away." He held his head high, leading the front of the formation. Having been reborn, with nourishing meals, his physical condition had significantly improved. In a mere 5 kilometers, he completed the circuit with scarcely a hint of breathlessness. In stark contrast, his fellow team members struggled, gasping for air as they staggered behind. A glance at Dan revealed that, despite her flushed visage, she managed to stay near the front of the group, displaying commendable physical fitness. However, the overall performance was disheartening to behold. The team appeared disheveled and scattered. Ultimately, 3 members arrived over 20 minutes late, supporting each other as they trudged back. They collapsed onto the snow, mouths agape, unwilling to rise. 5 minutes later, Mingzhou bellowed, "All of you, assemble immediately." Panic surged among the militia members. "Why so soon? My goodness, is there no respite? I'm utterly exhausted. I could sleep right here in the snow." Amidst the chorus of complaints, the members reluctantly stood, many swaying unsteadily. Reporting to the captain, "We wish to rest. Captain Su rarely makes us run 5 kilometers, and when we do, we usually rest for an hour." Finally, someone voiced their dissent. "Rest? Nonsense." Mingzhou retorted sharply. "You completed 5 kilometers in 40 minutes, slower than a grandmother. At this rate, what sort of militia do you think you are? On such a frigid day, wouldn't you prefer to be cozily nestled at home? I only want the elite among us. Those merely passing time need not apply. Anyone wishing to withdraw may do so now. I'll not hinder you." The training ground fell into a profound silence. None dared to leave. The rationale was straightforward. Being a militia member was not merely a desire. It required application, political scrutiny, and various endorsements. A cumbersome process indeed. Yet, the benefits were equally apparent. Work credits, status, and honor. Who would willingly forfeit such advantages? Nevertheless, their underlying resentment was palpable. Mingzhou brushed aside these thoughts. A strong leader must command only the most capable soldiers. He scanned the crowd and declared, "Since no one is leaving, we shall continue. Now, I will teach you the military boxing routine." He called out, "Military boxing, prepare for combat." He slightly turned to the right, adopting a stance with legs apart. Fists clenched, left fist at shoulder height, right fist poised before his abdomen. As the others assumed their positions, he shouted, "Hold steady." He then began correcting their forms. Left fist should face inward, right fist upward. Your left fist is too high. Your center of gravity is too far to the right. Maintain your center. This is not a horse stance. Approaching Xie Dan, a strikingly graceful girl with short hair, he gently adjusted her posture. Shift a bit to the right. Your weight should primarily rest on your right foot. As Lu Mingzhou lightly guided her, Xie Dan felt her cheeks flush, her heart racing. When he moved away, she couldn't help but steal glances at him, thinking, this guy looks rather handsome when he's earnest about teaching. After completing a round, Lu Mingzhou nodded in satisfaction. Good. Everyone remember this stance. Next, we will learn the first move, the lunge punch. Unbeknownst to them, over an hour had passed as he roughly demonstrated the military boxing routine. Finally, Lu Mingzhou benevolently announced, rest for 10 minutes. The militia members, utterly fatigued, slumped to the ground, unwilling to rise. Haha, this is quite the eye-opener. This flowery routine dares to teach? What disgrace! Su Jufang could no longer contain herself and stepped forward. Chapter 60, Military Boxing Showdown. The training ground was eerily silent. Su Jufang commanded great respect. Her 3 years as a militia squad leader were not for naught. Had Lu Mingzhou not appeared, she would have undoubtedly been the prime candidate for the vacant militia battalion leader position. Su Jufang's bold provocation added an interesting twist to the situation. Lu Mingzhou furrowed his brow. He understood that such matters could not be resolved solely through force. The militia, much like the military, was an armed force. To earn respect, one must demonstrate strength. Relying solely on rank would only sow discord. Cat got your tongue? Su Jufang fixed her gaze on Lu Mingzhou, a look of disdain evident. I can guarantee that this boxing routine does not exist in the army. It is merely your own creation, flashy but ineffective. Decades later, many will still look down on military boxing, simply because they do not understand it. Military boxing encompasses both offensive and defensive techniques, including jabs, hooks, kicks, blocks, and evasions. Mastering military boxing allows one to proficiently grasp the fundamentals of various combat skills. Lu Mingzhou excelled in free fighting, practicing military boxing daily as part of his warm-up. He could hardly fathom why so many novices belittled this foundational art. Very well, let military boxing teach you a lesson. Lu Mingzhou's eyes gleamed with intensity, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. I dare say, Captain Su might not even prevail against this routine. Ha ha ha. Su Jufang laughed, hands on her hips, tilting her head back. Lu Battalion Leader, do you know my grandfather is a martial artist? Perhaps you wish to engage in a contest? Why not? Lu Mingzhou stepped forward, proclaiming loudly. Their gazes locked, a standoff of wills, neither willing to yield. The team members buzzed with chatter. Wait, the battalion leader dares to challenge the grandson of Su Banu? In the entire Shirbali commune, no martial artist was more renowned than Su Banu, it was said. Indeed, I've heard his disciples number in the hundreds. It's rumored Su Jufang trained with her grandfather from a young age, holding her own in sparring by the age of 10. Lu Battalion Leader may find himself at a disadvantage this time. As the tension mounted, Xie Dan felt herself becoming increasingly anxious. She rushed forward, placing herself between the two. Battalion Leader Lu, Captain Su, you are both leaders of the militia. You should unite to protect our homeland, not engage in internal strife. Su Jufang chuckled dismissively. A friendly match is perfectly normal. Rest assured, I'll go easy on you. Lu Mingzhou cursed inwardly, thinking how shameless she was. He had been waiting for an opportunity to teach her a lesson. Xie Dan, seeing that her pleas fell on deaf ears, turned to Lu Mingzhou with concern. Battalion Leader Lu, Captain Su is already 22, taller and stronger than you. Please, don't let pride lead to conflict. You're quite the good Samaritan. Lu Mingzhou's lips twitched. How could he pass up such an opportunity to assert his authority? Besides, after so many days without a good fight, he felt a bit restless. The grandson of a martial artist? I'll make you wish you were never born. Nevertheless, recognizing her good intentions, Lu Mingzhou conceded. Let us just spar a little. If I lose, I'll admit defeat. It appeared that the match was inevitable. Xie Dan stepped aside, softly urging, just be careful. Go, go, go. In the Northeast, men typically indulged in 3 major pastimes: drinking, chatting, and enjoying spectacles. On a freezing day, legs propped up, a little drink would fuel endless banter without repetition. Where did all this gossip come from? A mix of hearsay and sheer curiosity. In this moment of anticipation, the training ground erupted with enthusiasm, everyone fervently cheering, eager for the duel to commence. Su Jufang assumed her stance, left palm forward, right fist back, slightly crouching, exuding an air of mastery. With a smile that barely masked her intent, she taunted Battalion Leader Lu, no need to be nervous. I won't injure you, just a little pain for 3 days and nights. Lu Mingzhou mirrored her fighting stance, left fist at shoulder height, right fist before his abdomen, his body slightly leaning to the right. His expression was composed. I hope your skills are as sharp as your tongue. Arrogant. Su Hufang Xiaotif. Lunging forward with a swift step, her right hand morphing from palm to fist, a powerful blow aimed straight at Lu Mingzhou's face. Bring it on. Lu Mingzhou shouted back, executing a block with his left fist, channeling his energy into a thunderous lunge punch aimed directly at Su Jufang's chest. Quick on her feet, she dodged to the side, narrowly escaping the force of his strike. Is that all you've got? Lu Mingzhou taunted. Seems you're just all bark. Su Jufang rubbed his reddened wrist, astonished by the sheer force of Lu Mingzhou's block, which ignited his competitive spirit. Again, he exclaimed, his face flushed with anger as he lunged forward once more. This time, he unleashed a flurry of left hooks and right swings, like a tempest in full fury. Lu Mingzhou, nimble and agile, danced on his feet, skillfully weaving through the barrage of punches, adeptly employing blocks to mitigate the attacks while searching for openings. Frustration mounted for Su Jufang as he struggled to gain the upper hand. In desperation, he altered his tactics, lowering his center of gravity to execute a sweeping kick aimed at Lu Mingzhou's lower body. Oomph! Lu Mingzhou scoffed, suddenly propelling himself off the ground with a powerful leap, twisting in midair to deliver a resounding side kick that struck Su Jufang squarely in the chest. Thud, thud, thud. Despite his years of martial training and solid footing, Su Jufang stumbled back 7 or 8 steps, ultimately falling to the ground, clutching his chest and gasping for breath. Unable to rise, Lu Mingzhou made no move to pursue him, standing with his hands clasped before him. Shall we continue? Su Jufang glared at him defiantly, unwilling to accept defeat, yet powerless to change his situation. The training ground fell into an eerie silence. The militia members recognized that the techniques employed by Captain Lu were all derived from military boxing, albeit executed with far greater flair and practicality. Was military boxing truly this formidable? Captain Su was renowned for his prowess, which only underscored Captain Lu's superior skill. In that moment, no one in the audience dared to contest Lu Mingzhou's superiority in combat. A moment later, thunderous applause and cheers erupted like a tidal wave. Spectacular! Absolutely amazing! Military boxing is indeed a remarkable martial art, incredibly effective in real combat. Su Jufang's face burned with embarrassment. He had always prided himself on his combat skills, having won accolades in military competitions. Yet he found himself bested by this enigmatic military boxing. Nevertheless, as an expert, he recognized the raw power and lethal efficiency of Lu Mingzhou's techniques. This Lu Mingzhou possessed considerable talent. Yet, this was not enough to compel him to concede. I refuse to accept this, he bellowed. As militia members, we must prioritize marksmanship. Aren't you a sharpshooter? Let us compete in marksmanship. Lu Mingzhou shrugged. Why should I compete with you? You've already lost once. Should I continue to engage in these matches with you? If you win this time, I will follow your lead. Su Jufang fixed his gaze upon him. From now on, if you tell me to go east, I shall not go west. Of course, if I win, you will obey me entirely. What do you say? Shall we wager? Lu Mingzhou nodded decisively. I'm in. Why not wager? Chapter 61. The undeniable sharpshooter. To the left of the training ground lay a shooting range, a restricted area enclosed by wire fencing, with hills situated behind the targets. Captain Lu, they say your marksmanship is impressive, but in my opinion, it's rather mediocre, Su Jufang boasted, carrying his rifle with an air of arrogance. Lu Mingzhou raised an eyebrow. Oh, how so? You're merely shooting at inanimate objects, Su Jufang replied, his nose in the air. On the battlefield, do you think the enemy will be foolish enough to wait for you to take aim? And thus, our competition shall involve moving targets. Only then can one's true skill be revealed. Su Jufang articulated his thoughts. After all, outside of the field units, who would engage in training with moving targets? In this era of limited industrial capacity, ammunition was a precious commodity. The Type 56 automatic rifle had been developed, so why wasn't it widely adopted? The answer lay in its lack of precision and rapid firing rate, capable of discharging 600 rounds per minute. As previously noted, a patrolling soldier typically carried only 30 rounds. There simply weren't enough to produce in abundance. Militia training was strictly regulated, with ammunition allocated monthly. Each week they were allowed to shoot once, receiving only 5 rounds per person, totaling 20 rounds a month, even in the most challenging regions like Beiwan. In other areas, the allocation was as little as 5 rounds, or at most 10. Su Jufang saw this as an opportunity to exploit Lu Mingzhou's lack of experience with moving targets. This time, victory was assured. He glared at Lu Mingzhou. What's the matter? Afraid? Just concede. It's not embarrassing. Impossible, Lu Mingzhou replied, his expression unyielding. If you wish to use moving targets, then let us proceed with moving targets. Su Jufang chuckled. You're setting yourself up for embarrassment. He waved his hand decisively. Bring out the flying discs. While waiting, he busied himself by measuring the wind speed. A steady northwesterly breeze at level 3. Perfect, enough to alter the trajectory of the discs. With the inherent curve of the discs, combined with the wind speed, hitting the target would be even more challenging. Under these conditions, if he could hit 3 out of 5 shots, it would be considered a stable performance. However, he was certain that someone like Lu Mingzhou, untrained, would hit none at all. 5 discs, 5 rounds. Will you go first, or shall I? Su Jufang believed victory was within his grasp, exuding confidence. Go ahead, Lu Mingzhou said, indifferent to the order of play. Fine, let them learn well. They shouldn't be too arrogant. They must understand that there are always greater talents in higher mountains, Su Jufang declared, pulling back the bolt and shouting, throw. One of the team members flicked their wrist, sending the disc spiraling forward. The technique was remarkably professional, propelling the disc far while ensuring the bullet did not ascend or descend abruptly, which could cause injury. Unperturbed, Su Jufang aimed and squeezed the trigger. Bang! The disc became a mere dot in the sky, suddenly altering its arc and plummeting to the ground. The onlookers erupted in applause. Wow, so accurate. Incredible. Captain Su's marksmanship is truly exceptional. With a smug smile, Su Jufang turned to Lu Mingzhou. Did you learn anything? Let us do this again. Another disc soared into the air. This time, however, after the gun fired, the disc continued to travel forward. Ha ha, Captain Su. Not so impressive after all, Lu Mingzhou chuckled, unable to contain himself. Su Jufang's expression darkened. You know nothing. The wind direction shifted suddenly. Do you even understand what wind direction means? Lu Mingzhou shrugged. I don't know. I just know you missed. Fuming, Su Jufang felt blood rise to his cheeks. Don't get too cocky. Let us see how many you can hit. He ceased the verbal sparring. After 3 more shots, he managed to hit 2. 5 out of 3, a mediocre performance. Considering the strong winds that day, such results were above average in the military. He turned to Lu Mingzhou. Your turn. I'm curious to see how many you can hit. Just then, the wind picked up significantly, howling ominously. It seemed a heavy snowfall was imminent. Lu Mingzhou, without hesitation, assessed the wind and knew it had reached level 5. This was the limit for the discs. Any stronger gusts would carry them away before they traveled far. Xiadan stepped forward. Captain, perhaps we should wait for better weather to compete. This is unfair. Lu Mingzhou smiled. No need. Let us make it quick. Have 5 people throw the discs, and I'll shoot them all at once. Oomph. Su Jufang's face turned ashen. A mere trick. You're clearly aware you can't win, and are being deliberately disingenuous. Throwing 5 at once, in this wind, even a deity would struggle to hit anything. With a click, Lu Mingzhou pulled back the bolt, pointing his rifle down without aiming. He shouted to the 5 team members holding discs, on my command, 1, 2, 3, throw. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 5 discs soared into the wind, their trajectories wildly erratic, making it exponentially more difficult to hit them. Lu Mingzhou lifted his rifle, casually pulling the trigger. Bang! Hit! Bang! Another hit! Bang! Yet another hit. 5 shots in rapid succession, astonishingly quick, leaving no time for contemplation. Remarkably, every shot found its mark with uncanny precision. Su Jufang stood in disbelief, shaking his head repeatedly. Impossible. This can't be happening. Lu Mingzhou secured the safety catch and blew on the muzzle of his gun, declaring, nothing is impossible. I have triumphed. The surrounding militia members finally reacted, erupting into a cacophony of cheers. The camp leader was remarkable. His marksmanship was unparalleled. To hit every target amidst such strong winds was nothing short of miraculous. A true master of firearms, without a doubt. In this era of universal military training, a sharpshooter has become a symbol of spirit. At this moment, in a militia camp of Kaoshan Village, no one dared to question Lu Mingzhou's authority. Su Jufang finally regained her composure, acknowledging the disparity, and bowed deeply, saying, Captain Lu, I apologize. I concede defeat. From now on, I shall follow your lead. Lu Mingzhou nodded, displaying neither joy nor sorrow. This was all too expected. If he failed, that would be a true reflection of his inadequacy. Everyone, assemble. This time, even Su Jufang stepped to the front of the line, standing tall and straight. Lu Mingzhou spoke with authority. You may believe you are a skilled marksman, but I can tell without looking that you are not. With your current capabilities, you would not only fail on the battlefield, but you would be unable to protect Kaoshan Village should any real danger arise. 10 minutes prior, such a statement would have drawn rebuttals from at least some among them. However, now, none dared to object, not even Su Jufang. Having served in the military and faced battle, she understood the terrifying prowess of Lu Mingzhou's marksmanship. Faced with such an adversary on the battlefield, one misstep could lead to instant demise. She listened quietly, cultivating naughty sentiment. Now, I shall correct your stances. Standing, kneeling, and prone positions all require adjustment. We shall begin with the standing position. Shortly thereafter, each person was equipped with a wooden stick, the ends adorned with sandbags. Mingzhou was reluctant to use real firearms. This was not decades later when even the venerable AK-47 was repurposed for mundane tasks. He moved gracefully among them with the stick in hand, commanding, "Maintain your positions." First round, 10 minutes. Many could barely endure 3 minutes before trembling uncontrollably, their hands feeling as though submerged in boiling oil. Yet they dare not move, for before them stood a master marksman. Su Jufang practiced alongside them, sweat beading on her forehead as she encouraged her comrades. Let us all strive to improve. In December, we have the grand competition for the entire commune. We always come in last. With our captain here, we must secure a commendable ranking. The enthusiasm surged through the group, their spirits elevated, a stark contrast to their previous demeanor. Chapter 62. The Honest Man, Lu Dai. Around midday, Lu Mingzhou returned from the training ground, filled with ambition. Despite Su Jufang's repeated assertions of the significance of the commune's great martial competition, he paid it little heed. Was this truly important? Not all. What mattered was that he now possessed strength, enough to stand and fight should bandits invade. As for the militia of Kaoshan being inexperienced, that was easily remedied. Give him a pig, and he could turn it into a formidable weapon like Zhu Beiji's nine-toothed rake. Having people was sufficient. That ragtag bunch would be manageable. He contemplated his situation. He now had manpower, firearms, and even dogs. His capabilities were commendable. What he lacked most was reconnaissance ability. Those bandits, lacking any sense of martial ethics, typically struck at night, executing their plans and fleeing before dawn. Even if one knew they were coming, preparation was challenging. Merely having dogs would not suffice. He needed to devise a means to acquire a pair of night vision goggles. With such equipment, he could eliminate any number of bandits. Currently, his northern neighbors possessed a model of night vision goggles, the Type 2, renowned as the most advanced in the world. If only he could obtain them. Unfortunately, this proved exceedingly difficult. Given the tense relationship between the two sides, his northern neighbors were unlikely to export crucial equipment. Moreover, for the sake of preventing leaks, they would certainly not export night vision goggles. However, nothing is absolute. He had heard rumors of a black market in Homa County where someone could procure anything. It seemed he would have to carve out some time for a visit. This matter was imperative. A person without foresight is bound to face immediate peril. Now that he was a figure of some renown, and possessing considerable wealth, he would undoubtedly be perceived as a target. Furthermore, having acquired a Type 56 semi-automatic rifle, it was only a matter of time before the bandits sought retribution against him. Lacking sufficient strength, he would be the prey. Possessing it, he would be the one to reap the rewards. He intended to secure those merits for himself. As he walked deep in thought, he unknowingly arrived at Lu Dai's doorstep. The courtyard was crowded with people, a throng so dense that it was nearly impenetrable. From a distance, he could hear a commotion. What was happening? Surely, it couldn't be that Zhou Yinglan had turned her aggression toward his mother and Yaya. Alarmed, he hurriedly pushed through the crowd. Make way. Are you blind? Stop pushing, you stepped on me. Someone grumbled, cursing loudly, but upon recognizing Lu Mingzhou, their expression shifted to a smile. Oh, it's Mingzhou, and it's nothing to worry about. Presently, Lu Mingzhou was the pride of all Kaoshan. He was not to be trifled with. As he reached the front, he finally grasped the situation, allowing a sigh of relief to escape him. Lu Dai was trembling with rage, pointing at a disheveled man. His teeth clenched as he demanded, Hui Qin, I toil in the bitter cold to supplement our household. And this is how you repay me? Huang Hui Qin tugged at her clothing, rolling her eyes in response. What? Is there any need for repayment between husband and wife? Do you wish to end this life? Lu Dai turned to Zhou Yinglan, his eyes reddened with fury. Mother, you are aware of this matter, are you not? You are my own mother. Why did you not intervene? Intervene? Zhou Yinglan's expression darkened. This was a mutual agreement. Why should I interfere? It's not like you're losing a limb. Besides, Ergo brought 3 pounds of meat. He didn't come empty-handed. So for 3 pounds of meat, you allowed him to stay in our home for 7 days. Is that it? Lu Dai's neck bulged with veins as he raised his fists, roaring, Am I so insignificant as a son, as a husband? Zhou Yinglan shot him a glance. Why the loud outburst? Family matters should not be aired in public. Are you intent on escalating this? Zhang Ergu, the only butcher in Kaoshan, attempted to placate him. Brother Dai, let us just forget this. You are not home, and your wife was simply passing the time. Damn you. Lu Dai kicked him fiercely between the legs. Oh. Zhang Ergu clutched his groin, letting out a heart-wrenching wail, clearly in considerable pain. Lu Dai's eyes turned bloodshot, ready to strike again. At that moment, both Zhou Yinglan and Huang Hui Qin desperately restrained him. Seeing that it was Lu Mingfeng who was among those holding him back, Lu Dai's face drained of color, and he staggered, nearly collapsing to the ground. Enough, enough, he cried, tears streaming down his face. Let this matter rest. From this day forth, I shall no longer bear the surname Lu. He staggered out of the door, as if everything behind him had ceased to matter. Lu Mingzhou drifted away with the crowd. He knew that his honest and straightforward uncle would never return. An honest man does not equate to one without temper. When an honest man's bottom line is crossed, not even 10 oxen could pull him back. Yet, none of this concerned him. He cast a glance back at Zhou Yinglan and Huang Huiqin, who were busy comforting Zhang Ergu, completely oblivious to the gravity of the situation. That Lu Mingfeng, for the sake of 3 pounds of meat, allowed his mother to be toyed with, displaying no trace of valor. Such a man, in the time of resistance, would have been among the first to betray his own. Ugh, despicable. Thankfully, he had separated from the family early. Otherwise, he would have been suffocated by this foul stench. Upon returning home, Lu Mingzhou found Lu Hongmei had prepared a meal, featuring recently gifted pork, eggs, pickled vegetables, and steamed buns. Watching Yaya eat joyfully, he couldn't help but pinch her little face. After a month, Yaya's complexion had improved significantly, and with the application of moisturizer, she appeared fair and tender. This tranquility was what he sought to protect. Anyone who dared to disrupt this peace would face his wrath. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out from the courtyard. Mingzhou, Mingzhou, are you home? Lu Mingzhou set down his chopsticks and swiftly dashed outside. He followed suit, bouncing along. Mom, that beautiful sister is here again. Lu Hongmei smiled faintly, turned, and headed to the kitchen to fetch another set of bowls and chopsticks. In the courtyard, Lu Mingzhou beheld a lively figure before him, one he had not seen in some time, appearing somewhat more slender. He softly inquired, Qingwei, what brings you here? Shun Qingwei shot him a glance. You truly do not know? You are feigning ignorance. A chuckle escaped Lu Mingzhou as he scratched the back of his head. Uncle Shun certainly has faith in people. After returning, he praised you quite a bit. Shun Qingwei squatted down to embrace Iya, her gaze never leaving Lu Mingzhou. He quarreled with Mom several times before she finally agreed. She refrained from mentioning her own 3-day hunger strike. Lu Hongmei emerged. Child, why are you just chatting in the courtyard? It's cold outside, come in. Lu Mingzhou finally snapped back to reality. Come, let us go inside and talk. The trio returned to the inner room. Lu Hongmei had already brewed jasmine tea, and a fragrant aroma enveloped the room. To her, a little tea was no longer significant. She warmly invited, Qingwei, it's mealtime, so do have a little bite. Shun Qingwei waved her hands repeatedly. Auntie, no need, I've already eaten. Lu Hongmei pressed a pair of chopsticks in her hands. Even if you've eaten, accompany Auntie for a little be good. Her tone resembled that of coaxing child. Shun Qingwei understood this was akin to being treated as a daughter-in-law. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she began to eat in small bites. Soon, her taste buds surrendered. The dishes were not only made with quality ingredients, but they were also purely natural. Lu Hongmei's culinary skills were truly delightful. Her mother's objections stemmed from the notion that the rural areas of Beihuang did not provide adequate food or clothing. Yet, the Lu family clearly did not suffer from such issues. In an era when others struggled to fill their stomachs, the Lu family feasted on meat daily. Why should such a life be deemed unacceptable? As she pondered this, her face grew warmer, inwardly chiding herself for her lack of shame. As if she were desperately trying to secure a marriage, despite being only 16 years old. If marriage were to come, it should certainly be in a couple of years. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed, Mingzhou, are you home? Shun Qingwei's hand trembled slightly, her heart racing. How could he be here? Chapter 63. Interrupting the young couple's reunion. Lu Mingzhou rushed out to greet him. The visitor was none other than Feng Yuanzheng, followed closely by Wu Yuxing. Feng Yuanzheng removed his gloves and grasped Lu Mingzhou's hand. My goodness, it's been a while. You've become quite the hero. Lu Mingzhou grinned. Ha, what brings you both here? Feng Yuanzheng pointed at Wu Yuxing. This fellow insisted I accompany him. He has been nearly going mad with worry since you haven't been hunting lately. Really? Lu Mingzhou scratched his head in disbelief. Wu Yuxing stepped forward. A frown etched on his face. It's true. Many have asked me why we haven't been selling game. I can't just say you've gone off to be a role model, can I? Lu Mingzhou chuckled. So you came just to nudge me into hunting again? Even if I wanted to go, I'd only be wandering around District 42. It's not easy to bring anything to the supply and marketing cooperative. It's not that difficult. Wu Yuxing pointed behind him. There is snow everywhere now, and the plow can be used for at least 4 months. I practically went through hell to get this plow for you. It's a gift. Lu Mingzhou focused and noticed indeed a new plow not far behind. It was made of rough timber, yet exquisitely crafted and gleaming. He sighed in resignation. You've prepared the tools, so it seems I have no choice? Naturally. Wu Yuxing replied without hesitation. For ordinary folks in our commune, it's not easy to get meat. It's a struggle even to find people asking for it without needing tickets. They're almost blocking the door. Lu Mingzhou wisely refrained from questioning why they didn't accept goods from other hunters. In the 18th commune, while the number of hunters was not vast, there were certainly 20 or 30. However, they were too stingy to offer discounts like Lu Mingzhou did. Wu Yuxing had no profit in collaborating with them or made very little. Why would he bother? During this time, Lu Mingzhou had earned over 200 yuan from the roe deer and elk he hunted, and he certainly would not let such a lucrative opportunity slip away. He was treated as well as a biological son by Lu Mingyuan, enjoying numerous privileges. Inside the house, upon entering, Feng Yuanzheng immediately noticed Shun Qingwei's evasive gaze and was momentarily taken aback. "Qingwei, what are you doing here?" "Uncle, I've come to teach at Kaoshan Ton." Shun Qingwei replied, her head lowered, cheeks flushed, her voice barely above a whisper. "I'm now a private teacher, teaching first-grade Chinese." "Wait, what?" Feng Yuanzheng exclaimed. Disbelief etched on his face. "How did your cousin agree to this?" "Ah, let us not discuss that." With a resounding clap on Lu Mingzhou's shoulder, he gave a thumbs up. "You lad, I'm impressed." "If you're impressed, is such force necessary?" Lu Mingzhou rubbed his shoulder, grinning through the pain. "If you hit harder, I might just be injured internally." "Enough of that." Feng Yuanzheng regarded him with a knowing smile. "It seems you are enjoying the benefits while playing coy. For Qingwei's sake, I'll give you a heads up. You must take this upcoming competition seriously." "Oh, why is that?" Lu Mingzhou asked, feigning indifference. Feng Yuanzheng's expression turned serious. The 18th commune has 16 villages, some of which have merged, now forming 9 militia camps. "I'm not sure who thought of this, but this year, the bottom 3 in the competition will be sent to participate in the anti-bandit operation at Tusha Ridge." "What? That's absurd." Lu Mingzhou began to take it seriously. "Everyone knows there are infiltrators every year. The army can't even find them. How can a militia do anything?" "Let's not be overly pessimistic," Feng Yuanzheng said with a wry smile. "The Public Security Bureau will also be drawing personnel. With the border increasingly tense and infiltration becoming more severe, it's necessary to catch these enemy agents. Given the honorable nature of this task, the county's armed forces supposedly approved it. So honorable, then why not send the top 3 militia camps?" Lu Mingzhou speculated. "There must be something fishy here." "Coincidentally, I think so too," Feng Yuanzheng whispered. "I've heard that old Zhou has exerted considerable influence to facilitate this matter. His power is far greater than you can imagine, and I suspect this is aimed at you." Lu Mingzhou finally comprehended the true purpose of Feng Yuanzheng's visit with Wu Yuxing. He nodded. "Understood, I will be cautious." "Ha ha, good luck." Feng Yuanzheng turned to the tea-drinking Wu Yuxing, cheerfully stating, "Old Wu, let us go. We'll just wait for Mingzhou to deliver the game to our doorstep." Wu Yuxing shot him a glare. "We haven't finished this tea yet." Feng Yuanzheng, unperturbed, pulled him to his feet. "No more tea. We're interrupting the young couple-less reunion." Shun Qingwei, standing in frustration, stomped her feet. "Uncle, I shall never speak to you again." Wu Yuxing glanced at Lu Mingzhou, then at Shun Qingwei, realization dawning upon him. He clasped his hands together towards Lu Mingzhou, smiling. "Mingzhou, you're fortunate. I look forward to your good news. Farewell." Lu Hongmei stifled a chuckle. "You too, take care." "Mingzhou, Qingwei, enjoy your conversation. I'll go wash the dishes in the kitchen." With that, she scooped up Iya and headed toward the kitchen, closing the door to the inner room behind her. Inside, silence enveloped them. Shun Qingwei dared not raise her head, feeling both sweet and anxious at the term young couple. How could the director utter such embarrassing words? She and Mingzhou were merely friends. Yes, just friends. She furtively glanced at Lu Mingzhou, only to find him gazing back, prompting her to quickly avert her eyes, her heart racing. This fool, why wasn't he speaking? Did he expect her to take the initiative? Never mind, she thought. I'll find a way to break the ice. She softly asked, "Mingzhou, is hunting fun?" Lu Mingzhou smiled. "It's neither fun nor dull. It's just a means to provide for the family." Shun Qingwei was taken aback. Was he suffering from a severe case of straight male syndrome? The girl inquired, "Are you having fun?" You shouldn't respond with, "It's quite enjoyable. Shall I take you along?" She, however, appeared ready to concede. "I have no classes today or tomorrow. Would you take me hunting?" Lu Mingzhou pondered for a moment before replying. "Hunting in the mountains is rather far. Let's instead collect the traps I set in the village." Shun Qingwei felt a twinge of disappointment, but managed to smile. "All right, let's go." At Kaoshan Village, on the earthy ridge, Shun Qingwei quickly forgot her earlier discontent. Though she had grown up in the Tenli commune alongside her grandmother and attended the same junior high as Lu Mingzhou, she had never played in the fields, having lived in a high-rise building. Besides, they were merely retrieving traps. Her face lit up with excitement. "Mingzhou, do you think we can catch something this time?" "Not necessarily. It all depends on luck. Sometimes we catch something, sometimes we don't. You can catch prey without a gun?" "Indeed, there are various methods, digging pits, snares, and traps. But the simplest and most convenient method is still the trap. As they spoke, their bodies drew closer together, resembling a pair nestled together from a distance. Chapter 64. No holding hands with other girls. At Kaoshan Village, a desolate meadow lay blanketed in snow, casting a sea of white, with only a few withered grass tips swaying in the cold wind. Shen Qingwei furrowed her brow slightly. Mingzhou, where are the traps? I can't see them. Lu Mingzhou chuckled. It's not that easy. The snow last night covered them. We need to dig a bit. How do we dig? Do you see that little branch sticking out? That's where I secure the trap. Just pull it up to take a look. Ah! Shen Qingwei exclaimed excitedly, rushing forward. I think I see one. Let me do it. She ran too quickly, failing to notice a tuft of grass beneath her feet, causing her to stumble. She halted momentarily, on the verge of falling. Be careful. Lu Mingzhou instinctively opened his arms, aiming to catch her. Shen Qingwei, startled, turned pale and shut her eyes, shouting, Oh no. She fell forward at a rapid speed. Lu Mingzhou's mind raced. At this angle, if he braced himself, her head would undoubtedly collide with his. A forceful impact would surely injure her. In this critical moment, he had no choice but to absorb the force. However, the position might appear ungainly. With little time to spare, he resolved that he could not allow Shen Qingwei to be hurt. He steeled himself and fell backward. With a loud thud, snowflakes erupted around them. Shen Qingwei found herself sprawled on the ground. Wait, why doesn't it hurt? Despite the snow, falling from such a height should have stung. No, it felt warm and quite pleasant. She opened her eyes to discover she was lying on Lu Mingzhou in an embarrassing position. She cried out even louder, her cheeks flushing crimson. She attempted to rise but found herself too weak to move. At that moment, her lips were less than an inch from Lu Mingzhou's. Their gazes locked, and time seemed to stand still. Lu Mingzhou's face was equally flushed, his eyes wandering, unwilling to meet the gaze of the girl in his arms. Even through their thick winter coats, he could feel the softness of her form against him. His heart skipped a beat, and his breath quickened. Sensing his discomfort, Shen Qingwei's face grew even redder. Close your eyes and don't think about anything inappropriate. Lu Mingzhou felt the softness of her body pressing against his chest, her gentle hair brushing against his cheek, stirring his restless heart. His heartbeat quickened, as if it might leap from his chest, and he hurriedly closed his eyes to mask his embarrassment. Shen Qingwei gazed at his distinctly featured face, so close yet so far, yearning to kiss him but too timid to do so. With a sense of regret, she summoned all her strength and finally stood up. Seeing Lu Mingzhou still sprawled in the snow, a smile involuntarily crept on her lips. He truly was a big fool. Ahem. She cleared her throat. Get up. Aren't you cold lying there? Lu Mingzhou quickly scrambled to his feet. Be careful. Don't fall again. I'll check the traps. He turned away, unable to meet Shen Qingwei's eyes. Just moments ago, it had been so pleasant. How wonderful it would be to hold her forever. But he dared not voice such thoughts. If he did, she would surely consider him a lecher. He shook his head, dispelling the chaotic thoughts, and resumed checking the traps. He cleared the snow and retrieved the loop. Shaking his head, it was empty. There were no footprints from pheasants here. It seemed they would need to relocate. He pulled out the stick and moved the loop to a different spot, stabilizing it and adjusting the size and height to create a new trap. As Lu Mingzhou diligently worked, he remained oblivious to Shen Qingwei watching him with a faint smile from behind. After checking several traps, he finally had a stroke of luck. In one trap, he caught a female pheasant, quite plump, weighing over a pound. He lifted it triumphantly. Qingwei, we struck gold. Come quickly. That's fantastic. Shen Qingwei beamed, hurrying to his side to take the frozen, stiff prey from his hands. Neither of them wore gloves, and their little fingers inadvertently brushed against each other, sending a jolt of electricity coursing through them, awakening every cell in their bodies with an indescribable thrill. They exchanged furtive glances, both recognizing the joy reflected in each other's eyes. Shen Qingwei diverted the conversation. This pheasant is indeed quite hefty. The school dormitory has a communal kitchen. I can make soup to share with my roommates. Lu Mingzhou, while sorting the traps, inquired, You have roommates? Shen Qingwei nodded softly. Yes, I live with Lu Lian, the second-grade math teacher, and Wang Fongfong, the third-grade language teacher. Are you getting along well? Lu Mingzhou continued working, sprinkling a thin layer of snow over the trap to conceal it. It's quite good. Shen Qingwei tucked her hair behind her ear, a glimmer of something unusual in her eyes. They know you're my friend and are eager to meet you. You've become quite well known. Famous? What for? Lu Mingzhou walked to another trap, just a simple hunter. Let's check ahead. There's another area to see if there's anything. Shen Qingwei, clutching the pheasant, followed closely behind him, as if afraid of losing him. Fortune smiled upon them. After some effort, Lu Mingzhou found 2 more pheasants, both females and of similar size. Around a pound each. He handed them both to Shen Qingwei. Take these 2. They're perfect for soup, just enough for each of us. Shen Xingwei's eyes sparkled with joy, but she shook her head. 2 are enough. I'll leave 1 for Yaya. She is growing and needs the nutrition. Don't worry. Lu Mingzhou chuckled. We have more at home. I caught some a few days ago, and we haven't finished them yet. All right, take this. Shen Xingwei handed the pheasant back to Lu Mingzhou. What? You don't want it? Lu Mingzhou was taken aback. I didn't say I didn't want it. Shen Xingwei rolled her eyes. I'm heading back to school. Aren't you going to walk me? Lu Mingzhou slapped his forehead, grinning widely, of course. I'll walk you. Let us go. That is more like it. Shen Xingwei walked briskly ahead, her 2 braids swaying joyfully, as if dancing. After a few steps, she suddenly halted. Hurry up. Why are you so slow? Lu Mingzhou quickly caught up. Shen Xingwei glanced sideways at him. Extend your hand. Lu Mingzhou, confused, obediently extended his right hand. Shen Xingwei seized his hand with a smile. Now, walk forward and don't think about anything else. Lu Mingzhou gently grasped her delicate hand, feeling a wave of warmth wash over him, overwhelmed by happiness. Shen Xingwei softly murmured, having held my hand once, you must hold it for a lifetime. She turned her head, threateningly adding, and you're not to hold any other girl's hand, understood? Chapter 65. The bandit Scarface Dong. As they returned to the road, their hands slipped apart, yet the glances they exchanged were imbued with even greater sweetness. Occasionally, villagers would pass by, enthusiastically greeting Lu Mingzhou. Mingzhou, where are you off to? Mingzhou, just out for a stroll? Mingzhou, do come by my house sometime. With a smile, Lu Mingzhou responded to each one. Shen Xingwei remarked softly, Mingzhou, I didn't expect you to be so well-liked. Well-liked? Lu Mingzhou chuckled self-deprecatingly. When you are powerful, friends abound. When you are weak, only enemies surround you. Shen Xingwei recalled the first time she met Lu Mingzhou at the police station, having been reported by her own distant uncle. The second time, he had nearly lost a bear he had fought. The third time, he had emerged battered and bruised. Suddenly, she comprehended the essence of his words. Her eyes moistened, and she clenched her fists tightly. Rest assured, Mingzhou, whoever dares to bully you in the future, I shall not let them go unpunished. Lu Mingzhou felt a surge of emotion and gently inquired, It was you who had my uncle arrested, wasn't it? What of it? Shen Xingwei rubbed her eyes. No. Lu Mingzhou asserted earnestly, I must thank you. Those who harm my family, including those who harm you, deserve their fate. Shen Xingwei broke into a smile through her tears. So, does that mean I am also considered your family? I hope so, he replied. As they spoke, they had reached the end of the Kaoshan Village. This was the only 2-story red brick building in the village, accompanied by staff dormitories in the back. Although Kaoshan Village was remote, it placed considerable importance on education. Lu Mingzhou handed her a mountain chicken. I want to go in. Take care of yourself. Shen Xingwei bowed her head to accept the chicken, a hint of reluctance in her eyes, softly replying, You take care as well. She took a few steps forward, suddenly stopping and turning her head. Mingzhou, I hope so too. I will wait for you. With that, she quickened her pace, disappearing behind the walls as if fleeing. Lu Mingzhou watched her retreating figure, scratching his head. What did she hope for? I didn't catch that. Shaking his head, he decided to let it go. Turning away, Lu Mingzhou made his way to old Zhang's house. He had promised Director Wu, and it was time to go hunting. Over the past few days, Sai Huzi and Sai Shisher had not ventured out. If this continued, they would become useless. Brother Haizi had sought him out a few times. If he didn't go soon, he might become angry. All right, time to call him. The school was not far from old Zhang's house, less than a mile. Soon, he arrived at old Zhang's residence. In the main room, matchmaker Aunt Wang was speaking animatedly. Sawa is a fine girl, robust and healthy. Marry her, and you'll definitely have 2 children in 3 years. Old Zhang, don't hesitate. Accept this marriage proposal. Old Zhang, puffing on his pipe, exhaled a cloud of smoke, taking a while to respond. I have no objections. It's just a matter of whether Haizi is agreeable. Beside Aunt Wang stood a girl with a round figure. Slightly tanned skin, nervously fidgeting with her clothing, her face flushed. Zhang Haizi stared at her ample bosom, unable to tear his gaze away, his mouth agape, nearly drooling. Aunt Wang had seen her fair share of situations and sensed that this marriage proposal was likely to succeed. She deliberately asked, Haizi, are you satisfied with Tsuehua? Zhang Haizi wiped his mouth. Yes, very satisfied. Aunt Wang then turned to Tsuehua. Tsuehua, you see how tall and strong Haizi is. He can still hunt in mountains. And there's never a shortage of meat at home. Would you be willing to marry him? The girl nodded, a hint of shyness in her demeanor. Standing outside, Lu Mingzhou could hardly appreciate the scene, especially since this was the butcher's daughter, leaving him speechless. Zhang Ergu had a reputation for womanizing. It was to be hoped that his daughter possessed good qualities. The rare occurrence of a fine marriage from such a background was almost unheard of. Wishing brother Haizi luck, he knew he should refrain from commenting on marriage matters. As the saying goes, Better to tear down 10 temples than to destroy a marriage. Life was something Zhang Haizi would have to navigate for himself. Shaking his head, he turned to leave, realizing he would have to hunt alone the next day. No matter, whatever he caught would suffice. Meanwhile, in Huma County, Yixican Commune, located on the right bank of the Heilongjiang River, facing Russia across the water, there existed a labor re-education facility. Here, nearly 1,000 inmates resided. The so-called labor re-education involved farming during the summer and autumn, planting potatoes and corn. In spring and winter, they were not idle either, engaging in various handicrafts, including furniture and crafts. Liu Dahai, sentenced to a year of labor re-education for gambling, was currently being transferred to Zone 105, where he would spend the remaining 11 months. A burly, scarred prison chief, flanked by 5 or 6 subordinates, began to interrogate him. Leaning against the wall, he lounged on the bed, casually crossing his legs. Liu Dahai trembled, clutching his knees and squatting on the ground. Name? Liu Dahai. Age? 30. 35. What crime? Gambling. When did it happen? 4 months ago. Liu Dahai stuttered as he spoke, rolling his eyes. The prison chief, bored and eager for conversation, did not mind. After a moment's thought, he remarked, gambling, and it happened 4 months ago. You must have crossed someone. Liu Dahai, wearing a sycophantic smile, replied, Big brother, you're quite perceptive. I had my suspicions too. Humph. You can't even speak clearly, and yet you try to flatter me? The prison chief stretched out comfortably. All right, it's dull in here. You better tell me how you offended someone. If your story is good enough, I might spare you the entrance fee. Liu Dahai hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, big brother. In this context, the entrance fee consisted of 3 parts. The first was a visit to the bathhouse. While it sounded pleasant, in reality, it entailed being doused with cold water in sub-zero temperatures, an experience both harsh and invigorating. The second part was car repair. Although there were no cars, the repair method involved a beating, often leaving one bedridden for 3 days, perfectly normal. The third part was squatting. Once a person felt slightly better, they would be taken to the toilet area to squat, under the watchful eye of guards. Any sign of laziness would result in punishment. Completing this entrance fee typically took about a week. Liu Dahai stammered as he began to report Lu Mingzhou for possessing a standard rifle. Before he could say much, the prison chief's expression changed dramatically. What? He slammed the bed frame. What kind of gun did you say he had? Liu Dahai jumped in surprise and looked up. The 5.56 type, semi-automatic. The prison chief fixed a fierce stare on him. You're not from Kaoshan Village, are you? How do you know? Liu Dahai asked, astonished. Damn it, why do you think I know? The prison chief leapt up and slapped him hard. Thief. Everyone from Kaoshan Village is a thief. I finally got my hands on a 5.56 semi-automatic, and now you tell me this. In the midst of Liu Dahai's anguished scream, the prison chief bellowed, You thieving scoundrel, if Scarface Dong doesn't annihilate your entire family. I swear I'll never be a man. Chapter 66, The Underrated Tushur Ridge. As dusk fell over Tushur Ridge, the landscape revealed itself as a true wilderness, dominated by exposed basalt, with scarcely a tree in sight. Below lay the Heilongjiang River, with the northern neighbor looming across the water. The river's surface was already beginning to freeze, and in a few days, it would become passable. This barren land was unsuitable for farming or hunting, with no villages or inhabitants within a 10-mile radius. Yet, a group of individuals remained active here, undeterred by the desolation. They seldom make their presence felt on the surface, opting instead to navigate the natural labyrinth of caves. Here, the abundance of caves serves as a refuge, allowing for the storage of supplies and evasion of pursuers. Even military dogs, upon entering this realm, would find themselves disoriented. At the forefront stands a man with golden hair and blue eyes. In his 30s, he possesses a robust physique adorned with a profusion of body hair, exuding an unpleasant odor, yet he is the second in command here. The chief, of course, is the scarred-faced Dong, Xiao Wendong, who is currently undergoing re-education. This individual is known as Alexander, though he is colloquially referred to as Yamaozi, for he is indeed covered in hair, reminiscent of a yellow-haired gorilla. Within the cave's assembly hall, Yamaozi is convening a rally. The wooden beams within crackle in the fierce flames, as over 30 individuals gather around the fire for warmth. Strangely, Yamaozi's northeast dialect is commendably articulate, with only the occasional trilled sound betraying his speech. Comrades, he declares, there remain 6 months until our chief, Dong Gu, is released from prison. We shall soon face new challenges. Reliable intelligence indicates that the 4th encirclement is imminent. The 3rd in command, Chun Wu, diminutive in stature and nicknamed Thin Monkey, furrows his brow. Yamaozi, do you have any basis for your claims? The previous encirclements occurred during warmer weather. Now, in this biting cold, we find ourselves here, resting while they toil. They will find no success. The gathered crowd, huddled by the fire, murmurs in agreement. Indeed, who would venture out in such frigid conditions? Their approach is tantamount to seeking death. They would come and not return. In this weather, the Rocky Mountains are hardly a favorable terrain. I could single-handedly vanquish them, declares Yamaozi with a grin. No, we must repel their advances while conserving our strength. We cannot reveal our might. Otherwise, we risk attracting a large-scale force that could encircle us to our doom. The fourth in command, Wang Zili, appearing cultured yet clad in a Zhongshan suit, even in the cold, chimes in. Yamaozi speaks wisely. In less than a year, he has grasped the essence of military strategy, feigning weakness to deceive the enemy. I wholeheartedly concur with Yamaozi's assessment. We must devise a meticulous plan. Who shall we engage? Who shall we spare? And to what extent must we act? All must be carefully orchestrated. Yamaozi rises, proclaiming with vigor, now Mongolia, the Far East, and Siberia all bask in the brilliance of our Soviet Union. The entire world shall join the ranks of the Soviets. You're not fugitives, but pioneers. History shall immortalize your names. Indeed, I declare we shall embark on a grand endeavor. He continues, they have shown no mercy first. Do not blame me for my lack of compassion. Yamaozi possesses a remarkable ability to stir the hearts of men, inciting a fervor among the assembly. There are those among them reluctant to betray their homeland, but they have already been silenced. Yamaozi continues his impassioned speech. Power emerges from the barrel of a gun. We not only possess firearms, but will soon acquire even better ones. I have requisitioned fully automatic rifles, specifically the AK-47 currently in use by the Soviet forces. We await the freezing of the Amur River to transport them, one for each of us. This is the finest rifle in the world. With it, we shall forge a new path. Henceforth, there shall be no Heilongjiang. It shall be known as the Amur River. National distinctions will vanish. We shall all be known as Soviets. Let us strive together for the revolutionary cause, shouting long live the Soviet. Hurrah! Long live the Soviet. Hurrah! Long live the Soviet. Hurrah! 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 The following morning, snowflakes drift lazily from the sky, blanketing the world below. Lu Mingzhou carries a rifle, with one hand grasping the leashes of Sai Huzi and Sai Shishir, while the other pulls a sled. Remarkably, the well-crafted sled glides effortlessly over the snow, feeling almost weightless. After only a few steps, he is halted by an approaching figure. It is Su Jufeng, the militia squad leader, his expression tense. Captain, with the situation as it is, how can you neglect training and head out to hunt? Lu Mingzhou chuckles. What is there to train for? You handle the training. Remember, a daily regimen of a 5-kilometer run, military boxing, and wooden stick drills with sandbags. Those are the essentials. So simple. Su Jufeng brushes the snow off his shoulders. Captain, you may not be aware, but this time, the regulations have changed. The requirement is for 5 participants, 4 men and 1 woman. The ones who finish last will be sent to Tushar Ridge for anti-bandit operations. This is dangerous. Not to worry. Becoming a martyr is quite honorable. Lu Mingzhou dismisses with nonchalance. Su Jufeng, undeterred, presses on. Captain, you should know that this time, the search will be led by the captains of each regiment. And attendance is mandatory. What? Lu Mingzhou's eyes widen. He is certain that this alteration in rules is a direct affront to him. While he is unafraid, he can return from even the most perilous situations. He worries for those around him. If dozens venture forth, and only one returns, would he not be drowned in scorn? Could he still relinquish the role of militia captain? It seems he is already too late. Su Jufeng, reveling in his misfortune, adds, no matter, the competition is in 15 days. Our squad hasn't even finalized our participants. Are you planning to forfeit? Impossible. Lu Mingzhou muses, stroking his chin. You train today and conduct a preliminary assessment. Those interested in participating should report to me tonight for selection. Great. Su Jufeng does not linger and turns to leave. Wait. Lu Mingzhou calls out, what is the prize for this competition? 500 yuan for first place, 400 for second, and 300 for third. Su Jufeng chuckles self-deprecatingly. Why do you ask? Our squad has always finished last. If we don't finish last this year, it will be progress. Just curious. Lu Mingzhou replies, continuing on his way. Announce that for the participants, anyone who trains tonight will receive credit for 30 yuan as a guaranteed reward. If they don't win a prize, I will cover the difference myself. Done. Su Jufeng beams with excitement. In that case, I bet everyone will be eager to join. Lu Mingzhou resumes his journey. By now, a heavy snowfall has sealed the mountains, the snow on the ground measuring over a foot in depth. The outdoor temperature has plummeted to a chilling -15 degrees. As the snow intensifies, the world around him becomes a hazy canvas of black and white, reminiscent of a traditional ink painting. Few travelers are visible on the road. In such weather, unless there is urgent business, most prefer to remain nestled in warmth. Suddenly, a voice calls out, wait for me. Chapter 67, Goodness, we VE struck gold. Lu Mingzhou turns back, squinting to see who is approaching, and smiles. Oh, the groom. What brings you here? Hee. Zhang Haizi pats the sand gun slung over his shoulder. Isn't it just 3 days until my engagement? Since we don't have much in the way of food and drink at home, Grandpa asked me to join you in hunting for wild boar and such. That was quick. Lu Mingzhou did not expect such promptness. Thank goodness. Zhang Haizi complains, Grandpa said you came by yesterday, but didn't he come in? I went out to find you, but you had vanished. Don't be cheeky. It was overcast yesterday. Shadows were nowhere to be found. Lu Mingzhou retorts. You must have been entranced by the 2 plump figures, losing your wits. Zhang Haizi's face flushes. Indeed, they were quite ample. I have a taste for that. Lu Mingzhou contemplates. Even widow Zhang is no small matter. These 3 Zhangs have indeed come together. He decides not to dwell on this issue, as per tradition. You pull the sled. All right. Zhang Haizi takes hold of the sled's rope, chattering, Brother, we need to hunt more this time. Wild boars, roe deer, raccoons, anything will do. Lu Mingzhou shrugs. You take the lead. Zhang Haizi grows anxious. But you're here. Listen to me. Wait a moment. Lu Mingzhou, uninterested, briskly walks forward with the dogs. In a number 42 forest area, they were previously chased by a large group of wild boars. These creatures are lazy and likely still linger nearby. Upon reaching the mountain god temple, Lu Mingzhou notices several scratch marks on the large trees. Wild boars often use their tusks to make incisions in the bark, causing the trees to exude resin. It was vigorously rubbing against the surface, smearing pine resin onto its body, and the bark of the pine tree was being stripped away, making it easily identifiable. Once a wild boar surpassed 200 pounds, even a mountain deity would hesitate to provoke it. At this point, the amalgam of pine resin on its body had become notably thick, earning it the title of armored wild boar. This layer of armor, a mixture of pine resin and soil, was impervious even to the sand gun. Ordinary hunters dared only to confront smaller wild boars, those weighing 200 to 300 pounds, and would not dare to engage with the larger ones. However, Lu Mingzhou was different. During his military service, he was in the 2nd squad. As for wild boars, the bigger, the better. Though larger wild boars had tougher meat and were rather unpalatable. In truth, uncastrated pigs are both gamey and coarse, lacking in culinary appeal. Yet it was 1968, and simply having a meal was a blessing. To feast on meat was a joy surpassing even that of a new year. Lu Mingzhou bent down to meticulously examine the traces in the pine forest. He discovered a pine tree whose stripped bark was at least 1.5 meters above the ground. Based on its size, this boar must weigh no less than 300 pounds. Not insignificant. What a find. Today, he would go after this one. That should suffice for Brother Haizi's engagement, right? He could handle a smaller one from the supply and marketing cooperative to meet expectations and not offend their goodwill. Following the hoof prints, he found several clumps of frozen feces, but that was inconsequential. They could not escape the keen noses of the hunting dogs. He led Sai Huzi and Sai Shisher to sniff them before crouching down to untie the dogs' leashes. Woof woof. Sai Huzi and Sai Shisher barked a couple of times and sniffed the surroundings in the snow before suddenly heading in one direction. Along the way, there were numerous scattered hoof prints. Covered by the snow, they appeared quite shallow. Without careful inspection, they were indistinguishable. At times, one could not help but admire those seasoned hunters in the mountains. Even when the landscape was blanketed in white snow, obscuring all visibility, these experts could discern hoof prints. How long ago they were made, and the type of animal. It was said that while they were hard of hearing among mountain hunters, none lacked keen eyesight. As Lu Mingzhou followed behind the dogs, he pondered the depth of the hoof prints and gradually began to grasp some insights. This knowledge was all found in driving wolves and patrolling the mountains, but applying it in practice was still quite challenging. If he were to engage in wilderness survival here, facing off against a seasoned mountain hunter without the aid of hunting dogs, he knew he would not stand a chance. Fortunately, this knowledge was akin to tracking. With a little more diligence, he could master the techniques. Zhang Haizi had been grumbling the entire way. Junior brother, why aren't we there yet? This plow is too cumbersome. It has gotten stuck several times. On a snowy day like this, I didn't want to come. I was hoping to take Suehua to the county town to buy her some hairpins. Lu Mingzhou could hardly contain himself. What difference was there between this and Li Kuei wearing flowers? Shut up. If you keep whining, I'll 1T bring you next time. All right. Zhang Haizi's expression was somewhat aggrieved. But let me tell you a secret. Suehua's touch. Lu Mingzhou was furious. That's enough. You know it. You don't need to tell me everything. Woof, woof, woof. At that moment, the 2 hunting dogs suddenly halted. It seemed they had found the herd of pigs. Ahead, Lu Mingzhou had previously visited a hollow willow pond. Inside were several piles of hay, and at the back was a small hillock with a half-human-high embankment at the front. This was a natural windbreak. The wild boars took refuge here, sheltered from the wind and with less snowfall. with a mere shove of their snouts. They could unearth the hay, creating a pig-esque den. No wonder some seasoned hunters, upon merely surveying the terrain, could discern where the prey lay. This was a form of experience, akin to fishermen who could read the water's surface to determine where fish might hide and where to bait. The hollow willow pond lay about 200 meters ahead, and the terrain there was slightly elevated, rendering the situation ahead entirely unclear. What should we do? Zhang Haizi asked. Shall we just charge in? Are you looking for death? Lu Mingzhou's face darkened. The herd of pigs can only charge towards us down the slope. Do you think you can hold them off? Then we want to hunt? Zhang Haizi scratched his head. It's a shame not to hunt after finding them so laboriously. Isn't it? Of course we will hunt. Lu Mingzhou replied. Let us climb a tree and assess the situation first. All right. Zhang Haizi set down the plow, kicked a pine tree, and a large clump of snow cascaded down. Lu Mingzhou quickly dodged aside. Damn it. Next time, give a warning before kicking the snow. This was standard procedure. On a snowy day, if one intended to climb a tree without first clearing away the snow, one could easily find oneself buried before even making it up. I forgot. While speaking, Zhang Haizi, agile as a monkey, deftly ascended the towering pine tree, standing atop a broad branch to peer ahead. Wow! Zhang Haizi exclaimed in astonishment. So many pigs. There must be more than 30. So many? Lu Mingzhou kicked another large pine tree and swiftly dodged before the snow fell. Let me see. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lu Mingzhou climbed the pine tree effortlessly, his rifle secure on his back, barely swaying or bumping. Standing on a branch, he shielded his eyes from the wind and surveyed the scene below. In the next moment, he was elated. What a fortune. Chapter 68. Junior brother, come save me. I'm done playing. Ahead, the hollow willow pond was a chaotic scene, filled with sprawled pigs. Although they were nestled among the hay piles and partially obscured by the hollow willow branches above, they were still quite visible. Two of the pigs were vigilantly scanning their surroundings, clearly on watch. Moments ago, the hunting dog barks had startled them. However, being over 200 meters away and not in the path of the wind, they could not detect any scent and thus did not raise the alarm, remaining merely cautious. Should any person or prey approach within 100 meters, they would charge in a frenzy. Wild boars are actually quite intelligent, with keen noses, and coupled with their formidable defenses, they are challenging to deal with. But this did not apply to Lu Mingzhou. What now? Zhang Haizi whispered. Lu Mingzhou had already raised his rifle. What else can we do? We must strike. Are we going to leave them to ravage the crops after they become tame? Hee. Zhang Haizi chuckled. I forgot. We are now mountain guardians. We receive subsidies every month. If they truly become tame, it will still be us who must hunt them. The appointment of mountain guardians had already been issued. Lu Mingzhou and Zhang Haizi received a monthly subsidy of 10 yuan, requiring no participation in field labor. Only the occasional watch over the crops. The so-called watch involves setting up a shelter in the fields during corn maturation to ward off bears and wild boars from causing destruction. While the mischievous cats were merely a nuisance, bears and wild boars could devastate an entire field. Of course, they also had to keep an eye on people. In those times of hunger, with immature corn as tender as water, some would resort to stealing. When children cried from hunger, adults had no choice but to rise in the middle of the night to pilfer. In such situations, those on watch would often turn a blind eye, provided the theft was not excessive. If someone took a single ear of corn, they would feign ignorance. If they took too much, a cough would suffice, and the thieves would discreetly retreat. Could they manage without someone on watch? No, they could not. Having mountain guardians was a duty. Without them, militia members would take turns to stand guard. The public service would send inspectors, and if no guardians were present, there would be reprimands, and the opportunity for accolades would be lost. Returning to Lu Mingzhou, at this moment, he had already located the hefty wild boar weighing over 300 pounds. Good heavens! Its head was as large as a basket, with two tusks sharp as daggers, a sight that made it clear it was not to be trifled with. At this moment, it lay on its side, raising its head, and although it seemed to be snorting, the distance was too great to hear anything. From this angle, taking a shot at this boar would be quite challenging, as there were several trees ahead, along with hollow willow branches. The only way to incapacitate the boar was to strike its eyes. The boar's head was substantial, yet its eyes were diminutive, scarcely larger than a glass marble. He devised hundreds of shooting trajectories, but ultimately, only 2 or 3 were viable. Thus, opting for the simplest approach, he aimed to evade the pine branches and focus on the hollow willows. With the wind speed currently negligible and the distance close, the bullet's trajectory would be minimally affected. The greatest challenge lay in the boar's incessant movement. Hitting its eye proved somewhat arduous. However, this was no obstacle for Lu Mingzhou. He narrowed his eyes, and in that moment, the world seemed to freeze. In his vision, the wild boar's eye appeared magnified countless times. The eye oscillated before him, erratic in its motion. Yet Lu Mingzhou had discerned its rhythm. He calculated the bullet's time of flight alongside the eye's movement amplitude and frequency. Now it was the moment. He abruptly squeezed the trigger. Bang! A bullet, spinning with force, erupted from the barrel. Lu Mingzhou was certain of his marksmanship. Indeed, blood erupted as the bullet struck the boar's eye squarely. The great beast, groaning, attempted to rise but collapsed back to the ground. The herd was startled, charging forward in a frenzy. Lu Mingzhou, quick-witted, found a shooting angle and fired again at a 200-pound wild boar. This time, the boar moved too swiftly, and he only grazed its neck. It sank its body low, struggling to rise, only to be flung behind by a throng of its companions. This shot would not claim its life, and it dashed forward once more. At this moment, the group of wild boars had reached underneath the two-man tree. They showed no signs of halting, nor did any of them glance upwards. Panicked as they rushed ahead, Zhang Haizi's face turned pale. He had never witnessed such a multitude of wild boars, nor had he seen them stampede through the forest. How terrifying was their momentum! The woods, already tranquil, were now filled with the chaotic charge of the wild swine, akin to a cavalry charge in a war film. The sounds of hooves and boar calls reverberated through the forest, causing the snow to cascade down in flurries, resembling a white waterfall in a frenzied downpour, utterly astonishing. The injured boar trailed behind, its speed undiminished. Lu Mingzhou, unfazed, took another shot, slowing its pace further, though it still did not fall, leaving a long trail of blood in the snow. Woof, woof, woof. Sai Huzi and Sai Shishir pursued, tightly gripping its hind leg. The boar, in pain, rolled into the snow, but the two dogs deftly evaded its movements. The wild boar, cunning as it was, regained its footing, sitting heavily upon the ground, aware that exposing its vulnerable rear could lead to its demise. This boar was massive, weighing over 200 pounds. Though grievously injured, its ferocity remained, baring its tusks and glaring menacingly at the two hunting dogs. Should the dogs advance, a mere swing of its head would rend their flesh, incapacitating them. Woof, woof, woof. Woof, woof. Sai Huzi and Sai Shishir understood the danger posed by the wild boar. They hesitated to approach, circling it instead, barking incessantly. The boar remained too terrified to flee, knowing that any attempt to rise would leave it vulnerable to attack. The situation had reached a stalemate. Lu Mingzhou and Zhang Haizi had already descended from the tree. Lu Mingzhou raised his gun, intending to finish off the nearby boar. Zhang Haizi stopped him. It's that simple. Let me handle it. His excitement was palpable. After such a long wait, he finally had the chance to take a shot. He was determined to ensure that this boar would not escape his grasp. Observing his eager demeanor, Lu Mingzhou felt apprehensive. He hoped he wouldn't accidentally shoot the dogs. He quickly shouted, Sai Huzi, Sai Shishir, stand clear. The two dogs obediently moved aside. Zhang Haizi, gripping his gun, approached the ailing boar, which was gasping for breath in the snow. He felt a surge of pride, thinking, got you this time. As he drew near enough, he pulled the trigger. The gunshot rang out. Did he hit it? Yes, he did. The boar, in agony, charged at him like a cannonball. It turned out the boar was quite cunning. Feigning weakness and even playing dead, Zhang Haizi was taken aback, swiftly turning to flee. Oh my God, Junior brother, save me. I'm done playing. Chapter 69. What concern is it of yours when I discuss betrothal gifts with my son-in-law? Bang! Lu Mingzhou remained calm, firing another shot at the boar. This time, its movement faltered and it squealed in pain. Sai Huzi and Sai Shishir leaped at it once more, unrelenting in their attack, delivering a brutal strike that spilled its entrails onto the ground. Finally, the boar collapsed completely. It had barely missed grazing Zhang Haizi's leg. A single blow could have sent him flying, at the very least leaving him injured. Zhang Haizi's face went ashen, panting heavily. Is this boar truly that terrifying? What did you expect? Lu Mingzhou scoffed. A pig, 2 bears, and a tiger. Are those just empty boasts? This creature is one of the most dangerous to hunters. Do you think it's easy to deal with? It's not. Zhang Haizi was growing agitated. I saw you take down that earlier boar with one shot. How did you manage it? Simple. I aim for the eyes, Lu Mingzhou replied nonchalantly, spreading his hands. What the hell? Zhang Haizi was furious. You expect me to hit the eyes from that distance? If you can't do it, don't act like a big shot. Zhang Haizi's face flushed bright red, overwhelmed with shame, realizing he had made quite the fool of himself. Lu Mingzhou disregarded his outburst, crouching down to begin processing the boar's offal. In mere moments, the offal began to freeze. The weather was so frigid that even a trip to the restroom required a stick. It was no laughing matter. He worked swiftly, exerting force to extract the entrails. Finding the liver, he cut it open, lifting it to gauge its weight, an impressive 3 pounds. He halved the liver and tossed the pieces to Sai Huzi and Sai Shishir, who wagged their tails eagerly as they devoured the meat. Let us go, let us haul the pig, Lu Mingzhou proclaimed, rising to head towards the hollow willow pond. Aren't we going to clean up? Zhang Haizi hurriedly ran to his side, bewildered. How do we clean it up? Lu Mingzhou glanced at him. The freezing occurs faster than you can skin it. Why don't you give it a try? Zhang Haizi scratched his head. In that case, let us not clean it. Let us head back. At the hollow willow pond, a boar weighing over 300 pounds had already frozen solid, its blood staining the snow, now encased in ice. Lu Mingzhou approached, tapping on the boar's body, producing a sound like a drum. Clearly, there was no feasible way to process it outdoors. TSK, 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 Zhang Haizi exclaimed, prying open the tusks. Good heavens. These teeth are longer than my fingers. If one of those were to hit me, I wouldn't stand a chance. Just so you know, Lu Mingzhou chuckled. There have been plenty who've been disemboweled by a wild boar. If you stand that close again, you might just be next. I won't dare again. Zhang Haizi's face turned crimson, waving his hands. Let us not discuss that. Let us load up. With their combined efforts, the two wild boars were loaded onto the sled. This time, they had prepared well, bringing plenty of rope, just right for tying them down. The two boars weighed nearly 600 pounds combined, similar to the previous bear they had dealt with. However, this time, hauling them was considerably easier. The reason was simple. The ground was already blanketed with old snow, over a foot thick. Additionally, they were using a well-crafted sled made of smooth wood, making it much less strenuous to pull. Zhang Haizi, leading the way, found it hardly taxing as they descended the mountain. Lu Mingzhou was also quite content with a leisurely pace, reattaching leashes to his two dogs and following behind them, akin to a casual outing. Throughout the journey, the heavy snowfall persisted without respite. Before long, a layer of snow had settled upon their hats and shoulders. In such extreme weather, even their eyebrows had frozen, leaving their faces taut and stiff. However, upon returning indoors and taking a seat by the heated Kong, their warmth would soon return. Northeasterners had long since acclimated to such conditions. Logically, one would expect that on a day with such heavy snowfall, there would be few people around. To their surprise, upon arriving back at Kaoshan Village, they discovered a throng waiting for them. They've arrived. So heavy, and they've brought back quite a bounty. Let's go see. Lu Mingzhou and Zhang Haizi were almost immediately surrounded by villagers, who surged forth like a tide. It turned out that someone had spotted the two entering the mountains to hunt, which had drawn a considerable crowd, braving the wind and snow to await their return. The reception they received was akin to that of fans welcoming celebrities. Wow, two wild boars. They're enormous. Just bringing one back is quite the feat. Indeed, in his several decades of life, one could count the number of times he had seen Zhang Huiye bring back such a catch on one hand. No wonder it was said that when Mingzhou went hunting, he never returned empty-handed. Such occurrences were exceedingly rare. Many hunters venture out 10 times and return empty-handed 9. It's my first time witnessing someone as skilled as Mingzhou. The chorus of praise left Lu Mingzhou feeling somewhat bashful. His prowess stemmed primarily from the advantage of his dogs and the range of his firearm, which heightened his ability to detect game. Otherwise, what were the chances of such good fortune? If he were armed only with a shotgun that had a mere effective range of 50 meters, no matter how skilled he was, could he have taken down those two boars? He could only chuckle and attribute his success to luck. The villagers' accolades only intensified. Even with such remarkable skill, he remains so humble. Chairman Mao taught us that humility fosters progress, while arrogance leads to downfall. Indeed, Mingzhou possesses a high level of consciousness. It's no wonder he is hailed as a wolf-hunting hero. Furthermore, he now serves as the militia captain of our village. Our community will be safe under his leadership. Zhang Haizi, growing impatient, interjected, "Everyone, please make way. We've been frozen for hours and wish to return home promptly." The crowd finally parted to allow them passage. Suddenly, a loud, croaky voice rang out. "My dear son-in-law, you've returned from the mountains. Quite the catch, I presume. You must be exhausted. Let us head home so your mother-in-law can prepare a meal for you." The speaker was none other than Zhang Ergu, short and stout with a rugged goat-like beard. "Oh, that is unnecessary. My grandfather is still waiting for me to eat." Zhang Haizi's expression darkened slightly. It seemed this prospective father-in-law was attempting to lay claim to the two boars. Zhang Ergu stepped forward, reaching for the hemp rope in Zhang Haizi's hand. "What with the formality? Let me take care of it." Zhang Haizi replied sternly, "No need. It's just a short walk. I'll carry them home myself." Zhang Ergu's expression shifted. "Haizi, we want to ask for the $50 in bride price. How about these two boars as your betrothal gift?" Zhang Haizi fell silent, merely regarding him with a cold stare. The villagers, witnessing this, began to scold. "Zhang Ergu, have you lost your mind over money? $50 for marrying your daughter is already quite a loss. Do you really think these two boars are worth more?" "Exactly. Have you considered whether your daughter is worth these two boars?" "Be quiet." Zhang Ergu's true nature revealed itself. This is a matter between my family and my son-in-law. What does it have to do with you? Chapter 70. The first compliment I received was for trading my wife. With that, the villagers fell silent, recognizing the futility of interfering if both parties were willing to negotiate. Zhang Ergu, sensing his cunning ploy had worked, chuckled as he tugged at his stiff goat beard, thoroughly pleased with himself. Dear son-in-law, you've managed to hunt 2 wild boars in half a day. Surely, I'm not being unreasonable in asking for them as a betrothal gift? Zhang Haizi glanced at Lu Mingzhou beside him, uncertain how to proceed. Gritting his teeth, he nudged Lu Mingzhou. Uncle Ergu, it wasn't me who hunted those wild boars. It was Mingzhou who did. You should ask him. Ah, call me father-in-law, not uncle. He grinned at Lu Mingzhou. Mingzhou, you wouldn't want to see your brother unable to marry, would you? Lu Mingzhou hadn't anticipated that the flames of conflict would reach him. He understood that while Zhang Haizi might be a bit dim-witted, his heart was in the right place, and this was a test of his character. If he readily agreed to such a bargain, it would reveal a lack of discernment and loyalty. This time, he would lend a hand. His master would never allow him to take Zhang Haizi under his wing again, for it simply wasn't worth it. However, since the fire had reached him, he decided to apply some pressure on Zhang Haizi. Oh, brother Haizi, marrying a wife is indeed important. I have no objections. At this remark, Zhang Haizi grew anxious, stamping his foot. Junior, how can you have no objections? You should say you do. Lu Mingzhou, finding humor in the situation, replied, You're not young anymore. Of course, marrying a wife is paramount. Zhang Ergu hadn't expected Lu Mingzhou to be so agreeable and reach for the hemp rope once more. Dear son-in-law, Mingzhou is quite understanding. I shall gladly accept these 2 boars. Zhang Haizi found himself cornered. All eyes were upon him, waiting to see how he would respond. A flicker of conflict crossed his face, his breath growing heavier. Suddenly, he struck his chest with a fist, producing a resounding thud. He bellowed, No, I object. Zhang Ergu, taken aback, froze, his smile replaced by a grimace. What did you say? Zhang Haizi glared back. No, these 2 boars cannot be yours. Zhang Ergu let out a derisive laugh. Just yesterday, you professed your love for my daughter and were willing to pay the bride price. What? Is my daughter not worth more than these 2 boars? Not worth it, Zhang Haizi declared, puffing out his chest. These 2 boars were hunted by my junior, Lu Mingzhou, who risked his life. I didn't contribute at all. He generously offered me half, and I feel unworthy. If you only wanted one, I might have agreed. But your greed has cost you both. Zhang Ergu was taken aback. This foolish Zhang Haizi had suddenly become astute. It seemed acquiring the 2 boars was out of question. Just one would suffice. I'll take the larger one weighing over 300 pounds. I could sell it for over 200, which is far more appealing than $50 in bride price. He pondered if I were to settle for just 1 boar. Zhang Haizi stepped forward, blocking his path. No way. You can't have even one. Zhang Ergu was furious. Zhang Haizi, you'd better be careful. My daughter might not marry you. Let her not marry. Zhang Haizi shouted. I've been single for so many years. The dowry is still thanks to Mingzhou. He laughed loudly. If you weren't interested in my dowry, would you have married your daughter to me? I, Zhang Haizi, may be slow, but I am not foolish. The crowd erupted in laughter. Yes, Haizi is straightforward. It turned out Zhang Haizi was not as foolish as he seemed. He had been underestimated all along. Zhang Ergu, unable to maintain his composure, jumped up and slapped Zhang Haizi across the face. Zhang Haizi effortlessly blocked the blow, causing Zhang Ergu to stumble back 2 steps. Though Zhang Ergu was strong, he was no match for Zhang Haizi's physique. How dare you strike back? Zhang Ergu bellowed furiously. I will teach you a lesson for being such an ungrateful son-in-law. I will make sure you regret not giving me those 2 boars. Unfortunately for him, the gathered crowd intervened, pulling him away and chastising his behavior. At that moment, a figure rushed in. It was the stout and short Zhang Sawa. She glared at Zhang Haizi with her small eyes. Brother Haizi, how can you treat my father like this? What is wrong with 2 boars? You have strength. Don't you fear not being able to catch 2 boars? No. Zhang Haizi shook his head. I've hunted for 10 years and haven't even set foot inside the gate. Having dogs is the only way to catch small game. Hunting requires more than just strength. Zhang Suihua was at a loss for words. She pointed at Lu Mingzhou. Isn't here, Junior? You suggest he take another turn. Isn't that rather effortless? Zhang Haizi shook his head resolutely. No, the fact that my junior brother brought me along is an act of kindness. If he chooses not to, it is merely human nature. I can discern this distinction quite clearly. Oh! Zhang Suihua screamed in a frenzy. Zhang Haizi, I believed you to be a man of courage, which is why I consented to marry you. I never anticipated you to be such a coward. What masculinity! What cowardice! Zhang Haizi stood tall, his posture unwavering. You lack the authority to judge me, and I am indifferent to how you perceive me. Are you satisfied now? Ha! Zhang Cuihua spat in disdain. This marriage is off. You deserve to remain single for the rest of your life. Furthermore, what of yesterday when you touched me? How do you account for that? Zhang Cuihua had evidently decided to confront the issue openly, declaring it before all. Zhang Ergu perked up, stepping forward to shout, "Someone quick! Zhang Haizi is acting lewdly. Seize him at once." Regrettably, no one came to his aid. Instead, they burst into loud laughter. Ha ha! That dark girl truly believes herself to be of significance. She isn't even engaged, yet she allows another to touch her. What a breach of propriety. Fear not, Haizi. I suspect that girl has been involved with others. Fortunately, you're not married. Zhang Haizi retrieved a large wad of cash from his pocket, puffed it up, and tossed it onto the ground. This is the first time I've ever touched something so valuable. I must say, the sensation is quite delightful. He squinted, his fingers grasping at the air as if savoring the moment. You! Zhang Cuihua's face flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment. Biting her lip, she picked up the cash and, amidst the crowd's laughter, hurriedly fled the scene. Girl, wait for me. Zhang Ergu, realizing he could not win favor, shot Zhang Haizi a venomous glance before also making a hasty exit. The crowd then accompanied the two back to the Zhang household. Zhang Haizi tossed 2 pigs into the yard, his expression mournful as he lamented, "Grandfather, this wild boar was for naught. The marriage has fallen through." Zhang Wuye was puzzled. What happened? Before Zhang Haizi could respond, a quick-tongued individual recounted the events. Zhang Wuye laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, Haizi, you did well this time. A man of integrity places honor above all else. Everything else is secondary. He gestured to the crowd. Today, I appreciate everyone's efforts. As the hour grows late, let us feast on some pork stew to celebrate my Haizi's maturity. Excellent. Wuye is generous. The crowd cheered in agreement. Only Zhang Haizi wore a sorrowful expression. Grandfather, is it truly necessary? The first time you praise me, it's because of a wife. Chapter 71. Selection for the militia competition at noon. Zhang Wuye was particularly generous, providing an abundance of fine wines and delicacies for 2 large tables. After the meal, he processed the 200-pound boar, keeping 20 pounds for himself and allocating another 20 to Lu Mingzhou. The remaining meat was traded with the villagers for grain. As for the 300-pound boar, Zhang Haizi transported it to the supply and marketing cooperative to report to Wu Yuxing. Lu Mingzhou, having nothing pressing to do after delivering the meat home, sought out Su Jiufang to request an early selection for participants. Soon, the loudspeakers in the Kaoshan broadcasted a stirring song. The ocean's voyage relies on the helmsman. All life flourishes under the sun. Su Jiufang addressed the microphone. Attention, all militia members. Attention, all militia members. The selection for competition participants will commence at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Please gather at the training ground. Xiedan was sitting on the kong, while her mother applied medicinal alcohol to her injuries, grumbling, "Your militia camp is training without consideration of safety. Just a few days in, and your hands are swollen like this. Daughter, you will marry eventually. There is no need for such exertion. Let us skip this training." Xiedan had run 5 kilometers twice in recent days and hung sandbags for 10 minutes each, leaving her entire body sore and aching. Upon returning home, she collapsed on the kong, reluctant to arise, which deeply concerned her mother. However, she couldn't bear to give up. This morning, Commander Su announced that participants would receive personal training from Captain Liu and a guaranteed minimum prize of 30 yuan. 30 yuan was a significant amount, surpassing the monthly wage of an ordinary worker. Yet, what she yearned for most was the opportunity to be with Captain Liu, even if it meant enduring some fatigue during training. At that moment, she perked up her ears to listen to the broadcast, confirming she hadn't misheard. She struggled to throw on her clothes and rushed outside. "Mother, I'm going to participate in the selection. Is it wise to go? Your injury hasn't healed yet." "No, I must go." Xiedan quickly fastened her buttons, donned her wool hat and gloves, slipped into her cotton shoes, and dashed out. Upon arriving at the training ground, she noticed many had already gathered. Standing at the edge of the field, a lean silhouette captured her complete attention. She longed to approach, but hesitated, opting instead to watch him converse with Commander Su from a distance. The content of their discussion was unknown to her, yet Commander Su listened intently, nodding repeatedly. This Lu Mingzhou was 2 years her junior. She wondered how he had become so capable. He was handsome, skilled in martial arts, an excellent marksman, and renowned as a wolf-hunting hero. The village had organized multiple study sessions to learn from the fearless spirit of the wolf-hunting hero. Indeed, Lu Mingzhou exhibited no fear of hardship or sacrifice. What trivial discomfort from training could she not endure? This time, she would strive with all her might to secure a spot in the competition. Lu Mingzhou was oblivious to Xiedan's inner musings. He was focused on controlling the pace of events, refusing to be swayed. He would not allow the militia competition to dictate his rhythm. At this moment, he listened intently as Su Jufang explained the rules of the militia competition. There were primarily 3 events. The first event was a 1,000-meter obstacle shooting course, requiring participants to shoot 5 targets from a standing position at 100 meters, then crawl forward, navigate a sand pit and barbed wire, shoot 5 more targets from a prone position, charge over a 2-meter obstacle, and finally shoot 5 more targets from a kneeling stance. All targets must be hit to proceed, and the overall time was recorded. The second event involved laying landmines, emphasizing the skill of digging, which had to be completed individually and was also timed. The third event was a hand-to-hand combat match, featuring one-on-one challenges in a best-of-5 format. Alas, Su Jufang sighed, other villages have seasoned fighters. Their physical and shooting skills far surpass ours. It is only natural for us to finish last year after year. No, this time we will win, Lu Mingzhou asserted confidently. Isn't it just physical fitness, shooting skills, and combat skills? 14 days is more than sufficient. 14 days? Is that truly enough? Su Jufang clearly doubted him, shaking her head repeatedly. New recruits require at least 3 months of training, followed by continued practice. Their physical condition is too weak. Lu Mingzhou shook his head. No, these individuals have suffered from long-term malnutrition. During this period, we will not only intensify training, but also enhance their dietary nutrition. They need meat in every meal. Wild boar meat? Su Jufang inquired. I heard you hunted 2 wild boars today. That will certainly boost morale. No, Lu Mingzhou shook his head. I am to hunt roe deer. That would be even tastier. Su Hufang Chakilraidi. With so many people, we would finish a single roe deer in 3 days. We need at least 5 to suffice. How easy do you think that is? Let us try. Lu Mingzhou sighed. If it comes to it, a wild boar or a bear will also do. Su Jufang looked at him as if he were a monster. Only you could speak of hunting wild boars and bears as if they were as simple as eating or drinking. Is it difficult? Lu Mingzhou shrugged. As long as they exist, there's no reason we can't hunt them. Su Jufang replied. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the weather was favorable. The snow finally ceased. On the training ground, the militia members stood in 4 rows, their spirits high. Su Jufang announced loudly, today, we will conduct the selection for participants in the commune militia competition. Based on overall performance, we will select 8 male and 2 female participants for a 14-day training camp. During these 14 days, not only will there be work points, but Captain Lu guarantees 3 meals a day, with meat at every meal. As soon as she finished speaking, the crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause. Many individuals' eyes glimmer with excitement, as sumptuous meals await them, making every effort worthwhile. Moreover, as long as everyone diligently trains, Captain Lu assures that each person will receive no less than 30 yuan, a promise unwavering. Excellent. It is settled. This opportunity is mine. Get lost. This spot belongs to me. The atmosphere grew palpably tense as competition surged. It must be said, the combination of work points and meat rewards is irresistibly formidable in this era. Su Jufang bellowed. The first test, a 5-kilometer cross-country run, begins. At the sound of his whistle, many rushed forth. Truth be told, running 5 kilometers in the snow is far more laborious than on ordinary terrain. Yet, this was precisely what Lu Mingzhou sought to witness. He trailed behind the group, running at a leisurely pace, methodically. The reason was simple. He needed to observe and identify promising talents. Simultaneously, under the immense temptation of rewards, it was likely that some would attempt to cut corners. He needed to supervise from the rear to catch those who might try to cheat. Such cunning individuals, who harm both themselves and others, must not be tolerated. He noticed that many of the runners had poor foundational skills. Their cadence, posture, and breathing were all incorrect. However, Siet Dan demonstrated some potential. At least her running form was correct, and her rhythm was commendable. Although everyone aspired to win, many lacked the ability. Before long, some began to fall behind, and Lu Mingzhou noted each of them carefully. How could anyone hope to deceive an old sergeant like him? What cunning soldiers had he not encountered before? Chapter 72. The competition list indeed, less than a kilometer from the camp, as everyone gasped for breath, 4 figures suddenly emerged from behind a small mound and sprinted ahead. This made Lu Mingzhou both furious and amused. Those old tricks would not succeed this time. He dashed forward, kicking them down one by one. He exerted little effort. Yet it was more than sufficient to teach these cheaters a lesson. Leading troops is thus. One must lead by example and engage at the grassroots level. Only then can one discover true talent. In this regard, Lu Mingzhou never slacked off and was generous with the benefits he provided. Only by offering good treatment to capable soldiers would they be willing to charge forward with him. You, and you, step forward and go to the side. Your scores for this assessment are nullified. Go to Sergeant Su for punishment, and if they're essay next time, you'll be expelled from the militia. The crowd was stern. However, the clarity of reward and punishment instilled greater confidence in them. Here, trying to take shortcuts would yield no favorable outcomes. A total of 82 individuals participated in the assessment. In the first round, only 20 would remain, the top 16 male militia members and the top 4 female militia members. When the results were announced, Lu Mingzhou was taken aback to find that Xie Dan had secured the second place among the girls. This petite girl, reminiscent of a delicate southern flower, displayed remarkable tenacity. Yet, Xie Dan was also straining herself. Despite giving her all, she could not surpass the robust and formidable Dong Yujiao. Gasping for breath, she fixed her gaze intently on Dong Yujiao. It was not enough to merely qualify for the competition. She must strive for a position in the main team. Dong Yujiao sensed her stare and slowly lifted her head. The main position is mine. You cannot compete. Xie Dan's face paled with anger. There is still one more contest. We shall meet at the shooting range. Dong Yujiao scoffed. A defeated foe. Are you afraid of me? Such scenes were commonplace on the field. The atmosphere of competition ignited. Previously, the militia camp was marked by camaraderie, with mutual support and shared gains. However, the stakes had changed. With guaranteed bonuses and the promise of meat, alongside a sense of collective honor, competition flourished. This was precisely what Lu Mingzhou wished to see. The victorious 20 clamored to commence the second contest. The defeated 62, heads hung low, vowed to reclaim victory next time. Captain, I genuinely admire your leadership this time. Su Jufang remarked with a wry smile. After 3 years with this group of veterans, they have never been this motivated. The second contest commenced, divided into 3 rounds, each featuring a 100-meter fixed target, 5 shots in standing, 5 in kneeling, and 5 in prone positions, with total scores calculated. Ultimately, the list was revealed. Main team members included Sun Jiangwo, 25 years old, first squad leader, a veteran; Lu Daming, 22 years old, third squad leader, a veteran; Yu Jianxi, 20 years old, tall and powerful; He Wenbin, 19 years old, lean and agile; Xie Dan, 18 years old, petite yet exceptionally resilient, achieving a remarkable score of 135 with 15 shots. Meanwhile, Dong Yujiao, with slightly inferior shooting skills, found herself relegated to the reserve team along with 4 male teammates. When the list was announced, Xie Dan stood tall, chest out. At that moment, she could finally fight alongside Lu Mingzhou. Unbeknownst to her, this was merely the beginning of grueling training. After the militia disbanded, in the office of the militia camp, Su Jufang gazed at the training plan drafted by Lu Mingzhou, his expression growing increasingly grave. Morning armed cross-country running. A 5-kilometer run on an empty stomach? 200 meters of crawling in a sand pit? A half-hour of military boxing after a meal, followed by half an hour of group combat practice? 2 group sessions in the morning, each with 20 minutes of sandbag lifting. In the afternoon, 2 more sessions, each with 20 minutes of sandbag lifting. Afternoon, live fire shooting to assess scores. And another armed cross-country run of 10 kilometers before dinner. Su Jufang shook his head repeatedly. This won't do. Even the military isn't this stringent. Besides, we lack training uniforms, and many team members only have 1 cotton jacket. Lu Mingzhou chuckled. Training uniforms can be arranged. I'll write a note, and you can send someone to Director Wu at the supply and marketing cooperative to procure them. Moments later, Su Jufang carefully tucked the note away. Captain, I finally understand what you mean by clear rewards and punishments. With such excellent conditions, I want to participate in the training. Su Jufang volunteered to become the cook, responsible for the meals of the participating team members. The logistical issues were largely resolved. The remaining concern circled back to hunting. This time, he boasted that he would hunt 5 roe deer. That posed quite a challenge. The roe deer were last seen in Area 43, as indicated by the reports from scouts. It seemed he would have to return to Area 43 once more. However, having just hunted 2 pigs today and spent a long time in the afternoon, he noticed the day was nearing dusk. Thus, he visited Zhang Haizi's home to arrange a hunting trip for roe deer the following day. Hearing it was for the benefit of the village, Zhang Haizi did not hesitate and was rather enthusiastic. Indeed, Zhang Haizi was a man of great wisdom, though he often spoke hastily and acted slowly. Yet, he never wavered when it came to significant matters. Otherwise, Lu Mingzhou would not have involved him. Upon returning home, Lu Mingzhou's first task was to cradle the wolf cubs and feed them goat's milk. Yaya clumsily came to assist, bringing a small basin of goat's milk and squatting beside him, whimpering. The 2 wolf cubs eagerly drank their milk, while occasionally looking up at Yaya and whimpering back, creating a delightful scene. Did the villagers know Lu Mingzhou was raising wolf cubs? Yes. Were they afraid? Not at all, since Lu Mingzhou dared to raise them. He must take responsibility. Moreover, the Lu family was no ordinary household. They were quite well off. Both sons were exceptional, drawing much envy. Nowadays, Lu Hongmei's face, perhaps due to daily application of moisturizing cream, had significantly fewer wrinkles. Many single men began to take notice. Aunt Wang, Seeing her matchmaking efforts for Lu Mingyuan and Lu Mingzhou fail, turned her attention to Lu Hongmei. She extolled Lu Hongmei's virtues to the heavens. Lu Hongmei, however, possessed a clarity of thought that was rare in this world. Do you truly believe that, given my current circumstances, anyone is worthy of me? Wang Bo replied. Both sons of the Lu family possess qualities that could inspire dreams upon waking. Moreover, Lu Hongmei has 2 sons. It is often said that widows attract much gossip. Its circumstances must be taken into account. Currently, Lu Mingzhou serves as the captain of a militia unit and commands a significant number of men who would dare to provoke their family. While the village is home to many rascals, the Lu family's current influence deters them from causing trouble. As night fell, Lu Mingzhou, weary from the day's labors, retired early to bed, and the night passed in silence. The following morning, he and Zhang Haizi braved the heavy snowfall, equipped with sleeping bags and cooking pots, leading their dog and pulling a sled towards the 43rd Forest Area. Chapter 73. The Thief Before the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Before long, the Supply and Marketing Cooperative came into view. The 43rd Forest Area, being in close proximity to the commune, required them to pass by the cooperative at the T-junction. That morning, amidst the swirling snowflakes, the cooperative was bustling with activity. Notably, a large wild boar was on offer, requiring no meat tickets, which drew an exceptionally long queue. The crowd buzzed with excitement. This wild boar is truly plump, brimming with fat. It is simply marvelous. The cooperative is thriving, and such mountain goods are now available. It takes skill to catch such a large wild boar. It's no easy feat. Those wishing to purchase meat were particularly enthusiastic. Comrade, I would like 2 pounds of meat. Make sure it's the fattest piece. The meat vendor glanced up and shot him a disdainful look. It's all the same. We cut wherever we please. If you don't want tickets, then move along to the next. Yes, yes, yes. In this day and age, the notion of service was virtually non-existent. Suddenly, Lu Mingzhou's gaze sharpened, and he halted, focusing intently on the crowd. Among them was a young woman clad in a blue floral cotton jacket, carrying a willow basket covered with cloth. Why she stopped? Zhang Haizi, perplexed, followed Lu Mingzhou's gaze and broke into a knowing smile. Ah, I see. You're fond of such delicate, fair-skinned women. She may not be grand, but she will do. Enough of your nonsense. Lu Mingzhou retorted angrily. What do you see her doing? Zhang Haizi scratched his head. Not much, just looking a bit attractive. At that moment, a voice rang out from the crowd. Stop, thief. My money is missing. The woman with the basket hurriedly squeezed through the throng, her speed causing her to bump into Zhang Haizi. Lowering her head, she murmured, I'm sorry. Someone shouted, quick, stop her. She was right next to me. She stole it. Others pursued her, attempting to block her path. Yet, she remained unperturbed, smoothing her disheveled hair. I'm standing here in line. What have I stolen? Do not wrongfully accuse an innocent person. The victim, indignant, exclaimed, I lost money. A large bill and a 5 yuan note, along with 2 fabric tickets and an oil ticket. All gone. Oomph. The woman sneered, if it's lost, go find it. Why blame me? Do you think I'm easy to bully? No one leave. Anyone who does is a thief. The victim shouted, the police station is just ahead. I refuse to believe we cannot find it. Upon hearing this, no one dared to move. Just then, a slender man with a rat-like face, wearing an unbuttoned cotton jacket and a crooked dogskin hat, stepped forward. You've accused the wrong person. I know who the thief is. The victim, taken aback, asked who? He. The man in the dogskin hat approached Zhang Haizi, grinning broadly. It's you who stole it. Will you deny it? Me? Zhang Haizi's eyes widened in disbelief as he pointed to himself. Yes, you. The man insisted. If you don't believe me, search him. The money is on him. Zhang Haizi had no time to react. Several men surged forward, and indeed found money and tickets in his jacket pocket, all matching the victim's description. The onlookers erupted in anger. Bah, a big, burly fellow, yet he resorts to thievery. Even carrying a gun, he looks like a mountain man, yet is nothing but a thief. He seems rather simple-minded, yet appearances can be deceiving. He must be taken to the police station. The crowd was incensed, spitting words of contempt towards Zhang Haizi. A few men held on to him tightly, fearful he might flee. Zhang Haizi protested innocently. I did not steal. The victim interrogated. Then how did the money end up on you? Did it grow legs and walk? Zhang Haizi slumped. I do not know. The woman smiled slightly. Since there's nothing to see here, I shall take my leave. She raised her leg to walk away, and no one dared to stop her. Hold on. Lu Mingzhou swiftly stepped forward, blocking her path. The woman's face flushed a deep crimson, her eyes darting across his face. Comrade, the truth is now clear. Do you intend to act inappropriately? The man in the dogskin hat chimed in. Indeed. Do not think that just because you look presentable, you can harass women in broad daylight. As the tempo escalated, others began to rally for her. Let the young lady go. This is excessive. to block a young woman in broad daylight like this. This young man may be handsome and armed, but could he be an accomplice of the thief? What a shame it would be for such good looks to go to waste. Silence. Wu Yuxing rushed out, bellowing at the gathered crowd. Do you not know who he is? The renowned wolf-hunting hero of the city, Lu Mingzhou. He pointed at Zhang Haizi. Do you know who brought this pig? It was him, Zhang Haizi. A single pig is worth hundreds of yuan. Does he need a steal? The crowd gasped collectively. So this is Lu Mingzhou. No wonder he looks so heroic. Huh. Just now you said he was not walking the right path. Did I ever say that? Faces reflect the heart. Those who do not walk the right path would not look so handsome. It seemed there was some misunderstanding at play. Lu Mingzhou gestured to the crowd. Dear villagers, allow me to clarify the situation. Upon our arrival, we witnessed this woman committing theft. He pointed at her. She is a habitual offender, quite skilled. Just moments ago, she bumped into Brother Haizi, and the money and tickets found their way into his pocket. He then turned his gaze slowly to the man in the dogskin hat. This woman has an accomplice, and it is him. He chose a distant position today and attempted to frame us. The man in the dogskin hat shouted, What evidence do you have? Do not slander me. Evidence? Lu Mingzhou replied with a slight smile. Naturally, I possess such evidence. You must have other stolen goods on you. Anyone who has lost money and tickets can easily identify them. Do you dare to be searched? He stepped forward, causing the man in the dogskin hat to retreat in fright. Suddenly, he seized a small boy of around 3 years old from beside him, lifting him like a chick. With his other hand, he drew a 54-style pistol from his coat. He aimed the gun at the boy's head. You, don't come any closer, I will shoot. The small boy was paralyzed with fear. After a tense 30 seconds, he finally reacted, kicking and crying, Wah, I want my mommy. The surrounding crowd stood frozen in shock. Who could have anticipated that this man wielded a firearm? No, it can't be. This is too terrifying. Help! Save the child. A woman rushed out from the cooperative, her eyes wide with shock at the scene before her. With a clatter, the items in her hands fell to the ground. Without a second thought, she sprinted forward. Xing Xing, my Xing Xing, put down my child. The man in the dogskin hat glared fiercely. Stop. If you come any closer, I will shoot. But the woman, undeterred, continued to rush forward, the situation growing increasingly dire. Chapter 74, Another Act of Valor. Bang! The gun fired. Ah! The crowd cried out in alarm. A murder! Quick, save him! Though they spoke of courage, only the bold dared to observe from afar, while the timid had already fled. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, it was the man in the dogskin hat who lay in a pool of blood, a gaping wound between his brows, his eyes wide open in death. Red and white fluids staining the ground. The woman cradled the small boy in her arms, weeping uncontrollably as she expressed her gratitude to Lu Mingzhou. No one witnessed how Lu Mingzhou drew his gun. By the time they saw it, all that remained was the smoke wafting from the muzzle. In that moment, their gazes towards Lu Mingzhou were imbued with greater reverence. They were aware of his title as a wolf-slaying hero in the greater Xing'an range and had heard tales of his remarkable feats broadcasted through the airwaves. Yet they had never experienced it firsthand. Today, however, they were enlightened. The firearm, clearly slung across his back, had deprived the armed assailant of any opportunity to fire a shot. There was no aim, only the resounding crack of the gun. Subsequently, there was no further tale of the assailant. Feng Yuanzheng hurriedly arrived with the officers, accompanied by someone bearing a camera to capture the moment. A throng of individuals encircled Lu Mingzhou as they made their way to the police station, chanting, Gun God, Gun God, Gun God. Such a grand display left Lu Mingzhou quite taken aback. This marked his third visit to the police station. Within the chief's office, Lu Mingzhou dutifully recorded a statement. The female accomplice was swiftly apprehended. Aware of her impending fate, she confessed without the need for coercion. The two of them, originally petty thieves, had recently attracted the attention of northern neighbors who groomed them into spies. They were not only financially secure, but also armed with weapons and ammunition. Logically, their current earnings should suffice, yet their dissatisfaction drove them to continue thievery. Consequently, one met his demise while the other was captured. When questioned, she could only divulge that every Wednesday, they would retrieve wax balls from beneath an old locust tree by the river and deliver them to the county town, where contact would be waiting. Beyond that, no substantial information was obtained. As for the method of contact, she revealed that upon reaching the county, someone would invariably approach them, each time a different person and all masked, rendering their identities unrecognizable. This indicated that such low-level operatives possessed minimal knowledge and were of limited utility. However, this was a border area. No matter how trivial the matter seemed, it was crucial. Military forces, strategic facilities, and various ammunition depots resided here, and any leak could yield catastrophic consequences. While everyone had suspected the potential presence of spies, they had not anticipated such rampant activity. After receiving the confession, Feng Yuanzheng, along with Lu Mingzhou's commendation request, dispatched personnel to the county bureau. By the time all was settled, it was already noon. Feng Yuanzheng offered an apologetic smile. Mingzhou, I'm truly sorry for making you wait until now. Our town lacks even a guest house. If you don't mind, would you join me for a meal in my home? That would be too much trouble. Lu Mingzhou hesitated. How can we not go? Feng Yuanzheng insisted, his gaze fixed upon him with a playful smile. Let us not even mention the bearskin you gifted me. Just consider your aunt. She is quite eager to see what sort of young man has captivated Qing Wei so thoroughly. Lu Mingzhou, flustered, shot back, Uncle Feng. If you keep saying that, I really want to go. All right, I want to mention it. Feng Yuanzheng chuckled, nudging Lu Mingzhou towards the door. Leave the dog and shovel in the yard. You've accomplished a great deed today and must share a couple of drinks with Uncle Feng. With no option left, Lu Mingzhou reluctantly followed Feng Yuanzheng to the communal building. The 5-story red brick structure was the most impressive, luxurious, and enigmatic edifice of the Sherbali commune, housing nearly all the leaders and their families. It was said that every household inside relied on a centralized boiler for heating rather than traditional stoves, using coal stoves and honeycomb coal instead. Lu Mingzhou found it quite ordinary, but Zhang Haizi was captivated, displaying the naivete of a country bumpkin visiting the city. He gawked, exclaiming, "Wow, this building is so tall. Wow, that chimney is really high. Wow, this iron gate is quite imposing." Lu Mingzhou covered his face in embarrassment. This was far too humiliating. Seizing a moment when Feng Yuanzheng was distracted, he discreetly kicked Zhang Haizi. What was that for? Zhang Haizi turned back, puzzled. Lu Mingzhou felt an urge to choke him. What a shame it was that such a person had a mouth. Feng Yuanzheng observed the exchange, secretly admiring Lu Mingzhou's composure. This fellow, despite never having ventured far, seemed to possess an air of worldly experience that could not be overlooked. Upon reaching room 305 in the communal building, Feng Yuanzheng opened the door, calling Dawa, "Come see who has arrived." From the kitchen, a voice replied, "Who else could it be but old Wu and his few friends?" Feng Yuanzheng chuckled. "You should be careful with your words. That's quite offensive." Luckily, old Wu and the others don't take offense. Lu Mingzhou, however, froze. Sister Lily? The blushing figure in the living room was none other than Feng Lily. "So you're Uncle Feng's daughter, Lily? You've kept that a secret from me." "Did I?" Feng Lily replied softly. "You never asked, did you? Should I announce to everyone that I am the daughter of Director Feng?" Lu Mingzhou nodded emphatically. Feng Yuanzheng, taken aback, asked, "You two know each other?" "That is unnecessary to introduce. You both attend the same school, just a year apart." At that moment, a fair-skinned, well-mannered middle-aged woman emerged from the kitchen. Upon seeing Lu Mingzhou and Zhang Haizi, she paused, a hint of awkwardness on her face. "Old Feng, you brought guests home without a word, and now I'm unprepared to host." "Dahua, I told you it was old Wu. I couldn't help it." Feng Yuanzheng replied with a smile, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. "Mingzhou, let me introduce you. This is my formidable wife, Lu Dahua." "Mingzhou?" Lu Dahua's eyes brightened as she wiped her hands on her apron, stepping forward to grasp Lu Mingzhou's hand. "No wonder Qing Wei has taken a liking to you. You're quite handsome. I've heard old Feng speak of you often, but I never expected to meet you in person." Lu Mingzhou internally mused that if he were to meet a corpse, that would be rather ominous. This unexpected warmth left him flustered, and he could only awkwardly respond, "Hello? Aunt Lu. Lu Dahua Beam, good. You keep Uncle Feng company while I prepare a few more dishes." The kitchen filled with the sounds of clattering pots and pans. Feng Yuanzheng produced a large jar of sorghum liquor, uncorking it to release a fragrant aroma. "Mingzhou, there is little to offer you here. It's cold outside, so let us share a drink to warm up." Lu Mingzhou repeatedly waved his hands. "I really can't drink, Uncle Feng. We need to head to the mountains this afternoon." "That is no rush." Feng Yuanzheng had already begun pouring the liquor into 3 bowls. Come, Zhang Haizi, right? Let us drink together." Chapter 75. Lu Mingzhou's tipsy encounter with the mountain god when the dishes were served. They included chicken, pork, fish, eggs, and various side dishes, creating a sumptuous spread. As the 3 men drank, their spirits lifted. In the frigid northeast, it was common for men to indulge in a drink or two to keep warm. Upon leaving the Feng household, Feng Yuanzheng was already asleep. Lu Mingzhou and Zhang Haizi stumbled along the uneven path, their steps unsteady, as they paused to regurgitate the contents of their stomachs before feeling somewhat better. "Are we still going?" Zhang Haizi shook his head. "Next time. We can't drink so much. It truly hinders our plans." "Of course we're going. Why wouldn't we?" Lu Mingzhou, cheeks flushed and breath heavy with alcohol, insisted. "I've made a promise to the militia members to provide them with venison. We can't return empty-handed." "All right." Zhang Haizi stood up. "Then let us go." The 2 of them, swaying, retrieved the dog and shovel from the police station. Lu Kishuan offered a few words of caution, but they paid no heed. Stumbling towards the 43rd Forest District, watching their retreating figures, Lu Kishuan shook his head in dismay. Going out to hunt in this state? It's a wonder they 1T freeze or encounter wild beasts. On the road, Zhang Haizi, carrying the shovel, remained quite spirited despite having fallen several times. He was tough-skinned and thick-skinned, unbothered by the mishaps. Hey, junior brother, I've heard the elders say that when Wu Song was drunk, he killed a tiger with 3 punches. Do you think we could take down a tiger with 3 shots? Lu Mingzhou was still reeling from the effects of alcohol, the fumes rising to his head. He spoke with irritation. You go ahead. In my current state, I certainly 1T confront it. Without you, I'd be no match. Zhang Haizi displayed a commendable self-awareness. If he couldn't hold his own, there was no point in making baseless claims. Lu Mingzhou could no longer contain himself and retched by the roadside once more. The two of them stumbled along the path for over half an hour, finally arriving at the forest. Zhang Haizi plopped down on the ground, declaring, "It's too late to fight today. I need a good sleep." Lu Mingzhou approached and firmly pulled him up. "Get up. We need to set up a shelter first." Fortunately, despite their inebriation, they managed to use some hemp rope to create a makeshift bed among the trees and set up a thin tarp. Once everything was in place, Lu Mingzhou tied the dog to a tree and quickly crawled into a sleeping bag, falling into a deep slumber. The bear-hide sleeping bag was surprisingly warm. As long as his head was exposed, it felt no different from sleeping on a heated bed. The sound of their snoring echoed in the stillness of the valley. Sai Huzi and Sai Shishir must have been perplexed. Were these two merely out for a camping trip? Nonetheless, in this wilderness, they remained fiercely loyal, guarding against any lurking predators. As night fell, the moon quietly ascended the sky, casting a silvery glow upon the snow-covered landscape, illuminating the forest with a gentle light. Lu Mingzhou smacked his lips, lost in delightful dreams, when suddenly a deep, rumbling sound reverberated through the air, causing the ground to tremble. Snow cascaded down from the treetops. Woof, woof, woof. Sai Huzi and Sai Shishir barked frantically. Lu Mingzhou turned over and quickly sat up, the cold wind rushing down his neck, sending shivers through him. The temperature in the forest was at least -18 degrees. This was no trivial matter. Lu Mingzhou had indulged a bit too much and was still feeling weak and dizzy. He mustered his energy and slapped Zhang Haizi's face. "Wake up. Something's not right." Zhang Haizi, annoyed, turned over. "I'm trying to sleep. Stop making a fuss. What time was it to still be sleeping?" Furious, Lu Mingzhou jumped off the makeshift bed and stuffed a handful of snow down Zhang Haizi's collar. Zhang Haizi jolted awake, exclaiming, "Oh my God, I'm freezing. What are you doing?" Before Lu Mingzhou could respond, the ominous sound echoed again, followed by a deep growl. Their eardrums buzzed as if the very ground beneath them was shaking. The trees in the forest swayed violently, and snow plummeted down, creating a cacophony. Much of it landed on Lu Mingzhou, leaving him with no way to avoid it. The tarp above their makeshift bed sagged under the weight of the snow, collapsing entirely, and there was no time to repair it. "Mountain God?" They both exclaimed simultaneously, exchanging looks that revealed the shock in their eyes. The Mountain God, also known as the Northeast Tiger, was the undisputed ruler of the forest. Its rarity placed it third in the hierarchy of predators. The adage a mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers held true. Not merely confined to a single mountain within a radius of 100 miles, only one male tiger could exist, or else it would lead to a fatal confrontation. This vast territory made encounters exceedingly rare. Typically, they resided deep within the greater Xing'an range, rarely descending. However, given the current circumstances, it had approached the edge of the forest. It was no wonder, with heavy snow sealing off the mountains. The animals in the depths of the forest were descending in search of food. The mountain god, hungry, would certainly pursue its prey down the mountain. As they pondered this, a chilling howl from a wolf pack echoed through the air. In the snow, a rustling sound approached. Upon closer inspection, they saw a wolf leading a pack of over 10 wolves racing towards them. Sai Huzi and Sai Shishir sensed the threat and barked even more frantically. "Woof, woof, woof. Woof, woof. Stop barking." Lu Mingzhou crouched down, gently patting the heads of the 2 dogs. They ceased their barking, crouching low and emitting a low warning growl. He understood. This was the young wolf seeking his assistance. Some might argue that a pack of over 10 wolves could easily defeat a Northeast tiger, but that depended on the timing. If a pack of wolves ambushed the tiger while it was caught off guard, they might stand a chance. However, at this moment, it was the fierce tiger descending the mountain. No number of wolves would suffice. The Wolf King, sensing Lu Mingzhou, wagged its tail in a friendly manner, letting out a low whine. The other wolves circled around, treating him as their king. Suddenly, Zhang Haizi shouted, "Be careful!" Without needing a reminder. Lu Mingzhou noticed a massive figure 200 meters away. What a sight it was! The moonlight bathed the pristine snow, casting a cold glow. A Northeast tiger, nearly 3 meters in length, moved silently through the snow. Its orange-black stripes were strikingly visible against the white backdrop, and its eyes glimmered with an eerie green light. It opened its vast maw, revealing sharp teeth glinting with a chilling sheen. The creature fixed its gaze on Lu Mingzhou, exuding an oppressive aura that seemed to freeze the very forest around them. He heard the Wolf King's warning howl again. It appeared the northeast tiger had set its sights on him. Could it be that it truly regarded him as its rival? Not wanting to dwell on that, he raised his gun and pulled back the bolt. Click! The sharp sound echoed through the forest. To his surprise, the northeast tiger, seemingly aware of the danger posed by the gun, turned and fled. The beast was indeed clever. He pulled the trigger, and with a resounding bang, he hit his mark. The northeast tiger let out a mournful roar and quickened its pace to escape. The Wolf King howled triumphantly, leading the charge after it. Chapter 76. The Audacity of Youth. Daring even to confront the mountain god. Sai Huzi and Sai Shishir were exhilarated, barking excitedly, eager to break free from their leashes and pursue. Should we chase? Zhang Haizi's face was alight with excitement. Let us go see. Lu Mingzhou released the hunting dogs, and the two of them dashed forward without a second thought. Woof, woof, woof. Sai Huzi and Sai Shishir raced ahead, guiding the way. However, Lu Mingzhou and Zhang Haizi could not match their speed. They trudged through the snow, which was over a foot deep, each step proving a laborious task. The dogs, displaying their intelligence, would run ahead for a distance, then wait patiently for their owners to catch up before continuing. This was the advantage of hunting dogs. They were fierce in the hunt, yet loyal enough to keep their masters in sight. Had they taken untrained dogs into this wilderness, they would surely have gotten lost. In truth, even without the hunting dogs, Lu Mingzhou could have tracked the wounded northeast tiger, as the snow was stained with blood. Moreover, with the wolf pack in pursuit, the tiger's desperate roars echoed through the forest. After traversing over 2 miles, they stumbled upon a fierce confrontation between the tiger and the wolves. At that moment, the northeast tiger was in a precarious position, harried by the relentless pack. Initially, it had sought to pounce on a lone wolf to satiate its hunger. But after being shot, it had lost its former prowess. Yet, even wounded, the northeast tiger was not to be trifled with. It sat on the ground, baring its sharp teeth and glaring fiercely, letting out pained growls. Now, all it desired was to escape, but it was already cornered. Its wound bled profusely. While not initially severe, the wolves offered it no respite, exacerbating its plight. It understood that if it continued to weaken, death would inevitably follow. Regrettably, it found itself powerless. The wolves were exceedingly patient, merely probing for weaknesses. But once the tiger revealed any vulnerability, a wolf would seize the opportunity to bite. Upon Lu Mingzhou's arrival, he recognized that the moment had come. He raised his gun from a distance, aiming for the tiger's eyes. Such a formidable beast had a remarkably tough skull. Only a shot to its vital points, namely the eyes and ears, could ensure a swift kill. A shot to the body might require 10 bullets to achieve the same effect. Certainly, excluding machine gun, the crux of the matter is, can one truly traverse the mountains while burdened with a heavy machine gun weighing dozens of pounds? Setting aside accuracy, do you possess the prowess of a hunting dog like Lu Mingzhou, or the capability to drive away wolves? Lu Mingzhou did not recklessly approach, halting at a distance of around 200 meters. Advancing further would disrupt the delicate balance between the wolf and the tiger. The tiger, paralyzed by fear, presented him with a prime opportunity. From his vantage point, he aimed carefully. Shooting in daylight is akin to a game of chance. Under the moonlight, his aim was somewhat more secure. He could only discern the rough outline of the Siberian tiger, distinguishing its head from its body. If he were to shoot, it had to be the head, relying on luck. He estimated where the eyes were and abruptly pulled the trigger. Bang! With a thunderous report, the tiger leapt into the air, soaring over a meter high, clearly indicating its agony. The wolf pack, startled, scattered in all directions. In the next moment, the ferocious Siberian tiger collapsed, its paws twitching slightly before succumbing to silence. Woof, woof, woof. Sai Huzi and Sai Shishir dashed forward. The wolves parted to create a path, refraining from launching an attack. Only then did Lu Mingzhou lead Zhang Haizi towards the Siberian tiger. As he passed, the wolves, including the alpha, crouched down and emitted low growls, a gesture of submission, welcoming their king. Lu Mingzhou felt a sense of satisfaction. Fortune favored him. That blind shot had indeed struck the eye. Looking at the fallen Siberian tiger before him, he felt a surge of relief. Had he encountered this beast in his inebriated state, he would have likely become its prey. Just by its appearance, one could grasp its terrifying nature. The tiger's death still held an aura of intimidation. Its exposed sharp teeth sent shivers down one's spine. A single bite could sever limbs or even consume half a body. There are tales of Wusong, who supposedly killed a tiger with his bare hands after a drinking spree. Regardless of the veracity of such legends, there has only ever been one Wusong throughout the ages. An ordinary person would stand no chance against a Siberian tiger weighing over 500 pounds. It could crush you effortlessly, not to mention its teeth and claws. While Lu Mingzhou was quite skilled, he did not entertain the notion that he could overpower this tiger unarmed. Even with a dagger, his odds would be slim. Silent and contemplative, he grasped the tiger's paw, applying a slight pressure, revealing a claw approximately 7 to 8 centimeters long. Such a claw was as sharp as a dagger. A mere scratch could eviscerate a man. It seemed prudent for future endeavors in the mountains to abstain from alcohol. Nearby, Zhang Haizi stood in awe, exclaiming, "Master, master, have we truly become heroes of tiger hunting?" In this era, being a hero of tiger hunting was a prestigious title. Anyone capable of slaying a tiger would be heralded as a protector of the people's safety, celebrated far and wide. Otherwise, Zhou Boer wouldn't hold such a prominent position. It certainly seemed that way. Lu Mingzhou, however, could not share in the joy. He crouched down to slice open the Siberian tiger's belly, extracting its entrails. As per tradition, he kept the tiger's liver, discarding the rest to the wolves. He gestured towards the Siberian tiger and declared, "I will keep this meat for my use. The rest is yours to take." The Wolf King appeared to comprehend. With a low growl, it approached and carried away a large bundle of entrails. The hierarchical nature of wolves demanded that orders from superiors be obeyed without question, or else one would be exiled from the pack. Clearly, the Wolf King regarded him as a superior alpha wolf, a rank above that of a wolf mother and her pups. Last time, had it not been for the Wolf King's whistle, Lu Mingzhou might have been torn apart by the pack. Of course, that was not the case now, as he often fed the young wolves, carrying their scent, which caused them to perceive him as kin. Yet without the Wolf King's whistle, the pack would have deemed him a mere rogue, devoid of allies. Lu Mingzhou tossed the tiger liver to Sai Huzi and Sai Shishir, then dragged over a plow to bind the massive tiger to it, preparing to descend the mountain. By the time they organized their sleeping bags, the sky had begun to lighten. Thus, at dawn, an astonishing scene unfolded in the 18th commune. Two young men, armed with hunting rifles, accompanied by dogs, dragged a plow. Upon the plow lay a fearsome, large tiger, its fur appearing particularly vibrant against the backdrop of the snow. A crowd gathered, pointing and murmuring, "Wow, that tiger is enormous. It's as robust as a bull." This young man possesses remarkable courage, daring even to confront the mountain deity. It's a matter of skill. The deity is nothing to be feared if one is adept. The commune had once again produced a local hero, the last being Lu Mingzhou, the wolf slayer. Gasps arose from the crowd. "Wait, that's Lu Mingzhou in the front. Just yesterday, I saw him at the supply and marketing cooperative where he shot a criminal. Is that so? I heard someone died yesterday. Turns out it was his doing. Truly a young hero, and quite handsome too. He certainly stands out." A figure resembling an official stepped forward, beaming as he inquired, "Comrade, are you selling that tiger?" "Not for sale." Lu Mingzhou dismissed him curtly. The official persisted, "Don't be so hasty to refuse. I'll offer you 2,000 yuan. What are you thinking?" Lu Mingzhou replied coldly, "This tiger skin alone is worth 2,000. The meat is edible, and the bones can be used for brewing liquor. Why not go and seize it?" The official's expression darkened. "Comrade, one mustn't speak in such a manner. Do you know who I am?" "E.M. Lin, the deputy director of the forestry station." A voice boomed. "You wield quite the authority, yet you should promptly apologize to Comrade Lu." Chapter 77. I just wanted a more sturdy chest. "Zhai, Director Zhai?" Lin Zhengxing gazed at the newcomer, his legs nearly giving way beneath him. The individual was none other than Zhai Hongbing, the director of the 18th commune. Nearby stood the commune's office building. He had chanced upon Lin Zhengxing attempting to bully others on his way to work. "Are you blind?" The county head, Zhao, personally honored him. "I hear it was at the behest of Deputy Secretary Shun from the district. As a cadre, if you engage in coercive buying, you risk losing your position. Heroes emerge from youth." Zhai Hongbing quickly approached, grasping Lu Mingzhou's hand. "Comrade Lu, you have only recently become a wolf slayer, and now you are a tiger slayer. Such feats are truly remarkable." "Oh no, Director Zhai, you flatter me," Lu Mingzhou replied modestly. Zhai Hongbing patted his shoulder. "Rest assured, I will report these accomplishments. Both the higher authorities and the commune will reward you. It's still early. Come to my office for a chat and a warm cup of tea." "Sure," he nodded. "I shall trouble you then, Director Zhai. With rewards on the horizon, it would be unwise to decline." Lin Zhengxing stood in stunned silence. He had been pondering that all mountain dwellers aspired to become guardians of the mountains, seeking subsidies from their forestry station, which required his approval. Should anyone defy him, he could easily find a reason to withhold approval. Mountain dwellers were inherently fearful of the forestry station. Yet Lu Mingzhou, in this instance, was too unreasonable. Even the commune director had interceded on his behalf. How could he navigate this situation? Zhai Hongbing's face darkened as he glared at Lin Zhengxing. "Why are you still standing there? Go apologize to Comrade Lu. Do you think I can't remove you?" It suddenly dawned on Lin Jingxing that Lu Mingzhou was indeed on the list of guardians submitted for approval last time. Furthermore, it was director Zhai who had facilitated it. He realized he had kicked a stone into a well. Reluctantly, he approached Lu Mingzhou and bowed deeply. Comrade Lu Mingzhou, I was in the wrong. My awareness was lacking. Please forgive me. It's nothing. Lu Mingzhou barely lifted his eyelids, responding nonchalantly. Zhai Hongbing maintained a stern expression. Your apology lacks sincerity. Return and write an 800-word reflection. Should such an issue arise again, dismissal will be a light consequence. Yes, yes, yes. Lin Jingxing, pale-faced, nodded repeatedly. Zhai Hongbing dismissed him with a wave. Turning back to Lu Mingzhou with a smile. The commune is right here. Let us have a friendly chat. The onlookers were utterly astonished. Among them were many who did not recognize Lu Mingzhou, but were well acquainted with Director Zhai, the esteemed leader of the entire Shibali commune. An illustrious figure indeed. It was said that Director Zhai was known for his stern demeanor and his aversion to flattery. Yet curiously, it seemed as if Director Zhai was the one attempting to ingratiate himself. The question arose, who exactly was this young man? Lu Mingzhou followed Zhai Hongbing as they stepped into the commune's administrative compound, which spanned roughly 3 acres and housed 2 3-story office buildings, arranged in a manner reminiscent of a right angle. The walls of the red brick structures were adorned with whitewashed slogans proclaiming, learn from Daqing in industry. Learn from Dazai in agriculture. In the courtyard, numerous individuals were shoveling snow and transporting away in wheelbarrows. Director Zhai, someone approached them. The public meeting room is ready. The ideological study session is awaiting your presence. Zhai Hongbing waved his hand dismissively. Postpone it until this afternoon. I have distinguished guests to entertain this morning. Do not schedule any work. Understood. The person cast a brief glance at Lu Mingzhou and Zhang Haizi before turning to leave, feeling puzzled. Were these two truly the esteemed guests? They appeared rather unremarkable. Inside the director's office, the space was not particularly spacious. Decorated with portraits of the leader and slogans proclaiming service to the people and the construction of a new commune. A wooden table bore the little red book, while a corner featured a stove with glowing charcoal. The room's temperature remained quite chilly. After exchanging a few idle remarks and sipping hot tea, a knock on the door heralded the entrance of a young man who approached the trio. Comrade Lu Mingzhou, I am Xiao Chun, the commune's correspondent. May I interview you briefly and take a photo with the tiger? Lu Mingzhou smiled, of course, but please do not exaggerate in your report. Xiao Chun nodded in agreement. Whatever you say will be reported as such. May I ask under what circumstances you encountered this tiger? Quite simply, my friend Haizi and I were sleeping in our sleeping bags when we were suddenly awakened by a commotion. It was as straightforward as that. At that time, how far was the tiger from the village? Perhaps no more than 2 miles. We had consumed a bit of alcohol and could not venture too far. Thus, the tiger could have descended upon the village at any moment, correct? That's hard to say. Lu Mingzhou suddenly realized he was being led into a narrative where he was cast as the hero defending the village. No, I cannot claim to be a hero. It was merely coincidence. Xiao Chun smiled slightly. One last question. How many shots did you fire? 2 shots. One hit its body and another struck its head. Thank you for participating in the interview. Xiao Chun stood to shake hands. Now, let us proceed to take a photo with the tiger. After the photograph was taken, the two bid farewell, and the entire encounter spanned less than an hour. On the way back to Kaoshan Village, Lu Mingzhou grew increasingly uneasy. Haizi, do you think I said anything wrong? Zhang Haizi scratched his head. What could you possibly have said wrong? The facts are as they are. Oh no, Lu Mingzhou lamented. I forgot that this is an era of idol-making. I have become a model for others. What's wrong with being a model? Zhang Haizi scoffed. You're not being labeled a negative example. What do you know? Lu Mingzhou frowned. Those deeds are all embellished. They sound nothing like my own actions. Would you be pleased with that? That is indeed a bit disheartening. Zhang Haizi nodded in sympathy. However, you can certainly skip the advanced report meeting, right? Besides, you are now the militia company commander. Just say it's for military training. Yes. The realization jolted Lu Mingzhou awake. He had forgotten that last time he had no excuse. But this time, he was legitimately the militia company commander, coinciding with the commune's grand competition. It was entirely reasonable for him to remain steadfast in his duties and lead by example. Sacrificing personal honor for the sake of collective pride would make for a compelling narrative. How delightful! He exclaimed, Haizi, it seems you are not as dull-witted as I thought. Of course not. Zhang Haizi proudly lifted his chin. I may be slow on the uptake, but you quick-witted types overthink and forget what you truly want. Quite the philosophical insight, Lu Mingzhou retorted, momentarily at a loss for words. Zhang Haizi's mood, however, did not remain elevated for long. He sighed heavily, alas. Brother, when do you think I will find a wife? Soon, I suppose. Lu Mingzhou offered a rather perfunctory comfort. Matters of fate cannot be forced. Zhang Haizi, looking dejected, lamented. I just want to find someone with a bit more substance. Why is it so difficult? That is not too hard. Lu Mingzhou suddenly had a flash of inspiration. A certain individual came to mind. Join the militia. Why on earth would I do that? Zhang Haizi smacked his forehead. I'm already a mountain guardian. I earn work points and receive subsidies. Why would I join the militia? To help you find a wife, of course. Lu Mingzhou recalled that the militia was in need of machine gunners, and Zhang Haizi's physique was just right for the task. If they ever clashed with bandits, having a heavy machine gunner would ensure they could suppress the enemy's firepower. In our militia, there's a girl named Deng Yujiao. Her figure is truly impressive. Really? Zhang Haizi's eyes sparkled. Absolutely. Not even pearls compare. Lu Mingzhou nodded emphatically. Then what are we waiting for? Zhang Haizi quickened his pace, tugging the plow as he rushed forward, exhaling puffs of warm air. Lu Mingzhou chuckled inwardly. Indeed, one must dangle a carrot before a mule to get it to work. Zhang Haizi was invigorated throughout the journey, and the poor plow was nearly smoking from the exertion. Hurry up, brother. Why are you so slow with just 2 dogs to pull? Why not ride on the plow while I pull? Lu Mingzhou could only shake his head in bemusement. What was the rush? They still had to deal with the mountain deity first. In less than half an hour, the two arrived at Kaoshan Village. From a village entrance to Zhang Wuye's home was scarcely 2 miles. Upon reaching the village, they immediately attracted attention. As soon as the villagers saw the spoils on the plow, they gaped in disbelief. Everyone come quickly. Mingzhou and Haizi have caught a tiger. Quick, someone ring the gong. They caught a tiger. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Come and see. Such announcements transformed what had begun as a duo into a throng of over 100 villagers, all exuberantly celebrating. Finally, our village can hold its head high. No one from Kaoshan has ever caught a tiger before. That is a bit of an exaggeration. Only Zhou Buer from the commune had done so. Mountain deities are exceedingly rare. Capturing one is no small feat. Zhang Haizi puffed out his chest and proclaimed loudly. Make way, make way. He proudly led the procession, pulling the plow at the front, exuding an air of triumph. Lu Mingzhou followed closely behind, leading the dog. Soon, they reached Zhang Wuye's home. Zhang Wuye emerged with his pipe, assessed the tiger's injuries, and nodded knowingly. All right, everyone disperse. This mountain deity's meat is not for sale. A villager inquired, Wuye, what about the tiger bones? The bones will be sold at the price of the meat. Immediately, villagers shouted, Wuye, save me 3 pounds of tiger bones. I want 2 pounds. I also want 2 pounds. At the price of 72 cents per pound. Was it expensive? Not at all. In fact, it was remarkably cheap. People would buy it twice the price. Tiger bone liquor is renowned for its properties of dispelling wind and dampness, unblocking channels and alleviating pain, strengthening sinews and bones, dispelling cold and reducing swelling, and invigorating blood circulation. Even the Northeast during this era, such bones were a rarity. In the inner room, Zhang Wuye furrowed his brow slightly. Mingzhou, do you think that after capturing the mountain deity, I should now pass on to you the second half of wolf-dispelling mountain patrol? Not at all. Lu Mingzhou forced a smile and shook his head. This time, in dealing with the mountain deity, I relied on the assistance of the King Pizi. It's akin to how Brother He and I depend on our dogs while traversing the mountains. As long as you understand. Zhang Wuye nodded in agreement. Our sect has stringent rules that must not be easily breached. Otherwise, dire consequences may ensue. What kind of consequences? Lu Mingzhou inquired. Zhang Wuye, after taking a long drag from his cigarette, finally replied, some matters are best left unspoken. In any case, the master will not harm you. Master? Lu Mingzhou asked in confusion. Everyone says our village has never produced a hero capable of slaying tigers. With your abilities, have you never done so? Whether I have or not is inconsequential, Zhang Wuye replied, a hint of disdain in his tone. It's merely a hollow reputation. Why should it matter? He rose, clasped his hands behind his back, and wobbled out the door. As for this mountain deity, I shall lend some strength to assist you. You should attend to your own matters. Lu Mingzhou acquiesced and made his way home. Upon returning, he secured Sai Huzi and Sai Shishir, played with the wolf cubs, and pinched Nyonyo's cheeks. With these 3 customary actions completed, he felt an immense sense of joy. Mom, I won't be back for lunch. There's a training task at the militia camp. Go on, go on. Lu Hongmei waved her hand, sighing, you're still so young, yet you're hardly ever home. Hee hee. Lu Mingzhou grinned. Mom, I'll be 17 after the new year. If you find yourself bored, let my brother bring you a healthy grandson. Nonsense. Lu Hongmei shot him a sharp look. How can you speak like that? Your brother doesn't even have a partner. Ha ha. Lu Mingzhou laughed heartily as he stepped out the gate. You underestimate him. Perhaps your eldest daughter-in-law will be arriving soon. Lu Hongmei, utterly unconvinced, scolded, stop talking such nonsense. You never take anything seriously. Outside, the cold wind howled, and the light snow had ceased. Lu Mingzhou exhaled a breath, rubbed his hands together, and strode forward. Before long, He arrived at the entrance of his uncle Lu De's house, where a crowd had gathered to witness the commotion. Inside, voices were raised in a heated argument. "You shameless woman, return my son to me. Old hag, let go of me. It was your son who chose to abandon this home. What can I do?" Lu Mingzhou pushed his way into the throng. He saw Zhou Yinglan gripping Huang Huqin by the collar, angrily rebuking her. "If it weren't for your dalliance with Zhang Ergu, they would have come back." Huang Huqin scoffed, her expression dripping with disdain. "Oh, as if you didn't know." Zhou Yinglan's face alternated between shades of blue and red, yet she refused to yield. "You have sullied the reputation of the Lu family." "Ah, you care about reputation?" Huang Huqin retorted. "You didn't think of that when you were indulging yourself, did you? You shamelessly sought to curry favor with him. You." Zhou Yinglan trembled with rage. "My Lu family has no room for a daughter-in-law like you. I wouldn't want to be your daughter-in-law, even if I were offered." Huang Huqin shot back, pointing a finger at her. "Your eldest is not even your biological child. The second is a coward, and the third is a thief. Which of them is worthy of respect?" Zhou Yinglan's eyes widened in fury. "Who says the eldest is not mine? Do you think I don't know? When your father was still around, I overheard you discussing whether to let the eldest recognize his roots. You were afraid of lacking labor at home and stopped it. What's the matter? Afraid to acknowledge your own actions?" Zhou Yinglan quaked with anger. You lie." At that moment, Lu Mingfeng emerged carrying 2 bundles. "Mom, everything is ready. Let us go." Zhou Yinglan's face turned ashen as she tried to snatch the bundles. "Mingfeng, you can't leave. If you all go, how will I survive?" Lu Mingfeng smirked slightly. "Grandma, we're doing this for your own good. Think about it. With Dad not coming home, our family will inevitably run out of food. If I leave with Mom, it's to conserve resources so you can have enough to eat. Then you absolutely must not leave. Mingfeng, I'm counting on you to support me in my old age. I've cared for you all this time." "Grandma," Lu Mingfeng interrupted. "I know you care for me, but our family can't starve, can we? Since Dad isn't returning and Uncle Ergu doesn't mind Mom moving in with him, isn't wrong, is it?" You. Zhou Yinglan was rendered speechless. "You have no backbone, allowing your mother to behave this way just for a morsel of meat? What is wrong with that?" Lu Mingfeng replied with a hint of disgust. "Our family could also have meat, but you insist on driving Lu Mingzhou's family away. It's your lack of foresight that has harmed us all." Zhou Yinglan stood there, stunned as if struck by lightning. After a long pause, she let out a wail that echoed. "Didn't you say you wanted to eat meat? Didn't you say to let them divide the family? This is outrageous." Chapter 79, Different Tastes for Different People. This melon has grown quite large. In an instant, the crowd's perception of Lu Mingfeng plummeted to an all-time low. "Lu Mingfeng, you are utterly heartless. To forsake your dignity for a mere piece of meat. Regardless of the circumstances, she is still your grandmother, who once cherished you dearly. We all witnessed it. One must possess some integrity. How many people have a shred of conscience?" Lu Mingfeng remained silent, as if he hadn't heard a word. His gaze swept through the crowd until it landed on Lu Mingzhou. Instantly, he resembled a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his fur bristling. "What are you staring at? Do you think only hunters can have meat? I too shall feast on meat every day from now on." His glare was fierce. Had his gaze possessed lethal intent, Lu Mingzhou would undoubtedly have been torn to shreds. Lu Mingzhou chuckled. "Whether you eat meat or not is none of my concern." Lu Mingfeng gritted his teeth. "It is indeed none of your business. I merely wish to convey that I too can secure meat through my own efforts." "Oh." Lu Mingzhou's smile widened. "Quite a talent you have. In years past, I heard tales of 2 pounds of flour being exchanged for a daughter. I never expected now it's 2 pounds of pork for your mother." "You lie." Lu Mingfeng seethed with rage. "My mother and Uncle Ergu share a mutual affection." "Very well. Then I wish them a happy union." Lu Mingzhou laughed heartily. "Ha ha." The crowd could no longer contain themselves and burst into laughter. "A perfect match indeed. 2 pounds for a mother. Thankfully, they no longer permit dunking in pig cages. Otherwise, your entire family would have been submerged 10 times over. And you call yourself educated? It seems that education has gone to waste. Get lost, you wretch who sells his mother." Even Lu Mingfeng, with his thick skin, felt his face burn with shame. He sensed that every encounter with Lu Mingzhou during this period was destined for calamity. When they divided the family, he was scolded by the village chief for writing a division certificate. His own betrayal led to being sold out by Golar. And he even had to write a guarantee. The girl he secretly admired, Shan Qingwei, had come to his home and witnessed his disgraceful predicament. Now, he was being ridiculed and accused of selling his mother. It was certain that he would bear the stigma for a lifetime. Unable to contain himself any longer, he shouted, "Lu Mingzhou, you've jinxed our, just wait and see. This matter is far from over." Amidst the laughter of the crowd, Lu Mingfeng and Huang Huqin, laden with their belongings, slinked out the door. Zhou Yinglan collapsed in the snow, weakly crying out, "Don't go, Huqin Mingfeng, please don't leave." Alas, it was all in vain. Kind-hearted souls assisted her into the main room, urging her not to grieve too deeply. Everyone knew that with the eldest son having split from the family, the second son absent, and the third son imprisoned, the Liu family was irrevocably shattered. It turns out that the eldest son of the Liu family was not even his biological child. No wonder Zhou Tai Lao never treated De Jiang kindly. You must admit, De Jiang was the most filial of them all. Zhou Tai Lao brought this upon herself. Let her be. Lu Mingzhou heard all this, but he paid it no heed. The fact that his father was not his biological parent meant nothing to him. He harbored no desire to seek out his roots. In this new life, he was determined to rely on his own hands to ensure his family thrived. After all this time, no one had come seeking his father. Either his grandparents had passed away or simply did not care about this son. It must be said, it was quite entertaining to witness such a spectacle. Zhou Yinglan, I was curious about your harsh demeanor. It turns out you are not a blood relation. Quite splendid. Now I harbor no psychological burden. Lu Mingzhou walked briskly towards the training ground. Not long after, he encountered Zhang Haizi, who approached with a substantial piece of meat in hand. This meat, more vibrant in hue than the ordinary, was entirely lean and appeared remarkably robust. Zhang Haizi grinned widely as he approached, saying, "Junior brother, grandfather remarked that the mountain deity was too large to handle all at once, so he instructed you to take this piece and prepare it for lunch." Excellent. Lu Mingzhou extended his hand, replying, "Thank you. Just hand over the meat, and you may return." Zhang Haizi, nervously concealing the meat behind his back, exclaimed, "Junior brother, how could you cross the river and dismantle the bridge?" "What river, what bridge?" Lu Mingzhou retorted with a chuckle. Zhang Haizi, grinning mischievously, raised his thumb and formed a pair with his fingers. "You mentioned matchmaking me with that Deng Yujiao, have you forgotten?" "Deng Yujiao." Lu Mingzhou corrected him. "I never suggested matchmaking. I merely stated she is quite sturdy. Whether it works out depends on one's own capabilities. Is there not a way to find out?" Zhang Haizi's eyes sparkled with desire, eagerly anticipating. Lu Mingzhou found himself somewhat speechless at his peculiar aesthetic. It seemed that the firmness of a chest was his sole criterion for beauty, perhaps even resembling an obsession. Very well, one challenge has been cleverly navigated, and we are halfway there. Whether the militia camp can secure a machine gunner hinges on the chemistry between the two. On this matter, Lu Mingzhou felt uncertain, as he was still a novice in the realm of love. In the Kaoshan, the militia training ground, this land was indeed established with great effort. In 1964, the entire army initiated a mass movement to learn the teaching methods of Guoxingfu. Concurrently, in May, the military commission issued notifications regarding the militia sharpshooters and decisions for organizing militia participation in military competitions. At that time, virtually every settlement in northeast China boasted a training ground. The training ground at Kaoshan was completed in 1964, while the armory was constructed in 1965. Here, a watch was typically maintained, with entry strictly prohibited without permission. In this era, armed militias were prevalent, but the firearms were generally outdated equipment discarded by the army, such as the Type 56 semi-automatic rifles, which may not be found elsewhere, but were certainly present in the Northeast, being the most tense front line. Small-scale border conflicts occurred frequently, albeit without media coverage. With a northern neighbor issuing atomic threats, could one not be vigilant? Upon arriving at the militia camp, the militia member on duty immediately stood and saluted. "Good day, Commander." Lu Mingzhou returned a standard military salute. Zhang Haizi looked on with envy. "Junior brother, you hold quite an imposing presence as the militia commander." Of course, Lu Mingzhou responded, "If I were to join the militia, would you arrange a position for me?" "Dream on." Lu Mingzhou faced forward, speaking with righteous authority. As a militia member, one must maintain a proper mindset. How can you wish to have both a wife and a position of power? Why is this fellow not refuting? His gaze shifted to Zhang Haizi, who appeared utterly entranced, akin to a king captivated by a beauty. Zhang Haizi was fixated on the training ahead, his eyes glazed, with drool betraying his excitement. In front of him, 10 militia trainees were engaged in practice, forming a line as they practiced lifting sandbags, with Deng Yujiao positioned at the far right. At that moment, her face was flushed crimson, her hands clenching the wooden pole tightly, veins bulging in her neck, and beads of sweat beading on her forehead. This posture rendered her figure, even through her quilted jacket, remarkably formidable. Lu Mingzhou lowered his voice. "Hey, Brother Haizi, wipe your drool." "Is there?" Zhang Haizi wiped the corner of his mouth, his palm damp yet devoid of any shame. "Junior brother, you did not deceive me. I admit, I am smitten. This girl is indeed captivating." Lu Mingzhou remarked, "Indeed. Beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder. Each has their own preferences," reflecting on Deng Yujiao's robust physique. Lu Mingzhou mused whether she and Zhang Haizi would produce a little bear cub if they were to unite. In that moment, a tinge of mischievousness sparked within him. and he found himself vaguely anticipating the outcome.